Li Qing Yuan, as Solange plagued be congenital heart disease, tragic departed from this world at a tender age. Yet, miraculously, he was reborn in the realm of cultivation, arriving in a family devoted to the art of confinement. In this novel world, the pursuit of immortality through cultivation became the most fervent aspiration of Li Qing Yuan. Fortuitously, in his new life, he possessed a wondrous companion space, a divine and bestowed upon him be fate. Within the space, resources for cultivation such as spirit stones, spiritual rice, and spiritual herbs were abundant. Moreover, their quantity is skewed by double talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, and event the precious foundation elixir skewed effortlessly obtained within this realm, also in doubled quantities. Henceforth, Li Qing Yuan found himself endowed with resources far surpassing those of ordinary cultivators, laying a solid foundation for his journey in theorem of cultivation. Even more astonishing, this miraculous space possessed a learning function. Whether it was drawing talismans, refining elixirs, crafting formations, creating puppets, or forging magical tools, Li Qing Yuan could swiftly master the search within this space, honing his skills down precedentities. These enabled him to thrive in the cultivation world, rising to prominence. In Chinese culture, the obsession with cultivation has long since separated the collective consciousness, reaching immeasurable heights. Li Qing Yuan, as Solange tormented by illness, had no discovered renewed sense of propelling the cultivation realm, where he was spinning his own legendary with wisdom and courage. In Yunsha town, there reside a clan known as the Li family. Though made a celestial clan, it was, in truth, merely a modester great confinement family. Yet, even as a third Reteklan, the Li family illumed as an inspiring sanctuary of cultivation for ordinary mortals. It has been 7.5 years. In a tranquil courtyard, a 7-year-old child Cladina blue robe, with long hair plaited back, exhibit charming glid liquid visage, his eyes sparkling with bright anticipation. This child was Li Qing Yuan, his face a canvas of eager expectation, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Today marks Miss Event birthday, the annual assessment of spiritual roots for the family. Li Qing Yuan pondered qui. Will I possess spiritual roots? If not, what shall I do? Since his transmigration into his world of cultivation, becoming a Barofa confinement family, Li Qing Yuan had spent 7.5 years. He understood thought possessing spiritual roots meant receiving the family's nurturing and embarking on the path of cultivation. Although his starting point might be modest, he had already placed in futon the path to immortally. After all, even among mortals, those with spiritual roots could squander their lives without heconsto send. Now, he was merely only away from unlocking the path to immortal at spiritual roots. In this lifetime, my father possesses 5 spiritual roots, while Mother is immortal. Thus Mikan soft having spiritual roots who'd be greater than those of an ordinary mortal. Li Qing Yuan and how deeply, resolutely stating, even if he have in 5 spiritual roots, they are still spiritual roots as long as I possess them, I can cultivate. At that moment, his father, Li Dingzhou, sauntered over lazily. Upon seeing the expectant and anxious expression on his own face, heckled and felt butchical. Yuaner, why are you up so early? Your expression reminds me of my own when I underwent the spiritual root assessment. Are you feeling nervous? Li Qing Yuan Fared Norpli, merely gazing silently at his father. Just then, his mother, Qin Shuyun, emerged, gently chiding her husband. Yuan eres already anxious enough Mastiyaudia Sahim? Is the show a father should behave? Turning to Li Qing Yuan, she spoke softly, Gunoto Deus the Grande for the family's spiritual root assessment. Every year, the Li family conducts a spiritual root assessment for children of appropriate age, requiring them to be at least 7 years old. Given the necessity of specialized artifacts and the considerable consumption of spirit stones, these event occurs on air. Today was the day of Li Qing Yuan's spiritual root assessment. When the father Anson arrived outside the hall designated for the assessment, a crowd huddle ready gathered. Li Dingzhou glanced around and remarked, it seems there are quite a few children being assessed this year. On this day, eligible children from Flickland, accompanied by their parents, gathered for the spiritual root assessment. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached briskly, followed by a 7-year-old girl. Li Dingzhou greeted him with a smile. Brother Ding Yuan, you have arrived. Li Qing Yuan politely kimidin. Uncle Ding Yuan, Sister Qing Qing. Li Ding Yuan, a close friend of Li Dingzhou, also possessed 5 spiritual roots and had attained the third level of refinement. Observing the surroundings, he commented, Brother Dingzhou, based on past years, we can expect about 3 to 5 children to possess spiritual roots. I wonder if Kinkingan Kingyuan will be among the fortunate. Li Dings, who felt uncertain Indish Pateth Lithimalis Stata Sasak clan of cultivators, their bloodline superiority over myrtles did not guarantee a high ratio of spiritual roots. Li Kingyuan harbored similar doubts, especially Zink's grandfather lacked spiritual roots. In their lineage, apart from his father, the last known bearer of spiritual roots had been his father's grandfather. Soon, the door soft heel swung open. Ondain Elder announced Thikamin Smintoft spiritual root assessment. Children whose names were Kaleden Teredthi Hala, companion Biazin your family member. The first few children known to Li Kingyuan failed their assessments, their parents' face set shed with disappointment. The atmospherean lie lifted when a cubby boy joyful emerged, declaring himself to possess spiritual roots. At last, it was Li Kingyuan's turn. He followed his father into the grandal, the doors closing automatically behind them. After Li Dings, who paid his respects to Twolder soft he 5th level of refinement, Li Kingyuan began his assessment. Hit 2K dagger in gently pricked his fingertip, allowing Jadropov blood to fall into Thirtifact's blood slot. After the blood was drawn, Li Kingyuan inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Thirtifact assessing his spiritual roots. Meanwhile, Li Dings held his breath, silently praying, may our ancestors bless us and with spiritual roots, ensuring the continuation of formless legacy. Suddenly, Thirtifact emitted a resonant thumb, illuminating with a series of vibrant colors green, red, yellow. Li Dings how gasped, disbelief was Shinjaverma exclaimed. Wood, fire, earth 3 spiritual roots. Mycen possesses 3 spiritual roots. Tears off your stream down his face. Li Kingyuan too, filled with elation, cried out, "Ehave spiritual roots, ehave spiritual roots." I, to my astonishment, possess 3 spiritual roots. Li Qingyuan was equally taken aback, as if struck by a windfall of millions, overwhelmed by sheer ecstasy. He had believed that he would at most possess a mere 5 spiritual roots. Or perhaps, a remarkable Ford. Little did he anticipate that he would actually possess the illustrious 3 true spiritual roots. The 2 elders inhaled sharply, their expressions radiating uncontainable joy, equally moved to tears. It is indeed the 3 spiritual roots. Famously known as the true spiritual roots, moreover, they comprise the attributes of wood, fire, and earth, harmoniously nurturing one another. This signifies a superior quality among the 3 spiritual roots. Ha ha ha, the rise of the Li clan is now within reach. It is within reach, quickly, notify the clan leader, whoosh. The clan's grand elder, brimming with excitement, swiftly affixed a weight-reducing talisman to himself, instantly becoming as light as a swallow, darting away like an arrow. As soon as the grand hall's door swung open, he immediately performed a hand seal, summoning his sword to soar into the sky, vanishing from sight. After his departure, the grand hall's door closed automatically. Within the hall, the second elder gazed at Li Qingyuan, his gaunt visage unable to conceal his exhilaration, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent! 3 spiritual roots. Our Li clan is destined to ascend." Li Dingzhou, brimming with excitement, declared, "With 3 true spiritual roots, my son Qingyuan is poised for foundation establishment." Li Qingyuan. Not to mention them, Li Qingyuan was equally exhilarated. In the realm of cultivation, it is a consensus that 5 and 4 spiritual roots are deemed chaotic roots, exhibiting the slowest cultivation speed. Possessing inferior quality, merely qualifying one for the path of cultivation. In contrast, 3 attribute roots and dual attribute roots are regarded as true spiritual roots, belonging to the upper echelon of aptitude. As for the mutated spiritual roots, particularly the singular heavenly spiritual root, they are considered legendary and exceedingly rare. Within the understanding of the Li clan, it is known that almost all successful foundation establishment practitioners possess true spiritual root aptitude, with a majority having either 3 or dual spiritual roots. The instances of chaotic roots successfully establishing a foundation are exceedingly rare. It is precisely for this reason that Li Dingzhou exclaimed, "My son Qingyuan possesses the potential for foundation establishment." Whoosh whoosh! Outside the grand hall, 2 streaks of light surged forward, one following closely behind the other, entering the hall. The foremost figure appeared to be over 60 years of age. He flew in on a sword, landing gracefully, donned in a black robe, his form slender, with hair and beard all white. The one trailing him was indeed the clan's Grand Elder. Once the two entered the Grand Hall, the door sealed shut once more, isolating them from the outside world. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Dingzhou respectfully bowed and announced, "Clan disciple Li Dingzhou pays respects to the clan leader." Li Qingyuan also bowed respectfully, stating, "Greetings, esteemed clan leader." "Good child, let me have a look." The clan leader hastened forward, grasping Li Qingyuan's wrist, channeling his sixth layer of qi refinement cultivation to probe his spiritual roots. After 2 breaths, the clan leader's expression froze, his cheeks flushing crimson as he boomed in laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. It is indeed 3 spiritual roots." The second elder elucidated. "Clan leader, this child has awakened roots of wood, fire, and earth, 3 attributes nurturing one another. These are superior among the 3 spiritual roots, second only to dual attribute roots." Upon hearing this, the clan leader grew even more animated, repeatedly exclaiming 3 times, "Splendid, splendid, splendid." Following the joyous revelations, the clan leader composed himself, his expression slightly solemn, instructing, "Today's events must remain confidential, known only to you two, as well as Dingzhou and the father-son duo of Qing." Understood. The clan leader's expression hardened, his gaze sharp. The 2 elders solemnly affirmed, "Rest assured, clan leader, regarding the future of the clan, we will certainly keep our lips sealed." Li Dingzhou, regaining his composure, hastily assured, "Clan leader, rest assured, as this pertains to the clan's future and my son's safety, I know what must be done. This matter shall not even be disclosed to my wife." The clan leader nodded, stroking his beard. "Good. For the sake of our clan's grand scheme, this matter must remain confidential." A century ago, the Chen clan detected a genius with 3 spiritual roots, the clan leader sighed. But not long after, that genius was tragically slain by a rogue cultivator. Since then, each clan has exercised greater caution, conducting spiritual root assessments behind closed doors within the Grand Hall, isolating themselves from the outside world. Furthermore, the children undergoing the assessments may only be accompanied by a single elder, the clan leader, with a look of relief, remarked, "Thankfully, even though our clan has not birthed a genius with 3 spiritual roots in a century, we have maintained the practice of conducting assessments within this hall. Had we conducted the assessments outdoors, little Qingyuan's aptitude would surely have been exposed." The clan leader, with a warm smile, inquired, "Little Qingyuan, promise your clan leader not to disclose your spiritual roots to anyone. Do you understand?" Li Qingyuan nodded. "Yes, clan leader, rest assured, Qingyuan knows what to do. The wood stands out amidst the forest, and the wind shall surely fell it." Li Qingyuan expressed, "I am too exceptional. They will ostracize me, seeking to destroy me. If I appear too inadequate, they will trample upon me, looking down on me. Only when I am comparable to them will they acknowledge me." The clan leader's eyes sparkled, declaring, "Precisely, you are absolutely correct. No wonder you are the prodigious offspring of our Li clan. Little Qingyuan speaks with such wisdom." The clan leader affectionately ruffled Li Qingyuan's hair, stating, "All right, let us all proceed outside. As for Qingyuan's aptitude, we shall declare it to the outside world as 4 spiritual roots." The 2 elders, along with Li Dingzhou, responded respectfully, "Understood." Outside the Grand Hall, the crowd buzzed with speculation. What just transpired? Why did the Grand Elder suddenly leave? And then the clan leader flew in, entering the Grand Hall. The Grand Hall is soundproof. We cannot hear what they discuss. Li Dingyuan interjected. "Hush, the clan leader is coming out." The crowd promptly fell silent. The clan leader slowly emerged, facing the assembled clansmen. All the clansmen bowed respectfully. "Greetings, clan leader." The clan leader raised his hand, his expression calm and unruffled, stating, "The artifact used for testing spiritual roots malfunctioned unexpectedly, and the Grand Elder had to report this urgently to me. Now, the artifact has been repaired, and the assessment of spiritual roots shall continue." Whoosh! The clan leader leapt several zhang into the air, producing a mid-grade first-tier artifact from his storage bag, a flying sword, and gracefully soared away. The second elder announced loudly, "Li Qingyuan, for spiritual roots." Next, Li Qingqing. As soon as Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan exited the Grand Hall, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of clansmen offering greetings and congratulations. A multitude of praises and flattering words poured forth. Li Dingyuan expressed enviously, For spiritual roots, among our clan's 60 or so cultivators, there are barely 10 with 4 spiritual roots. The clan leader and the 2 elders both possess 4 spiritual roots. Those with 4 spiritual roots can generally become mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Mid-stage Qi refinement refers to those in the 4th, 5th, or 6th layers of Qi refinement, who have already formed their spiritual consciousness and can fly using swords, their strength surpassing that of early-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Li Dingzhou, grinning broadly, remarked, "This lad has simply been fortunate. Qingqing, let us go test your spiritual roots." Li Dingyuan and his daughter Li Qingqing entered the grand hall. Soon, Li Qingqing exited the grand hall, her small face beaming with joy. Li Dingyuan also wore a broad grin. The second elder announced loudly, "Li Qingqing, for spiritual roots." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Remarkably, 2 individuals with 4 spiritual roots emerged simultaneously. It seems that the family is enjoying a stroke of luck this year. First, a 5 spiritual root, and now 2 4 spiritual roots. The quality of our seedlings surpasses that of previous years. However, perhaps due to the fortuitousness of Li Qingyuan and Li Qingqing, there were no further seedlings appearing after Li Qingqing, not even a 5 spiritual root. As noon approached, the assessments concluded. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exited the Grand Hall, instructing, "The assessment of spiritual roots has concluded. From this moment onward, Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qingbao shall be recognized as the seedlings of the clan. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you shall assemble at the clan's law transmission hall to study the clan's cultivation techniques and receive resources for cultivation." "Yes," Li Qingyuan respectfully affirmed, his face alight with anticipation. At last, he is to embark on the path of cultivation. Chapter 003, Past and Present, Selection of the Great Chun Technique. That evening, his mother, Chun Xiuyun, prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. The opulence of this meal lay not in the dishes but in the rice. Wow, spiritual rice! Li Qingyuan gazed longingly at a large basin brimming with spiritual rice, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Spiritual rice is precious and costly. Typically, it is only consumed during festive occasions or significant celebrations. Chen Xiuyun smiled gently at her son, saying, "May our ancestors bless us, my dear Yuan. Not only do you possess spiritual roots, but you also have 4 spiritual roots. My son Qingyuan shall surely become a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, a celestial master capable of flying on his sword." Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan exchanged knowing glances, sharing a tacit smile. Li Dingzhou felt a secret pride within. What is mid-stage Qi refinement? Qingyuan will undoubtedly be at least a late-stage Qi refinement expert, perhaps even attempting to break through to foundation establishment. After all, Qingyuan possesses superior quality among the 3 spiritual roots, his aptitude exceedingly close to that of dual spiritual roots. If dual spiritual roots consist of metal and wood attributes, where metal overcomes wood, such dual roots are clashing attributes. The 3 nurturing attributes of wood, fire, and earth in the 3 spiritual roots ensure a cultivation speed no less than that of dual spiritual roots with conflicting attributes. Chen Xiuyun continuously served her son dishes, expressing her concern. "Yuan, eat more." Li Qingyuan devoured his meal, not forgetting to praise. "Mother, your culinary skills are truly improving. In this life, Li Qingyuan holds great affection for his parents. They provide him with a sense of warmth and belonging." After feasting, the family of 3 strolled through the courtyard. Li Dingzhou, as a 3-layer Qi refinement practitioner within the clan, though not of particularly high status, holds a respectable position, enjoying a modest courtyard of his own. After a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, they freshened up and retired for the night. Li Qingyuan slept soundly in his own room. Located in the side building that night, he experienced an exceptionally sweet slumber, for he had acquired spiritual roots. However, he was once again plagued by nightmares. In his dreams, he was but an infant, abandoned by his biological parents due to congenital heart disease. He felt an overwhelming chill and gnawing hunger. Eventually, a kind-hearted stranger took him to the police station, from whence he was sent to an orphanage, where he miraculously survived. Yet, he was frail and sickly from a young age. His heart function weakened, leading to insufficient blood vitality. The lack of blood flow resulted in deficient energy, a cold spleen and stomach, icy hands and feet, and a dread of winter. Even after receiving sponsorship from benevolent individuals to complete high school and graduate from university, his heart condition deteriorated, and he succumbed to sudden cardiac arrest after merely 2 years of work. Li Qingyuan abruptly awoke, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as if he were drowning. After stabilizing his emotions, he resolutely declared, "In this second life, I shall not only possess a robust and healthy physique, but also strive for immortality through cultivation." The Chinese obsession with cultivation is deeply rooted in their genes, bloodlines, and souls. Throughout the ages, emperors, Taoist masters, and practitioners from all walks of life have harbored a profound yearning for cultivation and longevity. This fixation has ascended to immeasurable heights, and Li Qingyuan is no exception. At this moment, dawn had broken. He rose to wash up, while his mother was already busy preparing breakfast. After breakfast, his father, Li Dingzhou, said, "Let us go, my son. The Grand Elder instructed me yesterday to accompany you to the family's inheritance building." "All right, father," Li Qingyuan nodded. A quarter of an hour later, the father and son arrived at the family's inheritance building. Li Dingzhou, a mere third-level Qi practitioner, had not yet developed spiritual awareness. His spiritual energy could only be wielded for short-range combat and defense, preventing him from flying. Thus, the duo walked to their destination. Early-stage Qi practitioners are significantly stronger than ordinary humans. Yet this strength has not reached a transformative level. Among mortals, martial artists who attain profound realms can also slay early-stage Qi practitioners. There has long been a tale circulating among mortals of martial generals slaying Qi masters and subsequently acquiring cultivation techniques, embarking on the path of immortality. Upon arrival at the entrance of the inheritance building, the Grand Elder was already present. Li Dingzhou clasped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to the Grand Elder." Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qingbao respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to Grandfather Elder." The Grand Elder assisted Li Dingzhou to his feet, his demeanor gentle. "There's no need for such formalities, dear Dingzhou. Speaking of which, in my youth, when I first embarked on the path of immortality, I received much guidance from your grandfather, and I have known your father since childhood. By the family's hierarchy, you should address me as Uncle." Li Dingzhou, not one to adhere to rigid formalities, quickly replied with a smile, "Nephew Dingzhou pays his respects to Uncle Guangyao. Li Guangyao, the Grand Elder's name. The hierarchy within the family is strictly observed. Guang generation, Ding generation, Qing generation. The Li family of Qi practitioners maintains a structured order of seniority." The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, stroked his beard and chuckled, Good, Dingzhou. You may go to the side hall. The clan leader has important matters to discuss. As for Qing and the others, I shall take care of them." Li Dingzhou clasped his hands. "Yes, I take my leave." Li Guangyao glanced at the trio and said with a smile, "Come along, little ones." He led them into the inheritance building, conversing as they walked. The inheritance building is where the Li clan's techniques are passed down. Every year, once the seedlings of immortality are identified, the first task is to select a technique here. Within the room, several cushions were scattered about. The Grand Elder Li Guangyao gestured. "Please, have a seat. I will select techniques for you." The three of them obeyed and sat down. Li Guangyao cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "In our Luhai Island, for any cultivation family, acquiring Qi techniques is not difficult. Among the Qi techniques, aside from those for special or mutated spiritual roots, the 5 elemental Qi techniques are nearly universally available across Qi families." Li Qingyuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling Old Hanmo. It was only at the Ascension Conference that Old Han realized that the Changchun technique was indeed a common cultivation method, priced at merely a few spirit stones per volume. Yet, even the commonplace Changchun technique is a rare find for ordinary mortals. Li Guangyao beckoned, and 5 books of techniques flew from a wooden rack. As he introduced, the widely practiced 5 elemental Qi techniques are Dachuan technique, Yin-Yang technique, Dai Shi technique, Jinshan technique, and Shuiyuan technique. Li Guangyao continued. Li Qingbao, you possess a mixed elemental spiritual root and thus can cultivate any of these techniques. Li Qingbao, the first to be identified with a spiritual root, was a plump little boy, round and adorable. He quickly exclaimed, "Grand Elder, my father wants me to cultivate the Dai Shi technique." Li Guangyao pondered. "Your father practices the Dai Shi technique, which is good. You can seek his guidance once you return. This will hasten your comprehension and cultivation." "Little Qingqing, what about you?" Li Guangyao turned to Li Qingqing, smiling kindly, his demeanor warm and benevolent. Li Qingqing was a charming little girl, and most elders took a liking to her upon first meeting. She replied with a clear voice, "Grand Elder, I choose the Shuiyuan technique. This is also what my father advised me to select." Li Guangyao nodded. "Excellent. Your father practices the Shuiyuan technique and has reached the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. He can guide you in your training. Lastly, It is your turn, little Qingyuan. Li Guangyao smiled. Dachuan technique, Yin-Yang technique, Daishu technique. What would you like to choose? After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangyao reminded, oh, right, your father practices the Yin-Yang technique. Li Qingyuan, suddenly inspired, blurted out, I choose the Dachuan technique. The words Dachuan technique conjured memories of a renowned classic from his past life, Zhuangzi, the happy wanderer. In ancient times, there existed a great chun tree, flourishing for 8,000 years in spring and another 8,000 in autumn. The Dachuan, in Chinese classical mythology, is a divine tree of longevity and immortality. Li Guangyao, astonished, asked, oh, the Dachuan technique? Are you certain? Chapter 004, The Treatment of Foundation Establishment Seeds, the Clan Leader's Grand Gesture. Li Qingyuan nodded. I am certain, Grand Elder. I wish to learn the Dachuan technique. Grand Elder Li Guangyao replied, little Qingyuan, if you had chosen the Yin-Yang technique, your father could have taught you, allowing you to comprehend the technique more swiftly and enter qi cultivation. Li Dingzhou, possessing a 5-elemental root, has achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd level in Yin-Yang cultivation. Having such a father to guide him daily would undoubtedly expedite Li Qingyuan's learning of the technique, leading him into the 1st level of qi cultivation. Yet, Li Qingyuan chose to follow his heart. I still wish to learn the Dachuan technique. Li Guangyao suddenly laughed and said, very well. From today onwards, I shall guide you in your practice of the Dachuan technique. Ah, you will mentor me? Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Could it be that you also practice the Dachuan technique? Li Qingyuan seemed to grasp something and inquired. Li Guangyao stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Indeed, I practice the Dachuan technique at the same time. I am also the family's sole 1st-level spirit planter. The 3 little ones were astonished. A 1st-level spirit planter? Li Qingbao blinked. A 1st-level spirit planter can cultivate 1st-level spirit plants and elixirs, a title reserved for those who possess such skills, Li Qingqing remarked. My father has mentioned that 1st-level spirit plants are quite valuable, ranging from a few spirit stones to dozens. Li Qingyuan mused inwardly. A spirit planter, one of the myriad arts of cultivation, sounds rather intriguing. Li Guangyao waved his hand, and 2 volumes of techniques flew towards Li Qingqing and Li Qingbao. Landing before the 2 7-year-olds, little Qingqing, your Shuiyuan technique, little Qingbao, your Daishu technique. Li Guangyao instructed. After you take the techniques, go to the family treasury to collect your cultivation resources. Then, return home to consult your fathers on how to practice the techniques. Li Qingqing and Li Qingbao stood and bowed respectfully. Yes, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is responsible for selecting and imparting techniques. However, since Li Qingbao and Li Qingqing chose the techniques practiced by their fathers, their respective fathers are more suited to serve as their mentors. After all, the Grand Elder practices the Dachuan technique, which is not directly aligned. Li Qingqing chirped, Brother Qingyuan, I'll take my leave first. Li Qingbao also bid farewell. Brother Qingyuan, see you later. The 2 little ones quickly departed, skipping away to the family treasury to collect their cultivation resources. Li Guangyao sat cross-legged and said, come, little Qingyuan, open the technique, and I shall guide you in the practice of the Dachuan technique. Read the technique incantation aloud, and feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Li Qingyuan nodded. Understood? Grand Elder, he opened the Dachuan technique and began to read aloud. Breath sinking to the dantian to draw in spiritual breath, the heart like the great chun, encompassing the universe. Inhale and exhale like the tides. Following the meridians, spiritual rhythms converging in the purple palace. Meanwhile, at the core of the family's spiritual vein, in the clan leader's courtyard, the Li family of qi practitioners was led by clan leader Li Guangyao. 70 years old, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi cultivation, endowed with a mixed elemental spiritual root, the strongest practitioner of the Li clan, Li Dingzhou bowed respectfully. Clan leader, have you summoned me? Clan leader Li Guangyao stroked his beard and chuckled. Dingzhou, you have birthed a fine son for the family. Among the 3 spiritual roots, the superior quality is present. The future of the clan rests upon little Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou scratched his head and laughed. Hee, I never expected that among our 3rd-rate qi family, a rare triple spiritual root would emerge in my son after a century in the realm of the 3rd-rate qi refining families. Possessing 3 spirit roots is indeed a talent of a century, a rare gift that bears the potential for foundation establishment, Li Guangyao remarked, regardless of whether it is luck or not. As the father of Shao Qingyuan, you have made a contribution to the clan. Here, take this small Yunsol pill, he continued, You have stagnated at the peak of the third layer of qi refining for many years. This small Yunsul pill will surely assist you in breaking through and stepping into the fourth layer of qi refining. Li Dingzhou, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Is this truly a middle-grade first-tier small Yunsul pill?" The small Yunsul pill is a simplified version of the upper-grade Yunsul pill, classified as a middle-grade first-tier pill, possessing remarkable efficacy for breaking through the peak of the third layer of qi refining and ascending to the fourth layer. In disbelief, Li Dingzhou questioned, "Clan leader, is this truly for me? A single small Yunsul pill is worth at least 30 spirit stones, if not more," Li Gua replied. "Dingzhou, I am aware that you have been diligently accumulating spirit stones in preparation to purchase a small Yunsul pill to challenge the fourth layer of qi refining. Alas," he sighed deeply, "it is a pity that while your grandfather was a cultivator, your father's generation has experienced a break in the lineage. Your grandfather passed away shortly after your birth, leaving you bereft of cultivation resources from an early age. Otherwise, with your comprehension, you would have long since attained the fourth layer of qi refining," Li Guangao praised. "After all, you are a dual cultivator of both qi refining and body refinement. Recognized as the foremost combatant among the clan's disciples below the mid-stage of qi refining," Li Dingzhou, feeling bashful, responded, "Clan leader, you flatter me. It is merely the goodwill of my fellow clansmen," Li Guangao continued. "Now, having contributed to the cultivation of Shao Qingyuan, I bestow upon you this small Yunsul pill, with the unanimous agreement of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Furthermore, once you reach the fourth layer of qi refining, it will significantly enhance the clan's combat strength. Accept it.as." Li Guangao closed the jade box and presented the pill. Li Dingzhou accepted it with both hands. His expression moved as he said, "Thank you, clan leader, for your generous gift. The clan's kindness shall forever be etched in my heart." Realizing the privilege he held due to his father's status, he nodded. Li Guangao stroked his silver beard and then patted his storage bag, producing a jade stone the size of a smooth pebble, entirely emerald and shimmering with spiritual light. Alongside the jade stone was a small pouch of spirit rice. Li Dingzhou, astonished, inquired, "Clan leader, what is this?" Li Guangao explained, "Last night, after a lengthy discussion with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, we unanimously decided to designate Shao Qingyuan as the clan's foundation establishment seed, granting him the privileges of a foundation establishment seed. Ordinary immortal seedlings receive cultivation resources every 3 months, 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice, provided free of charge for 3 years. Li Guangao's expression turned solemn as he added, "However, since Shao Qingyuan possesses the rare 3 spirit roots, the Grand Elder and I have decided to provide him with 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice each month. He will be entitled to 12 distributions per year, and the provision period will be extended from 3 years to 5. Li Dingzhou gasped, incredulous. "The clan is actually granting Qingyuan 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice each month? And for 5 years free of charge?" He was astounded by the clan leader's grand gesture. After all, it took him several years of saving to accumulate just a dozen or so spirit stones to purchase a small Yunsul pill. Yet, the clan leader was willing to invest 12 spirit stones and 120 pounds of spirit rice annually for 5 years to cultivate Li Qingyuan. The resources required to nurture Li Qingyuan for 5 years could have easily produced 2 additional cultivators at the fourth layer of qi refining. A vital asset for the Li clan. The Li clan, a third-rate qi refining family, had the clan leader at the 6th layer and 2 elders at the 5th layer, with only 5 cultivators at the 4th layer throughout the entire clan. Indeed, you heard it correctly. The Li clan had merely 5 cultivators at the 4th layer. To allocate resources sufficient for nurturing 2 4th-layer cultivators solely for the sake of Li Qingyuan was a testament to the clan's foresight for future endeavors. Even at the expense of current resources, Li Dingzhou contemplated the generous treatment of being a foundation establishment seed, truly a significant investment. Li Guangao added, "Regarding the foundation establishment seed matter, it is known only to you, me, and the 2 elders. You shall personally come to me each month to collect Shao Qingyuan's cultivation resources. Remember, this must remain confidential from the rest of the clan, accepting the spirit stones and spirit rice." Li Dingzhou respectfully replied, "Yes, clan leader, I understand. Oh, by the way," Li Guangao seemed to remember something and said, "When Shao Qingyuan first cultivates his first wisp of spiritual energy, do inform me. I eagerly anticipate it. For it took me 3 months to cultivate my first wisp of spiritual energy back in the day. Shao Qingyuan possesses 3 spirit roots, and they are of high quality. I am very much looking forward to his performance." Chapter 005, Cultivating the First Wisp of Spiritual Energy, Mysterious Space, Doubling Resources. The Dazhuan technique, a wood attribute qi refining method, is one of the most widely circulated and prevalent methods in the realm of cultivation. Just because it is common does not imply it is inferior. Its popularity indicates its foundational nature, its efficacy, and its broad audience. Moreover, even in its commonality, it remains a rare find in the mundane world. Accessible only to those with spirit roots. The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, remarked, the Dazhuan technique, once cultivated, manifests a pure and vibrant wood attribute energy that can extend one's lifespan. In addition to enhancing one's spiritual power, it strengthens the body, prolongs life, and grants immunity to poisons. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level rises, it allows for the development of spiritual consciousness, which can be used for various purposes such as sensing objects, flying with a sword, activating talismans, and manipulating formations to defeat enemies. Li Qingyuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation at this revelation. There was one more crucial point. The Grand Elder chuckled while stroking his beard. Cultivating the Dazhuan technique will be immensely beneficial for you in becoming a spiritual planter. He continued, our clan has limited industries. Mining is laborious, hunting spirit beasts is perilous, taming them takes too long, and sowing spirit rice yields little profit. The Li clan only has the expertise in the 100 arts of cultivation through myself and the clan leader. Li Qingyuan gazed at him with admiration and remarked, Grand Elder is truly remarkable. The Grand Elder, feeling quite pleased, stated proudly, the clan leader is a middle-grade first-tier talisman master, while I am a first-tier spiritual planter. He continued, Shao Qingyuan, you are a 3 spirit root, the future of our clan. Your sole focus should be on cultivating diligently to reach the late stage of qi refining as soon as possible. Thus, mining, hunting spirit beasts, and sowing spirit rice are not tasks you need to undertake. However, the Grand Elder added, according to clan tradition, every immortal seedling must engage in clan industries after 3 years of training to contribute to the clan in exchange for cultivation resources. To avoid drawing attention and causing resentment among the clansmen, you may follow me to learn how to cultivate spiritual plants. Li Qingyuan's spirit root aptitude must remain concealed. Thus, any special treatment must be conducted discreetly. Once it becomes public, it may attract discontent from the clansmen, as human nature often leans towards envy over inequality. Li Qingyuan promptly expressed, Thank you, Grand Elder, for your guidance. I shall not disappoint you. Very well. The Grand Elder smiled. Let us continue our study of the Dazhuan technique. The day passed swiftly. Grand Elder, I must return home now. I shall come to find you again tomorrow. Li Qingyuan saluted respectfully before departing the transmission hall. The Grand Elder beamed with joy, saying, Good child, go on. Soon after, the door creaked open, and clan leader Li Guangyao emerged, inquiring, How is the child's comprehension? The Grand Elder chuckled. His aptitude is extraordinary, with a remarkable memory. In just one day, he has already memorized the 1,000 characters of the Dazhuan technique's core methodology, nearly reciting it fluently. His comprehension is unparalleled, far surpassing what I exhibited at that age. Clan leader Li Guangyao repeatedly praised. Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being the prodigy of the Li clan. As time flowed by, each day Li Qingyuan followed the Grand Elder to study the Dazhuan technique. The only difference was the change of location, moving from the transmission hall to a small wooden house in the medicinal herb field on the back mountain. The 10 acres of medicinal fields were cultivated atop a fractured first-tier spiritual vein. Rich in spiritual energy, beyond 100 zhang from the medicinal fields lay the clan's 100-acre spiritual rice fields, specifically designated for growing spirit rice. Day by day, Li Qingyuan meditated and practiced, guiding the spiritual energy into his body and transforming it into his own. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since he began cultivating the Dazhuan technique. On this day, while sitting cross-legged, Li Qingyuan's consciousness cleared, and around him, the spiritual energy buzzed, flowing into his body and circulating through his meridians. The energy settled in his dantian, breathing in harmony with the universe, inhaling and exhaling like the tides, gathering the spiritual resonance within his purple palace. Li Qingyuan felt an unprecedented sense of stability, as if he had become an ancient tree, a towering Dazhuan tree, immovable, inhaling and exhaling the cosmos. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his dantian, a verdant spiritual energy coalescing within, then circulating through his meridians. Traversing the Ren and Du meridians, harmonizing the yin and yang within his body, ultimately converging into a sea of energy. He succeeded. Li Qingyuan joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha! I have cultivated my first wisp of spiritual energy." He had entered the first layer of qi refining, marking the beginning of his journey. Suddenly, the great Chunjun technique within Li Qingyuan activated autonomously, causing the spiritual energy to surge restlessly, rushing towards his dantian, then flowing upwards directly to the Naiwen Palace. Boom! As the spiritual energy surged into the Naiwen Palace, Li Qingyuan's consciousness was engulfed in a deafening hum, his mind spinning, and he fainted, his eyes rolling back. Where is this place? Is it that Li Qingyuan's spiritual force unexpectedly entered his own Naiwen Palace, where he beheld a small door of bronze-green hue, exuding an ancient Taoist aura, shrouded in mystery and obscurity. It is indeed that door, the bronze small door in his previous life. During the first month of his employment after receiving his salary, he wandered through the antique street and, captivated by its charm, purchased a small bronze door. He cherished it so much that he carried it with him at all times. Li Qingyuan vaguely recalled that during the sudden onset of his heart condition, as he faced imminent death, he clutched the bronze small door tightly in his grasp. After that, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in his mother's womb, already a well-formed fetus, and was born months later into the Li clan. Unexpectedly, you have come with me too. Li Qingyuan's emotions were complex. This bronze small door was the sole testament of his previous life. Suddenly, he was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Was my transmigration merely a coincidence? Or is it somehow related to you?" Li Qingyuan reached out, gently touching the bronze small door. Boom! Suddenly, the bronze small door radiated an intense light, engulfing Li Qingyuan and drawing him into a vast space. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he had entered a mysterious realm. A fragment of consciousness entered his mind. Li Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, muttering, "The door of Xianpin, the Xianpin space." So, the bronze small door is known as the door of Xianpin. The space within is called the Xianpin space. Li Qingyuan was certainly no stranger to the door of Xianpin. In his previous life, he had read extensively, including the Tao Te Ching, which mentioned the door of Xianpin. The door of Xianpin symbolizes the origin of all things in the universe, akin to a mysterious realm capable of birthing myriad creations. The door of Xianpin is also the gateway to transformation. Upon recognizing the Xianpin space as his own, Li Qingyuan sensed a faint yet discernible flow of information. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Copying? Is this for real? In the next moment, Li Qingyuan concentrated. Guiding his consciousness out of the Xianpin space and back to his physical body, he sat cross-legged, retrieved a pouch of money from his waist, and softly uttered, "Collect." In an instant, the spirit stone vanished. Entering the Xianpin space, Li Qingyuan's consciousness observed as a spirit stone resonated and transformed into two brilliant beams of light, after which it duplicated, resulting in two identical spirit stones. The size, shape, and quality were all perfectly replicated. Li Qingyuan's breath hitched, his face alight with excitement. One spirit stone had become two, a doubling through replication. He realized he had likely acquired an extraordinary opportunity, a grand fortune. In a word, his external aid had arrived. Chapter 006. The first layer of qi refining, strengthening the soul, cultivating the first wisp of spiritual energy, and completing a full cycle of the Great Zhou Tian marks the official attainment of the first layer of qi refining. With the first layer of qi refining, one enters the threshold. Li Qingyuan was filled with motivation, muttering, "My father once said that a cultivator may only refine spirit stones to hasten their cultivation speed after producing their first wisp of spiritual energy. Now that I have reached the first layer of qi refining, it coincides perfectly with the activation of the Xianpin space. Having activated the Xianpin space and replicated spirit stones, my resources have doubled. Doubling my resources will undoubtedly accelerate my cultivation speed." Li Qingyuan slowly rose, stepping out of the small wooden hut. The moment he emerged, he was greeted by a sun-drenched landscape, a 10-acre medicinal herb field, crisscrossed with ditches, nurturing various seedlings of spiritual herbs. Some spiritual herbs were lush and verdant, blooming and bearing fruit, suffused with spiritual energy and exuding a rich fragrance. On the verge of ripening, Li Qingyuan plucked a seedling of a spiritual plant. Pondering, I wonder if, aside from replicating spirit stones, the Xianpin space can also replicate spiritual herbs? Li Qingyuan silently intoned, "Collect, collect, collect." After numerous attempts, he concluded that it was futile. He mused, Could it be that only spirit stones can be replicated? Koth the Elder emerged from his grand wooden hut, clearing his throat with displeasure. You little rascal, why are you here uprooting my medicinal seedlings instead of properly meditating and cultivating? Li Qingyuan's small face lit up with an awkward smile as he replanted the seedlings, saying, Grand Elder, I was merely curious, so I took a look. There was no need to uproot them. The Elder approached, stating, Seedlings of spiritual plants are quite delicate. Your actions could harm them. Spiritual rain technique? Buzzing. The Elder unleashed a spiritual rain technique, channeling his chi from the fifth layer of the Great Chunjun technique, drawing forth spiritual energy from all directions, transforming it into a rain of spiritual energy that fell gently, nourishing the spiritual herbs. There, you rascal, go back to your meditation and cultivation, the Elder added. I still have to water the medicinal field. I'll come back later to guide you. With that, the Elder continued to invoke the spiritual rain technique, capable of watering an area spanning several zhang in a single sweep. For a 10-acre medicinal field, a single irrigation would keep him occupied for quite some time. Li Qingyuan scratched his head and said, Grand Elder, I have already refined spiritual energy. Refining spiritual energy is nothing to boast about, the Elder remarked absent-mindedly while performing the spiritual rain technique. What? The Elder suddenly paused, his chi fluctuating, causing the spiritual rain technique to dissipate as he turned abruptly. What did you say? You have refined spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan blinked and nodded. Yes. Look, Li Qingyuan operated the Great Chunjun technique, channeling his internal spiritual energy through his meridians, gathering it atop his palm. A wisp of spiritual energy, pure and emerald green, danced around his palm. Though faint, it was undeniably visible. The Elder grasped Li Qingyuan's hand, examining it closely before bursting into joyful laughter. Ha ha ha, you truly have refined spiritual energy. Realizing it might not be appropriate, the Elder took a deep breath to steady himself, glanced around the 10-acre medicinal field to ensure no one was present, and then relaxed. Little Qingyuan, you are indeed a rare talent in cultivation. A once-in-a-century genius of the Li clan. The Elder, Li Guangyao, exclaimed with excitement. You must understand that normally, a cultivator with 5 attributes of mixed spiritual roots may require 4 to 5 months, or even half a year, to refine their first wisp of spiritual energy. Although those with 4 attributes of mixed spiritual roots fare slightly better, they still need around 3 months to achieve their first wisp of spiritual energy and step into the first layer of chi refining. I genuinely did not expect that you would succeed in merely 10 days. Just 10 days to refine spiritual energy, the Elder exclaimed. A genius, a true genius. Come, let us go meet the clan leader. The Elder summoned a magical artifact, cradling the 7-year-old Li Qingyuan in one hand, channeling spiritual energy into the flying sword, guiding it with his consciousness as they soared into the sky. Moments later, they arrived at the secluded courtyard of the clan leader. As soon as the Elder arrived, he called out with vigor, Clan leader, where are you? With a loud crash, an explosion echoed from within the building as the clan leader flung open the door. His silver hair slightly singed, and his skin darkened. He struggled to regain his composure, saying, Li Guangyao, you had better have a good reason for this disturbance. The Elder felt a pang of anxiety and quickly replied, I apologize for interrupting your talisman drawing, clan leader. Talisman drawing, alchemy, artifact crafting all require a peaceful environment and a tranquil state of mind. Speak, what is the matter? Why have you brought little Qingyuan along? As the clan leader, Li Guangyao, spoke, he casually affixed a cleansing talisman, instantly restoring his silver hair and facial complexion to pristine condition. Li Qingyuan couldn't help but think, such a cleansing talisman would be a godsend for the people of Earth in my previous life. A true household miracle. The Elder stepped forward, lowering his voice. Clan leader, little Qingyuan has refined spiritual energy and officially entered the first layer of chi refining. What? The clan leader was taken aback, asking, Really, little Qingyuan, have you truly refined spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan nodded, operating the Great Chunjun technique, a wisp of spiritual energy swirling atop his palm. Ha ha ha, splendid. The clan leader, Li Guangyao, boomed with laughter. This was his secluded space. Aside from the 2 elders, no one else, not even the clan's experts of the 4th layer of chi refining, could enter without summons. Here, there were no other presences. Little Qingyuan, come here, let me see. Li Guangyao beckoned Li Qingyuan. Inquiring curiously, generally speaking, even those with 3 attributes of true spiritual roots require about 20 days, or even a month, to produce their first wisp of spiritual energy. You managed to achieve it in just 10 days. As he spoke, the clan leader, Li Guangao, channeled his cultivation, releasing the spiritual pressure of the 6th layer of qi refining, placing his palm on Li Qingyuan's brow at the Shan Ting point, infusing spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan immediately felt dizzy, his spirit being constrained. Fortunately, this discomfort quickly dissipated as the clan leader withdrew his energy. The clan leader, Li Guangao, laughed heartily. I knew it. There must be more to it than just having 3 spiritual roots. The elder, curious, inquired. What is it, clan leader? Is there another reason why little Qingyuan was able to refine spiritual energy so swiftly? Li Qingyuan also wore a curious expression but felt a weight in his heart. Secretly pondering, could the Shimpin space have been discovered? No, that cannot be. The clan leader's expression does not indicate he has found out about the Shimpin space. The clan leader stroked his silver beard. Smiling, little Qingyuan possesses extraordinary talent. His spirit is stronger than that of ordinary people. Those endowed with an innate and formidable spirit are not only blessed with exceptional comprehension, but also find it considerably easier to achieve a perfect breakthrough at the 3rd level of qi refinement, subsequently ascending to the 4th level and cultivating spiritual awareness. The stronger the spirit, the more potent the spiritual awareness becomes. This even greatly benefits their future transformation of spiritual awareness into foundational consciousness during the foundation establishment stage. Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. Is it truly advantageous for foundation establishment? The clan leader nodded. Indeed. Young Qingyuan, if you were merely a seed of foundation establishment before, I can now assure you that your chances of achieving foundation establishment in the future have increased by 1 or 2 tenths. The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, was so excited that he nearly tugged at his beard, exclaiming in boundless joy. A powerful innate spirit aids in foundation establishment? If one could acquire a foundation establishment pill, would that not increase the likelihood even more? The foundation establishment pill. Alas. Clan leader Li Guangyao sighed deeply. The foundation establishment pill is something we, as a minor clan, can only dream of. As a 3rd-rate qi refinement family, we do not even have a single practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, and our clan consists of only around 60 cultivators, placing us at the very bottom among qi refinement celestial clans. Even a 2nd-rate qi refinement family cannot procure a foundation establishment pill with their collective strength. Only a 1st-rate qi refinement family has the qualifications to make a meager purchase, and even that is merely a qualification. Suddenly, a streak of light dashed across the sky. With a cry, a celestial crane appeared, hovering majestically above the peak of Yunxia Mountain, at the core of the Li clan. Upon the crane stood a middle-aged man, facing the wind, looking down with an air of arrogance. Where is the clan leader of the Li clan? Chapter 007. The Tyranny of Foundation Establishment Celestial Clans. Why have the Lu clan members from the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan suddenly arrived? Clan leader Li Guangao instinctively glanced at Li Qingyuan, then turned his gaze towards the newcomer, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "You all wait here. I shall go and see." With a whoosh, Li Guangao leapt forward, soaring 100 feet before gracefully landing, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Li Guangao, clan leader of the Li clan, here to respectfully welcome the envoy from the Lu clan. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? On the back of the celestial crane, the middle-aged man unabashedly displayed his cultivation level, a pressure of qi refinement at the 7th layer enveloping the area. Emanating an air of haughtiness, Grand Elder Li Guangyao exclaimed in surprise. The visitor is actually a late-stage qi refinement expert at the 7th layer? Li Qingyuan inquired. Grand Elder, is this person truly a cultivator from our Luha Island? The Soul Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan, the Lu clan, Yunxia Town, the territory of the Li clan, spans over 30 miles. However, Yunxia Town is merely one of many small towns within Luha Island. The island itself stretches over 3,000 miles, with a length and width of approximately 7,000 miles, firmly under the control of the Lu clan. Beneath the Lu clan are numerous vassal forces, including 3 first-rate qi refinement families, 6 second-rate qi refinement families, and 12 third-rate qi refinement families. The Li family of Yunxia Town is one of these 12 third-rate qi refinement families. Thus, the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan, the Lu clan, is the true sovereign of an area exceeding 3,000 miles around Luha Island. The 21 Qi refinement families on Luha Island, along with various factions, trade guilds, and independent cultivators, all must bow to their authority and heed their commands on Luha Island. Anything the Lu clan covets, be it spiritual veins, spiritual herbs, spiritual beasts, or mines, belongs to the Lu clan. The 21 Qi refinement families can establish themselves and flourish on Luha Island solely due to the protection of the Lu clan. Therefore, clan leader Li Guangao treated the visiting cultivator from the Lu clan with utmost respect. Not only did the envoy hail from a foundation establishment celestial clan, but he was also a late-stage Qi refinement expert. The envoy from the Lu clan produced a token, which floated in mid-air, exuding oppressive force, the character for Lu inscribed upon it, representing absolute authority, stating coolly, by the decree of the clan head. From this year onward, all Qi refinement families must increase their resource offerings by an additional 10%. What? Li Guangao abruptly raised his head in disbelief. An additional 10% in resource offerings? Esteemed envoy, how are we to survive as the Li clan? The visitor's cold gaze sharpened, replying flatly. What's this? Does the Li clan intend to defy the order? Humph. Were it not for the Lu clan's generosity? Could your Li clan have settled in Yunxia town for several hundred years? You must remember, without the protection of the Lu clan, the island of Luha would have seen your Qi refinement families annihilated by fierce beasts long ago. The effeminate man continued indifferently. Li Guangao, one must learn to be grateful. Li Guangao cursed inwardly. You Lu clan are the true bandits of Luha Island. Each time the fierce beasts rampaged. It was we, the dozen Qi refinement families, who led the charge while your Lu clan sat behind, reaping the benefits. Now, demanding an additional 10% in resource offerings is nothing short of insatiable greed. However, he could not refuse. The Li clan was far too weak. On Luha Island, disobedient Qi refinement families had vanished time and again, only to be replaced by new ones. Many independent cultivators yearned to serve the Lu clan, merely waiting for an opportunity. Li Guangao bowed respectfully. The Li clan shall comply with the decree of the Lu clan head. Esteemed envoy, you have worked hard. Li Guangao regained his composure, wearing a smile that revealed no trace of anger. Even presenting several first-tier mid-grade talisman papers and 20 spirit stones as gifts. His heart ached, but he understood that failing to comply could lead to dire consequences. Should this envoy return and spread rumors of the Li clan's rebelliousness, it could spell disaster for them. After accepting the gifts, the middle-aged man revealed a faint smile. I knew the Li clan would always be perceptive, Li Guangao respectfully suggested. May the esteemed envoy take a moment to rest. I would be honored to host you. There is no need for hospitality. I have further orders to convey. The Lu clan cultivator patted the celestial crane, which let out a cry before soaring away. Soon, the Lu clan envoy departed. On the celestial crane, the middle-aged man weighed the spirit stones, stowing away the first-tier mid-grade talisman papers, a smirk playing at his lips. Third uncle was right. Conveying the celestial edict is indeed a lucrative task. It is just unfortunate that such a profitable task cannot be enjoyed alone. They have dispatched 3 of us for this mission. I must hasten my pace to reap more benefits. The Li clan? Li Guangao waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse. Additionally, inform the clan members with cultivation levels above the 4th layer of Qi refinement that there will be a clan meeting tomorrow morning. Everyone clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Understood. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Li Guangao turned to Li Qingyuan and asked, Young Qingyuan, how do you feel? Li Qingyuan felt a weight in his heart and replied, I feel quite uneasy. The members of the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan are exceedingly domineering. Moreover, the sensation of our clan's survival being entirely in the hands of others is deeply unsettling, Li Guangao advised. Remember this feeling. Do not forget it will serve as the impetus for your diligent cultivation, driving you to become stronger. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Without power, one must rely on others for mere survival. Li Qingyuan nodded. Rest assured, esteemed clan leader, I shall strive to cultivate earnestly. Li Guangao chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of relief. Go now, return home. Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed. Esteemed clan leader, Grand Elder, I take my leave. The Grand Elder watched as Li Qingyuan walked away, expressing concern. Clan leader, do you think your words may place too great a burden on the child? Clan leader Li Guangao chuckled. Fear not. Qingyuan is far more exceptional than you realize. After a pause, the clan leader added, whether in cultivation talent or intellect, before long, Li Qingyuan returned to his home. Is my father still in seclusion? Li Qingyuan glanced at the room where his father was meditating, then proceeded to his own chamber. As for his mother, though she was immortal, she also needed to contribute. For instance, she would go to the beach to gather spiritual shells, sift spiritual sands, and perform tasks like creating artificial spiritual fertilizers to nourish the family's 100 acres of spiritual fields, weeding, and caring for the spiritual rice, among other duties. The Li clan consisted of 3,000 members, with only about 60 being cultivators, some of whom were merely novices in their training. Thus, many physically demanding and time-consuming tasks were assigned to the mortal members of the family. The mortals of the Li clan and those from Yunxia town worked for the Li clan in exchange for worldly compensation. Providing sufficient labor, can I replicate spirit stones again after having done so once? Li Qingyuan held 2 spirit stones and silently thought, receive. This time, the 2 spirit stones remained motionless, unable to be placed into the Shimpan space. It seems that spirit stones can only be replicated once. Li Qingyuan pondered. Or perhaps, only one replication is allowed per day. Let's try with the spiritual rice. In Li Qingyuan's small room, there was still a bag of spiritual rice weighing 10 pounds. His father had already informed him about the family's provisions. Each month, they received 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice on the market. 1 pound of spiritual rice is worth 5 spirit coins. Thus, 10 pounds of spiritual rice is valued at 50 spirit coins. A spirit stone, roughly the size of a mahjong tile, can be fashioned into 100 talisman papers as thin as a cicada's wing. Semi-transparent. Therefore, 100 spirit coins equate to 1 spirit stone, while 10 pounds of spiritual rice, valued at 50 spirit coins, is equivalent to half a spirit stone. Receive. Li Qingyuan thought as he held the spiritual rice. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the spiritual rice vanished. The 10 pounds of spiritual rice disappeared from the sack. Within the Shimpan space, 10 pounds of spiritual rice materialized, and then it doubled, becoming 20 pounds of spiritual rice. 20 pounds of spiritual rice are worth 1 spirit stone, Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully. Success! The spiritual rice has doubled. Chapter 008. Li Dingzhou breaks through, 30 spirit stones. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. In the midst of the qi refining stage, a breakthrough has been achieved. At this very moment, laughter resonated from the back courtyard of the main residence, emanating from my father, Li Dingzhou, whose robust voice reflected his exuberance. My father has made a significant advancement. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy as he swiftly exited the door in the courtyard. Li Dingzhou strode with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his hands weaving through the qi manipulation technique. As a long sword, a magical artifact, danced around him, its blade shimmering like lightning, darting back and forth. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Qingyuan immediately congratulated him, exclaiming, Son congratulates father on entering the mid-qi refining stage and achieving spiritual awareness. In the 4th layer of qi refining, the transformation of the soul manifests as spiritual awareness. This awareness allows one to command magical artifacts, synergizing with their own spiritual energy to perform feats such as initial sword flight, remote combat, and short-distance aerial maneuvers. In the eyes of the common folk of Yunxia town, a cultivator capable of sword flight is regarded as a true immortal master. Those in the 3rd layer of qi refining can barely wield magical artifacts, engaging in battles at a distance of mere feet. However, upon reaching the mid-qi refining stage and developing spiritual awareness, one can control magical artifacts with greater speed, enhanced attack power, and extended range, rendering them overwhelmingly superior to those in the 3rd layer. Li Dingzhou laughed heartily, declaring, The surprises do not end here. I have also broken through in martial arts cultivation. You honor, behold. With a thunderous roar, his vitality surged, hands working in tandem. As his life force coalesced into true qi, he unleashed a punch that struck a boulder over 10 feet tall in the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the solid rock, measuring 10 feet high and 3 feet thick, exploded into a shower of debris. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Remarkable. Internally, he mused, such destructive power would surely classify him as a top-tier master in a martial arts world. Curiously, Li Qingyuan asked, Father, have you perhaps reached the innate mastery among martial artists? Cultivating innate true qi? Indeed, Li Dingzhou replied with great satisfaction. After refining the minor essence spirit pill, I have indeed surpassed the 9 blood transformations, experiencing a qualitative change in my vitality. thus becoming an innate martial master. Li Qingyuan remarked, "It appears that your years of diligent practice in the third layer of qi refining have laid a solid foundation, and with the minor essence spirit pill as a catalyst, both breakthroughs have harmoniously occurred in the realm of mortals. An innate martial master can use true qi to refine magical artifacts, achieving sword strikes from 100 paces away, rivaling those in the fourth layer of body refinement." Li Dingzhou grinned, "Correct. I am now in the fourth layer of qi refining, having developed spiritual awareness and possess innate true qi at the fourth layer of body refinement." With a buoyant spirit, he continued, "With my current combat prowess, I stand as a paragon among the family, capable of contending with those in the fifth layer." Li Qingyuan quickly cautioned, "Father, in battles between cultivators, outcomes hinge upon magical artifacts, talismans, formations, elixirs, spiritual pets, and various factors. Our Li clan's resources are too meager. Please do not recklessly provoke those in the fifth or sixth layers. After all, the only magical artifact in his possession is this flying star sword, which is merely a low-grade artifact of the first rank." Li Dingzhou retorted, "You rascal, are you now lecturing your father?" He reassured, "Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities. If I were reckless, I would not have survived to this day." He then stowed his artifact and unfastened his money pouch, stating, "Here are 15 spirit stones, accumulated over the years. Initially, I intended to purchase a minor essence spirit pill to break through to the fourth layer." A proud smile graced Li Dingzhou's face as he added, "I did not anticipate that I would enjoy the benefits of having a son with such exceptional spiritual roots. The clan leader generously bestowed upon me a minor essence spirit pill." Li Qingyuan declined, "Father, now that you have reached the fourth layer of qi refining and progressed to the mid-qi refining stage, it is time to consider acquiring a mid-grade artifact of the first rank." Li Dingzhou sighed, "A mid-grade artifact of the first rank costs over 100 spirit stones. Do you believe we can afford such an expense?" Li Qingyuan, too, sighed in resignation. Ultimately, their poverty was a significant barrier. "You honor," Li Dingzhou continued, "your exceptional spiritual roots signify the family's future. You need these spirit stones more than I do." "Thank you, Father," Li Qingyuan replied, accepting the spirit stones. Inside the pouch, the sound of the stones clinking together resembled the melodious chime of mahjong tiles. A delightful sound. This pouch was merely an ordinary one. Storage bags were considered a luxury, far beyond the family's means, Li Dingzhou instructed. "Once you refine your first strand of spiritual energy and enter the qi refining stage, you will be able to refine spirit stones to enhance your cultivation speed. With these 15 spirit stones to assist you, along with the resources provided by the clan each month, you may reach the peak of the first layer of qi refining within a year." A year to attain completion in the first layer of qi refining. Such a pace of cultivation was beyond Li Dingzhou's imagination. Yet, it seemed not insurmountable for his SO, and Li Qingyuan grinned, "Father, I have already entered the qi refining stage. Look." He activated the Great Chun technique, and a strand of spiritual energy emanated from his palm. "Spiritual energy?" Li Dingzhou was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. "Ha ha, you have already cultivated spiritual energy and entered the qi refining stage? Splendid, splendid. When did this happen?" Li Qingyuan responded, "Just this afternoon, not long ago. The clan leader and the elder have already been informed. Oh, by the way," Li Qingyuan added, as if recalling something, "Father, the clan leader mentioned that tomorrow morning a family meeting will be convened for all cultivators above the fourth layer of qi refining." Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou's lips curled into a smile. "Very well, I understand. After stagnating in the third layer for years, to finally break through and showcase my prowess before others, I eagerly anticipate the astonished expressions of my family members. Just imagining it fills me with excitement. Father, I shall return to my cultivation now." With the 15 spirit stones in hand, Li Qingyuan felt an eagerness rising within him. Inside the house, he extracted the 15 spirit stones and whispered, "Gather." In the next moment, within the Shinpin space, the 15 spirit stones were absorbed, duplicated, and instantly transformed into 30 spirit stones. "I am rich, rich indeed. 30 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan retrieved the spirit stones and spiritual rice, placing them into their respective pouches. He pondered, "It seems I must find a reason to live separately from my parents. Otherwise, the sudden increase in cultivation resources, particularly the spiritual rice, would be too conspicuous and hard to explain. It's not that I distrust my parents, but rather I fear that if this secret is revealed, Both they and the family could suffer the consequences. A commoner has no guilt. However, possessing treasures can lead to calamity. The ship in space must remain confidential. Aside from myself, no one can know. The following morning, the Li clan convened a family meeting in the assembly hall. The clan leader Li Guangao, the elder, the second elder, and 5 cultivators in the 4th layer of qi refining arrived one after another. Li Dingzhou, filled with joy, briskly entered the hall and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Dingzhou pays his respects to the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder. Dingzhou, what brings you here? A middle-aged man inquired. The elder has summoned us for a family meeting. According to clan rules, you should excuse yourself. If you have matters to discuss, please wait until after the meeting. The elder he referred to was none other than the clan leader, Li Guangao. Hearing this, Li Dingzhou chuckled, Dingin, I have come to participate in the family meeting. With a hum, spiritual energy enveloped him, and his artifact flew forth, demonstrating his spiritual awareness. Li Dingin gasped, Dingzhou, you have reached the 4th layer of qi refining? The other 4 cultivators in the 4th layer were equally astonished. After a moment, they regained their composure and congratulated him in unison. Dingzhou brother, congratulations on your advancement to the mid-qi refining stage. Li Dingin exclaimed, wonderful, wonderful. With Dingzhou entering the 4th layer, our Li clan gains yet another mid-qi refining cultivator. The clan leader and the 2 elders exchanged smiles. Li Guangao coughed lightly and said, please take your seats. The meeting shall commence. As everyone settled, Li Guangao sighed heavily, stating, everyone, yesterday afternoon, representatives from the Foundation Establishment clan, the Liu family, visited us. The Liu family has decreed that starting this year, our resource offerings will increase by 10%. At this announcement, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. What? An increase of 10%? Does this mean that every year, the total revenue of our family will be siphoned off by the Foundation Establishment clan? The Liu family, taking away 60%? That's 600 spirit stones. The second elder, seething with rage, retorted, the Liu family is far too overbearing. They intend to completely drain us of our resources, leaving us with no means to develop our family's influence. In an instant, all cultivators within the Li clan were filled with righteous indignation. Li Dingzhou gritted his teeth in agreement, joining in the chorus of condemnation directed at the Liu clan. Li Dingin inquired, Elder, have you acquiesced to their demands? Li Guangao countered, can I possibly refuse? At this, an oppressive silence fell over the room. Luha Island, spanning over 3,000 miles, is the undisputed dominion of the Foundation Establishment clan. The Liu family, with but a wave of their hand, they could dispatch 2 or 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators to obliterate Yunxia Mountain and annihilate the Li clan within a day. Seated in the main position, Li Guangao continued, with the year's end approaching, we have less than a month until the resource offerings are due. Let us each report the earnings from our family's various enterprises this year. Starting with the elder. The grand elder, after clearing his throat, produced the account book and proclaimed, this year, after deducting costs, the profits from the spiritual plants I have cultivated amount to 300 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits were lifted. Li Guangao took the account book and perused its contents, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he remarked, the grand elder has worked diligently for the family's livelihood. The Li clan, on average, garnered an annual revenue of approximately 1,000 spirit stones, with slight fluctuations. The grand elder alone contributed nearly a third of that income. At this juncture, the second elder interjected, this year, the revenue from the family hunting team has remained steady compared to last year, yielding a profit of 200 spirit stones. Having said this, he too submitted his account book. Li Dingin then stated, Uncle, the production of Yuan iron stone has consistently remained at around 1,000 pounds per year. After sales, the total spirit stones earned amount to 100. Yuan iron stone is an auxiliary material used in the crafting of first-tier magical artifacts. Priced at 10 spirit coins per pound, with 1 spirit stone able to purchase 10 pounds. Thus, 1,000 pounds of Yuan iron stone is valued at 100 spirit stones. This was Li Dingzhou's first participation in the family meeting. And as he listened to the various revenue reports, he gained a clearer understanding of the family's enterprises and income. At that moment, Li Dingzhou noticed the grand elder's 3 nieces stepping forward. She was the only second-generation descendant among the grand elder's lineage to possess spiritual roots. Li Dingfang respectfully presented the account book, stating, respected clan leader, this year has seen a bountiful harvest of spiritual rice. with an output exceeding 5,000 pounds. According to past regulations, 5,000 pounds of spiritual rice have been sold, while the remaining several hundred pounds have been stored in the family warehouse. The sales of spiritual rice have yielded 250 spirit stones. Li Dingzhou was, of course, familiar with the spiritual fields. The 100 acres of spiritual fields are divided into two sections, with 50 acres undergoing rotation once. This rotation is to ensure the fertility and spiritual essence of the land, thereby guaranteeing sustainable farming practices. Each year, only 50 acres are cultivated, while the other 50 rest for a year to replenish their fertility for future cultivation. Spiritual rice is harvested once a year, yielding approximately 100 pounds per acre, leading to an output of around 5,000 pounds from 50 acres, with some fluctuations. Sometimes the harvest is bountiful, while at other times it may only exceed 4,000 pounds. This year's harvest was abundant, with several hundred extra pounds of spiritual rice. Li Guangao, feeling a deep sense of comfort, laughed and said, "A splendid harvest of spiritual rice. Well done, Dingfang." Li Dingfang humbly retreated, saying, "I dare not take credit. It is all due to the strength of the family." Finally, Li Dingqian gave a slight bow and said, "Clan leader, this year, the family has raised the black-toothed fragrant pig and the unicorn zebra. But unfortunately, not many young have survived. The black-toothed fragrant pigs were sold to taverns, while the unicorn zebras were sold to merchants. The total profit barely reached 50 spirit stones, only half of last year's earnings." Li Dingzhou understood that the black-toothed fragrant pig is a first-tier initial-stage demonic beast known for its exquisite meat, favored by qi refining cultivators. As for the unicorn zebra, it is also a first-tier initial-stage demonic beast. Once matured, it becomes robust and powerful, with remarkable endurance and a gentle disposition, capable of covering 300 miles a day, making it an excellent mode of transportation. Li Guangao stroked his beard and remarked, "No matter, this year's profits may be lacking. We shall strive harder in the coming year." Li Dingqian softly retreated. "Understood." Li Guangao continued, "Now it is my turn. This year, the talisman papers I produced, aside from supplying the family hunting team and being distributed as cultivation resources to the family cultivators, yielded 200 spirit stones from the remaining sales." The Grand Elder acknowledged, "Clan leader, your efforts are commendable. Not only must you toil for the family's development, but you also provide talisman papers to the family cultivators as means of offense and defense. Otherwise, the talisman papers drawn by the clan leader would certainly be the family's most lucrative income." The second elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, without the talisman papers provided by the clan leader, the casualties and losses among our family cultivators and the hunting team would be incalculable. The crowd echoed in unison. For the family, the clan leader has worked tirelessly. Li Guangao raised his hand to quiet them, saying, "All of this is for the family." After some calculations, he stated, "The family's revenue this year is approximately 100 spirit stones." He too produced his account book, saying, "Here are the family's expenditures for the year. I invite you all to review it." Currently, the family's stock of spirit stones barely amounts to 550 stones. Li Guangao sighed, "I never anticipated that the Lu family would demand such exorbitant taxes, an additional 10. As a result, we still fall short by 50 spirit stones for the required tribute. With less than a month remaining, we must make up this deficit of 50 spirit stones. Time is of the essence." Among the crowd, Li Dingzhou pulled out 3 spirit stones, his face flushed, and sheepishly said, "Clan leader, I find myself financially constrained. I only have these 3 spirit stones. My son Qingyuan has been identified with 4 spiritual roots this year, and as his father, I must nurture him." Li Dingyan, gritting his teeth, produced 10 spirit stones, stating, "Uncle, the family is in need, and I am willing to lend a helping hand." The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances, each pulling out 15 spirit stones. Li Dingfang and Li Dingqian each contributed around 10 spirit stones as well. Observing this, Li Guangao felt a wave of relief wash over him, exclaiming, "Ha! Excellent! As long as our Li clan stands united and works together, how can we fear for our family's prosperity?" In no time, the 50 spirit stones were gathered, totaling 600 spirit stones, which sufficed. Li Guangao instructed, "Everyone may return now. Dingzhou, please stay behind." The crowd respectfully withdrew. "Yes, clan leader." Soon, only the clan leader, Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou remained in the hall. The clan leader inquired, "Dingzhou, Are you aware of the matter regarding little Qingyuan's entry into Qi refinement? Li Dingzhou replied with a smile. I am aware. That child Yuan has truly brought a significant surprise to the family. In just 10 days, he has successfully cultivated his first wisp of spiritual energy and entered Qi refinement. Li Guangao added. Not only that, but I have also discovered that little Qingyuan possesses a formidable innate spirit soul, making it easier for him to condense his spiritual consciousness and advance to the mid-Qi refinement stage in the future. When his spiritual consciousness transforms into divine consciousness, he will also have a greater advantage. His chances of establishing a foundation are even higher than we anticipated. Li Dingzhou rejoiced. A powerful innate spirit soul. The second elder also beamed with delight, eagerly stating, the future of our Li clan rests upon little Qingyuan. If he can successfully establish his foundation, our Li clan will become a foundation-establishing clan, Li Guangao declared. Thus, I have retained you both to announce an important matter. He gritted his teeth and said, regardless of the family's difficulties, the resources for little Qingyuan's cultivation must not be lacking, at worst. I shall draw a few more talismans each day and make extra trips to the market to sell talisman papers for spirit stones. The second elder immediately concurred, yes, at worst, I shall work harder to hunt a few more first-tier demonic beasts. I, too, can cultivate more spiritual plants. The grand elder echoed this sentiment, filled with vigor and enthusiasm. The mere thought of a foundation cultivator emerging from the family, of the Li clan becoming a foundation-establishing clan capable of governing a territory of 1,000 miles, invigorated them with motivation and zeal. Li Guangao expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, at 70 years old, it is the time to strive. We 3 old bones still have some strength left to contribute to the family, Li Dingzhou, filled with fervor, proclaimed, second elder. I have now entered the 4th level of Qi refinement, and I can contribute even more in the hunt for demonic beasts. For Yuan's sake, I, as his father, shall give my all. Chapter 010. Qi refinement, 2nd level. 3 days later, at the core of Yunxiao Mountain, in front of a small wooden house, the mother, Qin Shouyun, reluctantly said, Yuan, you are only 7 years old. You do not need to live alone in seclusion and cultivate. Do you? This home is not a hindrance to your cultivation. Your father and I will not disturb you, Li Qingyuan smiled and replied, Mother, I will only come here to cultivate and meditate during the day. At night, I will return home to rest. However, Mother Qin Shouyun seemed ready to say more. Li Dingzhou interjected, Enough, enough. What do you know, woman? You must understand, this place is the core area of the family's spiritual veins. Merely 100 paces from the family's medicinal fields, where the spiritual energy is exceedingly abundant, it is the finest cultivation ground for the family. Others cannot even come here. Had it not been for the orders of the clan leader, Grand Elder and Second Elder, Yuan would not have had such an opportunity. Hearing this, Qin Shouyun nodded in agreement. As a mother, she could not impede her son's benefits. Soon, the moving was completed. Li Qingyuan waved and said, Father, Mother, I will cultivate during the day and return home at night. Understood. Li Dingzhou and Qin Shouyun gradually walked away. Qin Shouyun sighed. This child has always had a strong will since he was little. Li Dingzhou hugged his wife's slender waist, raising an eyebrow and teasingly said, Yunmei, how about we have another child? Qin Shouyun's face flushed as she pushed Li Dingzhou away, glaring at him and saying, Are you crazy? After a pause, she added, Such matters should be discussed at home in the evening. Ha, all right. Li Dingzhou laughed heartily. Inside the small wooden house, Li Qingyuan was filled with satisfaction, thinking, I now have a place for seclusion. Although the family's spiritual vein is a first-tier incomplete vein and does not qualify as a true first-tier vein, the spiritual energy in this core area remains quite ample. He resolved to work diligently to cultivate and strive for the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan immediately sat cross-legged, placing his hands over his dantian, holding a spirit stone in his palms, and silently reciting the De Chun Gong incantation, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy as he entered seclusion to cultivate. Qi sinks to the dantian. Breathe in the spiritual breath, as the heart is like the great cedar, encompassing the universe. Breathing in and out like the ebb and flow of the tide, the ethereal essence converges within the purple palace. Li Qingyuan was entirely absorbed in this practice, oblivious to the passage of time. Days turned into weeks. Each morning, before the dawn broke, Li Qingyuan would venture out to the core of the spiritual vein. Entering a state of seclusion for his cultivation. At noon, he would prepare his own spirit rice, accompanied by 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, consuming half a jin of spirit rice, which amounted to 3 bowls. After his midday meal, he would take a brief respite before resuming his training in the afternoon. Dinner was also self-prepared. He managed with just 2 meals a day, consuming a total of 1 jin of spirit rice. Initially, Li Qingyuan could refine 1 piece of spirit stone every 3 days. Then it became 2 days, and eventually, he reached a pace where he could refine 1 piece in a single day. 32 spirit stones and 20 jin of spirit rice. Within a month, he had exhausted all resources. During this month, with a consistent supply of spirit stones for cultivation and nearly daily access to spirit rice, Li Qingyuan made significant progress. In the second and third months, at the beginning of each month, his father, Li Dingzhou, would timely deliver family resources, 1 spirit stone and 10 jin of spirit rice each month. Li Dingzhou, alongside the second elder, would hunt demon beasts. He was at the 4th level of qi refining and the 4th level of body refinement, his combat prowess rivaling that of the second elder, resulting in the successful hunt of many low-tier spirit beasts. The majority of the hunting proceeds were allocated to the family, followed by a distribution based on labor. The spirit stones received by Li Dingzhou were directly exchanged for spirit rice to send to his son, Li Qingyuan. With his father's support, Li Qingyuan's monthly cultivation resources amounted to 1 spirit stone and 20 jin of spirit rice, at the start of each month. As soon as he received the cultivation resources, Li Qingyuan's first action was to absorb them into the Xinpin space, duplicating them. Consequently, his monthly cultivation resources became 2 spirit stones and 40 jin of spirit rice. Within merely 2 days, he consumed the 2 spirit stones. Subsequently, each day was spent consuming spirit rice, followed by meditative practices to refine the weak spiritual essence within the rice, absorbing the energy of the spiritual veins and converting it for his use. Lacking the support of spirit stones, Li Qingyuan's cultivation speed was not as swift as in the first month. Yet, he remained patient, diligently engaging in solitary practice day after day. To cultivate immortality, one must endure solitude. In his previous life, due to congenital heart disease, Li Qingyuan often found himself in the company of solitude, having few friends. The experience of loneliness, the enjoyment of solitude, and overcoming it became second nature to him. Moreover, this life was dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. Li Qingyuan, with a singular focus on cultivation, felt no trace of loneliness, fully immersed in the joys of training, relishing the refreshing flow of spiritual energy through his meridians. His temperament brought great satisfaction to the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder, who proclaimed him the prodigy of the Li family, a future foundational cultivator. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Li Qingyuan placed 4 spirit stones before him and mused. A month ago, I sensed that I had reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of qi refining. Now, after a month of accumulation and refinement, this bottleneck has become increasingly clear. With last month's spirit stones, along with this month's, totaling 4 spirit stones, I should be able to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the 2nd level of qi refining. After saying this, Li Qingyuan grasped the spirit stones, holding 2 in one hand, and with bated breath, silently activated the Dachun Gong. Buzz! Spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, converging in his palms. Drawing the energy from the stones, separating it, and channeling it into his meridians for his own use. Simultaneously, thin spiritual energy from the surrounding environment began to gather and infiltrate his acupoints, following the guidance of the Dachun Gong as it circulated. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. Finally, with a pop, Li Qingyuan's body trembled as the spiritual energy within him seemed to reach a critical point, breaking through a barrier, and a substantial wave of spiritual pressure radiated from his body. This pressure produced a gust of wind, stirring the air within the room. With a deep exhale, Li Qingyuan said with satisfaction, I've reached the 2nd level of qi refining. After 6 months of cultivation, attaining the 2nd level at such a rate surpassed all other seedlings in the family by tenfold. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, Li Qingyuan possessed 3 spiritual roots, all of superior quality, allowing for a faster cultivation pace. Secondly, his innate spirit and soul were extraordinary, with comprehension and intellect far exceeding that of other children his age, greatly aiding his understanding of techniques. Moreover, the Xinpin space provided doubled resources, enabling him to amass a considerable amount of cultivation materials that other seedlings could not access. Especially during the first month, With 32 spirit stones, his progress was the most rapid. The combination of these factors allowed Li Qingyuan to ascend to the second level of qi refining in just 6 months. With spirit stones still unrefined, he focused on refining them to stabilize his newfound realm. Li Qingyuan remained humble and steady, continuing his training. That a day later, all spirit stones were refined, and he had preliminarily stabilized his second level of qi refining, solidifying the previously unstable energy within him. At this moment, the sky was bright. Li Qingyuan had spent a full day and night in seclusion. The elder had mentioned that once he reached the second level of qi refining, he would teach him spells. With anticipation, Li Qingyuan stepped outside. Now that I have reached the second level of qi refining, I can begin to learn spells. Chapter 011. Mastering the Qi Blade Technique. The second marvel of the Xinpin space. Elder, here I come. Li Qingyuan dashed forward, a whirlwind at his heels. The elder, Li Guangyao, was currently employing the spiritual rain technique to nourish the medicinal fields. With a wave of his hand, the energy within him surged, gathering the spiritual and aqueous essences to produce spiritual rain. After casting the spell, he turned and remarked, "What brings you here today, young lad?" For the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had been in continuous seclusion, never leaving Yunxia Mountain, nor venturing into the mundane world of Yunxia Town. It had been 10 days to half a month since the elders had last seen him. Li Qingyuan scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, then activated the Dichun Gong, releasing the aura of the second level of qi refining, and said with a smile, "Elder, shouldn't you be teaching me spells now?" The second level of qi refining. The elder, Li Guangyao, widened his eyes in astonishment, pointing at Li Qingyuan. You actually broke through to the second level of qi refining? How is this possible?" The elder nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. "You reached the second level in just half a year?" Li Qingyuan chuckled. "You all said I'm a genius, so it's only natural to exceed expectations." The elder remarked, "But your speed is truly astonishing." Initially, they had speculated that Li Qingyuan would reach the completion of the first level of qi refining in about a year before preparing to challenge the second level. They had not anticipated that he would achieve the second level in such a significantly reduced time frame. In truth, their predictions were not incorrect. However, due to the Xinpin space, with resources doubling, his cultivation speed similarly soared. "Ha! The heavens bless the Li family!" The elder exclaimed joyfully. "Good child, you are indeed a genius. Now tell me, what do you wish to learn?" "I shall teach you anything." Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Elder, what spells does our family possess?" "My father only knows 2 or 3 spells. What about you?" The elder stroked his beard, his prideful demeanor surfacing. "Our Li clan of immortals controls a total of 6 first-level spells. Spell levels are categorized into first, second, and third tiers. First-level spells are suitable for qi refining stage, second-level spells for foundation establishment stage, while third-level spells can only be mastered by the legendary Golden Core cultivators. Among our clan's 6 first-level spells, they are Qi Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, Spiritual Rain Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Iron Arm Technique. The first, Qi Blade Technique, condenses one's spiritual energy into a blade, unleashing it as a lethal air blade. It is sharp enough to cut through gold and jade. Li Qingyuan nodded. "That sounds impressive." The elder continued. The Spiritual Rain Technique is widely used, specifically designed for spirit farmers, primarily for irrigating spirit fields and cultivating spirit herbs. The Fireball Technique involves the highly refined spiritual energy transformed into a fireball for attack. In the realm of cultivation, the Fireball Technique is the most commonly practiced first-level spell. The Earth Armor Technique creates a protective layer of spiritual energy, as solid as a fortress, serving as a defensive spell. The Iron Arm Technique hardens the arms, granting strength akin to that of an ox, suitable for both offense and defense. Lastly, the Moon Shadow Technique is a movement spell. Once mastered, one can chase the moon as if in flight, leaving behind residual shadows. This technique can confuse enemies and allow for agile maneuvering. Li Qingyuan contemplated this and said, "Elder, I wish to learn an offensive spell first. Let us start with the Qi Blade Technique." "Very well," the elder replied with a smile. "I shall first impart to you the Qi Blade Technique. Watch closely." The elder gently raised his hand, channeling his energy at the 5th level of qi refining, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the air, creating a qi blade. Then, the elder swiftly executed several more strikes. Whoosh, 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 3 qi blades of varying lengths surged through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The blade struck a tree several zhang away, cleaving through it with a smooth cut, leaving no rough edges. The elder inquired, "Little Qing Yuan, did you notice the differences?" Without hesitation, Li Qing Yuan replied. In the 3 attacks, the lengths of the qi blades varied. The longer the blade, the greater the power. Correct, the elder affirmed. The qi blade technique, like all spells, has varying levels of proficiency: beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. Upon reaching the beginner level, one can unleash a 1-foot-long qi blade. At minor success, one can produce 3-foot-long qi blades. At major success, one can release 7-foot-long qi blades. If one were to attain perfection in their cultivation, they could unleash a blade of qi extending for a yard, wielding boundless power. However, as the Grand Elder supplemented, to master a first-tier spell to perfection, one must at the very least be a cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement. Moreover, a certain level of comprehension is indispensable. Li Qing Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Grand Elder, please teach me quickly. I wish to learn." "Very well, let us commence," the Grand Elder replied. The cultivation of the qi blade technique primarily consists of 3 steps: refining spiritual energy, gathering it into a blade, and projecting it to vanquish foes. Listen closely, for I shall now impart the incantation to you. Point 1 Elder and 1 youth engaged in a dedicated transmission of knowledge, while the other absorbed it with unyielding focus. Cultivating spells, much like practicing martial arts, demands patience, concentration, tranquility, and, above all, time. This is a gradual endeavor. No one can achieve mastery in an instant. Li Qing Yuan practiced repeatedly, facing failure time and again. By the end of the first day, he had barely managed to refine his spiritual energy in accordance with the qi blade technique's requirements. 3 days later, Li Qing Yuan had essentially mastered the refinement of spiritual energy and had made initial progress in gathering it into a blade. However, he still could not project the qi blade to strike from a distance. After 7 days had passed, the week culminated in a breakthrough. The qi blade technique. Li Qing Yuan concentrated his refined spiritual energy in his hand, and with a swift motion of his hand, a 3-inch blade of qi sliced through the air, striking a small tree. With a crack, the tree, as thick as a man's arm, snapped in two. Li Qing Yuan exclaimed with joy. "Ha ha, I finally did it." Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled his mind. Within the mysterious space, a shadowy figure appeared, indistinct in features but revealing the intricate pathways and acupoints of its body. The figure's internal spiritual energy flowed flawlessly, demonstrating the perfected qi blade technique. Unlike the Grand Elder's teachings, this figure's meridians and acupoints were illuminated, clearly illustrating the flow of spiritual energy, its refinement, and the gathering process into a blade. Observing closely, Li Qing Yuan experienced a moment of enlightenment, recognizing many of his own shortcomings. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with satisfaction and remarked, "Your perceptiveness is indeed commendable. In my day, it took me half a month just to barely execute a qi blade attack. It was a full month before I could be considered proficient, achieving a 1-foot blade. Yet, you have managed to produce a 3-inch qi blade in just a week, barely mastering this first-tier spell." The qi blade technique. Li Qing Yuan calmed his mind and linked his consciousness with the mysterious space, following the figure's guidance to circulate his spiritual energy. With a swift motion, Li Qing Yuan sent forth a 1-foot blade of qi, severing a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in half. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched in shock, exclaiming, "A 1-foot qi blade? You've already entered the threshold." Gasping, the Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that the advantages of possessing a powerful innate spirit truly defy the heavens?" Li Qing Yuan gazed at the felled tree, also smiling. He had not anticipated that the mysterious space possessed not only the ability to replicate resources, but also the remarkable capacity to guide cultivation. This feeling was simply extraordinary. It seemed that he needed to further investigate the mysterious space to fully harness its potential. "Second uncle, this is terrible." Li Dingfang, the Grand Elder's third niece and a 4th-layer female cultivator, rushed in anxiously. "Someone from the hunting team has sustained severe injuries. You must come quickly." "What?" Li Qing Yuan's face went pale with worry. His father also served in the family hunting team. The Grand Elder quickly reassured. "Little Qing Yuan, do not panic. Let us go see." The Grand Elder hastily packed a medicine box, summoned his magical artifact, applied a lightness talisman to himself, and then lifted Li Qing Yuan onto his sword, soaring towards the family hall. As the family's healer, He was not only skilled in mundane medicine but also adept at certain healing spells. For a third-rate Qi refinement family like the Li clan, every cultivator was a vital resource, and it was imperative to avoid casualties at all costs. Chapter 012 Casualties. Whoosh! The Grand Elder flew at full speed, covering the 5 to 6 miles in a matter of moments. After several breaths, the two arrived at the family hall. Father! Li Qingyuan immediately rushed toward his father upon landing. Father, are you injured? His eyes reddened with concern. Li Dingzhou ruffled Li Qingyuan's hair and feigned a hearty laugh. Do not worry. Your father is quite sturdy and will not easily perish. Coughing, Li Dingzhou winced in pain, his lips twitching. The pain caused him to draw in a sharp breath. Li Qingyuan's heart sank as he saw his father's injuries. His side was wounded, and deep claw marks marred his thigh, the gash nearly 3 inches deep, having reached the bone. The Grand Elder stepped forward, saying, Dear Dingzhou, allow me to treat you first. Buzz! The Grand Elder activated the Great Chuan technique, utilizing pure wood element spiritual energy adept at restoration and healing. Under the nurturing of the spiritual energy, the bleeding quickly ceased, and the wound began to scab over. He proceeded to cleanse the wound, apply medicine, and bandage it. After attending to Li Dingzhou's injuries, the Grand Elder continued to circulate his energy to heal others, utilizing bleeding-stopping talismans and healing pills, ultimately bandaging them. This time, even the second Elder had sustained injuries and required treatment. The family hunting team consisted of 10 members, led by the second Elder, a 5th-layer cultivator. Among the 4th-layer members were Li Dingzhou and 2 others, totaling 3. The remaining 7 were all 3rd-layer cultivators. The family's 4th-layer cultivators, including Li Dingzhou, numbered only 6 now. Among them, Li Dingyan was responsible for leading the other 3rd-layer and 2nd-layer cultivators, guarding the family's mine, overseeing extraction, defense, and sales. Li Dingfang managed the spiritual fields, which were also crucial. Li Dingqian was responsible for taming the family's spiritual beasts, contributing significantly as well. For the family's growth and prosperity, from the clan leader to the 2 elders, down to the 10-year-old seedlings, everyone was contributing their strength. Li Qingyuan surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Father, where is Uncle Dingyuan? He has been serving in the hunting team recently, hasn't he? Li Dingzhou's expression turned sorrowful as he sighed deeply. My son, your Uncle Dingyuan, alas! Li Dingzhou sighed heavily. Come, let us go to the family shrine. His face was etched with grief. Soon, a group of people arrived one after another, reaching the family shrine. As Li Qingyuan stepped into the shrine, he was met with heart-wrenching cries. Father, please wake up. It's me, Qingqing. It's me, Father. Look at me. Please look at me. The cries were filled with anguish. Li Qingyuan's body trembled as he stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Uncle Dingyuan was gone. Alongside Li Qingqing was a woman in her 30s, weeping uncontrollably, her tears flowing like rain, her wails piercing. Li Dingyuan, wake up. You cannot die. If you do, how will we, your orphaned family, survive? Li Dingyuan, my dear brother. She was Uncle Dingyuan's wife, Qingqing's mother, Luo Donger, in the shrine hall. A body lay quietly beneath a white cloth. Qingqing cried, and the aunt wept. Family members displayed sorrowful expressions. Li Qingyuan could not hold back his tears. Uncle Dingyuan. Uncle Dingyuan had shared a close bond with his father, their families often visiting one another, akin to brothers. During his childhood, Uncle Dingyuan frequently took him and Qingqing to play, and whenever they returned from the mountains, whatever Qingqing had, he would have a share as well. Qingqing, Li Qingyuan stepped forward, uncertain how to console her. In the face of life and death, any comfort or words felt utterly inadequate. Li Dingzhou's eyes reddened once more. His voice heavy. During this hunt, we encountered 4 mid-tier first-grade monsters. The second elder restrained one, while I fought valiantly to hold another. Cousin Dingxue and Cousin Dingming, both 4th-layer cultivators, each led a team to contain one beast. Li Dingxue and Li Dingming were indeed the family's 4th-layer cultivators, slightly younger than Li Dingzhou. He continued, in the midst of battle, your Uncle Dingyuan was slain, having his arm bitten off by a monster and suffering a fatal blow to the head. In the end, the second elder, at some cost, managed to slay one of the beasts. With the second elder's assistance, we were able to join forces and eliminate the second beast, thus turning the tide and annihilating all 4. Li Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically. 4 mid-tier first-grade monsters? Mid-tier first-grade monsters correspond to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, targeting cultivators of the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers. 4 of them. Li Dingzhou, still shaken, remarked, "Fortunately, none of those monsters were comparable to a sixth-layer human cultivator. Otherwise, the family hunting team would have suffered catastrophic losses, and even I would have perished." Li Qingyun's heart raced with fear. Hunting monsters is indeed perilous, Li Dingzhou sighed. In the struggles of mortals, nations clash, and rivers run red with blood. Bones pile high. As cultivators, we fight for resources, for spiritual stones, and for strength. Battling against heaven, earth, and humanity, conflict is inevitable. Our Li clan, with only 3 to 5 seedlings detected each year, maintains a steady number of 50 to 60 cultivators, making it challenging to grow. Now, do you understand why? Li Dingzhou gazed at his son. Li Qingyun took a deep breath and replied, "I understand, father. The family has seedlings each year. Yet there are also casualties among cultivators," Li Dingzhou affirmed. "It is not just hunting that poses danger. Others in the family, while selling spiritual rice, spiritual medicine, and spiritual beasts, face similar threats. Although Liu Island is fortified by the presence of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan, it remains a perilous place, plagued by marauding thieves who mercilessly prey upon the weak." Li Qingyun's expression momentarily faltered. "The world outside is fraught with danger," he contemplated. "It seems that until I possess the means to contend with late-stage qi refinement cultivators, I should refrain from venturing outside at all costs." At that moment, his mother, Qin Xiuyun, stepped forward. She helped Luo Donger to her feet and gently comforted her, saying, "Sister Donger, do not weep. Take care lest your health deteriorate. You still have Qingqing, who represents the greatest hope for Brother Dingyuan and the future of our family." Nodding, Auntie wept sorrowfully, embracing her daughter Qingqing tightly. As she gazed upon the lifeless body of Li Dingyuan, she vowed in her heart, "Rest assured, Brother Yuan, I will raise our Qingqing to adulthood, ensuring she becomes a true immortal master." At that moment, the clan leader declared in a resonant voice, "Li Dingyuan, a descendant of the Li family, sacrificed himself for the clan. His name shall be inscribed in the family's immortal annals, enshrined in the ancestral hall, and honored with offerings from future generations." All clan members were to mourn him for 3 days. Clan leader Li Guangao looked at the frail figure of Qingqing before announcing, "Li Dingyuan's orphan, Li Qingqing, shall be regarded as a seedling of our clan. In accordance with family regulations, the provision of resources shall be extended from 3 years to 5 years. Though Li Dingyuan had perished, his daughter, as a seedling of the clan, had lost the nurturing of her father. Thus, the family ought to assume the responsibilities that belonged to Li Dingyuan, for he had sacrificed himself for the clan. The Li Immortal Clan has always been united, sharing both honor and disgrace." In that moment, the meaning of family was vividly manifested. Li Qingyun felt a surge of recognition and emotion, thinking, "I truly cherish this warm and tightly knit family." 3 days later, Li Dingyuan was laid to rest, enshrined in the ancestral hall. With this, the matter reached a conclusion. Upon returning home, his mother, Chen Xiuyun, wore a sorrowful expression. "You honor, in these days, your Aunt Donger has fainted from crying 3 times, and little Qingqing is still so young." "Alas," Li Dingzhou remarked, "this time, if it hadn't been for our good fortune during the hunt, the family would have suffered severe losses. Had I not fortuitously broken through in both qi refinement and body refinement, I would not have been able to single-handedly restrain a beast with combat power comparable to a 5th-layer qi refinement cultivator. If the clan leader hadn't provided us with 10 first-tier mid-grade talismans capable of harming mid-stage spirit beasts, the casualties would have been even more grievous." Li Dingzhou, still shaken, continued, "Our safe return this time was largely due to luck. Nonetheless, the harvest was considerable," he calculated. The hunting team, besides hunting beasts, also engaged in gathering spiritual plants. During this outing, which lasted over a month, we collected 13 first-tier spiritual plants, 2 of which reached the mid-grade level. The elder estimated the value of these spiritual plants to be no less than 50 spirit stones. He added, "In addition, we hunted 7 early-stage spirit beasts and 4 mid-stage spirit beasts. When converted, their worth amounts to over 100 spirit stones. The harvest from this hunting expedition nearly equals what we typically gather over half a year." Having said this, Li Dingzhou produced 5 spirit stones, stating, "You honor, my contributions during this hunt were second only to the second elder, and thus I have obtained 5 spirit stones. You may take them all." Li Dingzhou raised his cup to drink tea, adding, "Strive to break through to the peak of the 1st layer of qi refinement soon, and swiftly advanced to the second layer. Li Qingyuan smiled and, channeling his energy through the Dechun Gong, revealed the aura of the second layer of Qi refinement, saying, "Father, I have already reached the second layer of Qi refinement." With a splutter, Li Dingzhou coughed. Cough, cough. The second layer of Qi refinement? You have achieved the second layer. His mother, Chen Xiuyun, was equally astonished, unable to believe. Yuan, you have attained the second layer of Qi refinement, but you have only been cultivating for half a year. Li Dingzhou, dispelling the gloom, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly my son. The prodigy of the Li immortal clan in just half a year. You have reached the second layer of Qi refinement. You are indeed a genius. With a serious expression, Li Dingzhou instructed, Sister Yun, regarding Yuan's cultivation, this must remain a secret, understood? Qin Shiyan shot him a glare, replying, I am not foolish. Of course, I know to keep it confidential. Li Dingzhou then inquired, who else knows about your cultivation? Li Qingyuan responded, I broke through 7 days ago. Currently, only you, my parents, the clan leader, and the Grand Elder are aware. I suspect the second elder has already learned about it. Li Dingzhou nodded. From now on, you must inform the clan leader, Grand Elder, and second elder each time you achieve a breakthrough. They are the higher-ups of our Li clan. The more talented you are, the more they will value you and invest resources in your cultivation. Li Qingyuan agreed. Father, I understand. I will go and cultivate now. Taking the 5 spirit stones, Li Qingyuan departed for his solitary courtyard. Within the courtyard, he stored the 5 spirit stones within the Shimpan space, duplicating them, resulting in a total of 10 spirit stones. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he held the spirit stones, absorbing the spiritual energy. Although he had reached the second layer of Qi refinement, he remained a mere ant in the vast world, where any misstep could lead to death. The death of Li Dingyuan not only filled him with sorrow but also instilled a sense of urgency in his cultivation mindset. In the subsequent months, the development of the Li immortal clan experienced occasional setbacks, yet overall remained tranquil. During the 6 months, as Li Qingyuan entered the second layer of Qi refinement, the clan leader, Grand Elder, and second elder grew increasingly attentive. After a clandestine meeting, the 3 elders unanimously decided to amplify the resources allocated to him. Henceforth, Li Qingyuan would receive 2 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spiritual rice each month, coupled with the 5 pounds of spiritual rice provided by his father, who also contributed 1 or 2 spirit stones every 3 to 5 months. His fixed monthly resources amounted to 4 spirit stones and 50 pounds of spiritual rice, not including the occasional offerings from his father. Li Qingyuan immersed himself in his cultivation, yet he also took time to console his sister Qingqing, alleviating her sorrow and guiding her in her own training. In addition to cultivating spiritual power, Li Qingyuan continued to study spells. The family S6 spells, all first-tier spells suitable for the Qi refinement stage, included Qi Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, Spiritual Rain Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Iron Arm Technique, each of which he diligently practiced. The Grand Elder, as well as the clan leader and second elder, took pleasure in offering him guidance when time permitted. It seemed the 3 elders delighted in nurturing talent and the feeling of fostering growth. With the Shimpan space at his disposal, Li Qingyuan could enhance his proficiency in the 6 first-tier spells by merely managing to cast them, benefiting from the power of the space to improve his skills. The guidance provided by the Shimpan space was akin to a textbook. Li Qingyuan's comprehension was indeed remarkable. A year later, he had mastered all 6 family spells, each achieving a minor level of success. The reason they only reached minor success was due to his current cultivation being at the second layer of Qi refinement, leaving him with a considerable distance to cover before reaching mid-stage Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan smiled, satisfied. After a year of arduous cultivation, my progress in the second layer of Qi refinement is substantial, nearing perfection. Awakening my spiritual root at 7.5, and reaching the second layer of Qi refinement within 6 months at the mere age of 9. While mastering 6 first-tier spells, such speed in cultivation is indeed rare among the Foundation establishment clans. As time passed, another year swiftly elapsed. By this time, Li Qingyuan had been cultivating for 2.5 years, and he was now 10 years old. On this day, Li Qingyuan prepared diligently to embark on his breakthrough to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. 3 months prior, he had already perfected the 2nd layer, making him ready to challenge the 3rd layer. Li Qingyuan pondered. To solidify my foundation and ensure each realm is perfected without flaw, I have patiently refined my skills for another 3 months. In addition to meticulously honing his spiritual power, Li Qingyuan had also been gathering spirit stones. Over the 3 months, the clan had provided him with 6 spirit stones, which doubled to 12 through duplication. His father contributed 2 spirit stones, resulting in 4 more when duplicated. With 16 spirit stones in total, he felt confident about this breakthrough. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a spirit stone in each hand, channeling the Dechun Gong to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while refining the spirit stones to break through his bottleneck. Several hours later, a humming sound resonated around him as spiritual energy surged, and a wave of spiritual pressure emanated from within him. An invisible barrier shattered effortlessly, allowing him to progress smoothly without hindrance. As expected, this breakthrough was remarkably simple. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Qingyuan completed the final cycle of the Dechun Gong, directing the energy back to his dantian. He had only consumed 4 of the 16 spirit stones. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he joyfully declared, "Next, I shall refine all the spirit stones to thoroughly stabilize my realm." Over the following week, Li Qingyuan consumed spiritual rice and refined spirit stones daily. A few days later, his cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refinement was fully solidified. The spiritual energy was contained, as though he had occupied this realm for months. 10 years old, having reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, Li Qingyuan remarked, "Such a pace of cultivation is indeed rare among the Foundation Establishment clans. The Foundation Establishment realm is just around the corner." Upon concluding his period of seclusion, Li Qingyuan departed from the tranquil retreat and made his way home. In the courtyard, his father, Li Dingzhou, was engaged in martial training, his bare torso revealing sinewy muscles that conveyed both strength and ferocity. Wielding a long blade, he exuded an aura of vitality, and as he swung the weapon, the air crackled with energy, cleaving through boulders, wooden stakes, and stone tablets, even fracturing the ground beneath. The sounds of his practice echoed, sending up clouds of dust and resonating with the explosive release of spiritual power. Li Qingyuan marveled, acknowledging the terrifying prowess of a preternatural martial artist in the mid-stages of body refinement. For those at the foundational level of spiritual cultivation, the martial path indeed offered certain merits. Li Qingyuan had heard his father speak of the martial arts. The journey within this discipline involves 9 stages of blood transformation. While cultivating breathing techniques, one also consumes special spiritual herbs to solidify their foundation and enhance their vitality, leading to 9 metamorphoses of blood essence, resulting in a vitality as potent as mercury and strength akin to that of a bull. After traversing the 9 stages, the essence of blood undergoes a qualitative change, giving birth to true martial energy and allowing entry into the realm of the innate. This innate energy can strike from a distance, delivering lethal blows with fists, swords, and blades alike. Moreover, it can be combined with blood refinement techniques to forge magical artifacts, commanding the energy to vanquish foes from afar. In the realm of mortals, one often encounters innate martial generals on the battlefield, capable of slaying enemies from 100 paces away. An innate martial artist possesses combat strength comparable to that of a mid-stage body refinement practitioner. However, without a spiritual root, a mortal martial artist is unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use, and thus remains confined to their limitations. As Li Qingyuan observed his father's training, he felt a surge of enthusiasm and proposed, "Father, could you restrain your cultivation to the 3rd stage of qi refinement and engage me in a spar?" The Chinese obsession with the cultivation of immortality encompasses not only flight and supernatural abilities, but also the art of combat. Li Dingzhou sheathed his blade and, with an aura ablaze, replied, "To engage you at the 3rd stage of qi refinement would be akin to bullying you. I shall suppress my abilities to the 2nd stage instead." He added, "Furthermore, I shall not wield a blade." With a flick of his wrist, the long sword soared 10 paces away, swiftly returning to its sheath with precision. Li Qingyuan chuckled, "Father, I implore you to exhibit your prowess at the 3rd stage of qi refinement." And then, boom! Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that revealed his cultivation level. Li Dingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. "The 3rd stage of qi refinement. Have you, my son, broken through again?" After 2.5 years of cultivation, Li Qingyuan had reached the 3rd stage. Such a rate of progress was unprecedented in Li Dingzhou's experience. In his youth, possessing 5 spiritual roots, He would receive family resources every 3 months, each time a single spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice, free of charge for 3 years. It took him half a year just to enter the first stage of Qi refinement. 5 years to achieve perfection in that stage, and in the same year, he reached the second stage. Subsequently, he began serving the family, slowly accumulating spirit stones for cultivation, taking another decade to attain perfection in the second stage. After being stagnant for 3 years at that level, he finally broke through to the third stage at the age of 25. Thereafter, he spent 15 years reaching perfection in the third stage but remained trapped at that level for years. Lacking any senior practitioners in his family, his journey was arduous, relying solely on early family support and his own diligence. However, upon reaching 40, he could not break through to the fourth stage, nor could he cultivate spiritual awareness. That year, he resigned himself to fate, selecting a gentle and beautiful wife from Yunxia town. He chose the then 19-year-old Chen Xiuyun, and they wed. The following year, Li Qingyuan was born. Thus, Li Dingzhou was now 51 years old. Nevertheless, due to his dual cultivation of qi refinement and body refinement, he remained robust and healthy, appearing only in his late 30s. Now gazing at his 10-year-old son, who had already exhibited the third stage of qi refinement, Li Dingzhou was filled with a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. Finally, with pride, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, splendid! Though I, Li Dingzhou, have led a mundane life, my son is an extraordinary talent, Yuan. Show me your skills," Li Dingzhou urged. "Let me witness your aptitude in combat." Li Qingyuan focused his spiritual energy, drew a blade with his hand, and declared, "Father, be cautious." Whoosh! The air blade technique took form, condensing energy into a 3-foot blade. Li Dingzhou's eyes sparkled with approval as he remarked, "A 3-foot air blade. Well done, boom." Li Dingzhou unleashed a punch, shattering the 3-foot air blade with sheer vitality. He had suppressed his own cultivation, relying solely on the 9 stages of blood transformation. The explosive force of his vitality was formidable. Li Qingyuan struck again, conjuring a fireball that shot forth. Li Dingzhou leaped into action, delivering a punch that turned the fireball to ash, swiftly closing the distance to attack Li Qingyuan's chest in a flash. Li Qingyuan activated the moon shadow technique, evading with a flicker of his form. Li Dingzhou commended, "Good lad. Your air blade technique, fireball technique, and moon shadow technique have all reached a minor level of mastery. However, you still have room for growth." With that, Li Dingzhou sprang forward, his speed surging as he chased after Li Qingyuan, not employing the moon shadow technique, yet moving with remarkable swiftness. Upon catching up, he sliced through the air, unleashing 2 3-foot air blades, again utilizing the air blade technique. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted to one of alarm, and without a moment to spare, he thrust out his arms. Buzz, buzz. Infusing his arms with spiritual energy, they became as hard as iron, not only granting him the strength of a bull, but also the resilience akin to steel. This was a family technique known as iron arm technique. Once his arms were fortified, he braced himself against the 2 air blades, managing to grasp one in his palm and channeling his spiritual energy to withstand the impact. Though he was sent flying, skidding along the ground for several paces, he ultimately succeeded in blocking the attack. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth with a thunderous crack. Alarmed, Li Qingyuan quickly formed hand seals, invoking the earth armor technique, summoning thick earthen armor to envelop his body. With a resounding crack, Li Dingzhou delivered a kick that struck Li Qingyuan at the ribs, shattering the newly conjured armor and sending him sprawling backward. With a thud, Li Qingyuan flew several paces, coughing as his vitality surged backward. Clutching his ribs, his complexion paled. Indeed, the last kick was formidable. Had he not swiftly employed the earth armor technique to mitigate the assault, several of his ribs would surely have fractured. Even with healing herbs, he would require several days to recuperate. Li Dingzhou, pleased, remarked, "Good lad. In your first combat, you adeptly utilized family techniques and remained calm under pressure. Executing the best defense. It seems your combat talent is as commendable as your cultivation aptitude." Li Dingzhou gestured, inviting, "Yuan, let us continue. As practitioners, we may not relish in bloodshed, but we must be proficient in it." Chapter 015. The Patriarch's Delight. The Li clan's celestial prodigy, Qielin Zi. In this exchange of combat, Li Qingyuan gleaned numerous insights into the casting of spells, the rhythm of battle, and the strategic arrangement of tactical traps, gaining invaluable experience from his father, Li Dingzhou. Although Li Dingzhou was not a natural genius in cultivation, possessing merely average spiritual roots, his extensive experience in combat over the past 40 years had equipped him to guide Li Qingyuan adeptly. As dusk descended, his mother, Chen Shiyun, returned home from her labors, preparing dinner. After their meal, Li Dingzhou took Li Qingyuan and set forth to the residence of the clan leader, Li Guangao. The clan leader's branch housed a total of 4 practitioners: Li Guangao, his nephew Li Dingyan, his cousin Li Dingqian, and his grandnephew Li Qinglei. Li Dingyan managed the family's primary iron ore mine, being a consummate practitioner at the 4th stage of qi refinement and a prominent figure among the middle-aged generation at 52. A year older than Li Dingzhou. Li Dingqian, responsible for the family's spiritual beast training, also stood at the 4th stage, in her 40s, having married a mortal without severing ties with the family. Li Qinglei, of the same generation as Li Qingyuan, was 15 years old, possessing 4 spiritual roots and currently at the 2nd stage of qi refinement, demonstrating considerable promise among the clan's younger generation. Li Guangao, the clan leader, like his predecessors, resided in solitude within the core area of the spiritual vein, cultivating in a modest courtyard, inscribing talismans, and contemplating the family's developmental strategies. Grandfather, Qingyuan has come to visit. Outside the small house, Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully and greeted loudly. Li Dingzhou reverently announced. Disciple Li Dingzhou pays respects to the clan leader. With a creak, the door opened, and Li Guangao's voice resonated. Dingzhou, Qingyuan, come in. The father and son entered the room. In the living room, Li Guangao had already brewed tea, using telekinesis to pour 3 cups, smiling, do try this. It is the spiritual tea cultivated by the Grand Elder this year. Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, grandfather. After expressing their gratitude, the father and son savored the tea. Li Qingyuan inhaled deeply, the rich aroma tantalizing his senses. After a delicate sip, the flavor lingered, and upon swallowing, he felt the spiritual tea invigorate him. Delicious! Truly worthy of being called spiritual tea, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he finished the cup in one go. Li Guangao stroked his beard and chuckled, lifting his cup to sip leisurely. Dingzhou, you and your son have come late at night. Is there something on your mind? Li Dingzhou replied, clan leader, Qingyuan has reached the 3rd stage of qi refinement. Puff. Li Guangao was taken aback. What? The 3rd stage of qi refinement? Coughed, he spluttered, nearly choking on the spiritual tea. His expression one of astonishment. Li Qingyuan grinned. Grandfather, please take a look. Boom. Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, releasing the energy of his 3rd stage of qi refinement, not only achieving this level but seemingly having stabilized it for 2 or 3 months. Li Guangao finally came to his senses, exclaiming joyfully, excellent, excellent. Not only have you broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement, but your spiritual energy is also well consolidated, and your realm is stable. Qingyuan, when did you achieve this breakthrough? Li Qingyuan replied, respected clan leader, I made the breakthrough a week ago. A week's time to stabilize your realm? Li Guangao was both astonished and delighted, saying, truly worthy of being a prodigy of the Li clan. You are indeed a remarkable talent in cultivation. With your exceptional 3-elemental spiritual root, it is no surprise Li Guangao's face lit up with excitement as he appraised Li Qingyuan, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, good child, after 2.5 years of cultivation, at the tender age of 10, you have achieved the 3rd level of qi refinement. At this rate, in 3 years, you will surely reach the 4th level and develop your spiritual consciousness. With another 20 years of hard work, breaking through the constraints of the 6th level of qi refinement and advancing to the later stages should be within reach. Li Guangao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he mused. By the time you are in your 30s, achieving the later stages of qi refinement, you will be among the rare talents on the entire Luhai Island. Li Dingzhou was equally elated. In 3rd-rate qi refinement families, the clan leaders were predominantly 6th-level cultivators, occasionally giving rise to a 7th-level cultivator who barely entered the later stages. In 2nd-rate families, the leaders and elders were mostly at the 7th or 8th level. With the rare 9th-level cultivator, on Luhai Island, only the leaders of the 3 foremost qi refinement families reached the 10th level of perfection, qualifying them for the foundational establishment stage, Li Guangao stated. In the future, even if Qingyuan cannot establish a foundation, our Li clan still holds hope of becoming a 1st-rate qi refinement family, ensuring our prosperity for at least a century. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. If one can only ascend to the 7th level of Qi refinement in their 30s, reaching the later stages will mean nearing 60. At 60, it marks a critical age for attempting foundational establishment, akin to the threshold of high-risk pregnancies for women over 35 in my previous life. Attempting foundational establishment beyond 60 not only faces a low success rate but, upon failure, could lead to spiritual backlash, resulting in severe injuries or even death. Even if one miraculously succeeds in foundational establishment, their future potential would be limited, unable to progress far or form a core. Li Qingyuan felt a sense of urgency. Resources, I need resources. Spirit stones, I require spirit stones. After some contemplation, Li Qingyuan bowed deeply and said, "Respected clan leader, per clan regulations, after 3 years of cultivating the family's celestial seedlings, all members must contribute their efforts to the family business. Over the past 2 years, I have greatly benefited from the clan's kindness and your care, allowing me to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement so swiftly. Clan leader, I wish to repay the clan and contribute in any way I can to its development." Upon hearing this, Li Guangao felt a surge of warmth in his heart and stroked his beard, saying, "Good child, you are grateful and considerate. I have not raised you in vain." After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangao continued, "Speaking of which, you are already 10 years old. You should familiarize yourself with the family business. Furthermore, now that you have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you cannot remain in seclusion and avoid interaction with clan members." However, Li Guangao hesitated. Once your abilities are revealed, they can no longer be concealed. After all, our Li family lacks techniques for concealing one's aura. Li Dingzhou concurred. Indeed, Qingyuan's cultivation must remain undisclosed. Achieving the 3rd level of Qi refinement at 10 years old, such a pace in cultivation suggests the presence of dual spiritual roots, which is no trivial matter. Once your abilities are exposed, it will undoubtedly attract attention, and other Qi refinement family cultivators will become aware. At that point, Qingyuan may find himself in peril. After pondering for a moment, Li Guangao proposed, "How about you follow the Grand Elder to cultivate spiritual plants? He manages the family's medicinal fields alone, which would prevent your abilities from being revealed." Li Qingyuan shook his head and bowed slightly, saying, "Respected clan leader, I wish to learn the art of talisman crafting." This statement momentarily stunned Li Guangao. Li Dingzhou immediately stood up, scolding, "Qingyuan, do not speak frivolously. The skill of talisman crafting is a unique fortune acquired by the clan leader in his early years, not part of the family inheritance. How can you covet it?" Li Dingzhou quickly bowed and added, "Clan leader, Qingyuan is still young. Please forgive his impudence." Li Qingyuan was taken aback, finally realizing that the art of talisman crafting did not belong to the family legacy but was a personal skill of the clan leader, a means through which he earned spirit stones. If it were to be passed down, it would naturally go to disciples of their lineage. Li Qingyuan apologized. "I am sorry, respected clan leader. Before he could finish, Li Guangao immediately agreed with great enthusiasm, saying, "Very well, I shall teach you." Li Guangao shot a glare at Li Dingzhou, retorting, "Li Dingzhou, do you truly believe I am like those outdated old fools outside?" Over the years, had it not been for the inadequacy of our clan's disciples and the excessive resources required to train a first-tier talisman master, my skills in talisman crafting would not have gone unpassed down. Beaming with joy, Li Guangao continued, "Qingyuan possesses exceptional comprehension, having mastered all 6 family methods. Now that you have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you are the perfect candidate to learn the art of talisman crafting. Qingyuan, come by tomorrow morning, and I shall impart this skill to you." Li Qingyuan's face glowed with delight as he expressed, "Thank you, respected clan leader." Chapter 016. The initial steps in talisman crafting. The following morning, Li Qingyuan set out early, arriving at the secluded courtyard of clan leader Li Guangao. "Respected clan leader, I have arrived." He called out from outside the door. Li Guangao's aged voice responded, "Come in." Inside the room, the elder and the youth prepared to craft talismans. Li Guangao spoke earnestly, "Young Qingyuan, crafting talismans requires immense patience, time, and talent. Over the years, I have observed your comprehension and your earnest pursuit of knowledge. If there is anyone in the Li family capable of mastering my talisman crafting skills, it can only be you." Li Qingyuan chuckled modestly, "You flatter me, respected clan leader. Now, without further ado, let us begin." Li Guangao pointed to the materials and tools on the table, stating, "To craft a talisman, one requires a talisman brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Generally, The higher the quality of these materials, the greater the power of the talisman produced. Li Guangao picked up a talisman brush, pride evident on his face as he introduced, "This is my Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush, crafted from the bones and fur of the Wind Spirit Wolf, classified as a middle-grade first-tier item." The talisman brush is, in fact, a magical tool. However, it is not created for combat but for inscribing runes. Li Qingyuan realized, "I see. How much does this talisman brush cost?" "Respected clan leader," Li Guangao replied, "it is valued at 150 spirit stones. In order to purchase this brush and enhance my success rate in crafting talismans, I spent nearly all my savings over several years." 150 spirit stones? Li Qingyuan gasped inwardly, exclaiming, "That is indeed quite expensive." Li Guangao chuckled lightly, setting down the brush and continuing his explanation. "Next is the talisman ink. Talisman ink is primarily made from spirit spring water, combined with ground vermilion stone, and finally infused with the blood of magical beasts." Li Guangao patiently elaborated. "The ink I prepared, when accounting for all the ingredients, costs approximately 10 to 20 spirit stones per pound." Li Qingyuan comprehended, realizing, it seems that learning the art of talisman crafting is indeed a resource-intensive endeavor. "Lastly, we have the talisman paper," Li Guangao continued. "The talisman paper is made from the bark and stems of spiritual plants, mixed with the hides of magical beasts. Lower-grade first-tier talisman paper sells for 1 spirit stone in the markets of Luhai Island, while middle-grade first-tier talisman paper costs 3 spirit stones. As for upper-grade first-tier talisman paper, each sheet demands 5 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. "The talisman paper is so costly?" "Respected clan leader, my father mentioned that lower-grade first-tier talisman paper corresponds to the attack power of early Qi refinement, with market prices ranging from 2 to 4 spirit stones. Middle-grade first-tier talisman paper delivers power comparable to a mid-level Qi refinement cultivator's strike, costing 5 to 6 spirit stones per sheet." Li Guangao nodded. "Indeed. The cost of inscribing lower-grade first-tier talisman paper, when including the expenses for the brush, ink, and paper, along with labor, approaches 2 spirit stones per sheet. Selling lower-grade first-tier talisman paper, one can earn a profit of 1 spirit stone. If one is fortunate enough to produce a high-quality piece, perhaps 2 spirit stones can be gained out. Of course, this represents the most ideal scenario." Li Guangao sighed. "Crafting talismans often results in failure, even after years of dedication. My success rate for producing lower-grade first-tier talisman paper is merely 70 to 80%. For middle-grade first-tier talisman paper, the success rate barely reaches 40%. He lamented. "After deducting costs, the actual profit amounts to only 3 to 400 spirit stones. Moreover, some of the talisman paper is utilized to assist clan members in battles, for self-defense, or for hunting magical beasts. The true amount sold throughout the year barely reaches 200 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan had long learned from his father about the clan's revenues, its businesses, expenditures, and the annual tribute of 600 spirit stones to the Liu family. The current state of the Li family is one of relentless toil and struggle. Each year, the Li clan toils tirelessly, enduring hardships solely to serve the Liu Dao, a foundational celestial clan, as if they were mere beasts of burden. Despite their utmost efforts, they can barely sustain the family's operations. In years of poor harvest, the family's finances fall short, necessitating perilous hunts for more monstrous beasts or venturing into the seas to catch spiritual fish, often leading to casualties among the clan's practitioners. Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious as he said, "Grandfather clan leader, please teach me to draw talismans." Qingyuan yearned to contribute to his family's welfare. "Why, father mentioned that over the years, even when the family faced financial difficulties, you, along with the first and second elders, have selflessly dipped into your own pockets for my cultivation resources." Upon hearing this, Li Guangao smiled with satisfaction. A young lad, wise beyond his years, who understands gratitude and reciprocity, is always cherished by his elders. "Very well," Li Guangao chuckled, retrieving a piece of talisman paper. "This is a lightweight talisman. Little Qingyuan, affix this paper to your body and activate it with your spiritual energy to perceive its mysteries." Following his instructions, Qingyuan adhered the talisman to his chest and infused it with his spiritual power. With a hum, the talisman radiated waves of energy, instantly activating. "Qingyuan, do not use your spiritual power. Simply jump using your own strength." Li Guangao instructed again. Li Qingyuan complied, bending his knees and leaping solely with his leg power. Whoosh! With a single bound, he soared several meters into the air, feeling as if he were flying. Ah! How swift! My body feels so light, he exclaimed, buoyant as a swallow and as delicate as willow fluff. Qingyuan hopped and skipped, each leap spanning over 10 meters, soaring to treetops and gliding over mountain peaks. Startling flocks of birds from the nearby hills. After a few breaths, the energy of the lightweight talisman was expended, and Li Qingyuan landed steadily. The lightweight talisman is truly marvelous. Experiencing talisman crafting for the first time filled him with wonder and curiosity. Li Guangao remarked, the lightweight talisman is a low-grade talisman of the first tier. Once activated, the user's weight diminishes, leading to a significant increase in speed. Today, we shall learn to create this talisman. Energized, Li Qingyuan felt they were finally getting to the crux of the matter. At that moment, clan leader Li Guangao retrieved a talisman brush from his storage pouch and said, Qingyuan, this is a low-grade talisman brush I used years ago. For now, I shall lend it to you. As long as you can create a usable talisman, even if it's just one. Li Guangao's eyes twinkled mischievously as he tempted. I shall gift you this brush, valued at 30 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded, grandfather clan leader. I will strive to succeed. Li Guangao laughed heartily. I will first create a few lightweight talismans for you to observe. With that, he held the wind spirit wolf hair brush, laid out a piece of low-grade talisman paper, dipped the brush tip into the talisman ink, and, with a serious demeanor, focused entirely on crafting the talisman. It was evident that he had mastered the art of drawing the lightweight talisman long ago. In a fluid motion, the talisman was completed in less than half a minute. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan felt a fleeting moment of distraction, as if he were witnessing his mentor wielding a brush, dabbing it into vermilion ink, effortlessly crafting a Mao Shan exorcism talisman. The first, second, third Li Qingyuan observed intently, committing each stroke to memory. On the sixth attempt, however, with a minor miscalculation, the talisman paper's spiritual energy became chaotic, resulting in its self-destruction. Drawing talismans not only consumes spiritual energy but also depletes one's spiritual consciousness, Li Guangao explained. When mistakes occur, one must take a rest. He gestured toward ordinary paper and ink, advising, Qingyuan, practice drawing the talisman on regular paper with ordinary ink, remembering every detail of the lightweight talisman. Once you have mastered it in your heart, you may proceed to use talisman paper. Understood, grandfather clan leader, Qingyuan replied. The elder and the youth engaged in a transfer of knowledge, with Li Guangao slowly inscribing the lightweight talisman on plain paper, teaching each stroke with meticulous care. His expertise was solely derived from personal study, methodical and precise. Li Qingyuan imitated him diligently, committing every stroke to memory. Repeatedly practicing and copying, Li Guangao nodded inwardly, thinking, this child possesses a calm demeanor, neither arrogant nor impatient. His hand is steady, and his strokes are remarkably precise. His rate of learning far exceeds that of my early days. After a dozen attempts, Li Qingyuan mused, it doesn't seem that difficult after all. However, he reined in his eagerness and continued to practice the talisman script. Half an hour later, Li Guangao nodded in satisfaction, stating, excellent. You have nearly mastered the lightweight talisman. Now, you may attempt to draw on talisman paper. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan was instantly invigorated. Yes, grandfather clan leader. The formal drawing of talismans begins now. Chapter 017. A Genius of Talisman Crafting. The lightweight talisman, success. The formal drawing commenced. Point 3 materials were prepared. A low-grade talisman brush, low-grade talisman paper, and low-grade talisman ink. Li Qingyuan grasped the brush, took 3 deep breaths to center himself, then dipped the brush tip into the deep red talisman ink. As the tip touched the paper, he hesitated, furrowing his brow. There seems to be resistance from the talisman paper, Li Guangao observed from the side, stroking his beard with a knowing smile, thinking to himself, little fellow, crafting talismans is not akin to hosting a feast or painting flowers. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, formation crafting, alchemy, weapon forging, talisman drawing, puppet manipulation, beast taming, the art of talismans ranks among the foremost. And it is not easily mastered. Regaining his focus, Li Qingyuan steadied his rhythm and began to outline the talisman script. Bang! On his first attempt, having completed only 1/5 of the lightweight talisman, his spiritual energy wavered, causing the paper to self-destruct. Li Qingyuan's face twitched in dismay, lamenting, one spirit stone gone, a piece of low-grade talisman paper was worth 1 spirit stone, and this did not even account for the ink's consumption. As for the labor involved, Li Qingyuan felt he could not yet consider it labor, as he was still far from mastering the talisman craft. Li Guangyao inquired, "Qingyuan, how does it feel?" Li Qingyuan pondered. "Grandfather clan leader, while drawing the talisman, I felt a force of resistance from the talisman paper, repelling the brush. To counter this resistance, the talisman drawer must precisely regulate their spiritual energy, balancing it perfectly, neither too much nor too little." Li Guangyao felt a swell of pride, saying, "Very well. To have such insight on your first attempt at crafting talismans is remarkable. It seems you possess a natural aptitude for this art. Continue. Do not concern yourself with the material consumption." Li Guangyao encouraged that in the early stages of learning talisman crafting, consumption is inevitable. Li Qingyuan nodded. Understood. He laid out another piece of talisman paper and resumed drawing. This time, having mentally prepared himself, he began channeling his spiritual energy, attempting to feel the assistance while neutralizing the resistance in search of a balanced 1/5, 1/4, bang. This time, upon reaching slightly over 1/4, his spiritual energy faltered, causing the energy in the talisman ink to weaken, failing to perfectly counterbalance the assistance. Consequently, the talisman paper's energy became disordered and self-destructed again. Sighing deeply, Li Qingyuan exhaled and closed his eyes, mentally retracing the reasons for his previous failure. After a quarter of an hour, he attempted to draw the talisman a third time. 1/5, 1/4, 1/3, bang. This time, upon reaching 1/3 completion, a moment of inattention led to the talisman paper being rendered useless. Li Qingyuan sighed. Crafting talismans is even more challenging than I anticipated. Li Guangyao chuckled. Of course, drawing talismans is not simple. Otherwise, would everyone in the Li Celestial clan be able to become a talisman master? Over the years, I have trained a dozen individuals, yet none succeeded, resulting in significant material losses. However, you are performing admirably, Li Guangyao praised. To have crafted 1/3 of a talisman after merely 3 attempts is a feat far surpassing my own early efforts. With a gentle smile, Li Guangyao sincerely commended and encouraged, "Child, I believe that your future accomplishments in the realm of talismans will undoubtedly surpass mine. Now, take a moment to rest, recover your spiritual energy and consciousness, and we shall press on." Li Qingyuan nodded, "Yes, grandfather clan leader." While Li Guangyao was not a formidable cultivator, nor regarded as a master in the art of talismans, he was undoubtedly an excellent teacher, never resorting to reprimands at the slightest misstep. Thus, even after several failures, Li Qingyuan felt minimal pressure. Rather, he was continuously encouraged, gradually building his confidence. After a brief period of recuperation, they resumed the talisman drawing. Failure, failure, and yet more failure. However, progress was evident. 1/3, slightly over 1/3 half. A bit more than half unbeknownst to them. An entire day had passed. Apart from lunch and dinner, and a brief period of meditation to restore his cultivation, Li Qingyuan had been immersed in drawing talismans. Buzz! Suddenly, with a final stroke of his brush, Li Qingyuan completed the last line, manifesting the talisman's spiritual energy. "Ha ha ha! It's done! It's done!" he exclaimed joyfully. "Grandfather clan leader, I have finally succeeded. I have drawn the lightweight talisman." Li Guangyao, who had been meditating nearby to refine his energy and spirit stones, startled awake at Qingyuan's exuberant laughter. Having stagnated at the 6th layer of qi refinement for years, he was qualified to attempt breaking into the 7th layer. He immediately dispersed his spiritual energy and exited his meditative state, eyes wide with disbelief. "You succeeded. Let me see." Li Guangyao summoned the lightweight talisman with his spiritual power, examining it closely, a look of incredulity dawning upon his face as he remarked, "You truly succeeded, Qingyuan. You astonishingly managed to draw the lightness talisman in just one day. You are not only a prodigy in cultivation, but also a genius in the art of talismans." Li Qingyuan humbly smiled and replied, "It is all due to your wise guidance, esteemed patriarch. Moreover, I consumed a total of 20 sheets of talisman paper and wasted 20 spirit stones to successfully create a single talisman. Were it not for your unwavering effort and resources devoted to my training, it would have been impossible for me to succeed." Li Guangyao shook his head and said, "No, no, no. While resources are indeed vital, talent is far rarer. Do you know how many spirit stones I expended before successfully drawing a lightness talisman in my day? And how much time I spent? Li Qingyun shook his head. I do not know, Li Guangao sighed. I spent over 200 spirit stones and nearly half a month just to barely create the lightness talisman. Had it not been for the previous patriarch being my own uncle and my position as the clan's chosen young leader, receiving the family's full support, it would have been extremely difficult for me to become a talisman master. Li Guangao's face was filled with anticipation and hope as he said, Child, your comprehension is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Looking across the entirety of Luhai Island, you are indeed a child of destiny. It is a pity, however, that your spiritual roots must remain concealed, as must your cultivation. Otherwise, I would have surely appointed you as the young leader and devoted the entire clan's resources to your upbringing. Li Guangao continued with earnestness, until you reach the later stages of qi refinement, you, along with the entire clan, must exercise restraint. Only upon reaching that level can you possess the means to protect yourself and reveal your cultivation to the world. He spoke with deep sincerity. Qing Yuan, you must understand that as a family of qi refiners, the Li clan has allies as well as enemies. Especially the foundation-building celestial clan, the Lu family. They will never permit another foundation-building celestial clan to arise on Luhai Island. Li Qingyuan respectfully replied, Rest assured, esteemed patriarch, I understand, by the way. Esteemed patriarch. Li Qingyuan said, I wish to continue perfecting the lightness talisman and create more talisman papers to compensate for the losses incurred for my failures. May I take some of the talisman paper materials, talisman brushes, and talisman ink back with me? Li Guangao readily agreed, of course. Furthermore, I have stated that as long as you successfully draw a single talisman, this brush will belong to you. I shall also provide you with half a pound of talisman ink and 20 sheets of first-tier inferior talisman paper materials. Upon your return, practice diligently to enhance your success rate. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. Thank you, esteemed patriarch. I will not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 018. Talisman brush, talisman paper, talisman ink, doubling up, profiting exceedingly. Soon, Li Qingyuan hurriedly departed, returning to his secluded little courtyard. He closed the door, entered his bedroom, and eagerly took out all the talisman drawing materials. Half a pound of talisman ink, valued at 5 spirit stones. 20 sheets of first-tier inferior talisman paper, valued at 20 spirit stones. Additionally, the first-tier inferior talisman brush gifted by the patriarch, valued at 30 spirit stones. Lastly, Li Qingyuan produced the successful lightness talisman he had drawn. Holding the lightness talisman, Li Qingyuan silently chanted, Receive. In the next moment, within the Xinpin space, the lightness talisman was absorbed, then perfectly duplicated in 2. Li Qingyuan took out 2 lightness talismans, inspecting them closely and concluding, it appears that the duplication function produces talismans with identical runic curves. His drawn lightness talisman lacked refinement, merely a forced success. The duplicated lightness talismans also exuded a sense of imperfection in craftsmanship. Next, he turned to the first-tier inferior talisman brush. Receive. In an instant, Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened with elation. Successful duplication. Within the Xinpin space, 2 identical talisman brushes were perfectly replicated. Following that, half a pound of talisman ink was doubled, resulting in 1 pound of talisman ink. Finally, the 20 sheets of first-tier inferior talisman paper materials were also duplicated, transforming into 40 sheets. All resources had doubled, yielding tremendous profit. Li Qingyuan's breathing grew slightly heavier. His assets now exceeded 100 spirit stones. This fortune, aside from the patriarch, the grand elder, and the second elder, surpassed all other clan members. Ha ha! Li Qingyuan took a deep breath to calm himself. The Xinpin space was now a realm of learning. Li Qingyuan focused his mind, linking his spiritual energy to the Xinpin space, where he saw a figure meticulously drawing on talisman paper, specifically the lightness talisman. The mysterious figure's talisman drawing process was exceedingly detailed and flawless, a veritable textbook example. Li Qingyuan grasped the talisman brush, dipped it in the talisman ink, closed his eyes, and allowed his spiritual energy to follow the steps of the mysterious figure in the Xinpin space, moving gracefully to draw the talisman. This time, he created the talisman with even greater skill and dexterity than before, completing it in one fluid motion. Buzz! The lightness talisman was formed, resonating with spiritual energy. The talisman paper hummed, the runes coalesced, and the spiritual energy was contained. resulting in a successful drawing. Li Qingyuan's eyes turned, pondering, can the lightness talisman drawn using the duplicated talisman paper materials be replicated once more? Receive. However, this time, the lightness talisman could not be absorbed into the Shimpan space. Nor could it be duplicated. Li Qingyuan concluded. It seems that talisman paper drawn using duplicated materials cannot be replicated again. It cannot create an infinite loop. He continued to draw talismans, learning from the guidance provided by the Shimpan space. Feeling as if a veil had been lifted, gaining profound insights that led to significant progress. Drawing talismans, restoring cultivation, drawing talismans, restoring cultivation. Until nightfall, Li Qingyuan prepared a meal for himself, consuming spirit rice, spirit beast meat, and a nourishing soup made from spiritual herbs. After a satisfying meal, he enjoyed a restful sleep to replenish his energy. The next morning, Li Qingyuan rose early to continue drawing talismans. After experiencing the sweetness of initial success, he had become somewhat addicted. After a day's effort, he managed to create 40 sheets of talisman paper, with 8 failures and 32 successful lightness talismans, achieving an astonishing success rate of 80%. This was truly remarkable for a novice. Upon completing the last lightness talisman, Li Qingyuan exhaled a long breath. Without the guidance of the Shimpan space, my success rate would have been at most 40%. Yet now, within just one day, my success rate soared to 80%. Drawing the lightness talisman has become effortless for me. Li Qingyuan contemplated. Based on my original comprehension, with a success rate of 40%, 20 sheets of talisman paper would yield about 8 successful talismans. Therefore, I shall present the 8 successful lightness talismans to the esteemed patriarch, disguising my success rate as 40%. The remaining 24? I will keep for myself. Li Qingyuan understood that being too extraordinary could also bring about trouble. Calculating based on his original understanding and learning pace, a 40% success rate was already astonishing. And it was prudent to conceal some of his abilities. Before long, Li Qingyuan approached the patriarch, Li Guangao, presenting the 8 successfully drawn lightness talismans. A success rate of 40%? Li Guangao was taken aback. You managed to create 8 lightness talismans from 20 sheets of talisman paper? Hissed. Li Guangao inhaled sharply, astonished. You have only been learning to draw talismans for a single day, and your success rate is exceptionally high. Ha ha ha, as expected of my Li clan's prodigy. Li Guangao chuckled heartily. In just one day of learning to draw talismans, your success rate has already returned the investment and even yielded a profit. Qingyuan, your talent in the art of talismans is no less than your cultivation talent. Li Guangao was extremely excited. It seems that my legacy in talisman crafting will have a worthy successor. Qingyuan, in the coming days, continue to perfect the drawing of the lightness talisman. Once your success rate reaches 50%, I shall impart to you the method for drawing the next type of talisman paper. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Understood, esteemed patriarch. Thus, in the following days, Li Qingyuan primarily focused on meditation and cultivation, allocating a small portion of his time to creating lightness talismans. News of his remarkable achievement, drawing the lightness talisman with a success rate of 40% in just one day, spread to the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and his father, Li Dingzhou. The Grand Elder and Second Elder were overwhelmed with excitement, shedding tears of joy, exclaiming that the clan had produced an unparalleled talent. A month later, having dedicated a small portion of time each day to crafting talismans, Li Qingyuan pretended to achieve a 50% success rate one day, thereby earning the opportunity to learn the second type of talisman paper. Patriarch Li Guangao patiently taught him, offering constant praise and encouragement. Li Qingyuan diligently studied, his extraordinary comprehension enabling rapid progress, further accelerated by the one-on-one private instruction of the Shimpan space. Gradually, Li Qingyuan came to realize that the first-tier talisman legacy held by the patriarch was incomplete. The patriarch had fortuitously acquired this legacy in his youth, which included only 6 types of first-tier inferior talisman papers, 3 types of first-tier middle-grade talisman papers, and a single first-tier upper-grade talisman paper. Moreover, the solitary first-tier upper-grade talisman paper was a flawed version, significantly diminishing its power, allowing it to exert only the strength of a first-tier middle-grade talisman paper. This was akin to a severely truncated version of the first-tier talisman legacy. Lacking comprehensiveness, a complete first-tier talisman legacy must encompass first-tier inferior, middle-grade, upper-grade, and even top-grade talisman papers. The patriarch remarked that a top-grade talisman paper wielded power comparable to the full force strike of a chi refinement practitioner at the 10th level, being utterly unstoppable beneath the foundation building level. Thus, it became evident that the talisman legacy in the patriarch's possession was gravely lacking. However, even a severely flawed first-tier talisman inheritance constitutes a significant source of income and a vital means of combat assistance for the Li family, a modest third-rate cultivation clan. Thus, it is imperative for Li Qingyuan to master this craft. This pursuit of knowledge persisted, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed in this brief span. Li Qingyuan amassed hundreds, even thousands, of talisman papers, yet this bounty also brought him a measure of distress. Chapter 019. The Agony of Lacking Spirit Stones. Seated in meditation, Li Qingyuan found himself beneath the earth's veins. Where a fragmented first-tier spiritual vein lay, its energy surging from below. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth coalesced around his small courtyard. In his hands, he held a piece of spirit stone in each palm. As he circulated the Great Chun technique, he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it for his own use, with his internal spiritual force operating in a grand cycle, enveloping him in a glow of ethereal light as he inhaled and exhaled the spiritual essence. With a crack, the two spirit stones in his hands lost their potency and crumbled into dust. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Qingyuan completed the final cycle of his internal energy. Returning it to his dantian, where it settled in his qi, a look of joy spread across his face as he remarked, "Who would have thought that drawing talismans could also aid in cultivation?" During the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan primarily focused on refining his spiritual energy, dedicating a portion of his time to studying 6 types of inferior first-tier talisman papers. Throughout the talisman drawing process, he continuously consumed his internal spiritual and mental energy. After each bout of consumption, he would meditate to restore his magical power. This cycle of expenditure and recovery repeated itself, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of his cultivation progress within a mere 6 months. Comparable to the pace of 7 or 8 months prior, it became apparent that drawing talismans was also a method to refine spiritual energy and hone mental acuity. This was merely the first of his gains. The second achievement was that over the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had learned to craft 6 types of inferior first-tier talisman papers: the Cleansing Talisman, the Illumination Talisman, the Hemostasis Talisman, the Weightless Talisman, the Iron Armor Talisman, and the Ice Spike Talisman. The first 3 served practical purposes, while the latter 3 were designed for combat, enhancing his strength. Currently, the quality of the 6 talismans he produced was consistently genuine, with some even reaching the level of excellence. Inferior first-tier talismans are categorized into low quality, genuine quality, and excellent quality. For instance, the inferior first-tier Ice Spike Talisman. Of low quality, it barely qualifies as a talisman. Its power corresponding to a first-layer chi refinement. Genuine quality yields power equivalent to a second-layer chi refinement, while excellent quality matches the strength of a third-layer chi refinement. The third benefit was that, guided by the Shinpin Space's instructional function, Li Qingyuan had proficiently mastered the art of talisman crafting, achieving a success rate of 90. Moreover, in order to hone his talisman skills, he opted not to draw talismans first and then replicate them. Instead, he chose to double the materials for the talismans and the ink before inscribing the talismans. The increased frequency of talisman creation not only refined his spiritual energy and tempered his spirit, but also elevated his talisman crafting skills. Additionally, he reported to his grandfather, the clan leader, that after 6 months of study, his success rate in inscribing the 6 types of inferior first-tier talismans had reached 6-0. Li Qingyuan's brow furrowed in concern. Alas, how am I to exchange these talismans for spirit stones to further my cultivation? Over the past half-year, Li Qingyuan had quietly amassed several hundred talisman papers, with the majority being weightless talismans, Iron Armor Talismans, Ice Spike Talismans, and Hemostasis Talismans, while the Cleansing and Illumination Talismans were the least numerous. The genuine quality weightless, Iron Armor, Ice Spike, and Hemostasis Talismans were valued at 3 spirit stones each, while those of excellent quality commanded 4 spirit stones. Conversely, the Cleansing and Illumination Talismans, crafted from the cheapest materials, cost about half a spirit stone each, hence their selling price was merely 1 spirit stone. Based on the pricing provided by his grandfather, Li Qingyuan estimated that if he sold all his talismans, their total value would exceed 1,000 spirit stones. After all, Li Qingyuan had a significant advantage. The resources for crafting talismans were doubled, and his success rate was astonishingly high at 90, with a considerable number of excellent talismans. Most importantly, the talismans he produced could not be offered to the clan's cultivators, nor could he provide them. He could only keep them for himself. Furthermore, the cost of his talismans, aside from labor, was virtually non-existent, unlike his grandfather, who, over the course of a year, produced talismans worth 2,000 spirit stones at the expense of several hundred spirit stones. These were provided to the clan's cultivators to aid them in battle, self-defense, and strength enhancement, as well as for hunting fierce beasts, resulting in a total yearly supply worth thousands of spirit stones. Thus, by the end of the year, the clan leader could only earn a profit of 200 to 300 spirit stones. As the clan leader, he was indeed diligent and competent, needing to sell the talismans to convert them into spirit stones for his cultivation. Li Qingyuan frowned slightly, troubled that at the current pace, it would take approximately 3 years to reach the completion of the third layer of qi refinement and then break through to the fourth layer. Following that, progressing through the fifth and sixth layers would likely require an additional 7 or 8 years. Li Qingyuan pondered. Within 10 years, when I attain the 7th layer of qi refinement, I will already be in my early 20s. Advancement in the later stages of qi refinement becomes increasingly challenging, necessitating more spirit stones, resources, and even expensive elixirs to facilitate cultivation. The journey through the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th layers averages 4 to 5 years per stage. By that estimation, I would be in my 40s. This is merely an ideal scenario. It is exceedingly rare for a third-rate qi refinement clan to produce an expert in the latter stages of qi refinement, especially at the 10th layer, where the accumulation required far surpasses that of the 8th and 9th layers. Achieving the pinnacle of the 10th layer is an arduous endeavor. Among the first-rate qi refinement clans on Luhai Island, only 3 exist, and only their families have reached the 10th layer, an exceptionally rare feat. A sense of urgency gripped Li Qingyuan. Even if I achieve the 10th layer around 50, I will still require considerable time and thousands of spirit stones to gradually procure foundation-building elixirs. I fear that before 60, it will be exceedingly difficult to obtain a foundation-building elixir and break through to the foundation-building stage. Even if I miraculously succeed by the age of 60, the potential I possess will be nearly depleted, making it extremely difficult to form a Dian. Li Qingyuan shook his head. No, I must become an immortal. I must seek eternal life. I must devise a plan to sell the talismans without exposing my secrets, thereby exchanging them for spirit stones to expedite my cultivation. In the afternoon, Li Qingyuan arrived at his grandfather's secluded courtyard. He took out 6 excellent quality talismans and said with a smile, "Grandfather, you mentioned that if I could produce talismans of excellent quality, you would teach me to inscribe intermediate first-tier talismans. Intermediate first-tier talismans correspond to the mid-qi refinement stage, suitable for practitioners of the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of qi refinement." The clan leader, Li Guangao, brightened at the sight and exclaimed, "Indeed, these are talismans of excellent quality. This iron armor talisman can withstand the full force of a 3rd-layer qi refinement practitioner. And the weightless talisman, ice spike talisman, and hemostasis talisman. You have managed to produce all of them at an excellent quality," he marveled. "Qingyuan, your talent for talisman crafting surpasses my own by 10-fold. No, 100-fold. Laughing heartily, he declared, "Very well, today I shall teach you to draw intermediate first-tier talismans." The learning method remained the same as before. First, he would demonstrate several intermediate first-tier talismans. Then, Li Qingyuan would follow along, using ordinary paper and brush to transcribe the runes. Throughout the process, his grandfather provided meticulous guidance. There are 3 types of intermediate first-tier talismans that I have mastered. The Diamond Talisman, primarily for defense. Once activated, it transforms spiritual energy into an indestructible barrier, impervious to blades and fire. The Wind Blade Talisman, primarily for offense. When triggered, it conjures blades of wind that can strike enemies from afar, rendering them utterly helpless. The Explosive Fire Talisman, also for offense. Once unleashed, it engulfs the sky in flames, comparable to a master-level fireball technique, powerful enough to ravage mid-qi refinement foes. The clan leader chuckled. "Today, let us begin with the Diamond Talisman." Chapter 020. The Flawed Intermediate First-Tier Talisman. It became evident that intermediate first-tier talismans were indeed of a much higher caliber than inferior first-tier talismans, far more profound, and slightly more challenging to learn. Nonetheless, Li Qingyuan perceived this challenge as merely a slight difficulty, nothing more. The materials for intermediate first-tier talismans were valued at 3 spirit stones. Upon successful creation, those of inferior quality could be sold for 4 spirit stones, while genuine quality fetched 5 spirit stones. Should one reach the level of excellence, the attack power would rival that of a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, with a single talisman commanding a price of 6 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan dedicated the first 3 days to memorizing the runes of the diamond talisman, committing them thoroughly to memory. Following that, he spent an entire week, devoting 2 hours each day, 4 hours total, to practice drawing talismans. Utilizing 5 pieces of intermediate first-tier talisman materials daily, on the first day, all 5 materials resulted in failure, costing him 15 spirit stones. The second day, despite some progress, all materials again failed, incurring another loss of 15 spirit stones. By the third day, after failing 4 times, he fortuitously succeeded in creating an inferior quality diamond talisman, barely achieving the basics. Upon reaching this initial milestone, the Xinpin Space's guidance function activated, with a mysterious figure providing one-on-one instruction, perfectly demonstrating the process of drawing the diamond talisman. Following the guidance of the Xinpin Space, Li Qingyuan made rapid progress in the following days. On the 4th day, he successfully created 2 inferior quality diamond talismans, matching the power of a 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioner's full force. On the 5th day, he succeeded in crafting 3 diamond talismans, 2 of inferior quality and 1 of genuine quality. By the 6th and 7th days, his success rate soared to 80%, managing to create 4 out of 5 talisman materials, all of genuine quality, rivaling the might of a 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioner's full strike. After 10 days, Li Qingyuan earned the opportunity to continue his studies. The clan leader, Li Guangao, imparted to him the Wind Blade Talisman and the Explosive Fire Talisman. Learning to draw the Wind Blade Talisman required him to practice diligently for 2 hours each day. After a week, he had mastered it, and within 10 days, he became proficient. The same applied to the Explosive Fire Talisman, with no exceptions. Thus, within the short span of a month, Li Qingyuan had essentially mastered the drawing techniques for 3 types of first-tier medium-grade talismans, achieving a success rate of 80%. Of course, as was customary, he pretended that his success rate was only 40% at first. After another month, in the presence of his grandfather, the clan leader, Li Qingyuan feigned that his success rate had improved to 50%. Moreover, after a month of rigorous training, he managed to produce authentic talismans consistently, with a 1 in 10 chance of creating exquisite talismans. If not for the fact that he lacked spiritual awareness and was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, in the early stages of his cultivation, his abilities would not be as formidable. Otherwise, he could have produced even more exceptional quality talismans. Sighing, Li Qingyuan set down his wind spirit wolf hairbrush, gazing contentedly at the table, and said with a smile, "Grandfather clan leader, look, Qingyuan has fortuitously succeeded in crafting an exquisite explosive fire talisman." Clan leader Li Guangao stroked his beard and chuckled, "Good, good, good." In just 2 months, he had mastered all 3 types of first-tier medium-grade talismans, most of which were of authentic quality, with occasional exquisite ones appearing. While pleased, Li Guangao could not help but sigh. "In a mere 8 months, you, young lad, have completely depleted my years of talismanic teachings. Moreover, in less than a year, your proficiency in talisman crafting rivals my own accumulated knowledge of 2 to 3 decades. Your talent for talisman crafting surpasses mine 100-fold. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Grandfather clan leader, I must confess, I have been using a cheat. Furthermore, I have concealed my true success rate and the probability of producing exquisite talismans. I apologize, but regarding the matter of the Xinpin Space, neither you nor my parents can be informed. Otherwise, the Li clan will be in grave danger." With a smile, Li Qingyuan said, "Grandfather clan leader, do you not have one final type of talisman left to teach me?" Li Guangao paused, then inquired, "Are you referring to the flame ice severing talisman?" "Indeed," Li Qingyuan replied. "Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn it." With a long sigh, Li Guangao said, "Qingyuan, the flame ice severing talisman is originally a first-tier superior grade talisman, with destructive power rivaling that of a late-stage Qi refinement expert's full force strike. Unfortunately, the runes of the flame ice severing talisman are incomplete. Not only is it exceedingly difficult to learn, far surpassing the usual first-tier medium-grade talismans, but even upon successful drawing, Its power would only be comparable to a full-force strike from a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner. It consumes time, materials, and effort, and the resulting power is inferior to that of the Wind Blade and explosive fire talismans. Thus, over the years, I have rarely attempted to craft it, believing in the principle that having multiple skills is beneficial. And with all other talismans mastered except for the Flame Ice Severing Talisman, he boldly stated, "Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn it. Please teach me." Li Guang'o scrutinized Li Qingyuan, deliberating for a moment before nodding. "Very well, since you are eager to learn, I shall impart it to you. In truth, during my youth, I dedicated considerable effort to mastering the Flame Ice Severing Talisman. For deep within my heart lay a desire, a hope that perhaps I could complete this talisman and enable it to fully unleash the power of a first-tier superior grade talisman. Should our clan possess such a talisman, it might significantly enhance our family's wealth and strength." Alas, Li Guang'o sighed wistfully. "However, reality has shown me that such aspirations are but illusions." Li Qingyuan listened intently. A successfully crafted first-tier superior grade talisman would grant the clan the capability to command the combat strength of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, provided there were sufficient talismans, and with the support of the clan leader's perfected 6th-level Qi refinement cultivation. They could stand against 7th-level Qi refinement practitioners. If the clan's hunting team were to equip themselves with first-tier superior grade talismans, they would easily handle any beasts below the late-stage level. Li Guang'o chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Why am I telling you all this? Let us begin. I shall now teach you the Flame Ice Severing Talisman. The methods and steps for learning remain the same tried-and-true techniques." In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Throughout this week, Li Qingyuan diligently copied the runes for 2 hours each day. After a week, under Li Guang'o's guidance, he began utilizing talisman paper, talisman brushes, and talisman ink to create the talisman. However, this time, Li Qingyuan encountered some setbacks. The Flame Ice Severing Talisman, being a first-tier superior grade talisman, ideally required materials of the same grade, as well as a first-tier superior grade brush. With the ink quality ideally being as high as possible, however, the clan only possessed materials for first-tier medium-grade talismans, and the Wind Spirit Wolf Hairbrush, valued at 150 spirit stones, was merely a first-tier medium-grade brush as well. Additionally, since the Flame Ice Severing Talisman was incomplete, extra caution was necessary. Any misstep could lead to failure. This learning process took an entire month. The material consumption during this month was staggering, causing even clan leader Li Guang'o to be alarmed. "Sigh, child, if this continues, perhaps you should consider giving up." Li Guang'o observed the significant waste of talisman materials, his heart aching. "In my day, I toiled for years, using up hundreds of spirit stones, and only managed to produce a few. Even if one were to learn the Flame Ice Severing Talisman, the cost would outweigh the benefits." Li Qingyuan gazed at the heaps of discarded materials and took a deep breath, saying, "Grandfather clan leader, I wish to try once more. If it fails again, I shall concede." With that, Li Qingyuan grasped the Wind Spirit Wolf Hairbrush, dipped it in the talisman ink, and began to draw. With each stroke and curve, the arcane runes sprang to life on the paper. Buzz! As the brush touched the surface, the runes hummed, gathering spiritual energy and sealing it within. It was complete. Li Qingyuan beamed with joy. Li Guang'o let out a long sigh of relief, thinking, "At last, it has succeeded. My precious talisman materials." Suddenly, Li Qingyuan froze. Buzz! Within the Xinpin space, a mysterious figure reappeared, guiding Li Qingyuan in drawing the talisman in the space. The Flame Ice Severing Talisman was swiftly completed. What astonished Li Qingyuan even more was that this Flame Ice Severing Talisman had been fully restored. It was a true first-tier superior grade talisman. Li Qingyuan's heart raced with exhilaration. This is the complete version of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman? Chapter 021. Xinpin Space, Third Function, Completeness of All Methods. Li Qingyuan was overjoyed, his heart brimming with excitement. I did not expect the third function of the Xinpin Space could restore incomplete talismans. Is it limited to restoring incomplete runes, or can it also apply to spells, alchemy, artifact crafting that I must explore further in the future? Hey, child, come back to your senses. Li Guang'o waved his hand in front of Li Qingyuan. Is your joy so boundless? Clan leader Li Guang'o sighed, shaking his head. This Flame Ice Severing Talisman, while successfully drawn, is merely a makeshift effort with weak power. Moreover, the materials, brush, and ink are all of the first-tier medium grade. Even if you were fortunate enough to succeed in crafting one, its power would likely only equate to a full force strike from a 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner, inferior even to a 5th-level practitioner. Stroking his beard, Li Guangao shook his head. Give it up, Qing Yuan. Even if you master the drawing of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman, due to the incomplete runes, its power would only be comparable to that of a 5th or 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Li Qingyuan did not argue but nodded. Understood, grandfather clan leader. I will heed your advice. Oh, by the way, here are the talismans you asked me to sketch this month. Li Qing produced dozens of talismans. 6 types of first-tier inferior-grade talismans, each no less than 10, and 3 types of first-tier medium-grade talismans, each no less than 5. Clan leader Li Guangao accepted the talismans, nodding in satisfaction. Ha ha, the first-tier inferior-grade talismans. Each one is of authentic quality, and even the exquisite talismans number no less than 15. The 3 types of first-tier medium-grade talismans are all of authentic quality, their power equating to a full force strike from a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Ah, there is even one exquisite first-tier medium-grade talisman. Once activated, even I, at the perfected 6th-level Qi refinement stage, would need to exert my full strength to counter it. Li Guangao happily accepted all the talismans and then produced 7 spirit stones. Offering them to Li Qingyuan, he smiled. Qingyuan, from this month onward, the task of crafting talismans for the clan shall fall to you. My monthly remuneration for crafting talismans for the clan is only 7 spirit stones. Li Guangao continued, from this month forth, I shall provide you with 7 spirit stones as cultivation resources. This will also serve as your compensation for your efforts in crafting talismans for the clan. Li Qingyuan smiled. Thank you for your support, grandfather clan leader. His talent for talisman crafting was exceptionally strong. Originally, he would have needed the clan to provide resources for 5 years without charge. Now, he could earn a substantial amount of spirit stones for the clan, receiving a monthly stipend of 7 spirit stones. 7 spirit stones a month amounts to 84 spirit stones in a year. For any mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner in the clan, this is a considerable sum. At least, aside from the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder, all other mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners in the clan would struggle to accumulate over 80 spirit stones in a year or two. Li Dingzhou, serving in the clan's hunting team, at the 4th level of Qi refinement and the 4th level of body refinement, could barely contend with 5th-level practitioners, his strength only slightly inferior to that of the second elder. Currently, his annual earnings, under favorable circumstances and excluding the clan's share, amount to merely 20 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan picked up the Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush, a stack of talisman paper materials, and a small bucket of talisman ink. Declaring, grandfather clan leader, from this moment onward, I shall take charge of crafting talismans for the clan. You are fully capable of preparing with great effort for the endeavor of breaking through to the later stages of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan is aware that the aspiration to reach the 7th level of Qi refinement and to challenge the later stages, thereby enhancing the family's prestige and strength, has always been the pursuit of the clan leader. My grandfather, my father has mentioned that if it weren't for the years spent cultivating me and the depletion of your private reserve of spirit stones, perhaps you would have already begun your challenge to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Li Guangao huffed in indignation. Do not heed your father's nonsense. To step into the later stages of Qi refinement is no simple feat. The required spirit stones and elixirs amount to at least 200 or 300 spirit stones. Our family can currently only sustain normal operations and must also supply 600 spirit stones to the foundational immortal clan, the Liu family. Nevertheless, Li Guangao added with a comforting smile, now, I can rest assured in entrusting the matter of drawing talismans to you. Next, I shall further refine my cultivation and adjust my state to prepare for the challenge of reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement. He glanced at the talisman brush and remarked, This Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush I shall temporarily lend to you. Remember to take good care of it and do not let it be damaged. It is the most precious item in my possession. Li Qingyuan replied with a smile, Rest assured, grandfather. After bidding farewell, Li Qingyuan returned to his secluded courtyard for solitary cultivation. Spirit stones, gather. 7 spirit stones multiplied, transforming into 14. Next, he replicated the materials for talisman paper and talisman ink in the same manner. He attempted once more with the talisman brush. With a silent incantation, he commanded, Gather. Alas, the first-tier medium-quality talisman brush, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush, remained uncollectible and could not be replicated. Li Qingyuan muttered to himself. Could it be that the wind spirit wolf hairbrush does not belong to me, the master of this space, hence it cannot be replicated? Well, if it cannot be replicated, then so be it. Next, he would proceed to create the true flame eye soul severing talisman. Li Qingyuan focused his mind, channeling his spiritual energy to observe and learn the complete drawing steps of the flame eye soul severing talisman, following the guidance of the mysterious figure within the Shinpin space. The first attempt was a failure. The second attempt also failed. On the third attempt, he finally succeeded, albeit with a talisman of inferior quality. Furrowing his brow, Li Qingyuan mused, logically, a complete first-tier high-quality talisman paper, even of inferior quality, should possess the power of the 7th level of qi refinement. However, due to the inadequate levels of the talisman paper, brush, and ink, none of the three materials meet the standards for first-tier high quality. Thus, this inferior quality first-tier high-quality talisman paper cannot reach the power of the 7th level of qi refinement, instead residing somewhere between the 6th and 7th levels. Continuing to draw, he practiced his skills as long as his technique became proficient. Once he obtained high-quality materials, he could swiftly draw first-tier high-quality talisman paper. Additionally, drawing first-tier high-quality talisman paper required a higher level of control over spiritual and mental energy, which would further refine his own powers and aid in his cultivation. Days passed, and Li Qingyuan's success rate in drawing the flame eye soul severing talisman increased. However, despite his efforts, the success rate hovered below 30%, dismally low. This was not due to his lack of skill, but rather because the materials were truly subpar. One day, as he continued to draw talisman paper, a resonant hum signaled success with a flame eye soul severing talisman. Gathering spiritual energy, he infused it into the talisman, absorbing and storing the ambient spiritual energy of the world, awaiting activation. Yet, with a resounding bang, the talisman paper shattered once more. Li Qingyuan frowned. Another failure. My skills are now sufficient to create quality flame eye soul severing talismans. However, due to the low grade of the talisman paper, it cannot withstand the spiritual essence of a first-tier high-quality talisman paper, leading to frequent self-detonations. Ironically, the inferior quality flame eye soul severing talismans, possessing slightly weaker spiritual essence, managed to succeed. Determined, he resolved, I will not be defeated. After enduring 3 more failures, a series of buzzing sounds emanated from his workspace. This time, the flame eye soul severing talisman successfully sealed its spiritual essence, achieving quality status. Ha ha ha, finally, I have produced a quality flame eye soul severing talisman. Li Qingyuan expressed satisfaction. Even with material limitations, this talisman possesses the might of the 7th level of qi refinement. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, this is quite exhausting. It is only due to my inherently powerful spirit and astonishing mental acuity, coupled with the textbook-like guidance of the Shinpin space, that I can manage this. For someone at the 3rd level of qi refinement to draw first-tier high-quality talisman paper would be akin to dreaming. Settling into a meditative posture, he refined spirit stones to recover his spiritual energy and mental strength. Once his cultivation was restored, Li Qingyuan stood and mused, considering the time. My father and the others will soon go hunting for beasts. I've heard that Luha Island has been quite unsettled lately. I must prepare several talismans for my father to carry. Chapter 022. The Abduction by Evil Cultivators. Father, I heard from Qingqing and Qingbao that there have been frequent mysterious disappearances of cultivators on Luha Island. Is it true? Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan's first inquiry was this. Although he had been engrossed in cultivation and talisman drawing over the past few years, he was still aware that in the path of cultivation, balance was essential, and one's mindset should remain calm and relaxed. Therefore, every 2 to 3 months, he would grant himself a day of respite to unwind and adjust his state of mind. On this particular day off, he chose not to cultivate or draw talismans, instead wandering through Yunxia Mountain to relax, playing with the other youths, including Qingqing and Qingbao. Li Dingzhou sighed and replied, this is indeed true. Last month, when we went to the market to sell materials from beast hunts, we overheard quite a bit about the abduction of cultivators by evil practitioners. Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Abduction by evil practitioners? Could it be trafficking in human lives? Li Dingzhou shook his head. It is likely not trafficking. Those who have gone missing are not the seedlings of our clan. It is said that these evil practitioners specifically target cultivators above the 4th level of qi refinement, only preying upon those in the mid-stage of qi refinement or higher. Reports indicate that dozens to hundreds of mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators have been abducted from Luha Island, with even a few late-stage cultivators falling victim. What? Li Qingyuan exclaimed in shock. Even late-stage cultivators are not spared. Inwardly, he thought, the outside world has become so tumultuous. I was considering finding an opportunity to venture out and see if I could exchange talisman paper for spirit stones. It would be best to procure some materials for drawing first-tier high-quality talisman paper to arm myself. Li Dingzhou reassured him, do not worry. This matter has been jointly reported by multiple Qi refinement families to the Foundational Immortal Clan. The Foundational Immortal Clan, the Lu family, which receives annual tributes from various Qi refinement families, naturally bears the responsibility to protect them and maintain order on Luha Island. He added, if people become anxious and dare not venture outside, the markets under the Lu family's jurisdiction will struggle to operate, Li Qingyuan remarked. I hope the Lu family swiftly resolves this issue regarding the evil practitioners. Li Dingzhou stood and said, I must take my leave now to meet up with the second elder and the others. Li Qing quickly interjected, Father, please wait a moment. Let me provide you with some talismans for protection. As he spoke, he produced a dozen talismans. Li Dingzhou accepted them without hesitation. He had long been aware that his son, Li Qingyuan, was not only a prodigy in cultivation, but also an exceptional talent in talismans. Having recently achieved the ability to draw first-tier medium-quality talisman paper. Looking at the talismans, Li Dingzhou expressed his delight. First-tier medium-quality talisman paper of genuine quality, comparable to a full-powered strike from a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. You even have 3 pieces of exquisite quality talisman paper, the Diamond Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, and Explosive Fire Talisman, 4 of each. Each type includes 3 pieces of genuine quality and 1 exquisite quality. Given that Li Dingzhou was currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, first-tier low-quality talisman paper offered him little assistance, while first-tier medium-quality talisman paper was just what he needed. By an odd twist of fate. Li Qingyuan produced the only genuine quality flame eye soul severing talisman, saying, Father, please accept this talisman. Use it only in dire circumstances. Remember, Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious. Li Dingzhou accepted the flame eye soul severing talisman, and upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, his expression shifted in surprise. This level of talismanic pressure, could it be a first-tier high-quality one? Li Qing gestured for silence. Sure, Father, just remember what I have said. Li Dingzhou swallowed hard, steadying his mind. Do not worry, Your Honor. I will not use this talisman unless absolutely necessary. Father is leaving. Li Dingzhou gathered his belongings and slowly walked away, saying, Be sure to inform your mother that I have gone out to hunt. Understood, Father, Li Qingyuan replied. Watching as his father departed, in his heart, he silently hoped, May the flame eye soul severing talisman never be needed. Alas, my strength is still too low. Even stepping outside poses a challenge. Li Qingyuan exited his home, returning to his secluded courtyard to resume his cultivation. He inhaled and refined spirit stones. Time passed swiftly, and half a month flew by in a certain forested marsh. The Li clan's hunting party traversed the deep mountains, with Li Dingzhou among them, positioned just behind the second elder. The second elder, Li Guangzong, chuckled. I never expected this hunt would go so smoothly. In just half a month. My storage bag is already full indeed. Some of you must assist in carrying the materials from the beasts. Li Dingzhou hefted a beast's head in one hand, while a layer of animal hide rested on his back. These materials from the spiritual beasts can be utilized for weapon forging, array formation, and for crafting talisman paper, all of which can fetch a handsome price. He chuckled, saying, It is all thanks to the guidance of the second elder. You are indeed the most experienced hunter in our family. Having an elder in the house is like possessing a treasure. With your wise counsel and the unwavering support of our brothers and sisters, our hunting team often returns with bountiful spoils. The second elder, Li Guangzong, laughed heartily, replying, Dingzhou, I did not expect you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, to engage in flattery as well. Ha ha! The family members erupted into laughter. The atmosphere filled with joy. 1,000 meters away, amidst a dense forest, several figures cloaked in black were concealed in the shadows. The leader spoke. They have finally arrived. The Li clan's hunting team, I have awaited your arrival. A masked woman inquired, Brother, should we launch a surprise attack, feign a retreat, separate them, and then pick them off one by one? The man replied coolly, We have already gathered ample intelligence on the Li clan's hunting team. Their leader is merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, with 3 members at the 4th level, while the remaining 7 are trifling insects at the 3rd level, easily extinguished. He paused before adding, "Moreover, we possess a mid-tier first-grade spirit tool, the Binding Spirit Net. Even a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner could be ensnared. They stand no chance of resistance," he commanded. "When I give the signal, we shall swarm them. Eliminate all at the early stage of Qi refinement and capture 4 mid-stage practitioners alive to bring back to the clan." The masked woman and 2 other practitioners bowed respectfully, responding, "Understood." The leader's spiritual sense pulled at his storage bag, causing a flying sword to hover around him, clearly indicating his 6th-level Qi refinement prowess. He infused spiritual energy into the sword, patiently awaiting the moment to strike. Meanwhile, the members of the Li clan were engaged in cheerful conversation as they journeyed along. Suddenly, a sense of murderous intent washed over them. Li Dingzhou's expression shifted. As a practitioner of martial arts who had attained the innate martial master level, his sensitivity to killing intent was sharper than that of an average mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. With a clang, Li Dingzhou drew his sword and warned, "Everyone, be cautious. Prepare yourselves." Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily taken aback before promptly complying. Li Dingzhou's keen perception of danger had saved them on numerous occasions, so they instinctively chose to trust him and readied themselves. Whoosh! A blade of light shot forth, swift as lightning and seemingly indestructible. In an instant, the sword light pierced through 3 members of the Li clan, all at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, who were caught off guard by the surprise attack. The 2nd elder fumed, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you slay my kin? Go!" The 2nd elder, using spirit stones as a catalyst, infused spiritual power into his weapon and propelled his sword toward the target. The assailant, effortlessly deflecting the 2nd elder's flying sword with his own tool, scoffed, "You underestimate your own capabilities, old man. Not only is your cultivation weak, but your weapon is also pitifully subpar, a mere mid-tier first-grade relic." The 2nd elder's face fell in shock. A 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, simultaneously, after the masked man struck, a woman and 2 men, all at the 5th level of Qi refinement, swiftly joined the fray, each wielding their own spirit tools. Li Dingzhou's expression turned grave. 1 at the 6th level and 3 at the 5th level. Could they be practitioners of the sinister arts? Chapter 023. The Might of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman. Practitioners of the sinister arts? The Li clan's hunting team was filled with trepidation, their faces displaying shock. The 2nd elder, summoning his sword, declared, "Dingzhou, you lead them to break through. I will hold them off." The masked man sneered, "Old fool, none of you shall escape." Whoosh! He propelled his sword forward, infusing the mid-tier first-grade spirit tool with his 6th-level Qi refinement power, making it even more formidable and swift, overpowering the 2nd elder. With a wave of his left hand, the 2nd elder unleashed a wind blade talisman, sending a razor-sharp wind blade toward the assailant. The man, using his spiritual sense to maneuver his sword, effortlessly parried the wind blade talisman, mocking, "What can a mere mid-tier first-grade talisman do against me?" Attack! The flying sword struck like a shooting star, repeatedly assaulting the 2nd elder. Activating the diamond talisman for defense, the 2nd elder countered with the wind blade talisman and explosive fire talisman, barely managing to hold his ground with the talismans for a brief moment. "Old fool, did you think you were the only one with talismans?" The masked man waved his hand, sending out 3 mid-tier first-grade talismans that detonated simultaneously. With 3 resounding explosions, the 2nd elder was sent reeling several meters back. Had it not been for the diamond talisman shielding him, he would have sustained severe injuries. Go! The man propelled his sword forward, striking the 2nd elder's spirit weapon aside, and in a flash, the sword pierced through the 2nd elder's thigh. Blood sprang forth. The 2nd elder let out a pained cry. The masked man swiftly gestured, releasing a binding spirit net that descended upon the 2nd elder, ensnaring him tightly and rendering him unable to retaliate. Witnessing this, Li Dingzhou and the others' expressions changed. "2nd elder, damn it, we will fight them." Li Dingzhou dove into the fray, exclaiming, "You all hold off the others. I will save the 2nd elder." With the moon shadow technique, Li Dingzhou's figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages as he rushed toward the masked man. The masked woman sneered, "A mere 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner. You overestimate yourself." Whoosh! The woman propelled her sword toward Li Dingzhou, Aiming to cripple his mobility by targeting his thigh, Li Dingzhou contemplated. Only by attacking when they least expect it can I secure a swift victory. If I can swiftly eliminate this woman before the 6th-level practitioner reacts, I will have a chance to contend with him and protect my family's strength, you honor. I am fortunate to have you. As he dove, Li Dingzhou quickly retrieved talismans, affixing a diamond talisman to himself and activating it in an instant. He then unleashed a wind blade talisman and an explosive fire talisman, launching all 3 talismans in one motion. Among them, the diamond talisman was of high quality, a mid-tier first-grade talisman capable of withstanding attacks from 6th-level practitioners. The wind blade talisman and explosive fire talisman he unleashed were also of premium quality, their destructive power comparable to a full-force strike from a 6th-level practitioner. Clang! The wind blade talisman surged forth, deflecting the woman's flying sword, and its residual force continued, sending sharp wind blades toward the masked woman. The woman gasped in surprise. A mid-tier first-grade talisman of premium quality? Diamond talisman. Her expression shifted as she immediately activated her own diamond talisman for defense, capable of withstanding attacks from 5th-level practitioners. Clang! The wind blade struck her chest, but the diamond talisman absorbed most of the impact, sending her flying several meters back, only sustaining light injuries. Furious, she shouted, "You are seeking death." However, before she could finish her sentence, the explosive fire talisman followed closely behind, delivering an attack akin to a full-force strike from a 6th-level practitioner. The woman, horrified and with no time to think, raised her spirit tool to block. Her weapon, also a mid-tier first-grade tool, was sent flying upon impact, and her body was sent tumbling several meters back. Seeing her defenses falter, Li Dingzhou executed the moon shadow technique, closing the distance with his long knife in hand, and bellowed, "Blood Blade 8 strikes. You dare!" The masked man roared in fury, propelling his sword forward, shouting, "Do not harm my sister!" Whoosh! His flying sword raced toward Li Dingzhou, swift as light, aimed directly at his heart. Yet, Li Dingzhou paid no heed, swinging his knife, unleashing 8 strikes of blade energy that intersected in a flash, piercing the masked woman. Slashes echoed as the woman's flesh was cleaved apart. Blood sprang forth as she screamed in agony. Simultaneously, with a clang, the masked man's sword struck Li Dingzhou's back, colliding with the protective golden light of the diamond talisman. Flee apart. In an instant, 2 cultivators at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage soared away on their swords, disregarding the toll of their escape as they desperately fled. With a long exhale, Li Dingzhou released a breath of pent-up frustration, weary in both body and spirit as he leaned against a sturdy tree to rest. Gasping for air, the preceding battle was a tale of length. In reality, from the moment he unleashed the moon shadow technique, activated the talismans, swiftly approached to slay the woman, and then retaliated against the masked man with a barrage of talismans. Merely a span of 10 breaths had elapsed. Aside from the tremendous expenditure of his spiritual energy, he found himself with scant few first-grade superior talismans remaining. Li Dingzhou harbored no confidence in eliminating these 2 Qi refinement 5th-level cultivators, thus opting instead to intimidate them into retreat. After a brief moment of recuperation, he hastened forward to release the binding spirit net, rescuing the second elder. "Second elder, are you all right?" Li Dingzhou inquired with concern. The second elder, Li Guangzong, applied a bleeding-stopping talisman to his severely bleeding thigh, grimacing in pain as he replied, "Just some strained muscles and broken bones. I shall not perish." The 2 cast their gaze towards the family hunting team. Sorrow etched upon their faces. Among the family's Qi refinement 3rd-level cultivators, 3 had already fallen to the masked man's assault. Subsequently, they banded together to confront the other 2 Qi refinement 5th-level evil cultivators, resulting in 1 death, 2 grievously injured, and 3 lightly wounded, leaving nearly everyone injured at Li Dingxue and Li Dingming, both at the 4th level of Qi refinement, were the mainstays against the 2 5th-level adversaries. Yet they bore serious injuries. Particularly, Li Dingxue had lost an arm and succumbed to a heavy unconsciousness, signaling the probable end of his cultivation journey. Witnessing the grievous losses among his kin, tears welled in Li Dingzhou's fierce eyes as he cursed. Damnable bandits! The second elder, too, shed tears, yet he recognized that this was not the time for sorrow. Steeling himself, he commanded, "Dingzhou, gather the evil cultivator's storage bags, artifacts, and the binding spirit net. Then, lead the family disciples to retreat swiftly." Li Dingzhou nodded. Understood. Chapter 024. Storage Bags, First Grade Artifacts Acquired. As Li Qingyuan hurried to the ancestral hall, he found it already bustling with over 100 individuals. Among them, a small portion were cultivators, while the majority comprised the immediate families of the cultivators. Common folk residing on Yunxiao Mountain. Cries and wails filled the air, cloaking the scene in mourning. The atmosphere within the hall was somber and oppressive. Upon seeing his father was unharmed, Li Qingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. However, upon discovering that 4 of his kin had perished and all others were injured, sorrow crept across his face. The Grand Elder had arrived and began tending to the injuries of the second elder. Li Dingming and their companions, cleansing wounds and applying bandages. Remarkably, Li Dingzhou was the sole member of the hunting team who had emerged unscathed. The clan leader spoke in a grave tone. Guangzong, what transpired? Did you encounter a late-stage spirit beast? Have you ventured deep into the mountains? The second elder, Li Guangzong, responded. Clan leader, we were ambushed by evil cultivators. What? The clan leader, the grand elder, and the others were taken aback that Li Qing looked to his father. Asking father, did you encounter those notorious evil cultivators who specialize in abducting cultivators? Li Dingzhou nodded. Indeed. This time, we nearly faced total annihilation. Had it not been for you. He halted, refraining from mentioning the talismans gifted by Li Qing. At that moment, the second elder added, there were 4 of them, 1 at the 6th level of Qi refinement and 3 at the 5th. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, 1 at the 6th level and 3 at the 5th. Such power could easily contend with a third-rate Qi refinement family. The forces behind these evil cultivators must be formidable. The clan leader inquired, Guangzong, Dingzhou, how did you escape this perilous situation? Li Guangzong replied, were it not for Dingzhou, we would surely have perished. He then recounted the events of the battle, detailing the sudden ambush, his own injuries, and how Li Dingzhou had unleashed a multitude of talismans to turn the tide against the evil cultivators. The clan leader, Grand Elder, and the gathered relatives listened in stunned silence. The clan leader exclaimed, 4 gold talisman, wind blade talisman, an explosive fire talisman, each 4 in number, and among them, a single exquisite talisman? Furthermore, there exists a remarkably powerful first-grade superior talisman? The clan leader probed, Dingzhou, where did you acquire this first-grade superior talisman? He bore no suspicion towards Li Qingyuan regarding the talisman. Was it truly possible to create a genuine first-grade superior talisman from the materials of a deficient first-grade middle talisman? Flawed first-grade superior runes and first-grade middle talisman ink and brushes. No matter how one pondered, it seemed a fantastical absurdity. Li Dingzhou scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Clan leader, you know me well. I have always had a penchant for gambling on blind boxes. I never anticipated my luck would be so fortuitous as to yield a first-grade superior talisman. The second elder chimed in, indeed, this lad has a penchant for gambling on blind boxes. Every time we venture to the market to sell beast materials, he insists on a gamble. The clan leader was left momentarily speechless. By the sheer fortune of a gamble, Li Dingzhou had salvaged the family hunting team. This act had preserved at least 1/3 of the family's fighting strength. Should they have truly lost 1/3 of their strength, the Li clan would suffer greatly, with other Qi refinement families and rogue cultivators setting their sights upon them. The clan leader, Li Guangyao, patted Li Dingzhou on the shoulder, saying, you did exceptionally well, Dingzhou. The subsequent tasks fell to the clan leader. The names of the deceased family cultivators would be inscribed in the celestial record, memorialized in the ancestral hall with spirit tablets. Then, he would offer comfort to the bereaved families and reassure the clan members. For those among the families who were cultivators, spiritual stone subsidies would be distributed. For those without cultivators, compensation would be given, ensuring them a life of wealth and fertile land, with continued access to the family's resources for 3 years should any offspring arise. By the time Li Qingyuan returned home, it was already deep into the night. His mother, Chen Xiuyun, with a lingering fear, said, Dingzhou, you nearly scared me to death. While I was fertilizing the spirit fields with the others, someone rushed in to say the family hunting team had returned with heavy casualties, leaving me weak in the knees. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, I almost fainted at the sight of 4 white cloths covering the fallen. Thank goodness to see you unharmed. Otherwise, what would you have had me and you honor do? Li Dingzhou grasped Chen Xiuyun's hand, embracing her as he reassured, Sister Yun, fear not. For your sake and Yuan-er-s, I will ensure my safety, Li Qing, filled with relief, remarked. This time was far too perilous. Thankfully, I got his mother. Qin Xiuyun interjected. Thankfully what? Li Qingyuan replied. Thankfully, my father is blessed with great fortune and luck, winning a first-grade superior talisman from a gamble on a blind box, allowing him to vanquish formidable foes. Qin Xiuyun nodded. Indeed, such incredible fortune. It must surely be the blessings of our ancestors. Li Dingzhou instructed. Sister Yun, I am hungry. Please prepare a bowl of noodles for me. Mother, I am also hungry. Could you make me a bowl as well? Li Qingyuan added, and a fried egg, cooked in the lard of the black-toothed fragrant pig. Qin Xiuyun smiled gently, synchronizing with her son's request. I know. I will use the lard of the black-toothed fragrant pig to fry the egg. Hee hee. Li Qingyuan chuckled with delight. In this life, his father stood as the pillar of the family, embodying a fatherless love as steadfast as a mountain, while his mother was a gentle and graceful matron, her love as nurturing as water. Amidst the mountains and rivers, he thrived, ever reaching towards the sun. Li Dingzhou grinned. Sister Yun, please make one for me as well. Qin Xiuyun responded. All right, everyone will have their fill. With that, she rose to busily prepare in the kitchen, leaving only the father and son in the hall. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Qingyuan asked, Father, did the clan leader summon you for a private meeting earlier? Did he bestow upon you many valuable items? Ha, you little rascal, you're quite sharp, Li Dingzhou replied, forming a hand seal as another storage bag and 2 artifacts flew from his waist pouch. Wow, storage bags and artifacts? Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. One must understand that the Li clan possessed only 3 storage bags, each belonging to the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder. The clan leader's storage bag was the most advanced, reaching the first-grade middle tier, passed down from the previous family head. Storage bags were precious items, classified as special artifacts, containing spatial restrictions applicable to chi refinement techniques. Even a mere first-grade inferior storage bag could fetch a price exceeding 100 spiritual stones. Li Dingzhou chuckled. In the past, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder toiled for years to acquire a first-grade inferior storage bag, enduring much hardship. Now, father and son each have one. However, Li Dingzhou continued, the storage bags we seized are all first-grade middle tier. I intend to offer them to the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Firstly, our cultivation is still low, and possessing first-grade middle-tier storage bags may draw unwanted attention from bandits. Holding such a valuable item without adequate strength is akin to a child carrying gold through a bustling market, inviting disaster. Secondly, aside from exchanging for 2 first-grade inferior storage bags, both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have each provided us with a compensation of 50 spiritual stones. Furthermore, the family has decided that the 2 first-grade middle-tier artifacts we acquired will belong to you and me. Li Qingyuan remarked, our family is indeed fair and just. This division proved profitable for the father and son duo. However, it was also Li Dingzhou's rightful claim. Were it not for him, the entire hunting team would have faced annihilation, significantly weakening the family's strength, making them vulnerable to other forces and rogue cultivators. Li Dingzhou smiled as father and son began their division of spoils. 2 first-grade inferior storage bags. 1 for me and 1 for you. 2 first-grade middle-tier artifacts. 1 for each of us. 100 spiritual stones. 50 for me and 50 for you. Li Qingyuan smiled cheerfully and said, Thank you, father. Chapter 025. Striking it rich. Doubling again. A few days later, the deceased family cultivators were laid to rest, while those severely injured were still recuperating, and the lightly wounded had largely recovered. Following this, the clan leader, Li Guangyao, convened a family meeting, attended by all cultivators above the 4th layer of chi refinement. Notably absent was Li Dingxue, a 4th-layer cultivator, who had lost an arm and was still in a state of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. The specifics of the meeting remained unknown to Li Qingyuan. More than the content of the family meeting, Li Qingyuan was particularly intrigued by the resources at his disposal. He made his way to his secluded courtyard, isolating himself for closed-door cultivation, a low-grade first-tier storage bag. Collect. With a mere thought, he drew the storage bag into the Shinpin space, perfectly duplicating it, resulting in 2 identical storage bags landing in his hands. Both bags were indistinguishable, even down to the slight wear and age they bore. His father had once mentioned that a brand new low-grade first-tier storage bag was valued at approximately 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan mused, the storage bag I possess has been used for several years. It can only be considered second-hand. Its likely worth around 70 to 80 spirit stones. He then grasped a flying sword, flicking his finger to produce a crisp sound as the 3-foot sword vibrated. The blade was long and sharp, its entire body a vibrant green, shimmering with spiritual patterns. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight. This is indeed a mid-grade first-tier flying sword. According to my father, it would fetch no less than 100 spirit stones in the market. It will serve me well until I reach the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Ha, indeed. How fortunate I am to belong to a good family of cultivators. Even as a third-rate Qi refinement clan, the resources available at the onset of cultivation far exceed those of a solitary cultivator without any backing. Collect, duplicate, soon, 2 flying swords soared out of the Shinpin space. The mid-grade first-tier flying swords, entirely green and primarily crafted from green bamboo, were supplemented with other first-tier materials and minerals. Thus, they were named Green Bamboo Flying Swords. Li Qingyuan grinned. 2 green bamboo flying swords, valued at approximately 300 spirit stones. In the end, with 50 spirit stones, after duplication, it became 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan expressed contentment. 100 spirit stones will sustain my cultivation for a considerable time. In a few days, my father and the others will likely venture to the market to sell spiritual plants and beast materials. I can discreetly ask him to procure some materials for crafting high-grade first-tier talismans. In the perilous Liuha Island, only by mastering the combat power of the later stages of Qi refinement can I find some sense of security. Since entering the world of cultivation, Li Qingyuan has always felt an underlying sense of insecurity. Stemming from his own weakness, he understood that all fear arose from insufficient power. Now, in order to enhance his might, he could only focus on crafting the flame ice severing talisman before entering closed-door cultivation. However, there was one matter he needed to address. Li Qingyuan, with a troubled expression, murmured, "Sigh, how should I explain this to the clan leader?" It seemed that he had no choice but to resort to strategies. The following morning, Li Qingyuan removed his outer garments, bearing the burden of sin, and approached the clan leader's secluded residence. Kneeling on both knees, he declared, "I, clan descendant Li Qingyuan, have come to plead for forgiveness. I humbly request the clan leader to punish me." With a creak, the door opened, revealing not only the clan leader, but also the Grand Elder. Li Qingyuan respectfully greeted them. Greetings to the clan leader and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, with a curious expression, inquired, "What is it, young Qingyuan? What transgression have you committed?" Li Qingyuan lowered his head in silence. The clan leader asked, "Speak, what is the success rate for low-grade first-tier talismans? And what of mid-grade first-tier talismans?" Li Qingyuan glanced at the clan leader, noting the stern look on his face, and replied in a subdued tone, 70%. 70%? Clan leader Li Guangao was taken aback. Pressing further, 70% for low-grade first-tier talismans, or mid-grade first-tier talismans? Li Qingyuan responded, "For me, they are all the same." Clan leader Li Guangao's lips twitched. That does make sense. This brat's talent for talisman crafting is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps for him, low-grade and mid-grade first-tier talismans present equal challenges. Li Guangao continued to inquire, "What about the probability of high-quality talismans?" Seeing that the clan leader was not angry, Li Qingyuan continued, "For low-grade first-tier talismans, the probability of high quality is nearly 20%. For mid-grade first-tier talismans, it is close to 10%. "You little rascal," Li Guangao exclaimed, his voice rising as he extended his hand towards Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan quickly interjected, "Clan leader, please allow me to explain. I did not intend to conceal the success rate of my talisman crafting. I merely wish to save some talismans for my father's protection. Every time my father goes hunting, it is fraught with peril. My mother is always anxious, unable to sleep well at night, and often prays for his safety as his son. I too worry for my father's safety. Which is why I deliberately concealed this from you, to reserve more talismans for my father's protection." Li Guangao placed his hand on Li Qingyuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, well done, you little rascal." "Huh?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback, utterly bewildered that Li Guangao chuckled. "Firstly, you have once again proven that your talent for talisman crafting surpasses my expectations. Secondly, you are a dutiful child, despite your youth, already understanding how to wield your abilities to protect your parents and loved ones. Thirdly, you possess the awareness to recognize your mistakes and the courage to admit them." Li Qingyuan was stunned, thinking to himself, "Do I really possess so many virtues?" Li Guangao concluded, "The last point is the most crucial. Do you know what it is? Li Qingyuan respectfully replied. The clan descendant does not know. I humbly request the clan leader's guidance. Li Guangyao stroked his beard and said, in the world of cultivation, there are many deceitful individuals, and acts of murder and theft are not uncommon. Moreover, those closest to you are often the ones who understand you best. Betrayal among friends and relatives can be the deadliest. Li Guangyao sighed deeply, his tone melancholic. Had I understood this principle earlier, your grandmother would not have died saving me. He looked at Li Qingyuan with a serious expression. Qingyuan, you must remember, once you leave the family and enter the outside world, regardless of whom you befriend, always keep a trump card hidden for yourself. Even with those closest to you, your own kin. I hope you will do the same. Li Qing looked at him in astonishment. Clan leader, Li Guangyao continued, you must remember, we cultivators, if we wish to ascend higher and venture further, must be vigilant against others. Yes, Li Qingyuan replied earnestly, I will remember. Clan leader. In his heart, he thought, I am already doing this. Clan leader. Actually, my current success rate for low-grade first-tier talismans is 90%, with a 30% chance of high quality. The rest are all genuine. For mid-grade first-tier talismans, the success rate is 80%, with a 20% chance of high quality, while genuine quality is the most common, and low quality is the least, as long as the materials for the talismans are not too poor. There is virtually no such thing as low-grade talismans in my possession. Li Guangyao patted Li Qingyuan and smiled. All right, you may return to your cultivation. Strive to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement as soon as possible and advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Once you reach the mid-stage and develop your spiritual consciousness, it will aid in your talisman crafting. Li Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Yes, clan leader, grand elder, I take my leave. With a respectful gesture, he turned to depart. The grand elder teased, this little rascal has more cunning than his father. Li Guangyao stroked his beard and replied, having cunning is beneficial. The Li family of cultivators not only needs a cultivation genius, but also a leader with shrewdness and depth. Chapter 026. Upgrading the Spirit Vein. Planning for Foundation Establishment. The mountains undulate, their peaks resembling waves, hence they are called the Fubo Mountain Range. Deep within the Fubo Mountain Range lies a forbidden area where dozens of qi refinement cultivators are firmly pinned down by blood-red iron nails of varying sizes, draining their blood and spiritual energy. The blood and spiritual energy extracted from the cultivators converge into a strange formation at the center, transmuting through the formation to form pure spiritual energy that is injected into the earth below. Hundreds of streams of spiritual energy nourish a first-tier spirit vein deep underground, causing it to shine brilliantly, its spiritual essence gradually enhancing. This spirit vein seems to be metamorphosing towards a certain direction. Within a radius of 100 feet lies a no-entry zone, surrounded by an illusionary formation that obstructs spiritual consciousness from probing and hinders cultivators from intruding. Outside the illusion, a burly man in his 50s, clad in a brocade robe, emanating a powerful spiritual pressure, exuded an air of authority. A 30-year-old youth approached respectfully and saluted, saying, Father, among the several teams dispatched last time, 3 teams have failed. One team, comprising late-stage qi refinement cultivators, encountered bandits from Heishan and suffered total annihilation. The other 2 teams were made up of mid-stage qi refinement cultivators. The youth added, one team was discovered by the clan leader of the Zhang family from Qingfeng Mountain and had to retreat due to mission failure. The other team was killed by the Li family from Yunxia Mountain, with the Zhou siblings, Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan, being slain on the spot. Boom. The spiritual pressure from the 50-year-old man surged, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy sweeping across the area as he coldly stated, a bunch of useless fools. Encountering bandits from Heishan is one thing, but those scoundrels have been around for years, and their leader is a master at the 10th layer of qi refinement. However, the Zhang family of Qingfeng Mountain and the Li family of Yunxia Mountain are merely 2 third-rate qi refinement clans. Their strongest members no more than 6th-layer cultivators. Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan, the siblings, met with not only failure but also demise. The young man, with a countenance reflecting awe, explained, Father, please temper your anger. The 2 who returned reported that Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan were slain by a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement, utilizing a first-grade superior talisman. A first-grade superior talisman? The elderly man in the embroidered robe momentarily appeared taken aback, questioning, how could a mere third-rate qi refinement family possess such a talisman? Did they perhaps expend a substantial fortune to acquire it for self-defense? The young man responded in a hushed tone, perhaps. Although a first-grade superior talisman is costly, with sufficient spirit stones, even a third-rate chi refinement family, along with some wandering cultivators, could still afford a few. The old man pondered deeply. The young man continued, "Father, our consecutive actions over the past months have instilled fear across all major chi refinement families and wandering cultivator factions. Moreover, this incident has already been reported to the foundational cultivation clan. The Liu family. The Liu family has dispatched a team to patrol an expanse of over 3,000 miles around Luha Island, monitoring the surroundings." In a low voice, the young man added, "If this continues, we are likely to expose ourselves." After a moment of contemplation, the old man said, "Lier, you shall personally lead a team, selecting half of the family's elite. Depart from Luha Island and journey to the other 4 islands to capture mid to late stage chi refinement cultivators. Your second uncle will assist you covertly." Upon hearing this, Zhou Li clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Yes, father." The old man turned, patting his son's shoulder, and spoke earnestly, "At this juncture, our Zhou clan has no path of retreat. We must either supplant the Liu family or see rivers run red with blood." Zhou Li trembled slightly, steadying himself as he remarked, "However, father, I believe these outsiders are far from benevolent. Collaborating with them is akin to seeking shelter with a tiger." The clan leader sighed heavily. "Am I not aware? Yet, compared to the Liu family, at least they present a glimmer of hope for foundational cultivation. Do not forget how your grandfather met his end." Zhou Li's eyes darkened with hatred upon hearing this. His grandfather, possessing dual spiritual roots and representing the Zhou clan's hope, had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement by the age of 40. After a decade of planning for the foundational cultivation pill, the family had painstakingly amassed over 10,000 spirit stones, AT50. His grandfather set out from Luha Island, carrying these spirit stones to purchase the foundational cultivation pill from other clans. However, he was targeted by bandits the moment he departed. 3 bandits, well prepared, confronted him, and despite his desperate battle in which he killed 1 and severely injured 2, his grandfather returned home on the brink of death. Zhou Li and his father could only watch as their most promising ancestor, the one destined to lead the Zhou clan into foundational cultivation, breathed his last before them. At that time, Zhou Li was merely 7 years old. Forever losing the love of his grandfather, the clan leader's eyes glinted with hatred as he coldly stated, "It was not just your grandfather. 300 years ago, our Zhou clan also had a dual spiritual root genius. On his first outing, he was targeted by bandits and met a tragic end. Among the 3 major chi refinement families, aside from our Zhou clan, the other 2 have also seen any potential foundational cultivators vanish without a trace." Zhou Li calmly remarked, looking at Luha Island, "The only ones with the capability and motive to do this, aside from the foundational cultivation clan, the Liu family, are there any others?" The clan leader affirmed. "Thus, if we do not take a stand, our Zhou clan will eternally remain the Liu family's vassals, forever unable to ascend to foundational cultivation status." The young man nodded, understanding. "I shall select the family's elite and stealthily proceed to the remaining 4 islands and overseas territories to capture cultivators." Waving his hand, Zhou Li commanded, "Bring them forth." Soon after, several late-stage chi refinement cultivators clad in black escorted dozens of severely injured practitioners to the scene, most of whom were mid-stage chi refinement. With 7 or 8 in the late stage, and even 1 at the 9th level. The elder at the 9th level widened his eyes in shock, staring blankly at the clan leader, Zhou Kuei. "Is that you? What does your Zhou clan intend to do?" Zhou Kuei, the clan leader, chuckled. "Ah, old Wang, I didn't expect to see you here." Wang Lair, a somewhat renowned wandering cultivator on Luha Island due to his 9th level chi refinement prowess, found himself sealed of spiritual power, injured and fearful, gazing at Zhou Kuei and his son. Zhou Kuei smiled kindly, "Fear not, old Wang, I will remember your contributions to the Zhou clan." With a swift motion, Zhou Kuei unleashed crimson iron nails as a spell, piercing the hearts and limbs of the dozens led by Wang Lair, causing blood to flow profusely. Enter. Zhou Kuei's 10th level chi refinement strength erupted, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned a gust of wind, lifting dozens into the illusory formation. Inside this formation, as Wang Lair and his companions descended, a mysterious figure in black emerged, catching them and dispersing them to different corners. The cries of anguish echoed as Wang Lair exclaimed, My blood, my spiritual power is draining away. Zhou Kuei, you fiend, what are you doing to us? Zhou Kuei waved his hand, and talismans flew forth, sealing the mouths of Wang Laer and his companions, rendering them silent. Once this was done, Zhou Kuei turned to the black-robed man at the center of the formation and inquired, Mr. Dodemo, how long until I can break through to foundational cultivation? Mr. Imo replied coolly, the spiritual pulse of your Zhou clan has been elevated to a first-grade superior level, soon to become a quasi-second-grade spiritual pulse. In 10 years, gather over 10,000 spirit stones, along with 500 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators and 100 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and you shall surely ascend to a second-grade spiritual pulse. At the moment of ascension, combined with the foundational cultivation pill bestowed by my Qin family, your chances of success, given your qualifications, will be nearly 50%. Zhou Kuei's expression turned grave. Acquiring 10,000 spirit stones and 500 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators alongside 100 late-stage cultivators was no small feat. Yet, he understood that he must accomplish this, and he was determined to do so. Only by upgrading the clan's spiritual pulse to the second grade could he secure the promised foundational cultivation pill, thereby utilizing the efficacy of both the second-grade spiritual pulse and the pill to attempt foundational cultivation and achieve the status of a foundational cultivator. Zhou Kuei spoke resolutely, very well, grant me 10 years, and I shall achieve this. Chapter 027, Genuine Flame Ice Talisman, Complete Qi Refinement at the 3rd level. Half a month later, the vicinity of Luha Island returned to tranquility. Not only had the abductions by rogue cultivators ceased, but even the bandits had adopted a more subdued approach. Thus, Luha Island regained its former order, and the markets reopened. The Li family, too, required the sale of spiritual plants, talismans, spiritual beasts, and various resources to trade for spirit stones, talisman materials, elixirs, and other cultivation resources. However, for the sake of caution, this time the clan leader personally led the expedition, accompanied by the second elder and heads of the family's various enterprises. The elder remained behind, with 2 4th-level Qi refinement cultivators assisting, while around 10 3rd-level Qi refinement practitioners were left to guard. Li Qingyuan continued his training as usual. After a few days, the clan leader and the others returned laden with goods. That evening, after the family had dined, Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan closed the door to converse privately. Li Dingzhou took out some items from his storage pouch, looking pained as he said, First-grade superior talisman materials cost 5 spirit stones per sheet, and the first-grade superior talisman ink, at merely 2 taels, cost 10 spirit stones. With a heavy heart, Li Dingzhou continued, 8 sheets of first-grade superior talisman materials and 2 taels of talisman ink. A total expenditure of 50 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan produced 50 spirit stones and said, Father, you too need to cultivate. Let me cover these 50 spirit stones. Previously, the father and son had split the cultivation resources equally, each receiving 50 spirit stones. After doubling his resources, Li Qingyuan had over 100 spirit stones, and with his talisman crafting, he earned 7 spirit stones monthly, which doubled to 14. Li Dingzhou waved his hand. No need. For me, this lifetime will only see me at mid-stage Qi refinement. But you honor, possess the potential for foundational cultivation. You need the spirit stones more than I do, Li Qingyuan insisted. How about this? We can split it, 25 spirit stones each. Li Dingzhou declined repeatedly, ultimately accepting only 20 spirit stones for his own training. After acquiring the talisman materials and ink, Li Qingyuan retreated to his secluded chamber to begin crafting talismans. The first-grade superior talisman brush was exorbitantly priced, but he decided to make do with a wind spirit wolf hairbrush. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan extracted 2 taels of talisman ink and 8 sheets of talisman materials. With a deep breath, he expelled the impurities and focused his mind. Moments later, he picked up the brush and began crafting the talisman, fully concentrated and not daring to let his attention waver. A quarter of an hour later, humming, the first flame ice slashing talisman was successfully crafted. Li Qingyuan rejoiced, of excellent quality, its power rivals that of a full-strength strike from an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Onward, he continued with the second and third talismans. 3 successful talismans, all of prime quality, were completed without issue. After crafting these 3 talismans, Li Qingyuan paused to meditate, recovering his spiritual energy and spirit, preparing himself for the second round of crafting in the best possible condition. Given the preciousness of the materials, he had to be meticulous. With guidance from the Shinpin space and his own innate talent, coupled with his best mindset and attitude during each crafting session, he remained neither arrogant nor impatient. This time, he astonishingly succeeded in crafting all 8 talismans, each of prime quality. Exhaling deeply, Li Qingyuan sighed in regret. I did not expect my crafting state to be this excellent. It is indeed a pity. If only I possessed the cultivation of the mid-stage qi refinement and had developed my spiritual consciousness, coupled with a first-tier superior talisman brush, I might be able to inscribe a high-quality flame ice soul severing talisman. A talisman of high quality could rival the full force strike of a 9th-layer qi refinement practitioner, capable of suppressing or even injuring an 8th-layer qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, with an ample quantity of talisman paper, I could unleash an overwhelming barrage capable of slaying an 8th-layer qi refinement practitioner. Li Qingyuan gazed at the 8 sheets of talisman paper and chuckled. 8 authentic flame ice soul severing talismans, if used appropriately, would surely suffice to annihilate a 7th-layer expert. At last, I possess a semblance of self-defense. Oh? This wind spirit wolf hairbrush is beginning to show signs of wear. Li Qingyuan observed the talisman brush, noticing a fine crack along the handle. Though minor, it was indeed present at his side. As expected, a mid-tier first-tier talisman brush, when forced to inscribe a first-tier superior talisman paper, sustains damage during the process of infusing spiritual energy and runes. To create first-tier superior talisman paper, one must utilize a first-tier superior talisman brush for sustained use. Alas, I must first focus on elevating my cultivation, Li Qingyuan pondered. I must strive to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement as swiftly as possible and develop my spiritual consciousness. Once my soul undergoes metamorphosis into spiritual consciousness, I will be able to wield my sword to vanquish foes, overwhelming those at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, utilizing spiritual consciousness to control talismans will enhance both speed and precision. With the flame ice soul severing talismans at my side, I should be able to contend with late-stage qi refinement practitioners. With that, Li Qingyuan carefully stored the 8 sheets of talisman paper and commenced his cultivation. In the days that followed, he returned to his rigorous training regimen. Drawing from the knowledge of his previous life, he devised a scientifically sound and rational training program, meditating to refine qi, practicing first-tier spells, inscribing talismans, mastering fundamental swordplay and martial arts, and engaging in simulated exercises with his father, as well as sparring with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. His cultivation, spells, swordsmanship, combat experience, and talisman inscribing skills were all on the rise. Li Qingyuan now had access to more training resources than before. The revenue from talisman inscribing yielded 7 spirit stones monthly, doubling to 14. Apart from meditating to refine qi, he could refine 1 spirit stone each day. Additionally, he consumed spirit rice daily. His training location remained the core area of the family's first-tier incomplete spiritual vein, a privilege reserved for the clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder. As time passed, his cultivation steadily advanced. 1 month, 3 months, half a year. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At 12 years of age, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged in his abode. The young lad stood at a height of 1.6 meters, clad in a green robe, his youthful visage slightly tender, yet his eyes sparkled with extraordinary vitality. Buzz! As Li Qingyuan meditated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, transforming into his own, and the spiritual pressure within him surged, indicating he had achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Exhaling deeply, he circulated his energy and released a breath of turbid AI art. Li Qingyuan reigned in his spiritual power, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At 12 years of age, I have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement in as little as 6 months to a year. I shall surely step into the 4th layer and develop my spiritual consciousness. The clan leader had remarked that my innate soul was exceptionally powerful, making it easier for me to cultivate spiritual consciousness than for ordinary individuals. Coupled with my superior 3 spiritual roots, I faced virtually no bottlenecks during the qi refinement period, Li Qingyuan mused. Thus, I am different from my father and the others. I do not require the use of minor spirit-nourishing pills to break through. Such pills should be consumed only when absolutely necessary or if one possesses high-quality elixirs. Otherwise, it is best to avoid them. In a small place like Luhua Island, the qi refinement period pills are often crude and impure. Many individuals barely manage to become first-tier alchemists, producing pills with compromised efficacy that could adversely affect the quality of one's spiritual power and foundation after consumption. Of course, if it were a foundational sect or a nascent soul sect with high-quality pills, crafted by high-tier alchemists, a small dosage could indeed help one break through cultivation bottlenecks. Li Qingyuan was well aware that, for the time being, he need not consider consuming elixirs during his qi refinement period. He aimed to meticulously refine each minor realm until it was perfected, allowing progress to flow naturally. Next, he would strive to break through to the mid-stage qi refinement. Chapter 028. Fourth layer of qi refinement. Spiritual consciousness wielding the sword. Unexpectedly, the advancement to the mid-stage qi refinement was even smoother than Li Qingyuan had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to his innate powerful soul, a solid foundation, or perhaps his exceptional aptitude. In any case, merely 6 months later, Li Qingyuan was presented with the opportunity to break through on this day. Sensing the moment of breakthrough, he promptly took out 10 spirit stones and placed them around him, activating the Great Chuan technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth along with the spirit stones, launching a full-scale assault on the bottleneck. Boom. After 2 full hours of this intense effort, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, and the spiritual power within him roared, successfully breaking through the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement. Buzz. At the moment of breakthrough, his mental energy surged with vitality, and his soul's power underwent a transformation, evolving into an enigmatic and profoundly mysterious energy. A form of spiritual perception was born. This spiritual perception was extraordinarily peculiar, transcending the 5 senses and the 6 consciousnesses. It arose from the soul, from mental energy, yet was superior to both. Li Qingyuan recognized this as spiritual consciousness. The 4th layer of qi refinement had been attained. The power of spiritual consciousness had manifested. Filled with joy, Li Qingyuan immediately retrieved a mid-tier first-tier magic tool, the green bamboo flying sword, channeling his spiritual consciousness into it alongside his own spiritual power to go. The spiritual power provided propulsion, while the spiritual consciousness guided its trajectory. Whoosh! The green bamboo flying sword shot forth, piercing through the window, slicing through the air for 10 zhong, sharp as a razor and swift as the wind, directly penetrating a large tree. Bang! The tree, as thick as a water barrel, bore a sword hole, its surroundings charred black. Return! Li Qingyuan called out in the courtyard, forming a hand seal, and the flying sword automatically returned to his grasp from 10 zhong away. Indeed, the 4th layer of qi refinement was remarkable, not only allowing for the development of spiritual consciousness, but also enabling one to wield a sword from afar to slay enemies. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight, no wonder in the eyes of mortals. Those above the 4th layer of qi refinement are regarded as true immortal masters, capable of flying with their swords and vanquishing foes. It is no surprise that among mortal martial artists, those who do not reach the innate level and fail to cultivate true innate energy stand no chance against cultivators. In the realm of mortals, only innate martial artists possess records of defeating early-stage qi refinement practitioners. Li Qingyuan flicked his fingers, and the green bamboo flying sword buzzed in response, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. What a truly sharp sword! It is worthy of being a mid-tier first-tier magic tool. In a world of martial arts, it could be considered a rare divine weapon. He chuckled, having reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, and with 8 first-tier superior talismans, he finally possessed a measure of self-defense. It was time to seek an opportunity to visit the market and broaden his horizons. He had a few hundred talisman papers on hand, including many first-tier inferior and mid-tier ones, sufficient to exchange for over 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, these replicated talisman papers, once sold, would likely not yield infinite returns, and the spirit stones would not double. Nevertheless, over 1,000 spirit stones were ample for his training needs. With his cultivation breakthrough, he decided to inform the Grand Elder and the others. Li Qingyuan leaped into action, employing the moon shadow technique, moving with the grace of a swallow and the speed of flowing light, effortlessly catching up to birds in flight. After traversing over 100 zhong, Li Qingyuan came to a halt. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, stepping out through the door, his laughter resonant. I have succeeded? Li Qingyuan inquired with curiosity. Grand Elder, have you perhaps cultivated a first-tier superior spirit plant? A first-tier superior spirit plant could be used to concoct first-tier superior elixirs, with even the most ordinary ones valued at dozens of spirit stones, and most nearing 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan had heard that over the past few years, the Grand Elder had only succeeded in cultivating a single first-tier superior spirit plant, which had sold for 60 spirit stones. The worth of that spirit plant far exceeded that of a minor spirit-nourishing pill. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, releasing his spiritual pressure, and said, "No, no, no. This is far more gratifying than cultivating a first-tier superior spirit plant. Because I have broken through to Li Qingyuan sensed the spiritual pressure emanating from the Grand Elder and exclaimed in delight, Grand Elder, you have ascended to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. You are now at the same level as the clan leader." The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his spirit uplifted by the joyous occasion, and despite his attempts at humility, he could not help but smile broadly. "Oh, I am not comparable to the clan leader. I have merely just entered the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the clan leader has long since reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer." Despite his modest words, his lips curled into a delighted grin that he could not suppress. The distinction between the pinnacle of the 6th layer and the initial stage of the 6th layer was negligible. The difference in spiritual power was minimal. Oh, by the way, you rushed over here in such haste. Do you have something urgent to discuss? The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, drew out his flying sword, wielding it with effortless grace, slashing through purple bamboo with a sharp precision. The Grand Elder's hand seals were deft, and he moved leisurely, displaying the demeanor of a true master. Li Qingyuan replied, "Oh, how did you know I had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement?" The Grand Elder. With a snap, the Grand Elder froze, his spiritual consciousness momentarily unstable, causing his spiritual power to dissipate, and his magic tool fell to the ground. He suddenly turned to Li Qingyuan and asked, "What did you say? You have reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement?" Li Qingyuan smiled slightly, activating the Great Chuan technique, his cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement unmistakably evident. "You rascal!" The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "You truly are a prodigy." Achieving the 4th layer of Qi refinement before turning 13, the Grand Elder gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Such a pace of cultivation, even among Luhua Island, could only be matched by a foundational seed of a foundational celestial clan. Right? The resources of a foundational celestial clan are beyond what the Li clan can compare to. The foundational seeds of a foundational celestial clan receive the best nurturing from a young age. Abundant spirit stones, top-tier elixirs, and various magical tools and talisman papers. It is precisely for this reason that the Grand Elder continues to be astounded by Li Qingyuan's extraordinary talent for cultivation time and again. Li Qingyuan, when compared to the true heirs of the Foundation Establishment clan, is by no means inferior and may even surpass them. Ha ha ha, come, let us seek out the clan leader. The Grand Elder, soaring through the air on his sword, effortlessly lifted Li Qingyuan and chuckled, "Little Qingyuan, your cultivation must remain undisclosed. Allow me to take you flying." Whoosh! The Grand Elder glided swiftly through the air for 2 or 3 miles, heading directly towards the courtyard of the clan leader. A quarter of an hour later, in the clan leader's courtyard, 5 individuals gathered: the clan leader, the Grand Elder, the second elder, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan. Upon revealing his cultivation, the 4 displayed expressions of astonishment. The clan leader slammed his hand on the table and laughed heartily, "Ha ha, splendid! The Grand Elder has reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Congratulations, little Qingyuan. Achieving the 4th layer of Qi refinement and manifesting spiritual awareness before the age of 13 is a remarkable talent. A rarity that emerges once in a century on Lioha Island. Today brings double happiness, truly a blessing for the Li family." The second elder marveled. Qingyuan's cultivation talent is no less than that of Lu Changfeng, the foundation establishment seed of the Lu clan. Lu Changfeng, in his youth, possessed dual spiritual roots and also reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement before turning 13. Li Dingzhou, invigorated, remarked, "I have heard that Lu Changfeng is now in his 30s and has already attained the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The Lu clan has begun to plan for his foundation establishment." He continued, "Yuaner's talent is equally impressive. He has a high probability of achieving foundation establishment in the future." The clan leader nodded and added, "Lu Changfeng aims to break through to foundation establishment before the age of 40, with the Lu clan possessing a second-tier spiritual vein and foundation establishment spiritual materials to assist him. His success rate is as high as 60 to 70%. Once Lu Changfeng succeeds in foundation establishment, The Liu clan will boast 2 foundation establishment cultivators, thus solidifying their dominance on Liuha Island. The clan leader's expression turned serious as he cautioned, the details regarding Yuan's spiritual roots and cultivation talent must not be disclosed, even in the slightest, or our Li clan will face calamity. Li Dingzhou, with a furrowed brow, countered, however, our Yuan cannot remain secluded in the family forever, never engaging in combat with others, nor can he refrain from sparring and exchanging insights with his clan peers. Is he to remain confined until he achieves foundation establishment? The 3 elders, upon hearing this, also wore troubled expressions. The second elder furrowed his brow and said, "A horse that runs within a courtyard cannot gallop 1,000 miles. A potted plant cannot grow into a towering tree. As cultivators, we cannot solely rely on seclusion. We must engage in combat, hunt demonic beasts, enhance our understanding, and temper our minds. While the early stages of Qi refinement may allow for such isolation, it becomes far more complicated in the later stages." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, little Qingyuan cannot remain in seclusion for decades without interacting with clan disciples. Otherwise, how will he command respect in the future? How will he lead the clan? The clan leader pondered for a moment before stating, "In a few days, the annual auction of the Qi refinement families will commence. I shall attend to see if there is an opportunity to acquire a special technique that can conceal one's aura and hide one's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with interest. A special technique to conceal cultivation? The clan leader shook his head. "Qingyuan, such techniques are exceedingly rare, so do not hold out too much hope." That moment, Li Qingyuan spoke up, "Grandfather clan leader, I too wish to attend the auction to broaden my horizons." Chapter 029. Disguised outing at Chu Mountain Market. Grandfather clan leader, I truly wish to see the auction. Li Qingyuan expressed. The clan leader, the grand elder, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou all responded without hesitation. No. Undeterred, Li Qingyuan insisted, "I can disguise myself or wear a mask to conceal my true age." Grandfather clan leader, I have been cultivating for 6 years now, and during this entire time, I have never left Yunxia Mountain nor seen anything beyond Liuha Island. This feeling of being confined is stifling, Li Qingyuan stated earnestly. I genuinely long to see the outside world. Upon hearing this, the clan leader and the others were taken aback. Indeed, this child has been cultivating for 6 long years without stepping outside, not even visiting Yunxia town. Among the clan, which young talent could claim such dedication? Seizing the moment, Li Qingyuan pressed on. I have already reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement and manifested spiritual awareness. Furthermore, I possess various talismans, including the Diamond Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, and Explosive Fire Talisman, along with high-quality talisman paper that allows me to contend with those at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. As long as I do not provoke any late-stage Qi refinement experts, I can protect myself. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances with the clan leader, inquiring, "Clan leader, what do you think?" Li Guangao turned to Li Dingzhou and asked, "Dingzhou, as Qingyuan's father, what is your opinion?" Li Dingzhou replied, "Clan leader, in my early years of wandering the world, I came upon a human skin mask crafted by a renowned master skilled in disguise. Once worn, unless one possesses the spiritual awareness of a foundation establishment expert to probe with their spirit, even those at the 10th layer of Qi refinement cannot discern the true appearance. The only drawback is that this mask can only be used once at this moment." Clan leader Li Guangao smiled gently and said, "Very well, it is rare for little Qingyuan to make such a request for the first time. If I refuse, it would seem rather unkind. However, you have heard your father's words. This mask can only be used once. Thus, this outing will be a singular occasion." "Really? I can go down the mountain?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather clan leader, and thank you, esteemed elders," he concluded with a grin, "and thank you, Father," Li Guangao instructed. "I shall personally lead the way to this auction. Second elder, Dingzhou, you two will accompany me and ensure Qingyuan's safety." The two nodded, understood. The clan leader added, "All right, there is still some time before the auction begins, so let us each prepare." The group clasped their fists in greeting. "We take our leave." Half a month later, the Li clan set off towards the market to attend the annual auction. Giddy up, for majestic beasts, the fiery-maned unicorn zebras galloped forth. With their flames like manes swaying in the wind and towering height, they stood 8 feet tall and over 10 feet long, robust and strong. These unicorn zebras were all first-tier, early-stage demonic beasts, comparable to human cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement. Leading the group was clan leader Li Guangao, accompanied by second elder Li Guangzong, the fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan, now in disguise as Li Qingyuan rode. He felt awkward and began to complain, "Father, why is this human skin mask a woman's? And a woman in her 20s at that?" Indeed, Li Qingyuan was disguised as a young woman, adorned in a flowing azure dress, with long hair elegantly tied up, willow-like brows, an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, appearing as a refined young lady in her 20s. Standing at 1.60 meters, he did not appear out of place. Rather, he resembled a delicate beauty. Li Dingzhou stifled his laughter and remarked, "You little rascal, who would craft a human skin mask for a serious purpose?" Li Qingyuan retorted silently. Li Dingzhou continued, "It is said that the master who crafted this mask was an innate warrior and a notorious seducer. Adept at disguising himself as a confidant to deceive young maidens," he added. "If you feel too uncomfortable, you can always return home." Li Qingyuan firmly refused. "I will not," he gritted his teeth and declared. "Having come this far, I shall see it through." Ha ha ha! The clan leader, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou all burst into laughter at Li Qingyuan's flustered expression. 4 days later, the four of them, weary from travel, finally arrived at their destination, Chu Mountain Market. Liuhe Island spans over 3,000 miles in circumference. What does this mean? The entire island, with its center as the focal point, has a radius of over 3,000 miles. Thus, the straight-line distance across Liuhe Island is approximately 6,000 to 7,000 miles, making it quite expansive. Chu Mountain Market, situated 1,200 miles from the Li clan, serves as the primary sales hub for their family enterprises. This market is spearheaded by the prestigious Wang clan, alongside 2 second-tier qi refinement families, 3 third-tier qi refinement families, and numerous scattered cultivators and mercenary groups hunting demonic beasts. In the context of Liuhe Island, Chu Mountain Market ranks among the largest, serving as a crucial trading hub for qi refinement cultivators to offload their goods in exchange for spirit stones. Who, in front of an inn, the four reined in their mounts. Clan leader Li Guangao said, "Qingqing, this inn has had dealings with our Li family for many years. Whenever we enter Chu Mountain Market, our clan's cultivators often rest here." Li Qingqing is the alias Li Qingyuan now adopts. Li Guangao instructed, "Let us settle in first. Before the auction begins, we should sell off our family's goods to exchange for spirit stones." As they entered the inn, it was indeed the case that the innkeeper and attendants recognized the clan leader, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou, welcoming them warmly. The unicorn zebras were taken care of, receiving their customary nourishing feed. That evening, Li Qingyuan accompanied his 3 elders as they traversed various shops and streets within the market, selling accumulated materials from demonic beasts, finished talismans, spirit rice, spirit herbs, and the stored in their spatial bags. Aside from the finished talismans, the other products had already established mature sales channels and networks, allowing for swift transactions. The spirit rice was sold to rice shops, the spirit herbs to alchemists or alchemy guilds, and the to refining experts or refining guilds. The materials from hunting the demonic beasts can also be sold at specialized shops. The clan leader stated, "Starting tomorrow, Qingqing, you shall accompany me to set up a stall to sell talismans. The talisman specialty store only purchases talismans at 80% of the market price. Although selling talismans at our own stall may take some time, the profits will be significantly higher." Indeed, Li Qingyuan nodded. He mused to himself, "I never expected that even in the realm of cultivation, I would still be engaged in stall selling in his previous life." Li Qingyuan was born in an orphanage. Despite social and governmental support, he lived in financial hardship and often sold goods at stalls. The following morning, as the dawn market commenced, Li Guangao and his grandson, Li Qingyuan, began to set up their stall, laying out various talismans. They had 6 types of low-grade first-tier talismans and 3 types of medium-grade first-tier talismans, totaling nearly 200 pieces, yet the clan leader only displayed 50 to 60 of them. With a composed demeanor, he remarked, "One cannot reveal too much stock at once, lest it hinder bargaining." Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Before long, a familiar customer arrived. "He, Li Daoyu. I see you have more talismans for sale." The newcomer was an elderly man who chuckled and said, "As per our usual arrangement, I would like 2 of each low-grade first-tier talisman and 3 of each medium-grade first-tier talisman." Li Guangao grinned. "Ah, my dear grandson, it has been a while." As he prepared the talismans, he added, "Same old rules, same old prices. The old man produced 80 spirit stones, saying, Li Daoyu, I have consistently supported your business. I am a long-time regular. Could you exchange one of your exquisite quality Vajra talismans and one exquisite quality explosive fire talisman for me? After a moment's contemplation, Li Guangao replied, Very well, since you are a long-time patron. But this will be the last time. The two old men completed their transaction, both elated. Following the departure of the old man, other loose cultivators and members of various families began to arrive. Some transactions failed while others succeeded. Some made considerable profits, while others barely gained a few spirit stones after much effort. Overall, thanks to the good reputation of clan leader Li Guangao and the high quality of the talismans, their business thrived, with more than half of the talismans sold by the end of the day. At this rate, they would likely sell out by the next day. Unbeknownst to them, the sun was setting. Isn't that the clan leader of the Li clan? A voice dripping with sarcasm called out, The great talisman master has returned to sell his talismans. I asked the great talisman master selling talismans again? An elderly man, around 70 years of age, with white hair and beard, observed Li Guangao with a mocking tone. Li Qingyun looked at the newcomer with confusion and turned to his grandfather, seeking clarification. Li Guangao, glancing at the man, coldly retorted, What? Is this market your family's property? I come and go as I please. It is none of your concern, Li Guangao boldly challenged, O great alchemist. When will you concoct a genuine high-quality first-tier pill? The old man snorted, Rest assured, it will be before you draw a first-tier high-quality talisman. The two glared at each other, both huffing in disdain. Behind the old man stood a young man, around 20, who appeared helpless. He stepped forward and respectfully greeted, Uncle. It has been a long time, Li Guangao. Looking at the young man, smiled warmly, Xiao Luo has come as well. Here, let your uncle gift you some talismans. As he spoke, Li Guangao produced 6 talismans, specifically medium-grade Vajra, wind blade, and explosive fire talismans, each of exquisite quality. The young man exclaimed, Uncle, these are exquisite quality medium-grade talismans? Li Guangao, casting a proud glance at the old man, stroked his beard with satisfaction. Indeed, they are crafted by yours truly. The old man scoffed, Just medium-grade talismans of exquisite quality, who hasn't seen those before? Despite his feigned derision, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Li Guangao countered, What? Have you managed to produce quality exquisite medium-grade pills yet? The old man faltered, his expression momentarily faltering, then huffed, Luoer, let us be off. We wouldn't want to disrupt the great talisman master's business. The young man offered an apologetic smile, Uncle, and to this esteemed lady, I must take my leave. With that, he turned to follow the old man. The talismans, Li Guangao called out, but they were already too far away. Li Qingyun whispered, Grandpa, do you know them? Why did that young man call you uncle? Li Guangao sighed, Let us return to the inn. We can discuss this tomorrow. Seeing that his grandfather was disinclined to elaborate, Li Qingyun chose to remain silent. Back at the inn, the 4 of them sat down for dinner. After the meal, Li Qingyun said, Grandpa, great elder, I wish to take a stroll with my father around the market. The annual auction at Chu Mountain Market was approaching, and many shops had been operating around the clock. Preoccupied, the clan leader replied, Go ahead, just don't venture beyond the market. The Chu Mountain Market was a place bustling with chi refining families and powerful loose cultivators. Even rogue cultivators had to disguise themselves when they visited, refraining from revealing their true identities or resorting to violence. As long as they remained within the market, they were generally safe, Li Dingzhou assured. Rest easy, clan leader. I will look after you, honor. Soon, father and son set out. Li Qingyun remarked, Father, don't you enjoy guessing and gambling on blind boxes? You honor also wish to see. Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou hesitated. Is that wise? I fear I might lead you astray. We'll just gamble once for fun, and then leave. Li Dingzhou, buoyed by the idea, readily agreed. All right, just this once. As they approached the gambling den, sounds of excitement wafted through the air. Open, thank you for your patronage. Oh dear, my spirit coins. Laughter erupted. I won. Let us have another box. Quick, give me another. A pound of spirit rice. What a loss. As they entered the hall, Li Dingzhou explained. Gambling on blind boxes costs 10 spirit coins per box. These blind boxes are made from special materials that can block spiritual perception. Unless one reaches the foundation building stage, no one can pry into them. There's only one foundation building expert on Luha Island. And once one reaches that stage, they typically disdain such games. Li Dingzhou produced 20 spirit coins, saying, "I'll take 2. A single spirit stone equated to 100 spirit coins. Spirit stones were the size of mahjong tiles, while spirit coins were as small as coins, thin as cicada wings, and translucent. Li Qingyuan understood his father's enthusiasm. Every man had his vices. Some were fond of beauty, wine, chess, art, gambling, jade, or fishing. Though Li Dingzhou enjoyed gambling on blind boxes, his poverty and self-control kept him from wagering more than 4 or 5 times, typically spending no more than half a spirit stone. Winning or losing, it was a minor indulgence. Here, yuan. Qing. Li Dingzhou handed Li Qingyuan a blind box. Upon opening it, Li Qingyuan found a pound of spirit rice. What a loss of 5 spirit coins, as a pound of spirit rice cost 5 spirit coins in the market. Li Dingzhou opened blind boxes with great ceremony, rubbing his hands together, slowly pulling them apart to reveal the contents, only to cover them again, releasing his grip gradually with keen anticipation. What should have taken a second stretched into half a minute. "Ah, thank you for your patronage." Li Dingzhou fished out 10 spirit coins, saying, "Let us have another." Li Qing whispered, "Father, I'll wander about on my own. You enjoy yourself." Li Dingzhou, engrossed in opening blind boxes, waved him off. "All right, just don't stray too far." Li Qingyuan turned and left the gambling den. Soon, he found himself at a talisman specialty shop. The second floor of the shop was quite spacious, and a young woman approached him with a smile. "Excuse me, miss, are you looking to purchase talismans?" Li Qingyuan produced an exquisite quality Vajra talisman and inquired, "Do you still accept talismans?" The young woman's eyes brightened. "Is this an exquisite Vajra talisman? May I ask how many you have?" Li Qingyuan chuckled. "Could I meet your shopkeeper?" After a moment's contemplation, the young woman replied, "Please wait a moment. I will report this." A quarter of an hour later, she returned, politely saying, "Miss, this way please." Li Qingyuan followed her upstairs. As he stepped onto the second floor, a graceful young woman in a purple dress approached, her figure poised elegantly, her veil partially obscuring her features, eyes like stars, and brows like willows, resembling a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. What a beautiful woman, Li Qingyuan thought. In this small Luha island, such an extraordinary beauty exists. The woman in the purple dress gazed at Li Qing, smiling slightly. "Esteemed friend, are you here to sell talismans to my Lingfu building? May I inquire how many talismans you possess and how many of them are exquisite quality?" Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and from his storage bag, an array of low-grade and medium-grade first-tier talismans flew forth, numbering over 1,000, equivalent to nearly a decade's worth of inventory for the Li clan. Such a large quantity? The young woman in the purple dress was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. With a wave of her hand, she assessed the quality of the talismans, stating, "Out of the 1,200 talismans, disregarding their grades, the quality breakdown is 20% low-grade, 60% standard, and 20% exquisite. You possess exceptional skill." The girl in the purple dress gazed at Li Qingyuan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with vibrant colors, exuding an air of intrigue. Li Qingyuan inquired, "Might I ask if Lingfu Tower can accommodate the purchase of these talismans?" The girl in the purple dress pondered for a moment and replied, "Your talismans are of commendable quality. However, for such a bulk purchase, Lingfu Tower can only offer 80% of the market price." Li Qingyuan contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. "That is acceptable." This price aligned well with his expectations. Acquiring 1,200 talismans in one go was no simple feat and required considerable financial resources. The girl in the purple dress began to tally the talismans. The first-tier inferior talismans were the most numerous, comprising 70%, totaling 840. The first-tier medium-quality talismans accounted for only 30% of the total. With a mere 360, among the first-tier inferior talismans, ordinary lighting, cleaning, and hemostatic talismans were the most prevalent, amounting to 500, with the lowest cost of 1 spirit stone each, totaling 500 spirit stones. The lightweight talismans, iron armor talismans, and ice spike talismans totaled 340, averaging 2 spirit stones each, amounting to 680 spirit stones. As for the first-tier medium-quality talismans, the inferior and superior qualities each constituted 20%, while the authentic quality made up 60%, with an average price calculated based on the authentic quality rate of 5 spirit stones each. Hence, the 360 first-tier medium-quality talismans would yield 1,800 spirit stones. Altogether, The total amounted to 500 plus 680 plus 1,800, equaling 2,980. After a quarter of an hour, the girl in the purple dress remarked. According to market prices, these talismans total 2,980 spirit stones. I will round it up to 3,000 spirit stones. At the market's 8% discount, that would be 2,400 spirit stones. What say you, friend? Shall we proceed with the transaction? Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened slightly as he responded. I agree to the transaction. The girl in the purple dress smiled gently and, with a wave of her hand, a first-tier superior storage bag flew from her waist, containing 2,400 spirit stones, which soared toward Li Qingyuan. He accepted them all, stowing them away in his own storage bag. You are quite generous. Friend. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully, saying, I take my leave. Due to his youth and the intentional modulation of his voice, it did not distinctly convey masculinity, lending an androgynous quality that concealed his feminine disguise. The girl in the purple dress chuckled. May I ask how you are addressed? Li Qingyuan paused before replying. My surname is Li Dao. So it is Li Dao Yu. My surname is Qin. The girl in the purple dress responded with a smile. She inquired further, might I ask if you are capable of crafting first-tier superior talismans? Li Qingyuan hesitated and replied, I am but a lowly cultivator, a first-tier loose cultivator lacking in lineage, and thus unable to produce first-tier superior talismans. Upon hearing this, the girl in the purple dress expressed her regret. What a pity. Your talent in talisman crafting is remarkable, and with a complete lineage in first-tier talisman arts, you could undoubtedly become a top-tier talisman master in the future. Li Qingyuan feigned regret. Indeed, we loose cultivators face great challenges. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, he said, bowing once more. The girl in the purple dress smiled charmingly. Xiaolon, please escort Dao Yuli. The maid nodded and respectfully escorted Li Qingyuan down the stairs and out of Lingfu Tower. After Li Qingyuan had walked some distance, he glanced back, contemplating. I have inquired and learned that Lingfu Tower has only recently opened in the past 2 years, and it has a reputation for integrity. This girl in purple did not hesitate to part with 2,400 spirit stones to acquire all the talismans. Her background must be substantial. Surely, she does not engage in underhanded dealings? Li Qingyuan mused. With the Yambing Zhampa talisman at my side, I can deal with those at the 7th layer of qi refinement and restrain those at the 8th layer. The risks seem manageable. Feeling quite pleased, Li Qingyuan finally let go of the talismans that had been weighing him down for years, exchanging them for 2,400 spirit stones. Upon reaching a secluded area, Li Qingyuan tested to see if the 2,400 spirit stones could be stored in the Xinpin space, only to find they could not be duplicated. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Spirit stones exchanged for talismans that had been copied once could not be replicated again, as the space forbids infinite nesting. Nevertheless, for the foreseeable future, he would not lack spirit stones. Since he had ample spirit stones, he could purchase more materials for crafting the Yambing Zhampa talisman. Alas, the fear of insufficient firepower had struck him once more. Chapter 031. Observations from the auction. After leaving Lingfu Tower, Li Qingyuan feigned nonchalance as he strolled through the streets, ultimately discovering a shop that specialized in talisman crafting materials after several twists and turns. Driven by his fear of insufficient firepower, he directly purchased 120 sheets of first-tier superior talisman crafting materials, along with 30 pounds of first-tier superior talisman ink. The first-tier superior crafting materials cost 5 spirit stones each, totaling 600. The 30 pounds of talisman ink, comprising inferior, medium, and superior grades, amounted to 100 spirit stones. Shortly after acquiring the spirit stones, Li Qingyuan had already spent 700, leaving him with 1,700 as for the first-tier superior talisman brush. After inquiring about prices at several shops, he decided to forego the purchase for now. The first-tier superior talisman brush was valued at several hundred spirit stones, which Li Qingyuan hesitated to spend. After all, at this stage, a first-tier medium-quality wind spirit wolf hair brush would suffice. His proficiency in talisman crafting allowed him to easily create authentic quality Yambing Zhampa talismans, which could pose a threat to those at the 8th layer of qi refinement, provided he had sufficient talisman paper to ensure his own safety. At present, his most pressing need was spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. The pursuit of spiritual energy remained his foremost goal, in Li Qingyuan's mind. The first rule of cultivating immortality was to always prioritize the elevation of one's spiritual energy realm. He intended to use the remaining 1,000+ spirit stones solely for this purpose. Qingqing, where have you been? Li Dingzhou approached, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, I was worried sick. If you had gone missing, your grandfather, the clan leader, would have surely flayed me alive. Naturally, Li Dingzhou was also immensely concerned for his son, especially since it was Li Qingyun's first visit to Chu Mountain's market. Li Qingyun reassured him, It's nothing, I simply wanted to see you enjoying yourself. So I wandered around a bit. Let us return to the inn, he suggested. The father and son made their way back to the inn. The following morning, the auction officially commenced. This time, all 4 members of the Li family attended together. Clan leader Li Guangao, second elder Li Guangzong, the Ding generation Li Dingzhou, and the Qing generation Li Qingyuan, all heading to the annual Chu Mountain auction. The atmosphere at Chu Mountain's market was particularly lively that day. With throngs of cultivators coming and going, numbering in the thousands, Li Qingyuan curiously asked, Are all these cultivators attending the auction? Is there even enough seating? Clan leader Li Guangao explained, The auction has regulations. Participants must possess a cultivation level of at least the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Not just anyone can partake. I see, Li Qingyuan replied. Enlightened. Li Guangao continued, Moreover, this auction is traditionally hosted by the first-tier Qi refinement family, the Wang clan, and is of considerable prestige. The Wang clan? Li Qingyuan echoed with curiosity. I have heard that they have a first-tier superior alchemist capable of refining first-tier superior pills. Li Guangao nodded. Stroking his beard, Indeed, at each annual auction, the elixirs auctioned by the Wang clan are the highlights, drawing fervent bids from many loose cultivators and Qi refinement families. We have arrived. The 4 reached the entrance, where Li Guangao produced a token. The guards respectfully announced, it is the Li clan. Please, enter. Thus, Li Qingyuan and the others smoothly gained entry. As Li Qingyuan glanced back, he noticed that other loose cultivators were required to pay a spirit stone each upon entry. Li Guangao explained, the Chu Mountain market was initiated by the Wang clan, with collaboration from 2nd and 3rd-tier Qi refinement families, and has been thriving for several hundred years. The establishment of the market and the existence of the auction owe some credit to our Li clan. Hence our exemption from the spirit stone fee. And I understand now, Li Qingyuan remarked. Soon, everyone settled into their seats. The auction hall accommodated 300 to 400 people, all of whom were cultivators at the 4th layer of Qi refinement or higher. The auction stage stood at the center, surrounded by a circular seating area. After an hour, the auction was nearly filled to capacity. Ding! The bronze bell chimed, signaling the start of the auction. The backstage door swung open, revealing a beautiful woman in her 30s, her fair and voluptuous figure clad in a strapless gown, with a countenance exuding peace and stability. She gracefully approached, followed by a young girl. I am Wang Lingyu. It is an honor to meet all of you. The middle-aged beauty spoke with poise, her sultry voice welcoming. I am delighted to host this year's annual Chu Mountain Market auction. A male cultivator called out. Lingyu, it seems you have become even more enchanting since we last met. Haha, I attend the auction not for the items, but to see Sister Lingyu. Another chimed in. Wang Daoyu, it has been several years since your husband's passing. Have you considered finding a partner? Wang Lingyu's charm captivated many. Li Guangao whispered. Wang Lingyu is the daughter of the Wang clan's head. Years ago, she was already at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, far surpassing me. Second elder Li Guangzong remarked, the foundation of a first-tier Qi refinement family is beyond what our Li clan can compare. A first-tier Qi refinement family boasts hundreds of cultivators. While our clan barely has 60 on the auction platform, Wang Lingyu bowed slightly, her alluring smile brightening the room. Thank you all for your support. Now, let us commence the auction. May I present the first item for bidding? As she finished speaking, the young girl beside her opened a jade box, revealing 3 elixirs. Li Dingzhou, upon witnessing the scene, immediately recognized it and remarked, I never anticipated that the first auction item would be the rather rare little essence pill in the market. It appears to be a complete set. Added Li Guangao. Li Qingyuan, no longer a novice, was well aware of the efficacy and value of the little essence pill. Among the hundreds present, many were intrigued and eager to participate. Numerous individuals were at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, with their juniors and relatives, some having achieved the complete 3rd stage of Qi refinement. This little essence pill could aid in breaking through the shackles of the 3rd stage, allowing one to ascend to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Throughout the Qi refinement period, The little essence pill has always been in high demand. Wang Lingyu, with her enchanting brows resembling autumn waves and a voice that captivated the heart, smiled and announced, "This is a set of little essence pills, totaling 3, 2 of standard quality and 1 of inferior quality. According to market prices, a pill of standard quality sells for 30 spirit stones. Therefore, today, this batch starts at a price of 70 spirit stones." Wang Lingyu continued with a smile, "Esteemed friends, the bidding begins. I bid 75 spirit stones," she stated. Immediately, someone called out, 80 spirit stones. I bid 81. 82 spirit stones. I bid 85 spirit stones. After the declaration of 85 spirit stones, the others paused for a moment, then fell silent. At this point, the price had reached a high level, and it was no longer worthwhile to continue bidding, especially considering that one of the pills was of inferior quality and not standard. Wang Lingyu smiled and declared, 85 spirit stones once, 85 spirit stones twice, 85 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. This set of little essence pills belongs to you. The next item to be auctioned was a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact of standard quality, starting at 150 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan watched with great interest as the auction items continued to emerge. With bids being called and fierce competition making for a lively atmosphere, soon, when the 9th item was revealed, many in attendance, particularly cultivators at the 5th and 6th stages of qi refinement, momentarily held their breath. Li Qingyuan, confused, asked, "Grandfather Patriarch, what is this?" Li Guangao, momentarily stunned, replied, "This is a first-tier superior-grade pill. The Essence Pill.it can help a complete 6th-stage qi refinement cultivator break through their bottleneck and advance to the 7th stage." In the next moment, the surrounding cultivators erupted in excitement. "Is it truly the Essence Pill? Excellent, it must be mine." Wang Lingyu, observing the fervor of the crowd, knew that the atmosphere she desired had finally arrived. She announced, "Esteemed friends, this is a quality standard essence pill, which can increase the chances of a 6th-stage cultivator ascending to the 7th stage by 30 to 50%. With such odds, along with one's own refined spiritual power, and a bit of preparation with spirit stones, the success rate could reach 70 to 80%, essentially guaranteed." Wang Lingyu clapped her jade hands and declared, "The starting bid is 300 spirit stones. Please place your bids." 310 spirit stones. Someone called out, "I bid 320.330. Li Guangao gazed at the essence pill, his eyes filled with desire, yet felt helpless. Li Chun whispered, "Grandfather Patriarch, why not place a bid yourself? Our Li family truly needs a late-stage qi refinement expert to stand guard." The second elder nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Patriarch, I can lend you all the spirit stones I possess." Li Dingzhou added, "Patriarch, though I have few spirit stones, I am willing to offer my modest assistance." Li Guangao opened his mouth, only to let out a sigh, saying, "In recent years, it has been challenging to gather even 300 spirit stones to nurture Qingyuan and the family as chosen ones. After all, we cannot skimp on the offerings to the Lu family." Li Guangao continued, "Very well. The current bidding price has already exceeded 350 spirit stones. We cannot compete. I shall wait a while longer. Perhaps in some time, inferior quality essence pills will flow into the market." Li Qingyuan hesitated, knowing that the origin of their spirit stones must remain confidential. The Xinpin space must be kept secret. Soon, the auction results were announced. Wang Lingyu beamed with a bright smile. As a middle-aged and affluent beauty, her presence was indeed striking. She declared, 380 spirit stones, sold. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this name, Li Guangao looked up and saw the individual, saying, "It seems he has come to this auction specifically for the essence pill. He has staked all his family's savings on this gamble to reach the 7th stage of qi refinement." The second elder remarked, "So, it was this old fellow who secured the essence pill in the auction house." Aside from the top 8 VIP rooms where the faces were obscured, the expressions of the hundreds in attendance were clearly visible. Wang Lingyu then announced, "Esteemed friends, the next auction item is the grand finale of our event this year. Please take a look." With that, Wang Lingyu elegantly unveiled the item, revealing a transparent spherical magical artifact about the size of a basketball, within which a dark red, elongated creature writhed and spun, emanating waves of spiritual pressure. "What is this?" Li Guangao gasped, exclaiming, "Is that a larva of the blood-devouring centipede?" In the next moment, gasps of shock rippled through the auction house. It was indeed the larva of a second-tier great demon, the blood-devouring centipede. Once the blood-devouring centipede reaches maturity, it is capable of devouring other spiritual beasts and can ascend to a second-tier great demon, its combat strength rivaling that of a Foundation establishment expert. How did the Wang family manage to procure the larva of the blood-devouring centipede? Among the 8 VIP rooms, a young girl in a purple dress lifted her teacup, blowing lightly on it before sipping calmly and remarking, "This larva is inherently weak. Compared to normal blood-devouring centipede larvae, it is significantly frail. The chances of it growing to a second tier are slim." As if on cue, she finished speaking, and Wang Lingyu added, "Esteemed friends, this larva of the blood-devouring centipede is indeed inherently weak. When discovered by my Wang family's hunting team, it was nearly devoured by beasts. The likelihood of it maturing into a second-tier great demon is almost non-existent. However, with proper care, it could potentially grow to the 9th or even 10th stage of Qi refinement, making it a valuable guardian beast for our clan." Just then, the larva emitted a shrill, piercing scream that resonated within the spherical container, causing minute cracks to appear and sending painful vibrations to the eardrums of those present. Li Qingyun covered his ears, exclaiming, "No wonder it has the potential to become a second-tier great demon. Despite its small size, its voice is incredibly shrill." The girl in the purple dress, sipping her tea, was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise beneath her veil. "Did I hear that correctly?" After a moment of contemplation, the girl commanded, "Xiao Lan, bid on this demon beast larva." Although the maid, Xiao Lan, was perplexed, she nodded and replied, "Yes, Mississippi soon." The bidding commenced. Even though the blood-devouring centipede was inherently weak and unable to advance to a second-tier great demon, Wang Lingyu was correct. With proper nurturing, it could very well become a late-stage first-tier demon beast. The allure of having a 9th or even 10th stage Qi refinement guardian beast was indeed tempting. However, only late-stage Qi refinement loose cultivators, second-tier Qi refinement family cultivators, and shop owners from the Tushan market were qualified to bid on such a grand item. The Weekly family, being a third-tier Qi refinement family, was not eligible to participate in the bidding. Ultimately, the girl in the purple dress acquired the blood-devouring centipede larva for 500 spirit stones. After obtaining the larva, she examined it closely with delight in her beautiful eyes, exclaiming, "This is it. It cannot be mistaken." A delicate 3-colored pattern appeared on her forehead. "Let us go, Xiao Lan. Let us return to the Spirit Talisman building and quickly inform my second uncle." The 2 women hurriedly departed. Wang Lingyu announced, "Once again, I thank all esteemed friends for attending the Tushan auction. I hereby declare that this auction has concluded successfully. Please take your leave at your own pace." The hundreds of cultivators dispersed. Li Dingzhou lamented, "Unfortunately, the cultivation method that Yuaner needs was not auctioned." The second elder remarked, "Cultivation methods are unique. They are likely hard to come by." The patriarch replied, "Fear not. We still have one more trading event." "A trading event?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback. The patriarch smiled and said, "Follow me." Soon, in a secluded courtyard, 2 or 3 dozen cultivators gathered. Li Qingyuan even saw the head of the Zhang family, who had successfully acquired the essence pill. It quickly became clear to Li Qingyuan that this was an exclusive trading event for several Qi refinement families, conducted privately. 2 second-tier Qi refinement families and 3 third-tier Qi refinement families. A total of 5 families were engaged in private trading. The trading commenced promptly, with the third-tier Qi refinement families going first. As per custom, Li Guangao stated, "I have a set of high-quality talisman papers, 6 types of first-tier inferior talisman papers, and 3 types of first-tier mid-grade talisman papers. All of excellent quality." The crowd was slightly taken aback. "All of them are of excellent quality?" Li Guangao produced the papers, and indeed, they were all of superior quality. "Esteemed family heads, does anyone possess a method for concealing and suppressing Qi?" Li Guangao inquired. 1 family head spoke up, "What a coincidence, Brother Li. I happen to have a manual on Qi concealment." Li Guangao's expression brightened. "Really?" The family head replied, "Unfortunately, it is merely a fragment. This fragment of the Qi concealment manual can only conceal and suppress the cultivation level of those below the 6th stage of Qi refinement. Moreover, the concealment function is feeble, rendering even the spiritual consciousness of a 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner incapable of obstruction. Alas, if only the complete volume were available." The esteemed family head remarked, "With the full version of the breath concealment technique?" Even the spiritual consciousness of a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refining, beneath the foundation establishment stage, would be unable to pry. The old family head then inquired, "Brother Li, do you still wish to exchange?" This Li Guangao hesitated. Li Qingyuan, standing behind him, whispered, "Grandfather, let us exchange." After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangao spoke, "Brother Zhao, this incomplete manual of yours is bland to consume yet too valuable to discard. How about I trade it for a set of exquisite talisman paper?" The Zhao family head replied, "No, add 50 spirit stones, at most 10.30. No, a maximum of 20, just 20. The negotiation ends here." Li Guangao displayed an indifferent demeanor. After a thoughtful pause, the Zhao family head conceded, "Fine, let us exchange." Thus, the two old men finalized their transaction. Subsequently, the trading continued as each party presented spirit plants, spirit mines, spirit beast materials, or techniques and elixirs, engaging in exchanges to procure their desired items. Naturally, some transactions ended in failure, with certain items in hand being unwanted. An hour later, several families concluded their private dealings and departed. Li Guangao stepped forward. The proud elder coldly snorted. "It has been years since I last saw Luo. I wish to converse with her along the way and escort you a bit." Zhang Xiantong retorted coldly, "There is no need for your escort. We can manage on our own." The young Zhang Yuan Luo, in his 20s, sighed helplessly and advised, "Grandfather, uncle is only being kind. Why must you refuse?" Li Guangao replied icily, "Zhang Xiantong, I shall go wherever I please. What concern is it of yours? Come, Luo, uncle will see you home." The two old men, Li Guangao and Zhang Xiantong, exchanged glances, each snorting coldly. Li Qingyuan pondered. Indeed, the Yun Soul Elixir is worth 300 to 400 spirit stones and can aid a 6th layer qi refining practitioner in breaking through to the later stages of qi refining. Wealth can stir desires, and upon leaving Chu Mountain Market, there is always the risk of being targeted by bandits. It seems the relationship between Grandfather Zhang and Grandfather of the Clan is not as straightforward as it appears. Grandfather of the Clan is worried about them. Chapter 033. Encountering Bandits. Thus, the 4 members of the Li clan set off in the company of the 2 Zhang family elders. Li Qingyuan rode a unicorn-striped horse, inquiring of his father, "Father, why doesn't Grandfather Zhang break through in Chu Mountain Market?" After all, carrying the Yun Soul Elixir on a long journey home poses a risk of being targeted by bandits. Li Dingzhou responded quietly, "Do you think everyone is like you? For most, breakthroughs are not as effortless. Many practitioners with 5 or 4 spirit roots struggle their entire lives to ascend to the later stages of qi refining. It is a significant bottleneck. Your grandfather Zhang is advanced in years, and achieving the 7th layer of qi refining presents considerable challenges. Not only does he require the Yun Soul Elixir, but he also needs the assistance of his family's spiritual veins. Furthermore, prior to attempting a breakthrough, he must consume some elixirs to nourish his meridians and accumulate spiritual power, culminating in the Yun Soul Elixir for a successful breakthrough. Li Qingyuan realized, "I see. The heads of third-rate qi refining families typically only qualify to attempt breaking through to the later stages around the ages of 50 to 60, often nearing the end of their potential. Their attempts at advancing are akin to a 70-year-old practitioner at the peak of the 10th layer attempting to establish a foundation, necessitating both elixirs and spiritual vein assistance. Moreover, prior to confronting such bottlenecks, considerable time must be spent refining one's spiritual power and mental fortitude." Li Qingyuan thought. "Fortunately, I possess a superior quality among the 3 spirit roots. As long as spirit stones are plentiful, I am unlikely to encounter bottlenecks in qi refining, and foundation establishment is within reach. How should I address the eldest daughter of the Li family?" Zhang Yuanluo approached on his own horse, which was also a first-tier initial stage beast. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, clad in white, with well-defined features, not exceptionally handsome but exuding a sunny demeanor that many young women find appealing. Li Qingyuan, currently disguised as a female, continued with his charade, stating, "Li Qingqing." Zhang Yuanluo sized up Li Qingqing, thinking, "This sister of the Li family is a delicate beauty, with refined features and a gentle temperament, comporting herself with grace." Zhang Yuanluo sought to strike up a conversation. "Uncle, your companionship with Sister Qingqing must be because of her exceptional intelligence and outstanding cultivation talent, hence your high expectations for her." Li Qingyuan felt a tinge of embarrassment, thinking, "This man is suspicious." Clearing his throat, Li Qingyuan replied, "Brother Zhang, you jest. My aptitude is quite mediocre, far inferior to yours. Nearby, Li Dingzhou struggled to contain his laughter. His face twitching, the group galloped swiftly, covering 300 miles a day, stopping occasionally at mortal towns and villages to rest and spend a bit of money. Thus, 2 days passed peacefully on the third morning. The 6 of them set off once more. Zhang Yuanluo pointed ahead, explaining, Sister Qingqing, after passing through the stone forest ahead and traveling another 100 miles, we will reach the Zhang family of Qingfeng Mountain. Li Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. Oh! Suddenly, from within the stone forest, 3 beams of light surged forth, Li Guangao and Zhang Xiantong, both at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refining, exclaimed, Enemy attack! Quickly hide! As their words fell, Li Guangao, Zhang Xiantong, and the second elder, Li Guangzong, immediately formed seals to channel their spiritual power, instinctively activating first-tier spells for defense in the absence of time to summon their artifacts. 3 artifacts hurtled towards the practitioners with the highest cultivations. Earth Armor Technique. Li Guangao and Li Guangzong swiftly cast the Earth Armor Technique for defense, their Earth attribute spiritual power shields barely withstanding the assault from the opposing artifacts. Granting them a moment's respite, a moment's time was sufficient. Diamond Talisman. The 2 produced diamond talismans, activating protective energy to successfully deflect the surprise attack. However, Zhang Xiantong was not so fortunate. The assailant targeting him was at the 7th layer of qi refining, already entering the later stages of qi refining. The full-force assault from his opponent was difficult for Zhang Xiantong to counteract in haste, even with his defensive talismans, which were also of first-tier medium quality. Yet, upon activation, the talisman could not withstand the assault from the flying wheel artifact. The artifact's edges were sharp, slicing through and severing Zhang Xiantong's right arm. Zhang Xiantong cried out in agony. Had it not been for his timely evasion at the last moment, he would have been struck in the heart, leading to certain death. Zhang Xiantong, heavily injured, gazed in horror. 7th layer of qi refining? First-tier upper-grade artifact? Zhang Yuanluo rushed closer, worriedly asking, Grandfather, your arm? Li Guangao, concerned, queried, Old fellow, can you endure? The group gathered, backs against one another, vigilant in all directions. Li Qingwen thought, Goodness, to encounter bandits on my first outing. How unfortunate. The security of the cultivation world is non-existent. Rather, it is completely devoid of order. Ha ha ha, head of the Zhang family, I require a Yunsoul elixir for my second sister. May I ask if you would be willing to part with it? A burly middle-aged man emerged slowly from the stone forest. Standing over 8 feet tall, with a broad back and a face full of coarse features, a cross-shaped scar across his face appeared menacing, extending from the corner of his eye to his chin, compounded by his rugged appearance, rendering him exceedingly unattractive. Behind this middle-aged man stood a provocatively dressed female cultivator with heavy makeup, alongside a short, wiry male cultivator with a monkey-like demeanor. Zhang Xiantong's expression shifted. You? Peling Shueluan, the butchered Li Guangao's face darkened. Damn it, this scoundrel has set his sights on us Li Qingwen's side. A 7th layer qi refining practitioner is no easy foe. The second elder remarked. Not only is it difficult, but whether we all survive today is also uncertain. Peling Shueluan, originally a rogue cultivator, had fortuitously entered the later stages of qi refining in recent years, becoming a notorious bandit. It was rumored that not long ago, the 3 siblings of the Shueluan family fought to a standstill against an 8th layer qi refining practitioner, gaining considerable notoriety. Li Guangao stated. The artifact in Pai Ling's possession is a first-tier upper grade. Exceptionally sharp. This is why he can contend with 8th layer qi refining practitioners. Li Qingyuan understood that first-tier upper-grade artifacts are costly. It is rare for even second-rate qi refining family members at the later stages of qi refining to possess one. Many 7th and 8th layer practitioners, upon breaking through, deplete their resources and spirit stones, requiring a long time to accumulate enough to purchase a first-tier upper-grade artifact. Li Dingzhou inquired. Clan leader, what shall we do now? Zhang Xiantong replied immediately, Do not worry, I will not implicate you. After saying this, Zhang Xiantong declared loudly, Peling, these 5 are my clan's practitioners, merely invited by me to visit my Zhang family. Grandfather, Zhang Yuanluo began to speak but was interrupted by Zhang Xiantong's stern gaze. Zhang Xiantong continued, I can offer the Yunsoul elixir, but you must release them. This matter does not involve them. Peling chuckled. Do you think I'm a fool? If I let them go, will they not inform the Lu family of the immortal clan, leading to island-wide pursuit of the three siblings? Li Guangao interjected. I implore you, friend Per, rest assured that I will not inform anyone. Peling laughed. I, Perling, have always believed that only the dead can keep secrets. Zhang Xianong produced the Yunsol elixir, holding it in his palm, channeling spiritual power, causing the elixir to crack. Wait. The three siblings of Peling grew anxious at the sight, with him hastily saying, Head of the Zhang family, let us speak civilly. A woman adorned with heavy makeup approached, nestling close to Temei, and sweetly said, Elder brother, this spirit-nourishing pill is crucial for my sister's advancement to the later stage of Qi refinement, and it also pertains to our future after aligning with the Black Mountain Bandits. What do you think? Should we agree to the request of the Zhang family head? Upon hearing this, Temei's expression turned contemplative, pondering. If I alone enter the later stage of Qi refinement, my strength may not suffice to become the leader of the bandits. However, if my second sister also breaks through, we would undoubtedly gain significant recognition. In the later stage of Qi refinement, one would be regarded as a formidable competitor throughout Liuha Island. Very well, Temei declared. I shall acquiesce to the request of the Zhang family head. Zhang Xiantong, with a beseeching expression, said, Guangao, I entrust my daughter Luer to you. Zhang Yuanluo cried out, No, I won't leave, grandfather. I refuse to go. I would rather fight. Zhang Xianong replied, Foolish child, you are the future leader of the Zhang clan. The family cannot afford to be without you. Guangao, you must leave at once, Temei urged. Li Guangao sighed deeply, expressing his regret. I apologize. Elder brother, but for the sake of my Li clan, I too have my reasons for departing. Let us go, Li Guangao said, lifting Zhang Yuanluo and affixing 2 lightweight talismans before swiftly departing on his sword. Li Guangzong, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan all adhered to lightweight talismans, channeling their spiritual energy to flee with incredible speed, vanishing into the depths of the stone forest. As for the mountable demonic beasts, they were far too slow to die in times of escape. Certain things must be relinquished. After signaling, Temei's second sister and third brother took to their magical tools in pursuit. Zhang Xuantong's expression shifted as he exclaimed, Temei, are you reneging on your word? Do you dare to crush the pills right here? Leaving you empty-handed, Temei chuckled. If you were to destroy the pills now, I would chase after them and slaughter every last one of them. Among them is your own grandson, is there not? Furthermore, do not attempt any tricks on me. Otherwise, Temei threatened, I will annihilate your entire Zhang family of Qingfeng Mountain. You, Zhang Xiantong spat blood in fury. Chapter 034, A Beautiful Counterattack. You dare! Zhang Xiantong, enraged to the point of bleeding, gritted his teeth. Temei, my Zhang clan of Qingfeng Mountain has served the Lu clan for 300 years. Should you harm my family, the Lu clan will issue a decree to hunt you down. And it will be a fight to the death at that point. Not only will you find no place for yourself on Liuha Island, but you will also be unable to find refuge across the entire overseas 5 islands. Upon hearing this, Temei's eyes narrowed. Zhang Xiantong spoke the truth. Decades prior, Rogue Cultivator with the strength of the 9th layer of Qi refinement had acted with impunity, even leading his followers to obliterate a second-rate Qi refinement family. On Liuha Island, aside from loose cultivators and other commercial factions, all major Qi refinement families were vassals of the Lu clan, annually paying substantial spirit stones. Thus, the actions of that 9th layer Rogue Cultivator in decimating a Qi refinement family ignited collective outrage among many families, simultaneously provoking the Lu clan's authority, striking at their dignity, and undermining their interests. Consequently, the Lu clan issued a decree for his extermination, dispatching a 10th layer expert to hunt him down across the islands, day and night. Ultimately, that rogue cultivator met a grim fate, and all of his followers perished as well. Their heads were severed and displayed publicly to pacify the populace. It was precisely for this reason that as long as Zhang Xiantong could return to his family, he could prepare for his breakthrough without fear of being targeted by rogues seeking to plunder their alchemical resources. The backing of a foundational celestial clan indeed held significant deterrence. Temei coldly scoffed. Humph, old man, do not think to intimidate me with the name of the Lu clan. If you provoke me, I will slaughter your entire family and then join the Black Mountain Bandits. Do you truly believe that the lofty foundational beings will wage war for your insignificant Zhang family? Zhang Xuantong's expression faltered. The chief of the Black Mountain Bandits was a fully realized 10th layer Qi refinement cultivator, notorious and reputed as the strongest beneath the foundational level. The second in command was also a formidable 10th layer expert. Not to be trifled with, Timei's voice turned icy. I will count to 10. If you do not hand over the pills, I will annihilate your entire family. Point 1, 2, 3 to... Zhang Xintong lost an arm, his complexion pale from excessive blood loss. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. I was wronged. I should not have gambled everything on this, risking the entire family fortune merely for the sake of advancing to the later stage of Qi refinement. I was naive, underestimating the risks posed by the spirit-nourishing pill. Timei continued with indifference. 7, 8, 9. Zhang Xintong took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and stated, I, the aged Zhang Xintong, am willing to offer the spirit-nourishing pill. Furthermore, I am gravely injured, and the younger generation of the family cannot bear the responsibilities, making it difficult to safeguard our assets. Zhang Xintong implored, I beseech you, Timei, to enter my Zhang family as a guest elder. Timei was momentarily taken aback, but then elation surged within him, and he laughed heartily. Haha, the Zhang family head indeed knows how to assess the situation. Your proposal is quite enticing. Very well, I accept. Zhang Xintong slowly advanced, opening his palm to present the pill, stating, Timei, this is the spirit-nourishing pill. Timei swaggered forward, reaching for the pill. In the next instant, Zhang Xuantong's spiritual energy erupted from within, seizing Timei's hand, his energy wildly surging. Blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his mouth and nose spewing forth crimson spiritual energy. Timei, we die together. Zhang Xintong roared, Spirit Explosion Technique. The Spirit Explosion Technique was a secret art of the Zhang family. A mutually destructive method of killing. It drew forth all of one's spiritual energy and vital blood, unleashing a force exceeding tenfold of one's own capacity to strike down a powerful enemy. Old fool, you seek death. Timei's expression shifted, and he hastily produced a defensive talisman, activating it. Golden Bell Talisman. Boom. A golden bell materialized from thin air, perfectly enveloping Timei's outer body. Bang. As the heavy golden bell manifested, Zhang Xuantong's Spirit Explosion Technique reached its zenith, detonating like a human bomb, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that swept outward. Bang, bang, bang. Within a radius of 10 feet, the stone pillars surrounding the forest exploded and shattered. Amidst the billowing dust, Timei slowly emerged, his anger palpable. Damn it, killing a mere 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator cost me a premium talisman. This talisman was a life-saving item, a first-tier premium grade, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an 8th layer cultivator. What terrible luck! This Spirit Explosion Technique even destroyed my storage bag and magical tools. Timei's right hand was torn, his clothing in tatters, blood oozing from his cracked knuckles. Yet in his open palm lay the coveted spirit-nourishing pill. Fortunately, he had secured the pill. Whoosh! Timei activated his flying wheel artifact, pursuing relentlessly. Everyone must die. Patriarch, let us separate, Li Qingyuan suggested. You and the second elder can work together to defeat one of them. As for the remaining one, my father and I can jointly restrain them, buying you time. Patriarch Li Guangao decisively replied, very well. Now that Timei is being held back by Zhang Xintong, we can take this opportunity to divide and conquer. Otherwise, if we become entangled, we will be unable to escape, allowing Timei to pursue us. With the other party at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, all here will perish. Whoosh, whoosh, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan swiftly distanced themselves from the group, darting into the depths of the stone forest, weaving between the massive stones while occasionally tossing first-tier lower-grade talismans to create distractions. The lanky monkey-like rogue chuckled, My dear lady, do not be in such a hurry to leave. Second sister, I will handle this. With that, the lewd man soared on his sword, pursuing Li Guangao and Li Guangzong with all his might. The heavily made-up woman surged forth on her sword, targeting Li Guangao and Li Guangzong. Suddenly, both Li Guangao and Li Guangzong pivoted simultaneously, activating their talismans and unleashing their magical tools, charging toward the female cultivator. The two brothers joined forces, suppressing the woman and gaining the upper hand. Given enough time, they could surely slay her. Deep within the stone forest, Li Qingyuan whispered, Father, it's time to prepare. The counterattack begins. At that moment, the lewd man, resembling a skinny monkey, chuckled, My dear lady, Why not submit to me and enjoy together? He did. Li Qingyuan turned, dropping the pretense of disguise, and simultaneously waved his hands, sending out 10 talismans while cursing, "Get lost." The lewd man was momentarily stunned. You're a man? First-tier mid-grade talismans? The lewd man was taken aback and immediately channeled his spiritual energy to activate his magical tools to intercept the talismans. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans exploded one after another, each equal in power to a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, their concentrated firepower bombarding him, leaving him in disarray. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan unleashed 5 premium talismans, comprising wind blade talismans and explosive fire talismans, collectively equivalent to the simultaneous strike of 5 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivators. The power of this. The lewd man's expression changed as the talismans detonated before him, their tremendous force sending him flying. The talismans detonated almost simultaneously, shattering his defense spells and heavily wounding him, causing him to spit blood. Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou had already affixed a premium diamond talisman for defense, combining it with the family's first-tier spell. Moon Shadow Technique, to close in, slashing with his long knife. Blood Blade 8 strikes. Clang, clang, clang. 8 streams of blade energy erupted instantaneously, weaving into a net that sliced through the lewd man, tearing him into 8 pieces. Ah! The lewd man screamed in agony, his flesh splattering, reduced to a puddle of gore. Li Qingyuan gave a thumbs up. Father, that was impressive. Even though he could deliver a fatal blow, for the sake of prudence and to ensure his own safety. The old man instinctively affixed a diamond talisman for defense. It was of exquisite quality, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Li Dingzhou said, "You honor, go quickly to assist your clan leader and grandfather." Li Qingyuan shook his head and replied, "No, father, let us change our target." Chapter 035. Concentrate Firepower and Annihilate. Li Qingyuan picked up the storage bag and magic tool from the ground, placing them into his own storage bag. Then, he flicked his fingers, activating the fireball technique, reducing the emaciated monkey-like male cultivator to ashes. After completing these tasks, Li Qingyuan declared, "Father, the clan leader and the second elder have teamed up, and they possess numerous mid-grade talismans. So it will be no challenge to slay that female cultivator. The real threat lies with 2MIE. Li Qingyuan continued. Let us go and ambush 2MIE. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan soared through the air on his sword. Employing a series of lightweight talismans to conserve spiritual energy, Li Dingzhou caught up and cautioned, "You honor, do not act recklessly. 2MIE is a 7th-layer Qi refinement expert. We cannot contend with him. Wait for me." A moment later, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou concealed themselves within the stone forest. Whoosh! A streak of light rushed in, propelled by a flying will magical tool. It was 2MIE. 2MIE scanned the surroundings, sniffed the air, and remarked, "There are traces of my second sister's fragrant powder here. They are not far ahead." Simultaneously, hidden within the stone forest, Li Qingyuan thought, "Here he comes." On his palm, 5 Inferno Ice Severing Talisman glimmered, slowly infused with spiritual energy, releasing a faint spiritual pressure. Whoosh! 2MIE dashed through the stone forest, soaring high into the sky. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan waved his hands, channeling spiritual energy into the talismans, which flew out like playing cards, striking 2MIE with precision and exploding one after another. Caught off guard, 2MIE felt a jolt. Mid-grade talismans, 5 in total? The quality of these mid-grade talismans was comparable to a full-force strike from an 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Worth 15 spirit stones each in the market. In other words, to kill him, the opponent had expended 75 spirit stones, truly extravagant. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans detonated before him. 5 talismans simultaneously transformed into ice-blue blades that sliced through 2MIE. Alarmed, he quickly performed defensive techniques. In the same breath, he stomped down hard on his flying will magical tool, propelling himself backward in an attempt to escape. However, the talisman attack was too sudden and powerful. The 5 blades broke through 2MIE's defenses and struck his body. 2MIE screamed in agony, blood spraying as he plummeted from the sky. As 2MIE fell, Li Dingzhou launched a surprise attack from the stone forest, activating 2 Inferno Ice Severing Talismans to ambush 2MIE. Severely injured, 2MIE coughed up blood, his balance faltering, his mind in disarray, his spiritual sense wounded, leaving him unable to react or counterattack. Swoosh! Swoosh, two ice-blue light blades flashed by, piercing directly into Tu Mia's brow, slicing through his forehead, nasal bridge, chest, and abdomen, splitting him in two. With a thunderous crash, blood rained down, and 2 heaps of mangled flesh fell to the ground. 7th layer Qi refinement. The bandit Tu Mia is dead? Li Dingzhou exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. We really killed him, Li Qingyuan remarked. That was a total of 7 high-quality mid-grade talismans, and the other party never anticipated that we would dare to ambush them midway. With the cooperation of father and son, and our flanking strategy, slaying him was indeed effortless. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan skillfully gathered the storage bag and flying will magical tool, placing everything into his own storage bag. Before casually casting a fireball to incinerate Tu Mia's corpse, erasing all traces, Li Dingzhou was greatly astonished and said, "You honor, is this truly your first time descending the mountain?" "Ah, yes," Li Qingyuan retorted. "Do you not know if this is my first descent?" "Father," but Li Dingzhou hesitated. "Your strategies, ambushing and flanking, seems second nature to you. Your method of collecting storage bags and magical tools appears remarkably practiced. You even understood the need to destroy the corpse," Li Dingzhou murmured. "Could it be that you are the kind of person who excels at everything you do?" Li Qingyuan scratched his head and countered. "Isn't it normal to kill, collect magical tools, seize storage bags, and destroy corpses? It is a normal process," Li Dingzhou affirmed. "But this is your first descent. All right, father. The clan leader and grandfather have likely finished their business as well. Let us depart. However, regarding today's events," Li Dingzhou chuckled. "Father understands. It shall remain a secret." Before long, the group reunited. "Clan leader, have you been injured?" Li Qingyuan hurried forward and inquired. "What has transpired?" Li Guangao gestured toward the female cultivator's corpse and stated, "This female cultivator possessed mid-grade talismans. Fortunately only 2, one for defense and one for attack. Thankfully, they were of inferior quality. Otherwise, even with the combined efforts of you and the second elder, it would have been difficult to slay her." Li Guangao then asked, "So you two have already slain that bandit?" Li Dingzhou nodded. "Indeed, clan leader Yuaner and I joined forces, activating numerous mid-grade talismans, significantly depleting the opponent's spiritual energy. Ultimately, I leveraged the close combat advantage of a congenital martial artist. And after a hard-fought battle, we managed to slay him." Suddenly, Li Guangao exclaimed, "Not good, Tu Mia is still out there. We must leave." With a wave of his hand, Li Guangao collected the female cultivator's storage bag and magical tool. Casting a fireball to destroy the corpse before dragging the dazed Zhang Yuanluo, flying away on his sword, Li Qingyuan observed the clan leader's adept procedures and thought to himself, "This process is indeed characteristic of the Li family." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group soared through the air on their swords, flying low due to their insufficient cultivation, barely managing to travel a dozen miles. After flying for several miles, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou were the first to exhaust their spiritual energy. And so were Li Guangao and Li Guangzong, who had also depleted their reserves after the arduous battle. Subsequently, the group continued on foot. After 3 days of weary travel, they finally arrived at Yunxia Town. Upon reaching Yunxia Town, a look of relief finally washed over Li Guangao's face as he glanced at the sorrowful Zhang Yuanluo and said, "Luoer, the bandit Tu Mia is still in the outside world. You should stay at Yunxia Mountain for a while. Once the outside stabilizes, I will send someone to escort you back." Zhang Yuanluo lowered her head, her expression filled with sorrow, and instinctively replied, "I leave it to my uncle's discretion." Sigh. Li Guangao sighed heavily, tears streaming down his face. "My old brother, alas, alas." After a moment, Li Guangao steadied himself and declared, "Let us ascend the mountain and return home." That night, Li Qingyuan tore off his human skin mask. Restoring his true appearance and attire in the secluded courtyard, he counted his gains alone, muttering, "I wonder if the resources obtained from killing and looting now belong to me. Can I use the Shinpin space to replicate and double them?" In his hands were 2 storage bags, one belonging to the emaciated, lecherous male cultivator, and the other to the 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner, Tu Mia. He decided to save the good items for later. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan opened one of the storage bags and mumbled, "Let us take a look at the storage bag of the lecherous male cultivator. This fellow has a lecherous look about him. With those shifty eyes, he must have plundered quite a bit. His wealth should be substantial." Chapter 036. A Surge in Wealth. Upon opening the storage bag, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. 120 spirit stones. A mid-grade magical tool, the Crimson Iron Sword, valued at over 100 spirit stones. Oh? Li Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise. There's also a low-grade mid-grade talisman, a defensive one, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Thankfully, I acted decisively, launching a concentrated attack with numerous talismans to severely injure him. Then my father seized the opportunity to deal the final blow. Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Oh, there are even medicinal pills. The vial has a label indicating their names. 2 recovery pills, which replenish spiritual energy during battles between Qi refinement practitioners. 3 hemostasis pills, effective for stopping bleeding and healing external injuries. Li Qingyuan pondered. Tomorrow, I should find a few small, slender spirit beasts to test these medicinal pills for toxicity. The recovery pills and hemostasis pills are auxiliary pills useful in combat. They are classified as first-tier pills, but they are not specifically divided into lower, middle, or upper grades. They are applicable throughout the Qi refinement stage. Typically, a batch of pills comes in a vial, usually containing 3.1 vial of recovery pills and 1 vial of hemostasis pills. These 2 auxiliary pills are generally priced at a dozen spirit stones per vial, averaging 5 to 6 spirit stones per pill. This is a large piece of red gold stone, at least 10 pounds. Li Qingyuan remarked with a smile. This is a top-grade first-tier ore, a primary material for crafting top-grade first-tier magical tools. It appears this fellow was already preparing to forge a top-grade first-tier magical tool for himself. After examining the storage bag, Li Qingyuan felt quite satisfied. 120 spirit stones, a mid-grade magical tool, the Crimson Iron Sword, a low-grade mid-grade talisman for defense, 2 recovery pills, 3 hemostasis pills, and 10 pounds of top-grade first-tier ore, red gold stone. Certainly, the storage bag is also a mid-grade item of the first tier, superior to the quality currently employed by Li Qingyuan, offering a larger space and equally substantial value. Li Qingyuan silently intoned in his heart, collect. All resources were drawn into the Xianpin space, influenced by the laws of space, duplicating and doubling in quantity. A total of 240 spirit stones. 2 first-tier mid-grade magical tools. The Red Iron Sword. 2 talismans for defense against the attacks of 7th-layer Qi refining cultivators. 4 Qi recovery pills. 6 blood-stopping pills. 20 pounds of first-tier, upper-grade red gold stone. 2 first-tier mid-grade storage bags. IVE struck it rich, Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, directly exchanging for a mid-grade storage bag of the first tier to store all resources, hoarding them away. Next, facing the 7th-layer Qi refining calamity, he anticipated even greater treasures within his storage bag. Li Qingyuan shook the storage bag, and the small pouch emitted streams of spiritual light, transforming into various resources. The storage bag was of mid-grade quality. Wow, so many spirit stones! This fortune surpasses even that of the clan leader, totaling a remarkable 280 pieces. A first-tier upper-grade magical tool, the Spirit-Breaking Blood Wheel. This tool, worth at least 300 to 500 spirit stones, is incredibly sharp and suitable for late-stage Qi refining, a true treasure. The refining materials, including mid-grade and lower-grade spirit plants, could fetch dozens of spirit stones on the market. 2 bottles each of Qi recovery pills and blood-stopping pills, each containing 6 pieces. A furnace of Qi nurturing pills, which, when consumed during the Qi refining stage, can enhance cultivation speed. What is this? Li Qingyuan was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming. Is this a furnace of minor spirit nurturing pills? Upon opening it, he was astonished to find 2 pieces of standard quality and 1 of inferior quality. Wow, this was an auction item from the Tushan market. Li Qingyuan recalled that this furnace of minor spirit nurturing pills had been successfully bid on by a certain cultivator for 85 spirit stones. It seems the calamity had its eyes on 2 or 3 groups of people, of which we were merely one. Li Qing chuckled. Now, all these treasures belong to me. Finally, the most valuable spirit-nurturing pill caught his gaze. Looking at the last pill, of standard quality, radiating a rich fragrance and perfectly rounded, this spirit-nurturing pill had fetched a high price of 300 to 400 spirit stones at auction, with the lowest market price being 300 spirit stones. And it was extremely difficult to obtain. Li Qingyuan waved his hand. Collect. Into the space it went, duplicating and doubling in quantity. Spirit nurturing pills, 2 pieces. First-tier mid-grade storage bags, 2. Spirit stones, 560 pieces. First-tier upper-grade magical tools, the Spirit-Breaking Blood Wheel, 2. Refining scraps worth dozens of spirit stones, along with ordinary first-tier spirit plants, after doubling, valued at no less than 100 spirit stones, chi recovery pills and blood-stopping pills, 4 bottles each, with 12 pieces each. 2 furnaces of chi nurturing pills, totaling 6 pieces, with 4 being of standard quality and 2 of inferior quality. Late at night, in his secluded courtyard, Li Qingyuan lit an illumination talisman, the flame casting a glow on his face as he grinned widely. He, I've struck gold. Indeed. Gold belts for killing and arson, roads built without corpses, Li Qingyuan lamented. No wonder there are always those in the cultivation world who cannot resist the temptation of becoming a calamity cultivator. A single successful heist could sustain one for 3 years, Li Qingyuan. He shook his head vigorously. No, I must not think this way. I must cultivate steadily and pursue the path to immortality. Those who kill will be killed in turn. While being a calamity cultivator may seem appealing, it also makes one susceptible to being ensnared by others, leading to one's demise. Li Qingyuan carefully stored away all resources and lay down on his bed, smiling broadly. Now, my wealth amounts to thousands of spirit stones, comparable to the earnings of my family over 3 to 5 years. He resolved to retain useful resources while exchanging the useless ones for spirit stones, dedicating them all to his cultivation. As for the spirit nurturing pills and minor spirit nurturing pills, he could offer half back to the family, keeping the remaining half to exchange for spirit stones and other resources. The following morning, Li Qingyuan discreetly sought an audience with his clan leader grandfather. Li Guangao appeared despondent and melancholic as he inquired, "Qingyuan, is there something you need?" He was aware that his longtime friend Zhang Xintong had likely perished. Li Qingyuan replied, "Grandfather clan leader, I obtained a furnace of minor spirit nurturing pills and a spirit nurturing pill from that male cultivator." "What?" Li Guangao's aged face displayed astonishment. Li Qingyuan exerted his spiritual energy, presenting the pills. After a glance, Li Guangao exclaimed, "This furnace of minor spirit nurturing pills contains 2 standard quality and 1 inferior quality. Could it be the auction item?" Li Qingyuan affirmed, "I believe so." Additionally, this individual was a fully realized 6th-layer chi refining cultivator, and he secretly possessed a standard quality spirit nurturing pill, likely deceiving both the calamity cultivators and that female cultivator. Li Guangao nodded. Most likely it seems he intended to break through to the 7th layer of chi refining and had been preparing for some time. Holding the pills, Li Guangao's expression softened. "Child, are you truly willing to offer these pills to the family?" Li Qingyuan smiled and replied, "Grandfather clan leader, without the family, there would be no Tadasme. Now, Qingyuan has grown up and can contribute to the family." Li Guangao's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Good child, good child. However, he added, I cannot let the family take advantage of your generosity without compensation. After I discuss this with the Great Elder and the Second Elder, we shall at least provide you with 200 spirit stones as recompense." Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "I leave it to your arrangements, Grandfather clan leader." After a respectful bow, Li Qingyuan turned to leave. Upon returning home, he began to divide the spoils with his father. He gifted his father, Li Dingzhou, 200 spirit stones, along with chi recovery pills, blood-stopping pills, and 2 furnaces of chi nurturing pills, especially the chi nurturing pills, which greatly benefit cultivation during the chi refining stage. He resolved to rely on his own efforts to reach the 10th layer of chi refining, building a perfect foundation without the aid of pills. Additionally, he also gifted his father a first-tier mid-grade magical tool, the Red Iron Sword, and provided him with a first-tier mid-grade storage bag. In the end, Li Dingzhou, who had never experienced such wealth, gazed at his resources in amazement, reflecting, "It turns out that having a good son can indeed change one's fate." Chapter 037. The clan leader breaks through to the 7th layer of chi refining. The following morning, the clan leader grandfather presented 200 spirit stones. This time, Li Qingyuan attempted to replicate them but found it impossible, likely because these 200 spirit stones were a reward for the spirit nurturing pill and minor spirit nurturing pill given to the family, hence received as compensation. Furthermore, the spirit stones he had sold to the purple-skirted woman from the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, totaling over 1,000, also could not be duplicated again, as they were resources already replicated in the Xianpin space. Currently, the Xianpin space possesses 3 functions. The first function is duplication. The conditions for duplication are as follows. Firstly, the items must belong to Li Qingyuan. Secondly, the resources acquired from the duplicated items cannot be endlessly reused. Lastly, the duplicated items cannot include demon beasts or living creatures. The second function is guidance and cultivation, assisting him in practicing the Great Chun technique, first-tier spells, and talisman drawing techniques. The third function is to complete cultivation methods and talismans. It can rectify incomplete talismans, allowing Li Qingyuan to draw a truly complete flame ice severing talisman, and can also complete incomplete cultivation methods. Regarding this, Li Qingyuan personally verified it. He spent 3 days studying the incomplete text of the breath-hiding technique, and after 3 days, he gained entry and initially learned this technique, which allows one to conceal one's cultivation level and prevent detection. Upon entry, a mysterious figure appeared in the Shimpan space, dark in color, with bright veins illuminating its form, presenting the complete operational diagram of the breath-hiding technique. Once perfected through the Shimpan space, the breath-hiding technique will allow one to conceal their aura and cultivation level, rendering them undetectable below the foundation establishment stage. During duels, the technique can still function, hiding one's cultivation level, unless one intentionally unleashes their full-powered, as such. Even when Li Qingyuan engages in combat, he can suppress his spiritual energy and hide his true strength. Buzz, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, operating his fourth-layer qi refining cultivation, and as the breath-hiding technique activated, his qi refining cultivation began to diminish, descending through the layers. Fourth layer, third layer, second layer. At the second layer, his cultivation speed matched that of the family S4 spirit root seedlings. Li Qingyuan satisfiedly declared, "From now on, I shall present myself as a second-layer qi refining cultivator in the same year." Li Qingqing, possessing 4 spirit roots, utilizing the resources provided by the family, is now at the second layer of qi refining in the same year. Li Qingbao, with 5 spirit roots, has merely achieved the completion of the first layer. Now, with an ample supply of spirit stones, I need not worry about resources for cultivation for a considerable time, Li Qingyuan contemplated. My first venture outside led me to encounter a calamity cultivator, and a formidable one at that in the late stages of qi refining. The outside world is perilously treacherous. Had it not been for the flame ice severing talisman by my side, both the Zhang clan and the Li clan would have suffered devastating blows. Indeed, we all might have fallen victim to the hands of the 3 siblings of the calamity, Li Qingyuan pondered. The pressing matter remains to elevate my cultivation. Thus, he commenced his seclusion for rigorous training. He possessed a total of 1,800 spirit stones, having already deducted the 200 gifted to his father. He indulged himself, utilizing 3 spirit stones daily to assist his cultivation. Not only did he feast daily on spirit rice, but he also occasionally enjoyed the first-tier demon beast, the black-toothed fragrant pig, raised by the family, along with various demon beasts and poultry in savory stews. Additionally, he procured materials for 120 pieces of first-tier upper-grade talisman paper and 2 pounds of first-tier upper-grade talisman ink, employing a wind spirit wolf hairbrush to craft numerous flame ice severing talismans. Thus, he spent each day meditating and refining spirit stones, taking the time to draw talismanic papers, meditating to restore one's spiritual energy after its consumption. The cycle continues, refining one's magical power. Each day, nourishing himself with spiritual rice, occasionally savoring the meat of first-tier demon beasts to enhance his life, as well as concocting porridge or medicinal dishes from first-tier spiritual plants he has gathered. Li Qingyuan felt that nearly every day, his cultivation within was advancing, and his spiritual energy was gradually strengthening. After half a month, the patriarch, grandfather Li Guangao, personally escorted Zhang Yuanluo back to the Zhang family at Qingfeng Mountain, with the members of the hunting team accompanying them for safety. After safely returning Zhang Yuanluo to his family, grandfather the patriarch began preparing for a retreat. For this retreat, he had prepared 200 spirit stones, 3 mid-tier first-grade spiritual plants, several bottles of qi-nourishing pills, and planned to seclude himself in the core cave of a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein for 3 months to hone his own spiritual power. 3 months later, having consumed all the qi-nourishing pills and refined the mid-tier first-grade spiritual plants, and having absorbed over half of the 200 spirit stones, his spiritual energy had reached its peak accumulation. After fully refining his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi, grandfather the patriarch finally decided to swallow a spirit-nourishing pill. Relying on the breakthrough effect of the high-quality first-tier pill, he aimed to challenge the late stage of qi refinement. Buzz, on this day, at the core of Yunxia Mountain, the heavens were infused with vibrant spiritual energy, converging together, and a powerful wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, stirring the air. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, Li Dingzhou, Li Dingyan, Li Qingyuan, the family cultivators all turned their gazes to the mountain peak, collectively ecstatic, their faces brimming with joy. Ha ha ha, after a century, our Li clan finally has another late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Both elders were moved to tears, Li Dingyan exclaimed with joy. Ha ha ha, Uncle has stepped into the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Our Li clan has a late-stage Qi cultivator to safeguard us. On this day, the Li clan celebrated in unison, not only the cultivators and their families on Yunxia Mountain, but also the 3,000 mortal families in Yunxia Town rejoiced exuberantly. The Li clan celebrated for 3 days, uplifting spirits and strengthening family cohesion. Generally speaking, third-rate Qi refinement families rarely give birth to a late-stage Qi cultivator. The last time the Li clan had a 7th-layer Qi cultivator was over 100 years ago. Thus, the emergence of a 7th-layer Qi cultivator held significant meaning for the family. It signified that the Li clan was not only a leader among third-rate Qi refinement families, but also had a chance of ascending to a second-rate Qi refinement family. The hallmark of a second-rate Qi refinement family is possessing a master at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refinement, with at least 3 cultivators within the family at a level higher than the 7th layer. Only then can one reach the threshold of a second-rate Qi refinement family. Currently, with one individual of a Li clan having achieved late-stage Qi refinement, there was hope for the family's elevation in rank. At the banquet, Patriarch Li Guangao assigned Li Qingyuan a task to instruct the young spiritual seedlings of the family aged between 10 and 20 on their cultivation techniques. Naturally, some were initially resistant. Li Qingyuan demonstrated his perfect cultivation at the 2nd layer of Qi, being close to the 3rd layer, thus establishing himself as the pinnacle of the younger generation. He then engaged in a 1 versus 10 challenge, effortlessly defeating everyone with the family's first-tier spells, thereby claiming his position as the foremost among the youth. Li Qingyuan understood that the patriarch was building his reputation, and he gladly accepted. Cooperating earnestly, henceforth, Li Qingyuan took a day off every half-month to bond with the family disciples, establishing his authority. As time passed, more than a year had swiftly gone by. Li Qingyuan had refined his cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi to its utmost. Welcoming a breakthrough opportunity. Chapter 038. 5th layer of Qi refinement, father and son at the same level. With breath deep in his dantian, he drew in spiritual energy, his heart like a great cedar embracing the universe. Inhale and exhale like a tide along the meridians, gathering spiritual resonance within his purple palace. Li Qingyuan silently recited the great cedar technique incantation, as the surrounding spiritual stones radiated with luminous energy. The spiritual essence entering his meridians and transforming into his own. This retreat lasted a full 3 days. After 3 days, at a certain moment, boom, a surge of spiritual energy, accumulated to the utmost, erupted within Li Qingyuan, akin to a river bursting through a dam, flowing through his entire meridians, breaking the shackles of the perfect 4th layer of Qi refinement. The spiritual energy within him surged endlessly, spilling forth from his body's acupoints, creating a wave of spiritual pressure that stirred the air. After over 100 breaths, Li Qingyuan stabilized his spiritual energy, returning it to his dantian, concluding his breakthrough. Huff after completing the final cycle of the Great Cycle. Li Qingyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes opening, a glimmer of brilliance surfacing within. He had attained the 5th layer of Qi refinement. At 14 years of age, he had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. His pace of cultivation had not only remained unimpeded but had accelerated. Li Qingyuan's lips curved upward. Indeed, under conditions where resources and spirit stones are abundant, my cultivation speed can be even swifter. In just a year and a half, he had progressed from entering the 4th layer of Qi to reaching its perfection, and now stepping into the 5th layer. Li Qingyuan remained calm, his hands forming seals as he continued to meditate on refining Qi. Just after breaking through, his spiritual energy needed further consolidation. His cultivation was not yet stable, and he needed to refine his spiritual power further. Additionally, an unstable realm and insufficient control over his spiritual energy could potentially affect the efficacy of the breath concealment technique, risking detection by late-stage Qi cultivators. Even if it were only a minimal possibility, Li Qingyuan was determined to eliminate it. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to patiently honing his spiritual energy after each breakthrough to solidify his realm. After 10 days, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his retreat. His cultivation aura had transitioned from the 5th layer of Qi back to the perfect 2nd layer. He focused primarily on stability. Upon exiting, he returned home. As he approached his small courtyard, his father's hearty laughter resonated. Truly exquisite wine. Ha ha ha. Delightful, truly delightful. Yunmei, prepare me some more dishes to accompany the wine. I will soon call Yuan home for dinner, so he can drink with me. His mother, Qin Xiuyun, replied, Understood, but do take it easy. Li Qing pushed the door open, smiling. Father, what brings such joy? Li Dingzhou, holding a wine jar, drank heartily and laughed. Ha ha ha. Yuan, your father has broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Tell me, is this not worth celebrating? Really? Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, rushing forward. Congratulations, father, on your significant advancement, drawing closer to late-stage Qi refinement. Come, Yuan, drink with me. Li Dingzhou produced another jar of wine, saying, Tonight, let us drink to our heart's content. Clang. Li Qingyuan, influenced by his father's exuberant nature since childhood, had also developed a lively and generous personality, adeptly navigating social situations, and drank heartily. The father and son clinked their jars together and drank deeply. Li Dingzhou took a large gulp of wine, gazing at the setting sun and the sky filled with remnants of clouds. Grinning, Yuan, I feel that since your arrival, our family has been thriving. Your patriarch grandfather has surpassed 70, yet he has broken through his bottleneck to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The Grand Elder also reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement in recent years. Cousin Li Dingyan stepped into the 5th layer of Qi refinement a year ago. Li Dingzhou continued. Recently, 3 cultivators in the family, who had long been stagnant at the perfect 3rd layer of Qi refinement, have successively stepped into the 4th layer, developing their spiritual senses. Over the years, the number of casualties among family cultivators has decreased compared to previous years, and the young seedlings have been thriving. The family now boasts over 70 cultivators, nearing 80 to Li Dingzhou's side. Your patriarch grandfather said this must be due to your arrival, bringing fortune and development to our Li clan. You truly are the auspicious child of the Li clan. Li Dingzhou proclaimed, Yuan, when you grow up, our Li clan will surely become a first-rate Qi refinement family, with a great master at the 10th layer of Qi refinement in residence. Li Qingyuan raised his cup of fine wine, declaring, Father, my aspirations extend beyond merely reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement. I aim to establish a foundation and elevate the Li clan to a foundational celestial clan. In truth, my pursuits are far beyond establishing a foundation. Li Dingzhou chuckled. Oh, does my son harbor even loftier ideals and ambitions? Li Qingyuan replied earnestly. Indeed, I wish to establish a foundation, but I also wish to refine pills and ultimately become a legendary Yuanying true monarch. Clang! Li Dingzhou jerked his hand, momentarily stunned, as the wine jar fell to the ground and shattered, the fragrance of wine wafting through the air. After a few seconds of daze, Li Dingzhou laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Splendid. My son has great aspirations that I believe, Yuan, you will undoubtedly establish a foundation, refine pills, and perhaps even become the legendary Yuanying great power, Li Qingyuan asserted confidently. I believe I can achieve it. Boom. His 5th layer of Qi refinement was fully unleashed before his father. No longer concealed. Clang. Li Dingzhou's hand trembled once more, and the wine jar he had just lifted shattered again, as he pointed at Li Qingyuan, stammering. Why you have reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement? What kind of prodigy have I, Li Dingzhou, given birth to? Li Dingzhou gazed at his son with an expression of disbelief. At 55 years of age, he had only reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement himself. In recent years, his continuous breakthroughs were aided by a small spirit-nourishing pill, along with the spirit stones and Qi-nourishing pills provided by his son after he defeated a rogue cultivator. In summary, he had benefited from his son's achievements. However, he never imagined that his merely 14-year-old son had already attained the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Hiss! Li Dingzhou inhaled sharply, saying, Yuan, it seems that before you turn 20, you may reach the perfect 6th layer of Qi refinement. By your 20s, you will surely step into the 7th layer of Qi refinement. With the assistance of a spirit-nourishing pill, your breakthroughs will become even simpler. Li Qingyuan replied, Father, I wish to join the family hunting team and hunt demon beasts alongside you. To earn spiritual stones, to master spells, and to enhance combat experience. Li Dingzhou stroked his chin, pondering for a moment and remarked, Father supports you. With a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, coupled with your proficiency in spells, and armed with a mid-grade magical artifact of the 1st rank, as well as a top-grade talisman as your trump card, Li Dingzhou chuckled and said, with your cunning nature, even if you reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement, you would still meet a bitter end. Li Qingyuan activated the breath concealment technique, restraining his cultivation aura, revealing the perfect aura of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou's mouth twitched, saying, "You honor, your breath concealment technique is becoming increasingly adept at playing the fool to catch the tiger. Teach me sometime." Li Qingyuan. That evening, the father and son raised their glasses continuously, while their mother, Qin Xiuyun, served them dishes and poured wine, watching her husband and son, her lips curling into a smile of happiness. In Qin Xiuyun's heart, at that moment, the 3 of them together, safe and sound, was the epitome of joy and bliss. Chapter 039. The Duel of the 2nd Elder and the Gifted Talent in Spells. At dawn the next day, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan arrived at the place of seclusion of the clan leader. The clan leader, the elder, and the 2nd elder had already arrived as the sun rose over the eastern sea. Illuminating the island, the first light spilled over the clouds and mountains, presenting a scene of spring's bounty, where all things gleamed radiantly. Swish, swish, 2 streaks of light dashed through the mountains and forests, arriving at this place in quick succession. It was none other than Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan. Boom, boom. The father and son unleashed their spiritual power, showcasing their cultivation. The clan leader, the elder, and the 2nd elder were all astonished, exclaiming, "5th layer of Qi refinement? Qingyuan's cultivation has broken through again." The 2nd elder felt a mix of joy and melancholy, sighing, "As the waves wash away the sand, we older generations have grown old. The future of the clan belongs to the youth." The clan leader rejoiced, saying, "Within a century, there will surely be a child who will rejuvenate the family. Qingyuan is the one to bring prosperity to our Li clan. In recent years, our Li clan has been thriving, flourishing beyond measured," Li Guangao stated. "In our clan, there is 1 practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, 1 at the 6th layer, and 4 at the 5th layer. The 2nd elder, Li Dingyan, Li Dingzhou, and young Qingyuan. There are 7 at the 4th layer and 18 at the 3rd layer. Approximately 40 at the 2nd and 1st layers combined." The elder stroked his beard and said, "Indeed, within just 7 or 8 years, the overall combat power of our Li clan's practitioners has more than doubled. Especially you, clan leader, having stepped into the 7th layer of Qi refinement and becoming a late-stage expert. This is of profound significance for the clan," Li Guangao sighed. "I have also grown old. Reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement is my limit. The future of the clan relies on this child Qing'e. Considering his pace of cultivation, he may reach the late stage of Qi refinement in 10 years. With this thought, the clan leader, Li Guangao, wore an expression of longing. The 2nd elder, feeling inspired, remarked, "I truly wish to live another 100 years to witness the prosperity of the clan." Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan approached and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, clan leader, elder, and 2nd elder," Li Qingyuan said. "Grandfather clan leader, I wish to join the hunting team to hone my skills." The clan leader was taken aback, stroking his long beard and saying, "Very well, as practitioners, we inevitably encounter duels with others. It is always advantageous to train more. However, you must promise your grandfather 1 condition." Li Qingyuan responded. "Please, go on." The clan leader's expression turned serious. "You must not act independently from the clan's hunting team, must not venture deep into the Tianyin mountain range, and must not provoke late-stage first-rank beasts. With your current strength, hunting mid-stage first-rank beasts is just right." Li Qingyuan cupped his hands. Qingyuan obeys. At that moment, the 2nd elder slowly stepped forward and said, "I am the captain of the clan's hunting team. If you wish to join, I must first ascertain your strength, your proficiency in spells, and your adaptability. Young Qingyuan, do you dare to duel with me?" The 2nd elder chuckled, extending an invitation. Li Qingyuan joyfully replied, "Your grandchild eagerly seeks your guidance." "Please, 2nd elder grandfather, teach me." They stood facing each other on the grassy field, spiritual power radiating outward. The 2nd elder was at the peak of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, while Li Qingyuan had just entered the 5th layer. "We shall not use talismans or magical artifacts. We will duel employing only clan spells and our martial arts skills." With that, the 2nd elder's figure flickered and he charged forward swiftly, utilizing moon shadow technique. He traversed several zhang in an instant, channeling spiritual power into his arms to unleash Iron Arm Technique. With the Iron Arm Technique, his arms became as hard as steel, possessing immense strength. The second elder's fist struck out, creating sonic booms, targeting Li Qingyuan's vital points. Li Qingyuan formed hand seals, channeling spiritual power within, bending his arms to block, and unleashing a layer of earthy armor for defense. Earthen Armor Technique, one of the 6 techniques of the clan, was a first-rank spell suitable for the entire Qi refinement stage. Bang! The Earthen Armor Technique withstood the second elder's powerful attack, but Li Qingyuan was still knocked back several zhong, feeling a numbness in his arms. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The second elder waved his hands, transforming them into blades of air with Air Blade Technique, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp blades that sliced through the air, chilling to the bone. Li Qingyuan silently recited Moon Shadow Technique, swiftly evading as if oil had been applied to his feet, leaving behind afterimages to dodge all the second elder's attacks. Fireball Technique. Li Qingyuan raised his hands, rubbing them together to conjure a fireball, initiating a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of Air Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Iron Arm Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Earthen Armor Technique resonated as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of various spells, their attacks colliding in a cacophony. They alternated between long-range assaults and close combats using the Iron Arm Technique, showcasing a variety of offensive, defensive, and movement spells, with both demonstrating comparable mastery. After a quarter of an hour of full-powered combat, both were nearing the depletion of their spiritual power. The clan leader, Li Guangao, interjected. "All right. Let this battle be declared a draw, shall we?" Li Qingyuan bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, second elder grandfather, for your guidance. Qingyuan has greatly benefited." The second elder praised. "Good lad. I have hunted beasts for 30 years and have only mastered 5 of the clan's 6 techniques, aside from the Rain of Spirits. Yet you, in merely 7 or 8 years of cultivation, not only possess astonishing talent in Qi refinement, but also remarkable skills in talisman drawing and spell cultivation. In just a few years, your achievements rival my decades of experience. Your talent in spells is truly monstrous." The elder chimed in. Moreover, when Qingyuan duels, he moves with order, integrating attack and defense, and even shows that the second elder was deliberately revealing flaws to lure him in. Faced with such flaws, he remains calm and composed, neither arrogant nor hasty. Ha ha ha, such a genius has emerged, and it is within our Li family? The elder laughed heartily. The clan leader declared, "Very well, it is settled. From this day forth, Qingyuan shall be a member of the clan's hunting team." Li Qingyuan smiled. "Thank you, grandfather clan leader, for your support. Additionally, Qingyuan has one matter to report to you privately. Oh? The clan leader, Li Guangao, inquired with curiosity. "What is it that you wish to report to me?" Li Guangao instructed. "All right, elder, second elder Dingzhou, you may step back for now." After the 3 withdrew, Li Guangao asked, "Qingyuan, what matter do you have to report?" Li Qingyuan smiled. "Grandfather clan leader, please take a look." Li Qingyuan produced a piece of top-grade first-rank talisman paper, first-rank talisman ink, and a severely worn wind spirit wolf hairbrush, saying, "Grandfather clan leader, please observe closely." With that, Li Qingyuan took up the brush and began to draw talismans. The complete Flame Ice Severing Talisman was drawn in one breath. Buzz! As the last stroke of the top-grade first-rank talisman paper was completed, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, solidifying the talisman runes, successfully completing the drawing with quality assured and runes intact. Go! Li Qingyuan activated the talisman paper and threw it forth. Clang! Blue flames erupted, transforming into a sharp blade of light over a zhang long, slicing through the air for 10 zhang, striking a stone in a foam mountain and shattering it. A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the area within 10 zhang, as the foam mountain crumbled and foliage scattered. The clan leader, Li Guangao, was left dumbfounded, incredulous. "Qingyuan, have you drawn a top-grade first-rank talisman comparable to the full force strike of a practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement? And this talisman is actually the Flame Ice Severing Talisman?" "Hiss, could it be?" Li Guangao gasped sharply, looking at Li Qingyuan in shock, asking, "Did you manage to complete the runes of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman?" Chapter 040. Tianyin Mountain Range, Hunting Beasts. Li Qingyuan smiled. "Yes. Grandfather clan leader, I have completed the runes of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman." Hiss! Clan leader Li Guangao inhaled sharply, incredulously exclaiming, How can there be such a prodigy as you in this world? The Flame Ice Severing Talisman is a top-grade first-rank talisman, and yet you were able to complete its runes? Li Guangao praised, good lad. How did you accomplish this? Li Qingyuan replied, grandfather clan leader. I have diligently studied it for nearly 3 years, and only by sheer luck was I able to perfect it and complete the runes. During these 2 or 3 years, I not only expended a significant amount of talisman-making materials, but also nearly wore out your Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush. Saying this, Li Qingyuan presented the mid-grade second-rank talisman brush, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush. Li Guangao gazed upon his cherished Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush, a first-tier mid-grade talisman brush that he had originally purchased for 150 spirit stones. Now worn down over 90%, riddled with cracks, this talisman brush was on the verge of self-destruction. With a hearty laugh, Li Guangao exclaimed, ha ha, it has served its purpose well indeed. A talisman brush exchanged for a first-tier high-grade talisman paper inheritance is a profitable deal. Crack! As soon as Li Guangao finished his words, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush shattered with a sharp sound, scattering spiritual light as the artifact was obliterated. The brush handle splintered, and the wolf hair bristles disintegrated into ashes. Li Guangao sighed. Li Qingyuan offered a wry smile, saying, Grandpa clan leader, it seems our family must procure a first-tier high-grade talisman brush. Grinding his teeth, Li Guangao replied, fear not. Is it not merely 300 or 400 spirit stones? I have now attained the mastery of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. I can hunt down dozens, if not hundreds, of first-tier mid-grade demonic beasts. The family cultivators can tighten their belts a little. Within a year or 2, we shall certainly acquire a first-tier high-grade talisman brush. Li Guangao chuckled. With your talent in talisman crafting, my boy, you will surely create exquisite quality Flame Ice soul-vanquishing talismans, capable of rivaling the strikes of a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Ha ha, by then, even those at the 8th layer of Qi refinement shall not intimidate me in the least. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangao added, no, 2 years is too long. I shall swallow my pride and seek out a few old friends to borrow some spirit stones. Li Qingyuan smiled, producing 10 low-grade talisman papers, 10 standard-grade ones, and a total of 20 Flame Ice soul-vanquishing talismans, saying, Grandpa clan leader, please accept these talisman papers. Oh, and by the way, these are talismans you successfully crafted yourself, he added. Li Guangao accepted the talisman papers, pointing at Li Qingyuan with a squinting smile. You, my boy, are quite clever for your age. Though borrow spirit stones with mere words is insufficient. Even if the other party is swayed by our friendship, they will not lend much. However, if Li Guangao were to approach them as a first-tier high-grade talisman paper wielder, offering them 1 or 2 sheets of high-grade talisman paper, they would surely be more than eager to lend spirit stones. Provided they are not foolish. A first-tier high-grade talisman master is a rarity, even among second-rate Qi refinement families. Securing the friendship of such an individual would mean we could consistently procure first-tier high-grade talisman papers for self-defense, rapidly enhancing our combat capabilities. Even a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator, with enough first-tier high-grade talisman papers at their disposal, could instill fear in 7th and 8th layer experts. Every family has its direct descendants. Until those descendants mature, they will need talisman papers for protection. Li Guangao laughed heartily. Very well. I shall be on my way. Whoosh! Li Guangao soared into the sky on his sword, his 7th layer Qi refinement strength robust, and his spiritual sense deepened, allowing him to fly dozens or even hundreds of miles. After a brief rest, he continued his journey on the sword point. 3 days later, the family hunting team set out once more. The hunting team had grown significantly in strength. The second elder had reached the peak of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou was also at the 5th layer. There were 4 at the 4th layer and 8 at the 3rd layer. Adding Li Qingyuan, who appeared to be at the 2nd layer but was actually at the 5th layer, his strength was no less than that of the second elder, or Li Dingzhou. Li Dingzhou spoke, Second elder, this is Qingyuan's first hunting expedition. His experience is lacking, and his strength is modest. I plan to keep him at the outskirts to practice against some solitary first-tier early-stage demonic beasts. The second elder nodded in understanding. Very well. You two shall remain at the outskirts while the rest of us venture deeper. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. Soon, the second elder led the team away. Li Dingzhou said, Let us set off, my son. All right, father. Whoosh, whoosh. The father and son leaped forward, employing the moon shadow technique, their figures darting swiftly through the trees, like streams of light racing through the mountains. Half an hour later, Li Dingzhou halted, declaring, "This area will suffice. We are at the boundary between the outer and middle layers of the Tianyin mountain range. While there are still many first-tier early-stage demonic beasts, there are also several mid-tier ones in the vicinity." Li Qingyuan nodded. He had already memorized the topographical maps of the overseas islands. Liu Island was one of the 5 major islands. The 5 islands were distributed in a serpentine formation, with Liu Island located at the head of the serpent. The eastern sides of the 5 islands faced the sea, while the western sides faced the mountains. The Tianyin mountain range lay to the west of the 5 islands, severing the overseas islands from the continental landmass. Stretching over 30,000 miles in length and over 10,000 miles in width, a perilous region teeming with demonic beasts. According to the foundation-building celestial clans, the deepest part of the Tianyin mountain range not only housed second-tier great demons but also third-tier great demons comparable to human core formation cultivators. And there was more than one. For the cultivators of the 5 overseas islands, the depths of the Tianyin mountain range were considered a forbidden zone for life. Father and son traversed the forest. Li Qingyuan observed various snakes, insects, and rodents scuttling about, as well as poisonous creatures and toxic plants. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, crocodile ponds lay nearby, and vividly colored poisonous mushrooms dotted the landscape. Streams and cliffs were adorned with moss-covered boulders. The cacophony of unidentifiable birds and beasts echoed eerily, creating a haunting melody. Li Qingyuan mused. This sense of depth and fear is reminiscent of the Ilao Mountains. Suddenly, a beast erupted from the ground with a loud crash. Li Qingyuan instantly awakened, channeling spiritual energy into his feet, bending his knees to leap, springing from the ground to evade and perch atop a large tree. The subterranean beast surged upward, measuring over 10 feet in length. Its body entirely black, resembling a scorpion with a scorpion's head, a pair of pincers, and sensory appendages on its thorax and abdomen. However, it lacked a scorpion's tail and stinger. The 10-foot beast burst forth from the earth, leaping several yards, heading straight for Li Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou warned, "Qingyuan, this is a ground mantis scorpion. From its spiritual energy fluctuations, it has reached the mid-tier of first-tier demonic beasts. Be cautious. I shall assist you in the battle. Furthermore, this creature is not poisonous, allowing for close combat." Li Qingyuan replied, "Understood." Iron arm technique, boom. Li Qingyuan leapt down from the 10-foot tall tree, activating the first-tier spell iron arm technique, unleashing a powerful punch that struck the ground mantis scorpion. The scorpion swung its pincers, releasing spiritual energy, colliding directly with Li Qingyuan's iron fists. Bang! The impact sent Li Qingyuan flying back 3 yards, landing atop a tree. The ground mantis scorpion roared as it hit the ground, swinging its massive pincers with incredible sharpness, effortlessly severing the large tree that the two had been embracing. As the tree splintered, Li Qingyuan launched himself into the air, employing the moon shadow technique, creating countless afterimages. With a sweep of his hands, he unleashed a flurry of energy blades, condensing them into sharp edges that could cut through gold and jade. Bang, bang, bang. Li Qingyuan moved rapidly, circling the ground mantis scorpion and relentlessly unleashing energy blades upon it, inflicting grievous wounds that elicited pained howls. Roar! The ground mantis scorpion bellowed in fury, its internal spiritual energy surging forth, a formidable demonic power coalescing in its mouth, which it unleashed in a torrent of spiritual light aimed at Li Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou cautioned, "Qingyuan, be careful, that beast has gone mad." Chapter 041. Slaying the ground mantis scorpion. Rapid progress. Li Qingyuan declared, "A frenzy makes things interesting. Let me see what you are truly capable of." As the spiritual light surged towards him, Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands together, unleashing the fireball technique, which erupted into roaring flames. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, shattering the spiritual light emitted by the ground mantis scorpion, though its residual power still charged toward Li Qingyuan. Iron arm technique. Li Qingyuan curved his arms to guard, bracing against the wave of light, sliding back several meters. This attack was no less powerful than that of the second elder at the peak of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Somewhere in the mountains, second elder Li Guangzong. Roar! The ground mantis scorpion let out another furious roar, its 10-foot frame shimmering with waves of spiritual light as it gathered energy in its mouth once more, unleashing another lethal barrage that streaked across the sky. Li Qingyuan summoned his right hand, pulling out a first-tier mid-grade artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, from his storage bag. The 4-foot-long sword gleamed a deep red, its double edges razor-sharp. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the sword blazed as if engulfed in flames. Swish! Li Qingyuan swung the sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, colliding with the incoming spiritual light in a fierce confrontation. However, after the sword energy shattered, the demonic beast's spiritual light continued its relentless assault. Li Qingyuan unleashed a flurry of strikes, channeling spiritual energy into the artifact, sending forth sharp sword energies that wove into an unstoppable net. Shattering the beast's spiritual light, as the sword net broke, so too did the beast's spiritual light. Moon Shadow Technique. Li Qingyuan dashed forward, transforming into a blur, flanking the ground mantis scorpion. He struck downward with his sword, embedding it deep within the creature, blood spraying forth. Roar! The ground mantis scorpion shrieked in agony, swinging its massive pincers, creating a powerful gust of wind that bore down upon Li Qingyuan with immense force. Li Qingyuan raised his sword to block. With a clang, the crimson iron sword met the beast's pincers, producing a piercing sound that sparked bright flashes. Clang, clang, clang. The ground mantis scorpion swung its pincers like a pair of sharp scissors, attacking Li Qingyuan with relentless precision, employing various techniques to pierce, crush, and strike. Li Qingyuan countered with the Moon Shadow Technique, skillfully wielding the crimson iron sword and executing the foundational sword techniques with mastery. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce melee, sparks flying and spiritual energy rippling through the air. On the other side, Li Dingzhou remarked, Qingyuan, as a cultivator, one must not only possess long-range capabilities with artifacts to defeat enemies, but should also be proficient in various spells for combat. Additionally, foundational sword techniques, basic knife techniques, and close-quarters martial arts are essential skills to master. Otherwise, should you encounter a body cultivator and they close the distance, your fate could be dire. Li Dingzhou continued. Thus, I require you, during this hunt for demonic beasts, to rely solely on spells for combat and engage in close quarters fighting with your artifact. Strive to avoid using your artifact for long-range attacks. Of course, the use of talismans is also prohibited. Li Qingyuan firmly believes that his father will not harm him. Moreover, he is profoundly moved by his father's words. He feels that the hunting plan devised by his father is exceedingly beneficial to him. After a fierce battle lasting a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan relentlessly attacked the ground scorpion, inflicting numerous sword wounds upon it, causing it to bleed profusely while its internal spiritual energy dwindled. Die? Li Qingyuan raised his crimson iron sword high, gripping it with both hands, channeling all his internal spiritual energy into it. The sword hummed, radiating brilliant light. Slash! With a single stroke, Li Qingyuan unleashed a sword beam that spanned a yard. Clang! The radiant sword beam sliced through the ground scorpion, severing it in half with a splatter of blood, bringing the beast to its demise. Li Qingyuan gracefully leaped back 3 yards, sword at the ready. And only when he confirmed that the ground scorpion was completely dead and posed no further threat did he exhale a sigh of relief. Li Qingyuan expelled a breath of stagnant air and sheathed his weapon. Li Dingzhou approached, swiftly collecting the materials from the beast, while explaining, this ground scorpion is a mid-tier first-rank beast, with a strength approximately at the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining. Its most valuable asset is this pair of pincers, as hard as iron and sharp as blades. They are among the materials for crafting mid-tier first-rank magical artifacts. Just this pair of pincers could fetch 20 spirit stones without difficulty. Li Dingzhou continued, a few years ago, only the second elder could match this creature in battle. In previous years, encountering a mid-tier first-rank beast of such strength required the entire hunting team to cooperate with the second elder to slay it at minimal cost. If 2 of such beasts appeared simultaneously, the second elder would typically order a retreat to preserve the family's strength. In the earlier days of the Li clan, to earn 20 or 30 spirit stones, we had to fight fiercely and cooperate extensively, making survival exceedingly arduous. Li Dingzhou chuckled. Now, merely relying on you, Honor, you can slay it alone at a quarter of an hour later, having recovered his minimal spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan remarked, Father, we may commence with the next target. Li Dingzhou nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Whoosh, whoosh. The father and son leaped forward, soaring 7 to 8 yards, and after activating a lightness talisman, they bounded over a dozen yards. Then 20 yards, swiftly traversing the rugged mountains in search of suitable beast targets. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, Half a month had passed in a certain part of the mountains. Guided by his spiritual sense and fueled by his spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan propelled a mid-tier magical artifact through the air, releasing a sword beam that shot forth like lightning. Puff, puff, puff. 3 early-stage, first-rank spirit beasts were struck down in an instant by a single red sword beam. Their lives extinguished on the spot. Li Qingyuan descended gracefully, beckoning the crimson iron sword back to his side, its brilliance dazzling, the sword humming with energy. The 3 early-stage spirit beasts offered little challenge to Li Qingyuan, prompting him to swiftly employ his sword for a decisive assault. Li Dingzhou moved forward to harvest the materials, instructing, "These 3 spirit beasts are known as swordtail lizards. Each lizard measures over a meter in length, their scales black and yellow, with grayish-white underbellies. Their tails exceed 3 feet in length, sharp as blades, and double-edged with barbed spikes, hence their name." Li Qingyuan approached, mimicking his father's technique to harvest the materials. Li Dingzhou explained, "The barbed spikes on the swordtail lizard's tail are materials for crafting low-tier first-rank magical artifacts. Furthermore, their hide should be fully skinned, as it can be used to create low-tier first-rank defensive armor." Li Qingyuan diligently followed suit, stripping the hide. Once the materials were collected, the father and son took a moment to rest, each enjoying a flatbread and a flask of water. During the qi refining stage, one merely masters spiritual energy, remaining a mortal reliant on grains for sustenance, with a maximum lifespan of merely 2 cycles, not exceeding 120 years. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can one begin to subsist without food. After resting, Li Dingzhou stood and said, "You honor. After half a month of training and numerous encounters with spirit beasts, your swordsmanship has become remarkably proficient, your strikes sharp and decisive. Moreover, aside from the spiritual rain technique, your command of the other 5 first-rank spells has also improved significantly, making their execution increasingly seamless. This training has led to substantial progress on your part." Li Qingyuan smiled and added, "And I have earned spirit stones to help support the household." Over the past year, he had maintained a consumption rate of 3 spirit stones per day while striving to reach the 5th level of qi refining and solidifying his realm, which had cost him several dozen spirit stones. His initial stock of 1,800 spirit stones had dwindled to just over 100 at O, and I have earned 7 spirit stones per month for talisman crafting for the family, totaling 126 spirit stones over a year and a half, which, after replication, amounts to 252 spirit stones. In total, I possess just over 300 spirit stones, not quite reaching 400. Li Qingyuan mused. Next, I shall head to Chu Mountain Market to exchange for spirit stones. The resources from the 2 storage bags obtained from slaying those beasts can be discreetly sold for spirit stones to support my cultivation. Li Qingyuan reflected. Over the past year and a half, my stock of talisman papers has increased. I must visit the Spirit Talisman Tower once more. At this moment, Li Dingzhou said, "Let us go and meet with the second elder, then proceed to Chu Mountain Market to sell the beast materials." Chapter 042, Spirit Talisman Tower, a profit of 1,000 spirit stones. 3 days later, the family hunting team convened at the outskirts of the Tianin mountain range. The second elder commanded that those at the 4th level of qi refining or above accompany him to Chu Mountain Market to sell the beast materials. Practitioners at the 3rd level of qi refining were to return to the family. Naturally, Li Qingyuan was an exception. The second elder specifically called for him to join, so he could learn. This time, without the unicorn zebra beast for transportation, the group walked for a week, traveling a distance of 1 to 200 miles per day, finally reaching Chu Mountain Market, located 1,000 miles away. After 7 or 8 days, the Li clan has its fixed business partners. Li Qingyuan followed the second elder, while his father, Li Dingzhou, sold materials. They split into 2 teams. One group managed the street stall to sell materials, while the other, led personally by the second elder, handled the sale of materials to the artifact refining pavilion, selling various beast materials for crafting magical artifacts and armor in succession. Additionally, during the hunting expedition, they encountered a few early-stage spirit plants. Typically, spirit plants are surrounded by spirit beasts. Li Qingyuan himself harvested 4 early-stage low-tier spirit plants, but regrettably, he did not come across any mid-tier or high-tier spirit plants, which are exceedingly rare. The beast materials and harvested spirit plants were nearly sold out within 3 days. Concurrently, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan discreetly ventured out each night to secretly sell the beast materials that Li Qingyuan had independently hunted. Exchanging them for spirit stones. As for the beast materials harvested by Li Dingzhou, they were naturally handed over to the second elder. Only Li Qingyuan's materials required discreet handling, a point that had been tacitly approved by the second elder and acknowledged by the clan leaders. The spirit stones earned by Li Qingyuan from slaying beasts were entirely his own, with no need to contribute a single stone to the family. The clan leaders understood that Li Qingyuan's growth necessitated a substantial amount of spirit stones. Viewing this as a benefit derived from their authority. Of course, Li Qingyuan was not so selfish. He set aside a portion of the spirit stones for his father. The sale of the beast materials yielded 200 spirit stones, which were naturally subject to Xinpin space for replication. Thus, it transformed into 400 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan originally intended to give his father 100 spirit stones, but Li Dingzhou insisted on only taking 50. Believing that 200 spirit stones were sufficient and that he should not take half, so as not to burden his son, on the final night, the second elder ordered everyone to relax for the evening, as they would return home early the next morning. The other uncles and brothers, with arms slung over each other's shoulders, headed to the pleasure pavilion. If you catch my drift. Li Dingzhou, on the other hand, went to the gambling house, betting on blind boxes. Li Qingyuan once again made his way to the Spirit Talisman Tower. At 14 years of age, Li Qingyuan, clad in blue, with long hair tied back, possessed striking features that, while still youthful, bore an air that could captivate young maidens. At a height of no less than 1.65 meters, his slender form radiated the vigor of a blossoming youth. At 14, in this world, one could already marry and have children. On the first floor of the Spirit Talisman Tower, shelves displayed an array of various low-tier and mid-tier talisman papers, a dazzling selection of 2 to 3 dozen types. In the first floor hall, customers wandered among the shelves, selecting items or haggling with the sales staff. "Would you like to purchase some talisman papers?" An unexpected voice greeted him, belonging to the young shop assistant Li Qingyuan had encountered during his previous disguise. Li Qingyuan smiled and produced 2 sheets of high-quality mid-tier talisman paper, saying, "Miss, does your employer still accept talisman papers?" The young woman nodded knowingly. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform them." Shortly after, she returned, inviting Li Qingyuan to the second floor, specifically to the backroom. As they passed through the second floor, Li Qingyuan noticed several customers selecting talisman papers. Although the selection was limited, all were high-tier talisman papers, capable of rivaling the strikes of practitioners at the 7th level of qi refining. In the backroom of the second floor, Li Qingyuan encountered the stunning young woman in the purple dress and veil once again. "She seems even more beautiful than I remember." Having not seen her for a year and a half, the young woman had grown taller, her alluring curves accentuated by the veil that concealed her breathtakingly beautiful face and her eyes, which sparkled like stars. The girl in the purple dress smiled enchanting, asking, "What do you wish to be called, young brother?" Li Qingyuan replied, "My surname is Li Dao, so you are Li Daoyu," the girl in the purple dress said, gracefully waving her hand to present a cup of tea, inquiring, "My maid mentioned you possess high-quality mid-tier talisman papers. May I ask how many you have?" "Alas, indeed, I am still quite young at present." This woman, merely 3 to 5 years my senior, possesses a visage and demeanor that are truly breathtaking. Li Qingyuan retrieved numerous talisman papers from his storage pouch. 120 inferior-grade first-tier talisman papers, 90 medium-grade first-tier talisman papers, and 30 superior-grade first-tier Yambing Zhampa talismans. However, all the Yambing Zhampa talismans were of inferior quality and did not meet the standards of genuine articles. The woman in the purple dress, who was sipping tea, was momentarily taken aback. Beneath her translucent veil, her cherry lips slightly pursed. "This scene feels oddly familiar." "Yes, the talisman papers are nearly identical, and the surname is the same. Could you be the younger brother of that Taoist Li from a year ago?" Li Qingyuan cupped his hands and replied, "Friend Qin, your memory is remarkable. A year and a half ago, my sister indeed had a transaction with you. She mentioned that the owner of the Lingfu building, Taoist Qin, is a person of integrity." The woman in the purple dress waved her jade hand, causing various talisman papers to flutter before her. Her bright eyes pierced through the papers, and with a slight smile, she remarked, "The quality of the talisman papers remains consistently excellent. The inferior-grade and medium-grade first-tier talisman papers are essentially of genuine quality, exquisite quality." Finally, the purple-clad woman examined one of the superior-grade Yambing Zhampa talismans and said, "This is a superior-grade first-tier talisman. It appears that in just a year and a half, your sister has become a true superior-grade first-tier talisman master. What a pity that her extraordinary talent in talisman arts is wasted. The purple-clad maiden sighed, 30 superior-grade first-tier talismans, all of them Yambing Jampa talismans, it. Seems that your family possesses only one type of superior-grade first-tier talisman inheritance. The young woman mused aloud, little brother. When you return, you might convey to your sister that if she has the time in the future, she is welcome to visit me at the Lingfu building. Li Qingyan was taken aback and inquired. May I ask, what business does Daoist Qin have with my sister? Li Qingyuan thought to himself, could it be that this woman has taken an interest in my talent for talisman arts and intends to confine me to create talismans solely for her? The purple-clad maiden burst into a charming smile and replied, little brother, do not let your imagination run wild. I merely appreciate talent. Your sister possesses great potential in talisman arts, and if she were to receive a higher-level inheritance, she might become a second-tier talisman master in the future. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with excitement. A second-tier talisman master? Is that true? Rest assured, Daoist Qin, I will certainly relay your words to my sister upon my return. Li Qingyuan mused inwardly. I wouldn't trust her if she were the last person on earth. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, as for my sister, you shall never meet her. Li Qingyuan secretly contemplated. Perhaps next time, I should refrain from trading at the Lingfu building. The purple-clad woman, with her slender fingers, began calculating the value of the spirit stones, stating, the market price for inferior-grade and medium-grade first-tier talisman papers totals 880 spirit stones. The 30 superior-grade first-tier talisman papers, being of inferior quality, amount to 240 spirit stones. The total comes to 1120 spirit stones. According to our usual practice, I shall offer you 80 of the purchase price, which amounts to 896 spirit stones. The purple-clad maiden smiled and added, little brother, I will round it up to an even 900 spirit stones. How does that sound? Li Qingyuan pondered briefly before nodding, very well. Daoist Qin's price is fair. I accept the offer. The two reached an agreement, exchanging goods for payment. Upon descending the stairs and walking down the street, Li Qingyuan glanced back, pondering, I can't shake the feeling that this woman is extraordinary, possessing an exceptional demeanor. Could she be a direct descendant of a prestigious Qi refinement family? Coincidentally, on the second-floor windowsill, the moonlight fell at an angle, casting a glow upon her purple attire. The purple-clad beauty's bright eyes, as radiant as stars, happened to gaze in Li Qingyuan's direction. He was momentarily taken aback before turning to leave. The maid, Xiao Lan, inquired, Miss, what is the matter? The purple-clad maiden watched as Li Qingyuan walked away, her cherry lips parting slightly as she murmured, I can't shake the feeling that this young man is not ordinary. Suddenly, a middle-aged servant outside the door bowed and said, Miss, we have located the second-tier demon beast, the blood-devouring centipede, that you were searching for. After leaving Luhai Island, it traveled south for 3,000 miles and then entered the Tianyin mountain range for another 3,000 miles. There is a second-tier initial stage specimen. The second master has already set out. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad maiden's cherry lips curled into a charming smile. Raising her jade hand, a small centipede, dark red and over a foot long, stood on her fingertip, half of its body raised to meet its mistress's gaze. The small centipede bore 3 colored markings on its forehead, exuding an extraordinary aura. The purple-clad maiden teased the small centipede, saying with a gentle smile, Little Kai, devouring a second-tier initial stage blood-devouring centipede will be sufficient for you to advance from initial stage to late stage of the first tier. Be patient. Your master shall take you there soon. Chapter 043, First-tier superior-grade talisman pin, exquisite Yambing talismans. What a pity that these 900 spirit stones were all obtained by duplicating successfully crafted talismans for the family. Thus, these 900 spirit stones cannot be replicated. Li Qingyuan calculated in his heart. In addition to selling demon beast materials, liquidating the resources of the two brothers, and adding the 900 spirit stones from today's talisman sale, my current wealth has approached 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention, just the sale of inferior-grade and medium-grade talisman storage pouches has netted me a substantial profit, and with various refining materials and spirit plants, it totals over 1,000 spirit stones. In total, my assets amount to 3,000 spirit stones. Of course, half of this is thanks to the Shinpin space. Li Qingyuan felt elated. For the next 3 to 5 years, he would not lack spirit stones. 7 to 8 days later, Li Qingyuan and his companions returned to Yunsha Mountain. Upon arriving home, before he could even catch his breath, the clan leader, his grandfather, whisked him away. They arrived at the clan leader's place of meditation. Clan leader Li Guangao produced a talisman pin, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches in length, with the pin shaft adorned with refining spirit patterns, emanating the aura of a superior-grade first-tier magical artifact. "Is this a superior-grade first-tier talisman pin?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in delight. "Grandfather, you managed to secure spirit stones and purchase a talisman pin in just a month?" Li Guangao stroked his beard and remarked. "You wouldn't believe it. After attaining the status of a superior-grade first-tier talisman master, borrowing spirit stones has become quite manageable. However, there are no superior-grade first-tier talisman pins available in the Chu Mountain market." Li Guangao continued, "To acquire this pin, I traveled 4,000 miles north to Luhai City and spent 420 spirit stones to finally purchase it. Li Qingyuan was aware of Luhai Market, which, as the largest market on Luhai Island, belonged to the foundation establishing sect of the Lu family, directly governed by the foundation establishing sect in Luhai City. Countless loose cultivators and various factions, numbering in the thousands, gather year-round, forming a massive trading market. Li Qingyuan took the talisman pin, examining it back and forth, and joyfully stated, "What a fine pin. With this, I am confident I can draw exquisite quality Yambing Zhampa talismans." The power of an exquisite quality superior-grade first-tier talisman is comparable to a full force strike from a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Li Guangao nodded repeatedly. Indeed. During my trip to Luhai City, I also purchased a considerable amount of superior-grade first-tier talisman papers and superior-grade first-tier talisman ink. Come, you honor, please guide me on how to draw a complete Yambing Zhampa talisman, Li Guangao said. Once I master it, this talisman can be used legitimately by the clan's cultivators for their protection. You have no idea? He added, I learned during my trip to Luhai City that the other islands in the sea have been quite restless in recent years. Loose cultivators and family cultivators have frequently been attacked, robbed, and mysteriously disappeared. Recently, the Foundation establishing sects across major islands have been mobilizing, dispatching late-stage Qi refinement experts to patrol the area. Coupled with the cooperation of various Qi refinement families, it has deterred those evil cultivators from being overly arrogant. Li Guangao continued, after the incident of the last robbery and slaughter, I was apprehensive on my way home, fearful of unforeseen events, and I walked with trepidation the entire journey. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, these past few years have been tumultuous. Grandfather, let us strive to ensure that each clan cultivator possesses at least one Yambing Zhampa talisman for their protection. Clan leader Li Guangao nodded. To conserve materials, the task of drawing talismans must fall upon you, Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan acquiesced. That is only right. Now, let us begin. Li Qingyuan prepared the materials for superior-grade first-tier talisman paper, superior-grade first-tier talisman ink, and a superior-grade first-tier talisman pin. Once all the materials were ready, he picked up the pin to draw. This was his first time using a superior-grade first-tier talisman pin, and it felt significantly better than the medium-grade first-tier talisman pin. After a few dozen breaths, as Li Qingyuan completed the last stroke of the talisman, the paper absorbed the spirit energy, exuding a spiritual pressure. Buzz! The Yambing Zhampa talisman was successfully created. Li Guangao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This pressured, could it be exquisite quality talisman paper? Once activated, it matches the full force strike of a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Ha ha ha, Qingyuan, you have done it. Your talent in talisman arts not only surpasses mine but is truly unparalleled across the entire sea and islands. A superior-grade first-tier talisman master in their teens, capable of producing exquisite quality talisman paper. Such a talent is rare to find even over the course of a millennium. Li Qingyuan exhaled lightly and continued to draw. The second talisman was also exquisite. By the time he reached the third talisman, his condition had declined, yet the quality remained genuine, comparable to a full-force strike from an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. After drawing 3 consecutive talismans, Li Qingyuan felt his spiritual sense depleting and his spiritual power waning, promptly stating, Grandfather, I need to adjust my breathing for a moment. Li Guangao nodded. After all, this is superior-grade first-tier talisman paper. And with 2 of them being of exquisite quality, the consumption of spiritual sense and spiritual power for the talisman master far exceeds that of medium-grade first-tier talisman paper. Moreover, your current cultivation level is merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. After half an hour, Li Qingyuan finished adjusting himself, having not only restored his spiritual power, but also his spiritual awareness, and began to draw talismans for the second time. As he sketched the talisman paper, the clan leader, his grandfather, observed intently, setting aside his perplexities to inquire as soon as Li Qingyuan completed his work. Though advanced in years, he humbly sought knowledge, and his heart brimmed with joy throughout the learning process. This joy stemmed from his delight in Li Qingyuan's talent, his hopeful aspirations for the family's future, and the satisfaction derived from mastering the art of talismans. He was not only a capable clan leader and a benevolent elder, but also an exceptional apprentice. Throughout the day, Li Qingyuan drew talismans 3 times in succession, completing 3 talismans each time, achieving success with 8. While inadvertently failing among the 8, there was 1 inferior quality, 4 standard quality, and 3 exquisite quality, with the inferior quality being the least, showcasing his extraordinary skill in talisman crafting. Subsequently, under Li Qingyuan's guidance, the clan leader began to draw talisman paper. Bang! The talisman paper spontaneously ignited and disintegrated. His first attempt at drawing a talisman ended in failure. Li Guangyao lamented, 5 spirit stones gone. Sighing, he resolved to practice further and try again the next day. The materials for a first-tier superior talisman paper cost 5 spirit stones each. Upon successful creation, inferior quality talismans sold for 8 spirit stones, standard quality for 9, and exquisite quality for 10. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. He turned to leave, returning to his modest courtyard to begin his cultivation. Drawing talisman paper was merely a small facet of his training. Furthermore, the clan leader had advanced in cultivation, achieving the 7th layer of qi refinement, and would henceforth take over the tasks of crafting first-tier inferior and medium-quality talismans. From this day forward, Li Qingyuan would primarily focus on drawing the flame eye soul severing talismans. In the days that followed, he engaged in meditation and qi refinement, practiced sword techniques, manipulated flying swords, and taught the clan's disciples how to cultivate first-tier spells while imparting to them combat experience. He dedicated 2 hours each day to drawing talisman paper, creating 9 flame eye soul severing talismans daily. Occasionally facing 1 failure, with a success rate nearing 98%, he also guided the clan leader in drawing a single flame ice talisman daily, consuming 1 material each time. For the initial half-month, the clan leader faced daily failures. After a month, his success rate improved to 50-50, with either failure or success, and even when successful, the quality was merely inferior, barely achieving completion. This speed was remarkably swift. Firstly, he had previously crafted numerous incomplete flame eye soul severing talismans, granting him substantial familiarity with this particular talisman paper, establishing a solid foundation. Secondly, having now advanced to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he belonged to the late stage of qi refinement, possessing far superior spiritual awareness and power compared to Li Qingyuan, thus expending less energy and allowing for greater focus. After a month, the clan leader's success rate significantly improved, enabling him to produce standard quality talisman paper, albeit rarely. 3 months later, with 10 talisman paper materials, the clan leader achieved a success rate of 60%, with 4 inferior quality and 2 standard quality talismans, resulting in minimal profit after deducting material costs. This time, in order to purchase a first-tier superior talisman brush, he incurred a debt of 400 spirit stones, a substantial sum that, with his current proficiency in talisman crafting, he could repay within a year. Moreover, the vision of every clan member possessing a first-tier superior talisman paper had been realized within merely 3 months. As for Li Qingyuan, he held 120 flame eye soul severing talismans, having initially lent 20 to the clan leader to borrow spirit stones, while selling 30 inferior quality talismans to the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Presently, he possessed 70 standard quality flame eye soul severing talismans and about 10 exquisite ones. If he were willing to part with them, he could unleash a barrage of talismans capable of slaying 3 to 5 opponents at the 8th layer of qi refinement. With such a stronghold, his sense of insecurity was alleviated in the days that followed. Aside from cultivation, talisman crafting, and instructing the clan's disciples, Li Qingyuan participated in the clan's hunting team every 3 months, honing his skills through actual combat. He immersed himself in his rhythm of cultivation, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient with daily gains. Regardless of the passage of time and the changing seasons, his resolve to pursue the path of immortality remained unwavering. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. This year, the 16-year-old youth poised and elegant in his flowing blue attire, had become a renowned and handsome immortal master. He had matured. His cultivation had once again reached a breakthrough. Chapter 044, Sixth Layer of Qi Refinement, Buzzing. Li Qingyuan sat in meditation, the great Chun Gong operating at its peak, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing spirit stone energy into his body and transforming it for his use. This cultivation continued for 3 whole days, boom. At a certain moment after 3 days, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, his azure sleeves rustling, spiritual power roaring forth from his spiritual apertures, forming a gale of spiritual energy pressure. The aura of the 6th layer of Qi refinement was unmistakable. The 6th layer of Qi refinement had been reached. Li Qingyuan inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, returning his energy to his dantian, and then continued to circulate the great Chun Gong to absorb the remaining spiritual energy from the spirit stones, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A month later, with his 6th layer of Qi refinement firmly established, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his retreat, concluding his cultivation. Breath concealment technique. Li Qingyuan silently recited the mental formula, concealing his cultivation level, reducing his 6th layer of Qi refinement to the 3rd layer. He publicly announced himself as possessing 4 spiritual roots, which would be consistent with the cultivation speed of someone with 4 roots. Nevertheless, even so, at 16 years of age, possessing 4 spiritual roots and being at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement was already a standout among the younger generation of the clan. TSK Li Qingyuan smiled in satisfaction. Boasting, at 16, the 6th layer of Qi refinement, impressive, indeed. Outside his modest courtyard, the clan leader's grandfather's laughter resonated, not just impressive. The old man continued, I even suspect that there may have been an error in your initial spiritual root assessment. Perhaps you are not 3 spiritual roots, but rather 2. No. The clan leader's grandfather entered the courtyard, shaking his head. The cultivation speed of 2 spiritual roots is not comparable to yours. Could it be that you possess a legendary hidden spiritual body? Li Qingyuan was oblivious to such matters. He only knew that over the past 2 years, he had expended over 2,000 spirit stones. Refining those 2,000 spirit stones and honing his skills for 2 years had allowed him to elevate his spiritual power to its utmost limit, thereby achieving the breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Naturally, the secret of the spirit stones was tied to the mysterious space, a matter Li Qingyuan would never disclose to anyone. Stepping out of his room, he greeted, Clan leader grandfather, Great Elder, what brings you here? Great Elder Li Guangyao replied, a few days ago, I noticed the spiritual energy here was vibrant, so I came to have a look, only to find you attempting to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The Great Elder's medicinal fields were merely 100 paces away, so it was quite normal for him to notice the surge in spiritual energy. Furthermore, within a radius of 1,000 paces, this area belonged to the clan leader, Great Elder, Second Elder, and Li Qingyuan, forming the core region of a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein. Usually, without the clan leader's decree, no other clan members, except Li Dingzhou, were permitted to enter this area. The Great Elder exclaimed incredulously, what a remarkable young man. At 16, the 6th layer of Qi refinement, your realm is already on par with us. Sighing, he added, it seems we are truly aging. Li Qingyuan smiled but remained silent. Although he was at the same realm as the Great Elder, having reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he had never consumed any breakthrough elixirs or pills meant for Qi refinement cultivators to accelerate their cultivation speed, such as the Qi nurturing pill or the minor Qi enhancing pill. His entire reservoir of spiritual power was derived from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing upon the energy of the spiritual vein, and refining the power of spirit stones, making his foundation exceptionally solid, surpassing the average 6th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, with Li Qingyuan's innate powerful soul and superior spiritual awareness, he could indeed contend with those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Coupled with dozens, or even hundreds of first-tier superior talismans at his disposal, he could effortlessly eliminate those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. In terms of combat strength, he was confident that he could even hold his ground against those at the 8th layer. At this moment, the clan leader's grandfather said, Qingyuan, your breakthrough comes at a most opportune time. The talisman masters from the overseas islands hold an exchange meeting every 3 years, rotating among 5 islands in the marine territory to discuss talisman crafting techniques and share experiences. They even exchange talismans of equivalent quality if they find something they fancy. The clan leader's grandfather continued, coincidentally, this year's gathering is to be held on our Lioha Island, in Lioha City. Come along with me. Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. A talisman master exchange meeting? That sounds splendid. The clan leader's grandfather explained, this event is jointly organized by the talisman masters, and the minimum requirement for participation is the ability to produce first-tier medium-quality talismans. Furthermore, one must be capable of crafting exquisite quality first-tier medium-quality talismans. During this exchange, you need to conceal your proficiency in talisman crafting and your chi refinement level, only revealing a fraction of your capabilities. Understood? Li Qingyuan nodded. Rest assured, clan leader grandfather, I understand. Once a young man achieves success, it is all too easy for him to become arrogant. Thus, the clan leader's grandfather felt compelled to offer a word of caution. However, he clearly underestimated Li Qingyuan's steadiness. Li Qingyuan harbored even greater aspirations and understood that he still needed to remain hidden, avoiding the exposure of his true strength to prevent attracting calamity. Achieving the 6th layer of Qi refinement at 16 and reaching the late stage of Qi refinement before the age of 20 was practically a certainty. Before the age of 50, he would undoubtedly attain the perfection of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. At such a young age, full of vigor, if he had the assistance of foundational spiritual materials, he would certainly be qualified to make a breakthrough. Any established foundational immortal clan would never allow a new foundational clan to emerge, splitting their territory, spiritual veins, and populace. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan gathered his entire fortune and accompanied the clan leader's grandfather northward on horseback. Over the past 2 years, although he had consumed over 2,000 spirit stones, his monthly salary for talisman crafting had risen to 10 spirit stones, and he had hunted demon beasts once every 3 months, yielding varying profits, averaging over 100 spirit stones per hunt. After 2 years of accumulation, despite expending over 2,000 spirit stones, his elevated cultivation made the hunt for mid-level first-tier spirit beasts a trivial task. In fact, he even managed to slay several late-stage first-tier demonic beasts, comparable to those at the 7th level of Qi refinement, reaping considerable rewards. Through the mere act of hunting these beasts, he replenished his cultivation expenditures. The family stipend amounted to 10 spirit stones monthly, totaling 120 stones annually, and over 2 years, that would double to 480 stones. This, however, is merely the monthly stipend. Additionally, the talismans secretly sold by Li Qingyuan generated at least several hundred spirit stones each year, accumulating to over 1,000 stones in 2 years. Thus, the 3,000 spirit stones would not only remain unchanged but would actually increase, allowing him to directly surpass the 5,000 spirit stone threshold. Of course, were it not for the assistance of the Shinpin space, he would likely still be languishing at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, barely managing to draw low-tier talismans for sustenance. Indeed, having a fortuitous advantage in cultivation is quite exhilarating. The grandfather and grandson each rode a unique unicorn zebra, galloping forth, at 16 years of age. Li Qingyuan stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, estimating that in 2 or 3 years, he would easily reach 185 centimeters. Luhuqing, located 4,000 li from the Li family, lies in the northern part of Luhudo. While flying with a sword is swift, it can be exhausting and depletes spiritual energy. Since they were not pressed for time, a few days' delay was inconsequential. Along the journey, the clan leader, Grandfather Li, remarked, "In fact, this year's Talisman Master Exchange meeting is not hosted on Luhudo. However, a grand auction will soon take place on Luhudo. This auction will attract participants from the 5 major islands of the sea, 36 smaller islands, numerous Qi refinement families, various rogue cultivators, and major merchant guilds. Consequently, the Talisman Master Sect has decided to hold the exchange meeting in Luhuqing, providing an opportunity for learning and exchanging talisman knowledge, while also participating in this grand auction." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. Will people from the 5 major islands and numerous rogue cultivators and Qi refinement families really be present? Clan leader Li Guangao stroked his beard and affirmed, "Of course they will attend." It is said that foundational pills are likely to be featured in this auction. Li Qingyuan's heart raced, blood rushing uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "Foundational pills?" Chapter 045. Talisman Master Exchange Meeting. The auction even includes foundational pills. Is that true? Li Qingyuan gasped, displaying astonishment. The Sea Islands, led by the 5 major islands, are dotted with 36 medium and small islands. Among the foundational immortal clans, There are 5 families occupying the 5 major islands, each possessing a second-tier spiritual vein, and each commanding a dozen or 20 chi refinement families as vassals, of course. Alongside the 5 major islands and 36 islands, there exist numerous rogue cultivator factions, merchant guilds, and mercenary groups. The foundational pill, being crucial for establishing a foundation, is considered a supreme treasure that can alter the fate of chi refinement cultivators. Valued at over 10,000 spirit stones but often unavailable in the market. Therefore, the existence of foundational pills is exceedingly rare in the Sea Islands, usually surfacing only once every few decades or centuries. Moreover, each appearance of a foundational pill stirs up a storm of blood and chaos, like Guano remarked. It is said that there are some, but I cannot confirm the specifics. However, even if we sold our entirely family, we could not afford a foundational pill. Even if we could, we would not be able to safeguard it, he continued. Our main purpose in going to Lu Huqing is to participate in the Talisman Master Exchange meeting and to learn. Li Qingyuan nodded. Grandfather clan leader speaks wisely. Let us go. The grandfather and grandson hastened their steeds, covering 300 li in a single day. 10 days later, they arrived at Lu Huqing. Li Qingyuan marveled. What a grand city. The words Lu Huqing loomed majestically above the gates. The city walls stretched for hundreds of li, extending for dozens of li on either side, built amidst mountains and rivers, strategically advantageous for defense, Li Guangao explained along the way. This is the outer city, home to several 100,000 commoners. The inner city houses no fewer than several thousand cultivators. Lu Huqing possesses a first-tier superior spiritual vein, firmly held by the Lu Immortal clan, which has developed spiritual caves for rent to various rogue cultivators and factions, generating substantial spirit stones and resources, Li Guangao elaborated. Lu Huqing boasts the best spiritual veins, the finest resources, and the most prosperous markets, making it a gathering place for rogue cultivators on Luhudo over time. Naturally, one must possess spirit stones or a particular skill. Otherwise, survival here is difficult, Li Qingyuan mused. I understand. It's akin to a prestigious housing market. Rogue cultivators toil their entire lives, often spending over 50% of their income, or even 50% of their family's savings over 3 generations, merely on renting exorbitantly priced caves. What's more, the caves under the Lu Immortal clan are for rent only, never for sale. After years of accumulation, the Lu family of the foundational Immortal clan on Luhudo must possess vast amounts of spirit stones and countless resources, Li Guangao suggested. Let us find an inn to rest. Later, I will contact someone to gather information on the Talisman Master Exchange meeting, Li Qingyuan readily agreed. That evening, upon returning to the inn, Li Guangao visited Li Qingyuan's room and said, this exchange meeting will last for 10 days to accommodate Talisman Masters traveling from afar. The venue is the largest inn in Lu Huqing, Guanshan Lake Inn. Coincidentally, the first day of the Talisman Master Exchange meeting is tomorrow morning, Li Guangao stated. We shall go there first thing in the morning. As you command, grandfather clan leader, Li Qingyuan nodded. The next morning, at Guanshan Lake Inn, true to its reputation as the largest inn in Lu Huqing, it is constructed around a freshwater lake, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. With elegant courtyards arranged in a picturesque manner, allowing for views of the lake, with willows swaying gently in the breeze. The inn's entrance bustled with people, Li Qingyuan remarked with curiosity. So many people. Li Guangao explained. Indeed, besides the Talisman Master Exchange meeting, there is also a Pill Master Exchange meeting and a Weapon Refining Master Exchange meeting, among others. The Talisman Master Exchange meeting is just over there. Let us proceed. Soon, the grandfather and grandson arrived at the designated venue for the Talisman Master Exchange meeting. At the entrance, 2 young men announced. All participating Talisman Masters are required to draw a first-tier superior talisman or a high-quality first-tier medium talisman on site. Only those who meet the drawing skill requirements may enter. Here are the drawing materials, free of charge. One of the young men stated. Li Guangao picked up a first-tier superior talisman brush, and after a leisurely 100 breaths, successfully drew the first-tier superior talisman, Flame Ice Slashing Talisman. The young man, upon seeing this, respectfully declared, first-tier superior talisman, quality genuine, you may enter. Here is your entry token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the meeting venue over the next 10 days. Li Qingyuan stepped forward as well, drawing a first-tier medium talisman, diamond talisman, of high quality, signifying his potential to become a first-tier superior talisman master, thus passing as well, the young man politely remarked. It is impressive that at such a young age, you possess such talismanic skill. In the realm of talismans, you are destined for great achievements. Here, this is your entry token. In the presence of talented talisman masters, the two young guards were exceedingly courteous. One of the young guards collected the talismans, smiling as he explained. According to the rules, these talismans belong to the exchange meeting Li Qingyuan. So you're essentially taking advantage of the system. As Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan arrived, 7 or 8 others were already present, with about 10 talisman masters on site. Do not underestimate the 10 or so individuals. They were either first-tier superior talisman masters or very close to becoming first-tier superior, sufficient to support second or third-tier qi refinement families. Li Qingyuan seated himself beside his grandfather, observing patiently. After about an hour, the number of talisman masters exceeded 20. At this moment, 2 elderly gentlemen entered together. Laughing heartily, "Haha, thank you for your patience, fellow friends." As the two approached, most of the talisman masters stood to greet them respectfully. "Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time." Li Qingyuan looked on in confusion. Elder Gong and Elder Zhao were the most renowned talisman masters in the Sea Islands, reportedly on the verge of becoming second-tier talisman masters. Beside Li Qingyuan, a portly young man in his 20s winked and introduced. There are 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters in the Sea Islands, and at each talisman master exchange meeting, they preside over the proceedings. Moreover, they are all renowned experts at the 10th level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands. "I see. Thank you for the information." The sociable young man replied, "I am Gong Yuan. May I know how to address you?" Li Qingyuan responded, "Ah, you are Gong Daoist. My surname is Li Gong." Li Qingyuan paused slightly after speaking. Gong Yuan chuckled. "The elder Gong they speak of is my grandfather." Li Qingyuan. What a remarkable legacy, a second-generation talisman master. After the exchange of pleasantries, Elder Gong and Elder Zhao exchanged glances, speaking, "Friends, without further ado, let us commence this exchange meeting. If anyone has questions regarding talisman techniques, feel free to ask us. We do not claim to be masters of talismanry, but we may be able to provide some insights to alleviate your confusions." Upon hearing this, everyone offered further compliments. Soon, someone stood up and said, "Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, I shall go first." This person, appearing around 50 years of age, spoke respectfully, asking, "I have a frenzied talisman that can incite spiritual energy and invigorate blood, temporarily enhancing cultivation, yet I always fail at the final stroke of the drawing. Would you two kindly take a look?" Chapter 046, First Tier Premium Talisman, Pure Yang Sword Talisman. As this individual spoke, he began to draw the talisman on site. A crowd of onlookers observed attentively, all coming with the mindset of learning. After a few moments, the individual wielding the brush experienced a slight hesitation in their spiritual energy, resulting in the self-destruction of the rune and the combustion of the talisman paper. With a sense of helplessness, the individual inquired, "May I ask, Elder Gong and Elder Zhao, where exactly have I erred?" Elder Gong chuckled softly and asked, "Brother Zhao, would you like to take the lead, or shall I?" Elder Zhao, with his silvery hair and slightly stooped posture, appeared to be nearing 90. With a smile on his gaunt face, he replied, "Please, Elder Gong, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Elder Gong turned to Li Qingyuan and said, "You honor, why don't you share your thoughts on where this Taoist friend might have fallen short?" The 20-something chubby figure of Gong Yuan stepped forward and spoke eloquently. "In my humble opinion, the deficiency lies in the technique. This frenzied talisman is quite peculiar. It requires a domineering and fervent fire attribute technique to enhance the probability of its success. Of course, those who are adept in the art of talismans may overlook this requirement." As soon as Gong Yuan finished, Elder Zhao immediately exclaimed, "Elder Gong, you have a promising successor. How enviable!" To discern this point indicates that your grandson's skills in talisman crafting have likely reached the upper tier of the first rank. Elder Gong stroked his beard and laughed, "Ha, Brother Zhao, you flatter me. My grandson, unfortunately, only barely became a first-tier upper-grade talisman master a year ago." At this revelation, the crowd gazed at Gong Yuan in astonishment, marveling at the prodigious talent he possessed as Elder Gong's direct descendant. Indeed, at just over 20 years of age, he had already attained the status of a first-tier upper-grade talisman master, while it took me until I was 50 to achieve the same. A young prodigy indeed. Gong Yuan humbly bowed and said, "Thank you, Grandfather Zhao, and esteemed friends, for your kind words. After basking in the praise, he returned to his position. Subsequently, others began to pose their questions, some even attempting to draw talismans on the spot, expressing their confusions and failures in search of guidance and assistance. There was a vibrant exchange of ideas as everyone engaged in mutual learning and discussion. Among them, elders Zhao and Gong spoke the most, offering insights on nearly every individual's inquiries. At times, their specialized guidance on certain talisman papers granted attendees profound realizations, illuminating their understanding. Occasionally, they would share their own insights and methods honed over years of study, which were met with resounding appreciation from the audience. Li Qingyuan attentively listened and learned, seizing appropriate moments to ask questions, gaining invaluable knowledge from the two-seasoned second-tier talisman masters. Similarly, the clan leader, Li Guangao, voiced his own confusions. As a self-taught talisman practitioner, he had many uncertainties. Seizing the opportunity, he posed his questions, benefiting greatly from the guidance of elders Zhao and Gong, as well as engaging in exchanges with other first-tier, upper-grade talisman practitioners. The entire gathering proved to be immensely beneficial, fostering enthusiastic discussions. Lunch was enjoyed at a nearby pavilion, marking a delightful communal meal. Li Qingyuan mused, "Indeed, the atmosphere for learning is quite commendable. I have acquired substantial knowledge. This 10-day exchange conference is truly worthwhile." As the first day of the conference drew to a close, night swiftly approached. At this moment, nearly 30 talisman masters were in attendance. Clearing his throat, Elder Zhao addressed the gathering. "Esteemed friends, I am Zhao Tuesday. Due to my descendants lacking in talent, our lineage in the art of talismans faces a dearth of successors. Today, I am inclined to sell my talisman paper inheritance." The announcement elicited gasps of surprise. Zhao Elder's talisman inheritance? Indeed, Elder Zhao was a second-tier talisman master, and the value of his inheritance would surely entice even the foundational-level Immortal Clans. One individual inquired, "Elder Zhao, may I ask if your talisman inheritance consists of a complete set?" To which Elder Zhao replied, with a hint of a smile, "I can sell a complete second-tier talisman inheritance, but can you afford it?" The crowd fell silent. The inquirer, feeling embarrassed, admitted, "Elder Zhao speaks the truth. I was too hasty." Elder Zhao continued, "Today, I am offering my talisman paper inheritance. Each jade slip contains the method for a specific type of talisman. I will only sell one type per transaction. The first-tier upper-grade talisman inheritance consists of 3 types, each priced at 300 spirit stones. The first-tier premium talisman inheritance has 2 types, each priced at 800 spirit stones." Elder Zhao then asked, "Are there any willing buyers?" After a moment's thought, Zhao Tu added, "Those who purchase the inheritance jade slips will receive 5 days of my guidance to help them get started." Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances, their breaths momentarily halted. The Li clan possessed only the Flame Ice Severing Talisman, a first-tier upper-grade talisman, and that was only recently completed by Li Qingyuan. A first-tier premium talisman would be immensely beneficial, as its successful crafting would rival the attacks of a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, greatly aiding the Li family. However, 800 spirit stones were beyond Li Guangao's means. Over the past 2 years, he had painstakingly crafted talismans, utilizing a portion of the clan's resources to finally repay a debt of 400 spirit stones, in the second year, after managing his talisman business. He had only managed to accumulate 300 spirit stones, and even with the clan's reserves brought along, they barely amounted to 500 or 600 spirit stones. Among the talisman masters, someone called out, "Elder Zhao, I would like to purchase a jade slip for a first-tier premium talisman inheritance. Here are 800 spirit stones. Please accept." Elder Zhao smiled, "Excellent. Here is the jade slip. I will personally guide you in crafting talismans shortly." Another voice chimed in, "Elder Zhao, I would like a jade slip for a first-tier upper-grade talisman inheritance, preferably one for defense. Do you have such a thing?" Elder Zhao replied with a grin, "Naturally, I do." Another transaction was completed, adding 300 spirit stones to his account. Li Guangao, feeling anxious, lamented his lack of spirit stones. Li Qingyuan pulled him aside, producing a storage pouch and whispering, "Grandfather, over the years, my father and I have hunted beasts and accumulated 300 spirit stones. Let us pool our resources to purchase a premium talisman inheritance jade slip for the clan." Holding the spirit stones, Li Guangao's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he said, "Good child. This will be a loan from the clan to you." Li Guangao did not refuse. He understood that a first-tier premium talisman, once successfully crafted, would elevate their family's strength to rival that of a second-tier Qi refinement clan in a short time. At this moment, there was no time for reluctance. Although 800 spirit stones were steep, more than half of those present could afford it, and swift action was crucial. Li Guang'o stepped forward, saying, Elder Zhao, I wish to purchase a jade slip for a first-tier premium talisman inheritance, preferably one for attack. As a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, it was reasonable for him to refer to Zhao Tu as an equal. Given their shared age, here are 800 spirit stones. Please verify. Elder Zhao replied, this one is for defense. What? Li Guang'ao's face fell in disappointment. The next moment, Elder Zhao produced 2 more jade slips, saying, Fear not. I have made several copies of each talisman inheritance jade slip, a clever scheme, selling one type of talisman to multiple buyers. Zhao Tu handed over 1 jade slip, stating, Here, this is for an attack talisman. Upon hearing this, Li Guang'ao sighed in relief, saying, That's a relief. Upon returning to his seat, Li Guang'ao pressed the jade slip to his forehead, infusing his consciousness into it to read the method for crafting the talisman. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Li Qingyuan inquired, Grandfather, how is it? Li Guang'ao replied joyfully, You shall see for yourself. Li Qingyuan took the jade slip, gently pressing it to his forehead to read, First-tier premium talisman, Pure Yang sword talisman. Upon completion, it gathers pure Yang spiritual energy and transforms it into pure Yang sword energy, delivering a strike comparable to that of a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Few can stand against it below the foundation level. Li Qingyuan's expression brightened with delight, thinking to himself, this is indeed a treasure. The 800 spirit stones were well spent. However, a voice interrupted his celebration. Do not be too hasty in your joy. My friend, Gong Yuan sighed beside Li Qingyuan, stating, Friendly, crafting a first-tier premium talisman is no simple task. Many first-tier upper-grade talisman masters dedicate their entire lives without being able to craft even one first-tier premium talisman. Do you know why this is? Li Qingyuan, upon hearing this, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and humbly requested, I am indeed unaware. I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed Gong. Gong Yuan explained, in the realm of talisman crafting, once one reaches the first-tier premium talisman level, there are no further classifications into lower grade, standard, or higher grade. It either succeeds or it does not. Should it succeed, it rivals the full-strength strike of a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Should it fail, the talisman paper is destroyed. Li Qingyuan and Li Guang'ao exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, Is it truly so? There is no distinction between lower grade, standard, and higher grade for first-tier premium talismans? Li Qingyuan complimented, esteemed Gong. You truly live up to being Elder Gong's direct descendant and sole heir in the art of talismans. Your family legacy is impressive. Gong Yuan smiled, waving his hand dismissively. It is nothing to speak of. My skills in talisman crafting are still far from my grandfather's. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan inquired, May I ask, what does it mean to be a quasi-second-tier talisman master? First tier is first tier, second tier is second tier. How can one be a quasi-second-tier talisman master? Gong Yuan smiled slightly and explained, a quasi-second-tier talisman master is one who can easily craft first-tier premium talismans. Moreover, these quasi-second-tier talismans masters are even capable of crafting authentic second-tier talisman papers of inferior quality. However, at this juncture, Gong Yuan paused momentarily, adding, Nevertheless, to inscribe genuine second-tier talisman papers that can harness the magical prowess of a foundation-building practitioner, one requires the power of divine consciousness, a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Even if capable of drawing second-tier talisman papers, would find their efforts thwarted by a lack of divine consciousness, relegating them to merely channeling spiritual energy through their spiritual awareness into the talisman paper, ultimately leading to failure. Such is the plight of quasi-second-tier talismans masters. They may be adept at inscribing the runes of second-tier talisman papers, yet their deficiency in foundation-building divine consciousness prevents them from completing the final step. Gong Yuan smiled and remarked, All things considered, quasi-second-tier talismans masters are merely the cream of the crop among first-tier top-tier talismans masters. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in enlightenment, and he exclaimed, I see now. Fellow Taoist Gong is truly erudite, and I am in admiration. This talisman master exchange conference has proven to be invaluable, Gong Yuan replied. Thus, even if your grandfather were to receive guidance from Zhao Laowu for a full day, it would still be quite challenging for him to inscribe a first-tier top-tier talisman paper, The 800 spirit stones are likely to go to waste. Gong Yuan spoke earnestly. The transmission of talisman knowledge, the inheritance of artifact refinement, and the legacy of alchemy. The core of transmission lies not in the jade slips, but in the teachings imparted through the words and actions of our elders. Upon hearing this, Li Guangao's expression shifted slightly. However, recalling Li Qingyuan's astounding talent in talisman crafting, his countenance quickly returned to normal. 800 spirit stones are indeed worth a gamble. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Gong, for your enlightening words," he mused inwardly. With the guidance of the Xianpin space and my own innate divine soul being robust, my spiritual awareness surpasses that of ordinary individuals. And I possess a certain degree of talent in talisman crafting. As long as I am willing to strive, put in effort, and invest time and resources, I will surely be able to master the pure Yang Sword Talisman. By the third day, nearly all attendees had arrived, totaling close to 40 individuals. Additionally, the third quasi-second-tier talisman's master had also made an appearance. The three titans of the talisman community, Old Gong, Old Zhao, and Old Zheng, were all present. All three had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement and had attained the qualifications for foundation building. Of course, among the three, the youngest, Old Zheng, was around 60 years old. It is said that he hailed from beyond Liuhao Island, one of the four great foundation-building immortal clans. Old Zhao, the eldest, was in his 80s, nearing 90.410 consecutive days of the Talisman Master Exchange Conference. Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan did not dare to miss a single day, driven by their desire for advancement. They attended daily to learn, exchange, and enhance their skills. Soon, the final day of the conference arrived. Old Gong stood up and announced, "Fellow Taoists, on this final day of the exchange conference, we shall enter the free trading segment, as long as both parties are willing and reach a consensus. Any resources may be freely exchanged." The atmosphere quickly became lively. Materials for artifact refinement, spiritual herbs for alchemy, talisman paper materials, magical artifacts, formations, elixirs, talismans, that a myriad of resources was displayed, each seller enthusiastically calling out to attract interested Taoists. It swiftly transformed into a private trading fair exclusively for talisman masters to exchange resources. Someone proclaimed, "Fellow Taoists, I possess a first-tier superior-grade defensive talisman paper and am looking to exchange it for a cold attribute talisman paper of the same tier. I wonder if any of you are willing to trade with me?" Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances and nodded lightly. The Yambing/Soul Talisman is an offensive type. They were in urgent need of a first-tier superior-grade defensive talisman paper. The method for inscribing a first-tier superior-grade talisman paper is valued at 300 spirit stones, which Li Guangao and the Li family could no longer afford. Thus, a barter exchange for a talisman of the same tier would be mutually beneficial. Li Guangao rose and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am willing to trade with you. I too am willing. Count me in. I also possess a cold attribute first-tier superior-grade talisman paper." The three spoke up, expressing their willingness to exchange. The individual bowed in courtesy, saying, "Esteemed Taoists, here is my talisman paper. Please examine it. I also kindly request that you present your talisman papers for my inspection." Li Guangao and the others nodded, each producing a talisman paper. When the talisman paper reached Li Guangao's hands, Li Qingyuan leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, it was a first-tier superior-grade talisman paper known as the Turtle Shell Talisman. A genuine turtle shell talisman of high quality can withstand the full force strike of a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. In Li Qingyuan's mind, a vivid image formed. The turtle shell talisman continuously layered its defenses, while the Yambing/Soul Talisman relentlessly engaged foes. As long as there were enough talisman papers, the combination of offense and defense would render them invincible against an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner. However, whether the transaction would proceed ultimately depended on the other party's needs. Moments later, the talisman master stated, "I happen to require this Yambing/Soul Talisman and intend to exchange it with fellow Taoist Li. My apologies to the other two." The other two bore no significant disappointment. If the trade did not materialize, so be it. It was, after all, an equal exchange, with each party seeking their own needs without anyone gaining undue advantage. "I am L. Daoming. Please accept this, fellow Taoist Li. This is the method for inscribing the Turtle Shell Talisman." The elderly man in his 60s introduced himself and presented a jade slip. Li Guangao had also prepared a jade slip in advance. containing the method for inscribing the Yambing/Soul Talisman, and handed it over, saying, "Fellow Taoist L, here you go." The two elderly men successfully completed their transaction. Soon, Li Qingyuan received the jade slip as well, placing it against his forehead to read it with his spiritual awareness. The method for inscribing the turtle shell talisman was remarkably complete, with no tampering on the part of the other party. Subsequently, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan, having no immediate items for exchange, quietly observed the ongoing transactions and exchanges of resources among others, patiently waiting for time to pass. Finally, evening arrived. Old Gong, Old Zhao, and Old Zheng stood up and declared, "Fellow Taoists, this Talisman Master Exchange Conference has concluded successfully. We wish all esteemed Taoists longevity on the immortal path and a promising future in foundation building." The crowd rose in unison, responding, "We wish Old Gong, Old Zhao, and Old Zheng longevity on the immortal path and a promising future in foundation building. Fellow Taoists, until we meet again at the next exchange conference." The attendees bid their farewells and departed, some forming small groups to engage in lively discussions, making plans to dine together while awaiting the auction to commence. Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan approached Old Zhao. Besides them, for others also sought out Old Zhao. The group greeted him politely. Old Zhao replied, "Fellow Taoists, there are only a few days left until the auction. In the next 5 days, I shall guide each of you for 1 hour daily. How much you comprehend and master will depend on your own fortune." The group nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Old Zhao." Thus, on the following morning, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan arrived at the designated location to visit Old Zhao. There were 5 individuals in total seeking guidance. Consequently, Old Zhao would need to instruct 5 individuals each day for 5 hours. Old Zhao looked at Li Guangao and said, "Let us begin with you." Fellow Taoist Li. However, Li Guangao made a surprising declaration, stating, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, the one learning to draw talismans is not I, but rather my grandson." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and introduced himself. "I am Li Qingyuan, and I humbly request your guidance, Old Zhao." Old Zhao was taken aback, expressing his astonishment. "Fellow Taoist Li, are you certain? Given your grandson's youth and his current level of proficiency in talisman crafting, it would be quite unlikely for him to handle a first-tier, top-tier talisman paper." Li Guangao merely performed a respectful gesture, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I appreciate your efforts." Old Zhao nodded. "Very well. This is your choice. Now then, esteemed Taoists, let us commence." Chapter 048. The auction commences. On the first day, after an hour of learning, Li Qingyuan truly felt the truth in what fellow Taoist Gong had said. Crafting a first-tier, top-tier talisman paper is a matter of success or failure. There is no middle ground. The difficulty level exceeds that of inscribing a first-tier, superior-grade talisman paper by more than double, requiring exceptionally high comprehension and significantly greater resources. To successfully inscribe a first-tier, top-tier talisman paper, obtaining the method is merely the first step. Guidance from a renowned master is even more crucial. For this learning endeavor, Li Qingyuan had naturally prepared the necessary materials in advance: first-tier, top-tier talisman paper materials and first-tier, top-tier talisman ink. Here in Lioha City, the marketplace is vast, with numerous trading guilds. And with the auction attracting thousands of practitioners, acquiring these materials is not a challenge if one possesses spirit stones. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingyuan also discreetly purchased some elixirs to enhance his father's cultivation during the qi refinement stage, accelerating his training speed. Such elixirs included qi nourishing pills, minor vitality pills, and specialized elixirs for body refinement practitioners like blood qi pills and tiger strength pills, among others. As for the first-tier, top-tier talisman brush, it belongs to the category of first-tier, top-tier magical artifacts, and Li Qingyuan found it difficult to obtain one, and even if he did, he could not use it publicly. During the 5 days of guidance from Old Zhao, Li Qingyuan diligently practiced inscribing talismans 10 times each day within that hour. Each day, he faced 10 failures, incinerating dozens of spirit stones daily. Fortunately, his foundation was solid, and he possessed ample spirit stones. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sustain such losses. Moreover, whenever Old Zhao had the time, Li Qingyuan would seize the opportunity to inquire about his confounding issues. Additionally, Li Qingyuan possessed a sweet tongue, high emotional intelligence, and endeavored to purchase fine spiritual wines to leave a favorable impression on Old Zhao. Coupled with the spirit and talent he displayed while learning to inscribe talismans, along with his eagerness to learn and thirst for knowledge, He earned old Zhao's admiration, leading him to be more willing to offer guidance. Regrettably, crafting a first-tier, top-tier talisman paper remained exceedingly challenging. After 5 consecutive days of learning, consuming 10 talisman paper materials daily, Li Qingyuan did not succeed even once in crafting one on the last day. As the learning session concluded, Li Qingyuan bowed and expressed, "Thank you, old Zhao, for your guidance over these 5 days. I have greatly benefited." Old Zhao regarded Li Qingyuan with appreciation and remarked, "Young friend Qingyuan, given your talent and age, as long as you persist on the path of talisman crafting, there is surely a bright future ahead for you. Alas, in my family, had I possessed a descendant as remarkable as you, I would not have needed to strive with such vigor." At this juncture, Zhao Tu paused, gesturing dismissively. Begone. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in respect and said, "The junior takes his leave." Zhao Tu watched as Li Qingyuan departed, murmuring softly, "Were it not for the inopportune timing, I would have genuinely wished to take him as my disciple, to pass on the legacy." Sigh. Time swiftly passed, and on the morning of the 6th day, the auction commenced. That morning, Li Qingyuan addressed Li Guangao, saying, "Grandfather, the items to be auctioned are primarily suited for those in the later stages of qi refinement, which renders them unnecessary for me and beyond my financial reach. Moreover, after Elder Zhao purchased the pure Yang Sword Talisman, our family's spirit stones are nearly depleted. Hence, I shall not attend the auction." Li Qingyuan continued. "I intend to seize this opportunity while the cultivators of Liuhe City gather, to rent a stall and sell talismans, thereby earning spirit stones to support my cultivation." Li Guangao felt both proud and guilty as he replied, "Good child, it is the family that has burdened you. Alas, if a child is too indulgent, they become a source of disdain. If too sensible, the elders are filled with mixed emotions of pride and guilt." Li Guangao stated, "I shall not attend either. As the clan leader, I will accompany you to set up the stall." No. Li Qingyuan interjected, "Grandfather, you are now also a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement. Your stature reflects that of the family, and your insights embody our lineage's wisdom. How could you refrain from attending?" Li Qingyuan added, "Furthermore, after the auction concludes, I would like to hear your observations regarding the event." Upon hearing this, Li Guangao nodded, "Very well. Your words hold merit." As the clan leader, my perspective indeed represents that of our family. We aspire to elevate our clan to a 2nd-tier qi refinement family, and even to challenge for a foundation-building celestial lineage. There is much to comprehend, much to witness. Soon, the grandfather and grandson parted ways. After Li Qingyuan turned a corner and disappeared, he reappeared moments later. Clad in dark garments and donning a mask, his cultivation level now at the 5th stage of qi refinement. He approached the vicinity of the auction, observing the clan leader enter the venue. After waiting for a brief period, he gracefully entered the auction hall, paying the entrance fee of 10 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, "Grandfather, it is not my intention to deceive you. It is simply that the origin of these 5,000 spirit stones is indeed difficult to explain. Yet, I yearn to broaden my horizons and sincerely hope to acquire beneficial items for my cultivation." After deducting the 300 spirit stones to support the clan leader, as well as the materials for 1st-grade premium talismans that cost several hundred spirit stones, he still possessed 4,000 spirit stones. Soon, Li Qingyuan entered the auction hall, locating his designated seat according to the wooden sign. Representatives from various factions, prominent families, and cultivators from different islands gathered in throngs. Cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement were as common as dogs, while those at the later stages were plentiful. Occasionally, the presence of powerful cultivators at the 10th level of qi refinement would sweep through, drawing the attention of the crowd. Meanwhile, outside Liuhe City, Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li descended upon flying spirit beasts, arriving at Liuhe City. Zhou Li inquired, "Father, did you not say that this auction is a trap? Why then do we attend?" Zhou Kuei, nearing 60 yet appearing youthful due to his robust spiritual energy and profound cultivation, replied in a hushed tone, "Precisely because of that, we must attend. If everyone else is here and we do not show up, it would appear rather peculiar. Furthermore, we have reached a critical stage in our family's plans that cannot afford any missteps." Zhou Kuei's gaze was profound, his demeanor imposing. Zhou Li nodded, "I understand, father." Zhou Kuei thought to himself, "Our family's spiritual vein is on the verge of reaching quasi-second tier, while I have already attained the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement. In a few years, as our family's spiritual vein ascends to the second tier, and I refine my cultivation to its utmost, I shall consume the foundation-building pill and surely break through to the foundation establishment stage. Before long, the Zhou father and son arrived at the auction, entering a VIP room. Within a certain VIP room, soundproof talisman papers adorn the walls, effectively isolating sound and preventing spiritual sensing. Inside, a woman in a purple gown sat quietly, sipping tea, her face veiled, her hair cascading like a waterfall, and her eyes sparkling like stars. A maid rushed in, whispering, "Miss, Zhou Kuei has arrived." The woman in purple chuckled softly. "Ah, this old fellow is indeed quite composed. I did not misjudge this collaboration with the Qin family." The maid continued in a hushed tone. The second master mentioned that the Lu family, along with 4 other foundation establishment celestial families, have also arrived. Additionally, various rogue cultivators, having changed their appearances, have flooded into Liuha City. The woman in purple took a sip of her fragrant tea, her bright eyes glimmering as she smiled. "Hee hee. Let the show begin." Chapter 49. Treasures abound. Eye techniques and cultivation methods. Boom. The copper bell tolled, its resounding echo reverberating throughout the hall. A large auction, populated by thousands, commenced as a figure clad in a gray-green robe descended from above. The individual appeared to be around 60, adorned with intricate embroidery of willow branches on his attire. He clasped his fists in greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Lu Yuming of the Lu family, here at the behest of my clan brother and at the request of friends from various islands. To host this auction, I am not fond of idle chatter. Let us proceed directly to the items for bid. Lu Yuming gracefully alighted, standing at the center of the auction stage, exuding the aura of a pinnacle 10th level Qi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted in surprise, thinking, truly worthy of a foundation establishment celestial family, they have dispatched a powerful 10th level cultivator to preside over the auction. Whispers circulated amongst the crowd, reaching Li Qingyuan's ears. Nearby, someone remarked in hushed tones, Lu Yunming, the younger brother of the current head of the Lu family, is one of the 3 10th level Qi refinement experts beneath the foundation establishment stage. It is said he possesses the qualifications to challenge for foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan's heart stirred. Beneath the foundation establishment stage, there were indeed 3 powerful 10th level cultivators. The Lu family, a celestial lineage with a 1,000-year heritage, surely had more than just 3 10th level experts hidden away. At this moment, Lu Yuming proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, please behold the first auction item." A beautiful maid, tall and graceful, with a sweet smile and clad in a qipao, entered the stage, elevating the auction item and unveiling its true form. Li Qingyuan watched with keen interest, thinking, football beauties, basketball beauties, boxing beauties. Now we have auction beauties. In any world, the affluent truly indulge in such spectacles. Soon, the item was revealed, and the cultivators present, especially those below the 7th level of Qi refinement, gasped in astonishment. Even cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels perked up, preparing to place their bids. Lu Yuming smiled with satisfaction, stating, "This first item is a first-grade superior-grade pill, a furnace of spirit-nourishing pills, all 3 of which are of genuine quality. I shall refrain from elaborating on the effects of the spirit-nourishing pill." With a tap on the table, Lu Yuming announced, "The starting bid is 800 spirit stones, with increments no less than 10 spirit stones. Fellow friends, please place your bids." Instantly, voices called out, "I bid 800 spirit stones. 8, 10 spirit stones. 8, 20 spirit stones. I am willing to bid 1,000 spirit stones." Soon, the bidding for the 3 spirit-nourishing pills soared past 1,000 spirit stones. This was an auction. With participants vying against each other and actors stirring the pot, it was only natural for prices to exceed market value by 10 to 20%. 1,150 spirit stones for the first time. Lu Yuming announced, 1,150 spirit stones for the second time, 1,150 spirit stones for the third time. With a clang, he struck the gong, exclaiming, "Congratulations to this friend for winning a furnace of spirit-nourishing pills." After the auction concluded, he instructed, "Please take your wooden signs and spirit stones to the back for transactions." Lu Yuming clapped his hands. Next, we welcome the second auction item. The second item was a first-grade superior-grade inner armor. Lu Yuming explained, "This item is the creation of a weapon master attempting to forge first-grade premium gear, utilizing materials from peak first-grade demonic beasts and rare first-grade treasures. Unfortunately, The weapon master failed. However, Lu Yuming smiled. Please observe. With a swift motion, he brandished a first-grade superior-grade magical artifact, slightly suppressing his power to demonstrate only the prowess of a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. The weapon left merely a shallow scratch on the inner armor. Lu Yuming chuckled. Though this inner armor did not reach the first-grade premium standard, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece among first-grade superior items. Even a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator with a first-grade superior-grade magical artifact finds it challenging to breach. The surrounding cultivators at the later stages of Qi refinement held their breath in excitement. A splendid treasure, excellent inner armor. This is essential for survival. Below first-grade premium magical artifacts, it offers nearly perfect defense against cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement. I must have this, Lu Yuming chuckled. The starting bid is 1,500 spirit stones, with increments no less than 50 spirit stones, 1,500 spirit stones, 1,550 spirit stones. I bid 1,600 spirit stones. I bid 1,700 spirit stones. Soon, the price escalated to 2,000 spirit stones, at which point the cultivators finally regained their composure. Ultimately, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement secured the item for an astounding 2,100 spirit stones. Lu Yuming smiled and said, "The third item up for auction is a first-tier superior magical artifact." Following this, there were first-tier superior magical artifacts, first-tier superior elixirs, a complete set of first-tier superior talismans, and even first-tier superior formations available for bidding. Various items surged forth in succession, with the final transaction prices often exceeding 1,000 spirit stones, sometimes even reaching 2,000 or 3,000. Li Qingyun watched with great interest, particularly when the first-tier superior formation appeared, and he also participated in the bidding. However, he ultimately reconsidered, realizing that even if he succeeded, he could not openly use it for his family's defense at this stage. He had talismans for his own combat methods, so he abandoned the bidding midway. The primary reason was the exorbitant price. Not only was it nearing 3,000 spirit stones, but he would also incur annual costs to invite a formation master for maintenance and reinforcement. In addition to the spirit stones required to keep it operational, formations consumed more materials than drawing talismans, crafting puppets, or refining elixirs, representing the pinnacle of cultivation techniques. Without a vast fortune in spirit stones, one could hardly afford to engage in such practices. Lu Yuming smiled slightly and said, "Esteemed guests, the next item is quite special. This item was acquired by our Lu family's cultivators in the state of Yu, and it is an exceedingly rare eye technique." Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and a smile played at the corners of his masked face. An eye technique, indeed a rarity. Not only Li Qingyun, but many cultivators present also became interested. Someone asked, "Lu Daoyu, please do not keep us in suspense. Kindly introduce it swiftly." Lu Yuming replied, "This eye technique is named Illusory Divine Eye." Illusory Divine Eye? In the VIP room, a woman in a purple dress widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "How could a technique from the Foundation Establishment sect of the state of Yu appear here? Moreover, such a secret art. How could the Lu clan bear to auction it?" The woman in purple pondered, "There must be something amiss." Lu Yuming continued, "This eye technique is divided into 3 levels. Upon mastering the first level, one's vision is enhanced tenfold, allowing one to see every blade of grass and tree clearly from a distance of 1,000 meters. Upon achieving the second level, one can see through any first-tier superior illusions and mirages without being affected. If one reaches the third level, one can develop their spiritual consciousness ahead of time during the Qi refining stage, condensing their spiritual awareness into foundational spiritual consciousness, thereby overcoming one of the 3 foundational tribulations, the spiritual consciousness tribulation. The 3 foundational tribulations are as follows. The first tribulation is the transformation of spiritual awareness into spiritual consciousness. The second tribulation is the transformation of spiritual power into magical power. The third tribulation is the blood vitality tribulation, which is particularly challenging for elderly cultivators whose vitality has waned. As Lu Yuming concluded. A collective gasp filled the room. All present astonished. Is it true that one can develop spiritual consciousness during the Qi refining stage? Surely not. If true, it would be a secret technique worthy of a foundational immortal clan, never to be disclosed. Indeed, if one could develop spiritual consciousness during the Qi refining stage, would it not imply a significantly higher success rate when attempting to break through to the foundational stage? Acquiring such a secret technique, combined with foundational elixirs, would guarantee a success rate of at least 60% for anyone under 60 years of age. Lu Yuming raised his hand to calm the crowd, stating, "Esteemed friends, you speak wisely. However, this eye technique's heart method is incomplete, containing only the first 2 levels of cultivation. Furthermore, even with a complete method, achieving spiritual consciousness requires the aid of a rather rare first-tier superior spirit herb." Lu Yuming quickly added, "Of course, even if one cannot develop spiritual consciousness, it will deepen one's spiritual awareness, making it easier to condense spiritual consciousness during the foundational stage." These words, the crowd sighed in disappointment. "Ah, so it is. This means the eye technique only has 2 levels of heart method, and even at its peak, it can only see through first-tier superior illusions and mirages. That's a mere chicken rib, tasteless to consume. Yet a pity to discard, as for aiding in the condensation of spiritual consciousness during the foundational stage, that is mere empty talk. How many among us have the qualifications and resources to attempt the foundational stage?" In an instant, many lost interest. Yet Li Qingyuan was brimming with excitement, joy glimmering in his eyes as he thought, "To others, this may be a chicken rib, but to me, it is a hidden gem. This item must be secured." At that moment, Lu Yuming announced loudly, "The incomplete version of the illusory divine eye technique starts at a bidding price of 800 spirit stones. Esteemed friends, please place your bids." Chapter 050. The illusory divine eye technique is acquired. In the VIP room, the woman in the purple dress lightly parted her cherry lips, stating softly, "Xiao Lan, bid 900 spirit stones." The maid Xiao Lan asked, "Miss, are you interested in this incomplete illusory divine eye technique?" The woman in purple replied softly, "I merely wish to study it and see what makes the secret techniques of a prestigious foundation establishment sect so special." Xiao Lan nodded, "Understood. Miss. 900 spirit stones. In another VIP room, Zhou Kuei called out loudly, 1,000 spirit stones. Zhou Li, puzzled, asked, "Father, do you wish to bid on this incomplete eye technique?" Zhou Kuei pondered, "Though incomplete, it can indeed enhance one's spiritual awareness, which would be beneficial for condensing spiritual consciousness during the foundational stage. Even if its help is minimal, it is still worth researching." Zhou Li nodded. "I see." Li Qingyuan slightly channeled his spiritual power, altering his voice to call out, 1,100 spirit stones. "The starting price is not too high. I have thousands of spirit stones, and I must secure this." The mere fact that one can develop spiritual consciousness during the qi refining stage is worth 5,000 spirit stones. Initially, apart from these 3, a few late-stage qi refining cultivators also showed interest and attempted to participate in the bidding. In no time, the bidding price surged to 2,000 spirit stones, prompting other cultivators to withdraw. Zhou Kuei stated coolly, 2,700 spirit stones. The woman in purple, savoring her tea, kept her stunning face calm and bid, 2,800 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan interjected, 3,000 spirit stones. Zhou Kuei contemplated for a moment before choosing to give up, saying, "Forget it. It is merely a chicken rib, tasteless to consume." Zhou Li agreed indeed. If this eye technique lacked the last incomplete layer, it would be a family secret worthy of 10,000 spirit stones within a foundational immortal clan, never to be leaked. The maid Xiao Lan inquired, "Miss, will you raise the bid?" The woman in purple shook her head, "No more. Although I am not lacking in spirit stones, this incomplete eye technique is clearly not worth its price. Moreover, even if the technique were complete, the time required for cultivation far surpasses the effectiveness and speed of our family's concentration elixir." Xiao Lan nodded in agreement. "Miss, you have a point." Lu Yuming surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 3,000 spirit stones once, 3,000 spirit stones twice, 3,000 spirit stones thrice." Ding! Lu Yuming struck the copper gong, cheerfully announcing, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the illusory divine eye technique. After the auction concludes, please proceed to the back for the transaction. Next up for auction is one of the 3 grand treasures of this event." Lu Yuming announced loudly, "A first-tier superior elixir, Jade Spirit Elixir." This Jade Spirit Elixir is crafted primarily from a century-old spirit milk and a first-tier superior spiritual herb, Jade Spirit Fruit, supplemented with other spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, many late-stage qi refining cultivators breathed rapidly, their eyes filled with fervor. It was indeed a first-tier superior elixir, Jade Spirit Elixir. The Jade Spirit Elixir could significantly increase the probability of a late-stage Qi refining cultivator advancing to the 10th stage by 50%. A 50% chance, combined with one's foundational cultivation, meant that as long as one was not an elderly cultivator whose potential was exhausted, they could rely on this elixir to break through to the 10th stage, saving years of arduous cultivation. Besides its use for breaking through, the Jade Spirit Elixir could also treat all internal and external injuries, enabling Qi refining cultivators to recover their injuries and spiritual cultivation instantly. Indeed, as long as it is not a severed limb, any external injury can be healed during the Qi refining stage, Li Qingyuan mused. The allure of the Jade Spirit Elixir to late-stage Qi refining cultivators is comparable to that of the foundational elixir to those at the 10th stage. Lu Yuming chuckled, saying, "Esteemed friends, the bidding begins. The starting price is 2,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 50 spirit stones." A frenzy erupted among late-stage Qi refining cultivators. Elite Qi refining families, second-tier Qi refining families, various loose cultivators, merchants, and high-ranking hunting mercenary groups. The various factions competed fiercely, and in the span of just a few minutes, the price of the Jade Spirit Elixir quickly surpassed 3,000 spirit stones. Among the crowd, Li Guangyao wore a bitter expression. This auction, as the head of a third-tier Qi refining family and a late-stage Qi refining cultivator, he felt like a mere pawn, lacking even the qualifications to participate in the bidding. Alas, my Li family is still too lacking in spirit stones. The development of our family is a long and arduous journey. Fortunately, there is this child, Qingyuan. Ultimately, a family head from a first-tier Qi refining family outside of Luha Island successfully bid 3,900 spirit stones. Lu Yuming smiled broadly, saying, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the Jade Spirit Elixir. Next up for auction is the second of the three grand treasures, a complete transmission jade slip of second-tier talismans." Upon the utterance of these words, many talismans momentarily halted their breath. Could it truly be an entire lineage of quasi-second-tier talismans? Such a precious inheritance, and it is merely the second of the three treasures? Could it be that this auction indeed features a foundation establishment pill? Lu Yuming pressed down with his hand and said, "Esteemed friends, this lineage of talismans originates from the esteemed Master Zhao Tu, one of the three great talismans masters. There are 12 types of low-grade first-tier talismans, 6 types of mid-grade first-tier talismans, 4 types of high-grade first-tier talismans, and 2 types of top-tier first-tier talismans, along with 1 low-grade second-tier talisman. This is an exceptionally complete quasi-second-tier talisman inheritance, which can even be regarded as a second-tier low-grade talisman inheritance." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it truly be the culmination of Master Zhao Tu's lifelong dedication to talismans? How could he bear to auction off his talisman lineage? This is indeed a complete quasi-second tier, or even a second-tier low-grade talisman inheritance. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Good heavens, this old coot Zhao Tu is truly trying to have his cake and eat it too." At the talisman exchange, he repeatedly sold high-grade and top-grade first-tier talisman jade slips. At the auction, he is selling an entire set of talisman lineage. He is really putting himself out there. Could it be? Li Qingyuan suddenly froze, thinking, to prepare so many spirit stones, could he be? Lu Yuming announced, "Esteemed friends, the starting bid is 2,500 spirit stones, with each increment not to be less than 50 spirit stones. For the various factions from the 5 great islands and the 36 archipelagos, as well as the talisman's masters of various families, Zhao Tu's talisman lineage represents one of the 3 great peaks. Should one acquire Zhao Tu's talisman lineage and thoroughly study it, their family, their faction, or their merchant guild could ascend to become the most formidable power beneath Foundation establishment, surpassing numerous first-rate factions. Not only talisman's masters, but even families and factions without talisman's masters are participating in the bidding. 2,800 spirit stones, 3,100 spirit stones, 3,500 spirit stones, 4,000 spirit stones. This contest is exceedingly fierce, even more lively than the auction of the top-grade elixir. Jade Spirit Pill. Ultimately, a certain cultivator successfully secured the quasi-second-tier talisman lineage jade slip for 4,800 spirit stones, emerging as the victor. Now, it is time for the final item up for bid.at this moment. Even Li Qingyuan could not help but take a deep breath, his palms sweating, instinctively rubbing his knees, his breathing rhythm becoming heavy and prolonged alongside all the cultivators present. All eyes were fixed on the jade box in Lu Yuming's hand, everyone breathlessly awaiting his announcement. At this moment, even Lu Yuming's breath caught in his throat as he formed a seal to unlock the jade box, revealing a pill. The pill shimmered with brilliance, a vibrant green hue enveloping it, with pill patterns emerging and spiritual light radiating, a rich medicinal fragrance permeating the air, invigorating the inner spiritual energy of the surrounding cultivators. The crowd of cultivators felt a jolt. Indeed, it is Lu Yuming proclaimed. The final item up for auction is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Wow! The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Chapter 051. The Emergence of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Wow! As the words Foundation Establishment Pill were spoken, the crowd was thrown into chaos, instantly igniting fervor. The Foundation Establishment Pill. It truly exists. Who would have thought that the centerpiece of this auction would be the Foundation Establishment Pill? I have lived for over half a century, cultivating to the peak of Qi refinement, and this is the first time I have seen a Foundation Establishment Pill, and it shall be the only time I ask this truly the Foundation Establishment Pill. The fragrance is indeed overwhelming. The pill patterns are naturally formed. Perfect, simply exquisite. The Foundation Establishment Pill, a second-tier elixir, is certainly not a product of our archipelago. Even the recipes for its refinement are difficult to obtain across the entire archipelago. I have also heard that one must at least be a mid-grade second-tier alchemist to refine a Foundation Establishment Pill. Such a master alchemist has not appeared in our archipelago for over 100 years. Li Qingyuan, upon seeing the Foundation Establishment Pill, could not help but feel a fiery gaze and quickened breath. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, glancing around to see all the cultivators present, each one astonished and frenzied, secretly thinking, who among them could possibly guard this Foundation Establishment Pill without being a Foundation Establishment cultivator? This is not a path to Foundation Establishment. It is a storm of blood and violence. In the VIP room, the woman in the purple dress smiled charmingly, her bright eyes showing no hint of temptation from the Foundation Establishment Pill. She chuckled lightly. The bait has finally appeared. Xiaolan, let us depart. The maid Xiaolan bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, Mississippi. The two of them exited the VIP room, quietly leaving while everyone else was fervently focused on the Foundation Establishment Pill. On the empty street, cultivators were few and far between. The maid Xiaolan inquired, Miss, shall we leave now? Do we not wish to see who the Foundation Establishment Pill falls into? The woman in the purple dress, wise and discerning, smiled knowingly and replied, We have more important matters to attend to. This grand performance is drawing to a close. The woman in the purple dress instructed, informed second uncle, and also send a message to Zhou Kuei and Baihong Island. Tell them that the opportunity to fish in troubled waters has arrived. Xiaolan replied dutifully, Yes, as soon as we leave Liuhe City, I shall immediately use the communication jade talisman to contact Second Master. Li Qingyuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, thinking, Should I leave now? Staying here is perilous. However, the illusory divine eye technique has yet to be exchanged. Li Qingyuan pondered, Forget it. After the auction concludes, I will persuade grandfather the clan leader to stay with me in Liuhe City, drawing talismans and selling talismans. Let us endure for a month or two before deciding. A mere auction in Kashan has already seen the emergence of bandits. With the Foundation Establishment Pill now appearing, bandits are undoubtedly present. For this reason, staying in Liuhe Island is indeed the safest option. Lu Yuming proclaimed, Esteemed friends, as is commonly known, a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill can enhance the probability of Foundation establishment by 20%. A genuine Foundation Establishment Pill can increase the probability by 40%. And the legendary Premium Foundation Establishment Pill can elevate the probability by 60%. Why does the Foundation Establishment Pill incite such madness? Because of its potent efficacy, significantly boosting the chances of Foundation establishment. Furthermore, even if one fails after consuming it, the Foundation Establishment Pill can protect the heart pulse, preventing the complete destruction of the spiritual pulse and the descent into madness, thereby preserving life and cultivation. Lu Yuming declared, This is a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill, capable of enhancing the probability of Foundation establishment by 20%. All Qi refinement cultivators at the 10th level gasped. A 20% increase in probability? At this moment, Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li were also stirred. Zhou Li exclaimed, Father, I had no idea that this auction would truly feature a Foundation Establishment Pill. Zhou Kuei sneered. The 5 great Foundation Establishment celestial clans collude with one another, intermarrying and forming a single interest. Internally, they join forces to suppress various factions, Qi refinement families, and talented rogue cultivators, supporting rogue bandits in their clandestine operations, seizing the vast majority of spiritual veins on the islands. Externally, the 5 clans jointly control the only teleportation array, isolating other forces from entering the Xiangua cultivation world beneath the 5 Great Foundation Establishment celestial clans. They monopolize the teleportation array but can dispatch cultivators to Xiangua to obtain Foundation Establishment pills and return. It is no surprise they possess Foundation Establishment pills. Jolie remarked, "Father, I recall you mentioned that this teleportation array is singular, and once one leaves, returning requires a perilous crossing of the Tianyin mountain range?" Zhou Kuei nodded. "Indeed. This was conveyed to me by Mr. Mo precisely because crossing the Tianyin mountain range is fraught with peril. Few powerful cultivators from the Xiangua cultivation world would dare to venture into our archipelago. Moreover, bringing back Foundation Establishment pills is immensely challenging, almost a matter of life and death, which is why Foundation Establishment cultivators from the 5 great celestial clans are so rare." Jolie understood. "So that is how it is." Zhou Kuei instructed, "Since we are here, you should also participate in the bidding, but remember, once the price reaches 10,000 spirit stones, do not continue to bid. Since we are here, let us play the role to the fullest." Jolie nodded. "Understood, Father." Lu Yuming announced, "The low-grade Foundation Establishment pill has a starting bid of 8,000 spirit stones, with each increment not to be less than 100. Esteemed friends, please place your bids." Li Qingyuan clicked his tongue. 8,000 spirit stones, how exceedingly expensive. Truly worthy of being the Foundation Establishment pill. With this price, how many rogue cultivators and how many factions? Even Qi refinement families must concede. However, even with a starting bid of a full 8,000 spirit stones, there were immediately those who began to bid 8,000 spirit stones, 8,100 spirit stones, 8,500 spirit stones. Soon, someone called out, "I bid 9,000 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan thought, "Is that voice Xiao Tu? This old man, trying to have it all, selling various talisman drawing methods and now auctioning off his lifelong research of quasi-second-tier talisman inheritance. It seems he is truly going all in to secure the Foundation Establishment pill and attempt Foundation Establishment." Li Qingyuan was momentarily dazed, the bidding price for the Foundation Establishment pill rapidly ascending. Zhao Tu's voice took on a hint of madness as he declared, "I bid 11,000 spirit stones." Hiss, upon this price being announced, many first-rate families, first-rate factions, and first-rate merchant guilds helplessly withdrew. Of course, a few factions still firmly clung on, persistently bidding at this juncture. The remaining few were unwilling to concede. One family head gritted his teeth and said, 15,000 spirit stones. A merchant guild leader countered, 12,000 spirit stones. The family head took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself, and coldly huffed. "You are indeed ruthless." "I withdraw." A few others hesitated for a moment, unwilling to concede, saying, "Alas, I shall withdraw as well." I in the VIP room. Zhao Tu's eyes were bloodshot, intoxicated with fervor. He exclaimed loudly, 13,000 spirit stones. He raised the bid by 1,000 spirit stones. After shouting, he felt his body weaken and reclined on the bench. Thinking, 13,000 spirit stones. I've liquidated all my assets, sold my talisman inheritance, and spent all the spirit stones I've accumulated over the years. For the foundation building pill, I even sold my only first-tier premium talisman brush. The tool I use for sustenance. If I fail now, I can only resign myself to fate. As this price was announced, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Lu Yunming's voice rang out, "Esteemed friends, is there anyone else willing to raise the bid?" 13,000 spirit stones once, 13,000 spirit stones twice, 13,000 spirit stones thrice. With a resounding clang, Lu Yunming struck a gong and proclaimed, "Congratulations to Zhao Tu, who has successfully bid for the foundation building pill. Our Lu family of Lioha Island wishes you eternal prosperity in your cultivation and a successful advancement to foundation building." Zhao Tu suddenly sprang up, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I've won the bid. The foundation building pill is mine." Li Qingyuan twitched at the corners of his mouth. This Lu Yunming is truly insidious, explicitly naming Zhao Tu and congratulating him on his advancement. Is this not a curse for him to meet an untimely end? Lu Yunming then announced, "For those who have successfully bid, please proceed to the back for the exchange of spirit stones." Hearing this, Li Qingyuan slowly rose and made his way to the back. In the backstage area, several late-stage Qi refinement cultivators were attending to the transactions, exchanging money for goods. Lu Yuming personally dealt with Zhao Tu, receiving 13,000 spirit stones and handing over the foundation-building pill. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan was attended to by a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, who presented 3,000 spirit stones in exchange for a fragment of the illusionary divine eye technique. Zhao Tu inquired, Lu Daoyu, might I ask if I could rent the spirit vein cave in Liuhe City for a time? Lu Yuming decisively declined, stating, Zhao Daoyu, you must be aware that attempting to break through to foundation building requires a substantial amount of spirit energy, which could harm the spirit vein. Especially since it is a first-tier vein of insufficient grade, your attempt would cause it to drop in quality. This loss is nearly equivalent to a low-grade foundation building pill. Zhao Tu hurriedly replied, Lu Daoyu, I assure you that I will return with a sum exceeding 10,000 spirit stones as compensation. Lu Yuming refused again, Zhao Daoyu, our Lu family has regulations in place. No one is permitted to attempt foundation building in Liuhe City, as it would impact the spirit vein. This is an ironclad rule established by our ancestral heads. Please do not place me in a difficult position. Zhao Tu was about to speak again, but Lu Yuming waved his hand, saying, Please leave, Zhao Daoyu. With a long sigh, Zhao Tu departed from the auction. Lu Yuming watched him leave, a cold smile creeping into his eyes, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. After exchanging for the illusionary divine eye technique, Li Qingyuan turned to leave. Once outside the auction, he took a winding route to remove his disguise before returning to the inn. In his room, Li Qingyuan gazed out the window at Liuhe City, contemplating. It appears calm and peaceful, yet beneath the surface, there are indeed turbulent currents. The slaughter has begun. Chapter 052. The robbers have already revealed themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Li Guangao returned to the inn. Qingyuan, how many talismans did you sell? Li Qingyuan shook his head. I only made a profit of around 30 spirit stones. Most mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators attended the auction, leaving only a few early-stage cultivators wandering the streets. Li Guangao chuckled, haha, do not be disheartened. Although the exchange and auction have concluded, we need not rush home. Since we've come all this way to Liuhe City, let us take our time to explore, draw more talismans for sale, and accumulate spirit stones, he sighed, to acquire the pure Yang Sword talisman drawing method. Our family's inventory and all the spirit stones I've saved over the years have been completely exhausted. Moreover, Li Guangao's expression shifted as he continued. After the auction ended, various parties hurriedly departed. Many late-stage Qi refinement experts have left one after another. I feel a deep sense of unease that it seems that without Li Qingyuan needing to bring it up, the Patriarch has also sensed the impending crisis. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Li Qingyuan nodded. Patriarch, your words hold wisdom. Let us remain in hiding for now, drawing talismans for sale to earn spirit stones. Thus, the grandfather and grandson set out to purchase more talisman drawing materials, closing themselves off in the inn to focus on their craft. In Liuhe City, at the Lord's residence in the hall, representatives from 5 major foundation building celestial clans, a total of 10 late-stage Qi refinement masters, had gathered. Among them was Lu Yuming from the Lu family. Lu Yuming smiled and said, Esteemed friends, as per our usual practice, let us take this opportunity to deal with the Qi refinement masters of 10 layers from each clan, as well as talented cultivators from nearby islands who are qualified to attempt foundation building. The representative from the Swanky Island foundation building celestial clan smiled slightly. Brother Lu, I fail to comprehend your words. Are not their deaths the handiwork of the ruthless robbers? What concern is it of ours? Lu Yuming paused, then laughed. Haha, indeed. The robbers have already revealed themselves. The crowd exchanged glances and burst into laughter. In the next moment, the 5 major foundation building celestial clan representatives, along with the 10 late-stage Qi refinement masters, each transformed their appearance and demeanor. Lu Yuming announced, Action, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Yunming and another late-stage Qi refinement expert sped away, flying on their swords like streaks of light, swiftly exiting Liuhe City. Upon reaching the outskirts, they were met by 2 9th-layer and 2 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, who pointed in a certain direction, saying, Zhao Tu has headed this way. The Zhou family, Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, are returning to their clan. Lu Yuming, having altered his appearance to that of a 50-year-old man, commanded, Do not concern yourselves with Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li. They will have the robbers deal with them. Our target is Zhao Tuesday. We must eliminate Zhao Tu and reclaim the foundation building pill. That pill belongs to our Lu family. No one else shall take it. The group acknowledged, understood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A party of 6, consisting of 2 10th layer, 2 9th layer, and 2 8th layer Qi refinement experts, set out with the strength sufficient to eliminate Zhao Tu, truly an invincible force beneath the foundation-building realm. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, one a perfected 10th layer and the other an 8th layer, boarded their clan's soul-flying artifact, consuming spirit stones to take flight. Suddenly, a flash of cold light shot through the air. Arriving in an instant, Zhou Kuei executed a sword technique, and their flying sword clashed against the incoming weapon with a clang, saying coolly, Black Mountain Bandit, G.I.Hu.I. Zhou Kuei, have awaited your arrival. Heh, Zhou Kuei. This time next year will mark the anniversary of your and your son's demise. The newcomer, a brawny figure clad in black robes, bore the insignia of a black golden mountain eagle. The Black Mountain Bandit group consisted of 3 members, 1 perfected 10th layer and 2 8th layer cultivators. The leader, Ji-Hu, appeared over 50, with a muscular build and a fierce demeanor, sneering, after you kill Zhou Li, come to assist me. The 2 beneath him nodded, yes, chief. Ji-Hu barked, kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji-Hu charged forward, unleashing a saber-like weapon shaped like a saber-toothed tiger, unleashing his perfected 10th layer cultivation to strike at Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei activated his cultivation, sending forth the flying sword to clash with the saber-toothed weapon. They engaged in a fierce battle, with various spells and talismans being exchanged in a flurry. Meanwhile, Zhou Li faced 2 8th layer cultivators attacking him from both sides, fighting while retreating and gradually distancing himself from the fray. Ji-Hu coldly laughed. Zhou Kuei, your son is doomed that I shall claim your Zhou family's spirit vein. Standing atop the flying artifact, Zhou Kuei wielded his sword with confidence, deflecting Ji-Hu's myriad attacks with ease. Calmly stating, Ji-Hu, do you truly believe that the Ji family has served the Lu family for generations and can change your fate? No, you are mistaken. Your descendants will either become robbers or face the Lu family's reckoning. Zhou Kuei declared, no, your opportunity has vanished. From this day forth, the Black Mountain Bandits shall cease to exist. Nearby in the mountains, 2 agonized screams echoed. A voice cried out in despair, demon cultivators, please do not kill me. Ji-Hu's expression changed. Old 8, Old 9. The Black Mountain Bandits, comprising 12 leaders and 12 late-stage Qi refinement experts, were notorious for their ruthless deeds. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 streaks of light dashed forth. Aside from Zhou Li, there was another figure adorned in a dark red mask and crimson robes, exuding a malevolent aura. The crimson-robed demon cultivator waved his hands, casting 2 8th layer cultivators to the ground, sealing their spirit energy with sealing talismans, leaving them gravely injured but alive. Ji-Hu regarded the crimson-robed demon cultivator, his eyes narrowing at the sight. The newcomer, with dark red hands and flowing silver patterns, emanated a bloodthirsty aura, exuding an overwhelming sense of danger and murderous intent. Ji-Hu exclaimed in astonishment, it is you, the Bloodhand Butcher. The Bloodhand Butcher, a demon cultivator infamous across the island chains, was as notorious and powerful as Ji-Hu, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits. Whoosh, 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 Zhou Kuei, Zhou Li, and the Bloodhand Butcher blocked Ji-Hu's path, encircling him from all sides. Ji-Hu's expression changed drastically. Bloodhand Butcher, I am here on behalf of the Lu family. Might I implore you to grant me a favor and refrain from interfering in this matter? The Bloodhand Butcher, his voice cold and menacing from beneath his mask, replied, the Lu family? Ha! Using the name of the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan to intimidate me? Ji-Hu, today you shall not escape death. Zhou Kuei proclaimed loudly, form the array, boom, boom, boom. All 3, Zhou Kuei, the Bloodhand Butcher, and Zhou Li, simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy, executing a certain combined attack formation with remarkable synergy, amplifying their battle prowess several-fold. Kill. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, father and son, soared forth on their swords. The Bloodhand Butcher activated his demonic cultivation blood techniques, engaging in close combat with a physique comparable to a high-grade first-tier magical artifact. The dark red blood on his hands shimmered with silver patterns like razor blades. Exuding a lethal aura, enraged, Ji-Hu retaliated with all his might, striving to break through the formation. Unfortunately, even Zhou Kuei alone, as the head of the Zhou family, was not weaker than him. coupled with the Bloodhand Butcher. A formidable meat shield at the 10th level of body refinement, along with Zhou Li providing support, the three of them executed their combined attack formation flawlessly. Unless one were a Foundation Establishment cultivator, none could rival them. Thus, Ji Yihu's defeat was inevitable. After 7 or 8 exchanges, Ji Yihu was pierced in the left leg by the Bloodhand Butcher's bloodied hands, gravely injured in his heart by Zhou Kuei, and had a sealing talisman affixed to him by Zhou Li. Ji Yihu's expression shifted. What are you planning? Not only he, but even his 2 brothers were captured but not killed. Ji Yihu gazed at the Bloodhand Butcher, his expression changing again. Why would a demonic cultivator cooperate with Zhou Kuei? Moreover, how can your combined attack formation be so perfectly synchronized? Could it be that you are of the Zhou family? Ha ha! Zhou Kuei chuckled. Congratulations, Ji Dezangio, you guessed correctly. Your reward will be to become nourishment for the Zhou family's spiritual veins. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy enveloped Ji Yihu and his 2 brothers, lifting them onto a flying artifact. He then turned to the Bloodhand Butcher and said, "Second brother, the ascension of our spiritual veins has reached a critical juncture. The more cultivators we have, the better. Especially those in the late stages of chi refinement." The Bloodhand Butcher clasped his hands and assured, "Elder brother, rest assured, more cultivators will be sent in due course." Whoosh! As his words fell, the Bloodhand Butcher turned and departed. Zhou Kuei retrieved a blanket from his storage bag, covering Ji Yihu and his brothers, and threw several dozen spirit stones into the flying artifact as he and his sons sped back to their clan. Zhou Kuei stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze profound. The 5 major Foundation Establishment celestial clans, I must thank you for orchestrating this chaos, allowing the Zhou family to seize this opportunity to expedite the ascension of our spiritual veins. He chuckled lightly. Chapter 053. Mastering the Illusory Divine Eye Technique, Completing the Cultivation Method. After the auction concluded, the entire archipelago was thrown into disarray, with various cultivators battling fiercely. Robbers, demonic cultivators, the 5 major Foundation Establishment celestial clans, various notorious sects, and solitary cultivators. Skirmishes erupted incessantly. Among these battles, Zhao Tu's was the most brutal. Zhao Tu was practically a walking Foundation Establishment elixir. Wherever he went, slaughter followed. Old Zhao, hand over the Foundation Establishment elixir, and I shall spare your life. Surrender the elixir, and relinquish your talisman inheritance. Kill. Zhao Tu fought his way through, completely mad, his white hair cascading over his shoulders, his tattered gray robe revealing a set of soft inner armor that emanated spiritual light. Deflecting the attacks of various cultivators, the aged Zhao Tu, in his 80s or 90s, wore a fierce expression, his eyes bloodshot, as he clutched talisman papers, roaring skyward, "Those who obstruct me shall die." Pure Yang Sword Talisman. Boom, boom, boom. The Pure Yang Sword Talisman, a first-tier premium talisman, activated 7 or 8 papers, transforming into towering sword chi that sliced through the air, each strike equivalent to the full strength of a 10th-level chi refinement cultivator. Ah, quickly dodge. This old coot has gone mad, damn it. This old man is clad in first-tier premium inner armor. Even 10th-level chi refinement cultivators find it difficult to breach. Truly, one of the 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters in the archipelago. The Pure Yang Sword Talisman was indeed formidable. Zhao Tu activated his inner armor for defense, waving his hands as he hurled various first-tier upper-grade talismans, bombarding his surroundings and carving a bloody path as he soared away on his sword. The pursuing cultivators clung tightly to his trail. Chase him, don't let him escape. No matter how many talismans he has, he will eventually run out. Even if his first-tier premium inner armor is powerful. A collective assault can severely injure Zhao Tuesday. The crowd pursued Zhao Tu, quickly disappearing from sight. Soon, 6 figures emerged, having disguised themselves with the appearance of Lu Yunming at their helm. Lu Yunming frowned, saying, "This old coot is indeed hard to kill." One person concurred, "Indeed, first-tier premium inner armor is difficult to breach even for 10th-level chi refinement experts. Moreover, first-tier lower-grade and middle-grade talismans are practically worthless. He can casually launch dozens or even hundreds, causing considerable damage." Lu Yunming pondered, this old fellow might even draw second-tier lower-grade runes, but without having developed spiritual consciousness, he cannot complete the final step. Hence his stagnation. Nevertheless, The foundation of a first-tier premium talisman master remains astonishing. Cousin, what should we do? One person inquired. Lu Yunming maintained his calm demeanor, chuckling softly as he formed a hand seal, a magical artifact swirling around him. Its sharp edge exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear. The others were startled. This is one of the two major magical artifacts belonging to the clan head. Ha ha, with this second-tier artifact, breaking through first-tier premium inner armor will be a piece of cake. Lu Yunming commanded. Let the other cultivators exhaust Zhao Tu's talismans first. We shall reap the benefits when they are both injured. The group nodded in agreement. Understood. Whoosh! The group soared away on their swords, maintaining their distance as they pursued. In the depths of the dense forest, 3 cultivators revealed themselves. Among them were an elderly couple, appearing to be in their 50s, floating in the air on their swords. The leading figure, without relying on any artifact, directly utilized spiritual energy to soar, a feat only achievable by those at the early foundation establishment stage. The mysterious mid-aged foundation establishment cultivator chuckled. Since the Lu family wishes to act as the mantis preying on the cicada, we shall take the role of the yellow board. The old man replied respectfully. Senior, your insight is remarkable. The Lu clan has long oppressed us. Their cultivators ought to become nourishment for our spiritual veins. With 2 at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 9th, and 2 at the 8th, draining their spiritual energy will be a substantial boon for the spiritual veins. Whoosh! A paper crane flew in, landing in the hands of the mysterious mid-aged foundation establishment cultivator. His expression shifted slightly. Miao-E, the elderly couple, noticing the change, inquired respectfully, Senior, what has happened? The mid-aged foundation establishment cultivator regained his composure and replied, No matter, I must step out for a moment. Zhao Tu and the Lu family cultivators are in your capable hands. Is that all right? The couple nodded affirmatively. Of course, rest assured, Senior. Good. The mid-aged foundation establishment cultivator levitated, borrowing power from the air to accelerate, transforming into a streak of light as he vanished. The female cultivator furrowed her brow. Husband, can we manage with just the 2 of us? The male cultivator replied calmly, Do not worry. I have already sent word to our second sister. She will arrive within a month. Besides, our targets are in the open while we are in the shadows. When they have both exhausted themselves, we can seize the opportunity to strike decisively. Illusory Divine Eye technique at the Guanshan Lake Inn. A secluded small courtyard served as the temporary residence for Li Qingyuan and his companions. As evening fell, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a jade slip to his forehead, infusing it with spiritual consciousness as he began to comprehend the techniques of the eye art. The illusory divine eye consists of 3 layers. The cultivation prerequisite is to possess spiritual consciousness, with a minimum requirement of being at the 4th level of Qi refinement, a condition Li Qingyuan had already met. Upon completing the 1st layer, one's vision is enhanced tenfold, allowing clear sight up to 1,000 meters. The 2nd layer enables the practitioner to break through illusions and dispel illusory techniques, rendering them immune to any illusions below 1st-tier premium grade. The 3rd layer, once mastered, allows one to condense spiritual consciousness with Qi refinement cultivation, granting the practitioner the spiritual consciousness of a foundation establishment cultivator. After half an hour of studying the cultivation methods, Li Qingyuan put away the jade slip and remarked, It is still too early to condense spiritual consciousness. The immediate task is to master the 1st layer and enhance my vision. The cultivation method for the 1st layer of the illusory divine eye is as follows. The liver opens to the eyes. The liver receives blood and grants sight. By nourishing the liver and gallbladder with one's own spiritual energy, one facilitates the flow of liver and gallbladder energies through the gallbladder meridian of the foot Shaoyang and the liver meridian of the foot Jun, allowing these energies to circulate to the eyes, thereby enhancing vision. Li Qingyuan expressed his admiration. I see now. This 1st layer's cultivation method aligns perfectly with the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. With that, Li Qingyuan began to meditate, activating the Dachuan Gong within him, allowing the spiritual energy in his dantian to flow and nourish his internal organs, fortifying the energies of the liver and gallbladder. Subsequently, he gradually guided the liver and gallbladder energies through the gallbladder meridian of the foot Shaoyang and the liver meridian of the foot Jiyin, converging them within his eyes to nourish them. While nourishing his eyes, he utilized his spiritual consciousness to internally observe his meridians, examining the microvascular structures and blood vessels of his eyeballs. With spiritual consciousness illuminating his own pathways, he could do so with precision, avoiding harm to himself. Thus, the cultivation requirement was to develop spiritual consciousness, enabling one to internally observe the meridians without causing damage to the eyes. The first layer of the illusory divine eye was not particularly difficult to cultivate. In just one night, Li Qingyuan successfully grasped the basics of the first layer. Buzz. In the mysterious Xianin space, a shadowy figure reappeared, with the light points of the meridians within the figure and the light points in the eyes becoming distinctly apparent. The depiction of the meridian operation chart not only encompasses the methods of cultivation for the first and second layers, but also includes the elusive third layer's cultivation techniques and essential insights. Li Qingyuan observed with great diligence, imprinting the chart firmly in his memory. Achieving perfection in the first layer is not particularly challenging. However, when it comes to the second layer, it necessitates the assistance of a first-grade top-tier spiritual herb of the wood attribute, which should be available for purchase in Lu Huqing. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with excitement. The third layer poses genuine difficulties, yet the rewards are exceptionally bountiful. The ability to refine one's consciousness during the qi refining period not only augments combat prowess, but also significantly enhances the success rate of foundation establishment. Time flowed swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan spent the entire month in Lu Huqing, engrossed in the art of talisman crafting, selling talismans, and cultivating, while awaiting the external turmoil to subside. On this day, within their solitary courtyard, Li Qingyuan was diligently crafting talismans. With a first-grade top-tier talisman brush, first-grade top-tier talisman ink, and first-grade top-tier talisman paper, Li Qingyuan lifted his brush to create. The talisman paper measured approximately 1 foot in length and 3 inches in width. With a single, uninterrupted stroke from beginning to end, he needed to complete it in one breath. The profound runes emerged, vividly leaping onto the paper, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from within Li Qingyuan's body, while the runes also devoured the natural spiritual energy of the world, amplifying their mystical power. As the final stroke was made, the runes vibrated, drawing the celestial spiritual energy to coalesce and become sealed within the talisman paper. At this moment, Li Guangao, observing from the side, was wide-eyed with delight and exclaimed, "The exquisite turtle shell talisman is complete. Qingyuan, your talent in talisman crafting is truly extraordinary." Li Qingyuan smiled modestly. Throughout the month, he devoted himself to studying new talisman paper, dedicating 1 hour daily, 2 hours, to the first-grade top-tier turtle shell talisman and 2 hours daily, 4 hours, to the first-grade supreme pure young sword talisman. Li Guangao sighed deeply. Alas, it appears that your grandfather, the clan leader, possesses rather mediocre talent in talisman crafting. A month had elapsed, and not a single turtle shell talisman had been successfully crafted. As for the first-grade supreme talisman paper for the pure young sword talisman, it seemed unlikely that he would ever master it in this lifetime. Li Qingyuan chuckled. "Here, grandfather clan leader, I present this turtle shell talisman to you for protection." Upon hearing this, Li Guangao squinted his eyes and smiled. "Really? This is indeed an exquisite turtle shell talisman. It can withstand a full force strike from a practitioner at the 9th layer of qi refining." Li Qingyuan replied, "This is my filial offering to you, so please accept it." Li Guangao gratefully accepted the talisman, feeling immensely gratified. Well done, good child. I have not spoiled you in vain over the years. In that case, I shall graciously accept it." Li Guangao joyfully tucked away the turtle shell talisman. Exquisite talisman paper is exceedingly rare. In fact, aside from the exquisite turtle shell talisman, Li Guangao also possessed several authentic quality turtle shell talismans gifted by Li Qingyuan. Among practitioners at the 7th layer of qi refining, Li Guangao was already invincible. Faced with practitioners at the 8th layer, he could still contend for several rounds thanks to his talismans. Li Qingyuan retrieved first-grade supreme talisman ink, first-grade supreme talisman paper, and with his first-grade top-tier talisman brush in hand, he took a deep breath to adjust himself before beginning to craft talismans. Li Guangao stood by, contemplating. Over this past month, Qingyuan has consumed 5 to 6 sheets of materials daily, dedicating over 2 hours to study each day. Yet, first-grade supreme talisman paper is truly a formidable barrier for talisman crafters, a qualitative leap. At the upcoming Talisman Exchange Conference, the 5 major islands of the sea and the 36 islands gathered their talisman crafters, with industry elites converging. Astonishingly, there were only 7 or 8 first-grade supreme talisman crafters present. Among these 7 or 8, Three were quasi-second-grade talisman crafters, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao. Through this exchange, Li Guangao realized that despite being a first-grade top-tier talisman crafter, his skills were self-taught and unorthodox, reflecting his remarkable talent in the talisman arts. However, after a month of exploration and learning, he felt that with his current abilities, it was unlikely he would ever master first-grade supreme talisman paper. Looking at Li Qingyuan, who was engrossed in crafting talismans, he thought, however, given Qingyuan's talent, with a few years' time, he might be able to craft the pure Yang Sword talisman. Once he experienced a failure, I shall console him, for I cannot allow him to lose confidence in talisman crafting. Alas, the burden of such exceptional talent can be a torment as well. Since he began learning to craft talismans, he has never faced failure nor endured setbacks. Suddenly, the flow of celestial spiritual energy awakened Li Guangao. From all directions, within a radius of several feet, the heavenly spiritual energy began to swirl, and the pure yang energy coalesced around the solitary courtyard, infusing itself into the talisman paper. Boom! The talisman paper trembled with spiritual energy, and the power of the runes manifested as they forcefully sealed the pure yang energy, imprisoning a domineering and scorching sword aura within the talisman paper. Endowing the runes with a vibrant essence, Li Guangao was left dumbfounded. It worked! It worked! It has actually succeeded! As soon as Li Qingyuan completed his stroke, the talisman paper was successful. Within the mysterious space, an enigmatic figure crafted the talisman paper, which was indeed the pure Yang Sword talisman. Each stroke and each detail were flawlessly executed, akin to the work of a master talisman creator. Every brushstroke and every rune was executed with precision, captivating Li Qingyuan and imparting immense knowledge. If Zhao Tu's guidance was filled with craftsmanship and adherence to the rules, then the guidance from the mysterious space was akin to the very creator of the talisman paper himself. It was transcendent, embodying the essence of simplicity in the grand path. Li Qingyuan mused. To have fortuitously succeeded once, without the guidance of the mysterious space, who knows how long it would take to achieve success again? With the guidance of the mysterious space, my talisman crafting skills will surely enter a rapid advancement phase. To fully master the pure Yang Sword talisman is merely a matter of time. Li Guangao laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Qingyuan, you did it. You have succeeded. Li Qingyuan nodded in excitement, saying, yes, grandfather clan leader, from this day forth, our Li family will have our very own first-grade supreme talisman crafter, Li Qian added. Grandfather clan leader, it is getting late. Let us rest for the night and return home tomorrow morning. Li Guo nodded. Very well. During this time, the two of us have earned over 100 spiritual stones and acquired the methods for crafting the turtle shell and pure Yang Sword talismans. This journey has truly been worthwhile. It had been a month since the auction concluded, and the islands of the sea had likely settled down. Tomorrow morning, we shall set off for home, Li Guangao advised. Qingyuan, you should rest early. Li Qingyuan shook his head. No, I wish to craft a few more talismans. With that, Li Qingyuan took up his brush and continued to draw the pure Yang Sword talisman. He observed the crafting methods from the mysterious space while inscribing the runes of the pure Yang Sword talisman. Boom. The talisman paper self-destructed. It was evident that the previous success had indeed been a stroke of luck. This time, attempting to replicate the method guided by the mysterious space resulted in failure as well. Exhaling a long breath, Li Qingyuan retrieved several spiritual stones to meditate and refine, restoring his spiritual energy and consciousness. After 15 minutes, he resumed crafting talismans. Boom, failure, buzz, success. The pure Yang Sword talisman, crafted from first-grade supreme talisman paper, demanded immense spiritual energy and consciousness, allowing only 2 or 3 attempts before requiring Li Qingyuan to meditate for recovery. As a practitioner at the mid-chi refining stage, crafting first-grade supreme talisman paper was indeed a shortcoming. Boom, failure, boom, failure, buzz, success, boom, failure. Before long, the night deepened, and after 10 attempts, he succeeded in crafting 2 talismans, yielding a success rate of merely 20%. Including the initial successful one, Li Qingyuan had a total of 3 pure Yang Sword talismans. Li Guangao rejoiced. Qingyuan, you have only just begun, and your success rate is already at 20% in a year or so. It will surely exceed 50%. With a first-grade supreme talisman paper at our disposal, our Li family will no longer fear even second-rate chi refining families. As long as we remain low-key for another 20 to 30 years and develop steadily, In 30 years, with you at the helm, our Li clan will undoubtedly become a first-rate Qi refining family. Li Qingyu nodded. Indeed. Let us develop cautiously for 30 years, then astonish everyone, Li Guang'an replied. Here, grandfather clan leader, I present you with a pure Yang sword talisman as a token of my filial piety. Li Guang'an beamed with joy. You are just too filial. Ha ha ha. Grandfather clan leader gratefully accepts it. Chapter 055. Zhao Tu on the run. Zhao Tu, you old tortoise, everyone underestimated you. Lu Yuming, exasperated, looked disheveled, covered in dirt, emanating dark energy, his skin charred. Lu Yuming scolded, you old fellow, not only do you possess a first-grade supreme inner armor, but you also command the art of talisman formations. You have escaped from a certain death situation and even counterattacked, killing 2 of my subordinates. Zhao Tu's chest heaved, his breath quickened, his hair disheveled. Looking utterly disheveled, with his cheeks sliced by a flying sword, and his inner armor torn with blood flowing profusely, fury burned in Zhao Tu's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Lu Yunming. What a noble facade your Lu family maintains as a foundation establishment clan. To disguise yourself as a bandit and pursue me, attempting to reclaim the foundation establishment pill. If this matter were to come to light, countless cultivators across the Sea Islands could drown your Lu family with a mere spit. Lu Yuming, having fallen victim to the talisman formation scheme, sustained injuries, and his disguise technique unraveled, revealing his true appearance. Lu Yuming sneered, old rascal Zhao Tu, you have no chance left. Kill him. As Lu Yuming's words fell, the other 3 immediately summoned their magical artifacts, preparing to join forces to slay Zhao Tuesday, including Lu Yunming. There were 2 at the 10th layer of Qi refining, 1 at the 9th layer, and 1 at the 8th layer. Originally, there had been 6, but Zhao Tu had countered with the talisman formation, instantly killing 2, leaving the remaining 4 heavily or lightly injured. Zhao Tu clutched his chest with a hand. His first-tier exquisite armor already damaged, marred by deep cracks, the blade's wound nearly compromising his heart's meridian. With ribs fractured as well, he fixed a fierce glare upon the magical artifact in Lu Yunming's grasp. Seething with resentment, a second-tier artifact. Were it not for that second-tier artifact in Lu Yunming's possession, I would not find myself in such a dire predicament. Lu Yunming summoned his artifact, his voice dripping with malice. Zhao Tu, meet your demise, with a clang. The second-tier artifact unleashed its power, the flying sword cleaving through the heavens. The razor-sharp sword energy could dismantle any lethal strike from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, transforming into a streak of luminous light aimed directly at Zhao Tu. Simultaneously, the other 3 individuals sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light burst forth from the nearby dense forest, launching a surprise attack on Lu Yunming and another practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Lu Yunming's expression shifted, an ambush, buzz. An exquisite first-tier defensive talisman activated around Lu Yunming, thwarting the enemy's lethal strike. He summoned his second-tier artifact back, hovering before him, and called out, "Who goes there?" The other 10th level practitioner did the same. Activating his defensive talisman, a first-tier exquisite talisman shielding him, dispersing the incoming flying swords. 2 figures soared forth, brandishing their hands, unleashing a barrage of a dozen or more first-tier upper-grade talismans, raining destruction upon Lu Yunming and his companions. Lu Yunming fumed, "You seek death." Breaking spirit sword technique, boom. The Lu clan's ancestral spell was cast, infusing the second-tier artifact with power. A Tinzhong sword aura sweeping across, shattering the talismans to oblivion. A man and a woman, both over 50, chuckled mockingly. Lu Yunming of the Lu clan, TSK, colluding with the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits to ambush the righteous Zhao Tu. Should this reach the ears of the Sea Domain practitioners, it would incite their wrath, and even your Lu clan, a foundational fairy clan, would be unable to withstand it. Beside Lu Yunming stood another 10th level practitioner, the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, a sworn brother of the chief. Ji Yihu, Gao Chong and Su Hong of the Baihang Island. What brings you here? Lu Yunming furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Baihang Island, one of the 36 islands, is renowned for its strength, possessing several first-tier spiritual veins, one of which, of upper-grade quality, is under the control of the Gao family. Gao Chong and Su Hong are the family patriarch and matriarch, respectively, and also the rulers of Baihang Island. Both seasoned masters at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The Gao family of Baihang Island stands at the pinnacle among first-rate Qi refinement clans. It is said that their combined strength makes them nearly invincible below the foundational level. The second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits murmured, "Lu brother, this is troublesome." They had exhausted over half of their spiritual energy, and the other two practitioners, at the 9th and 8th levels of Qi refinement, were also gravely injured, their combat prowess considerably diminished. In contrast, Gao Chong and Su Hong remained at full strength, having conserved their energy. Zhao Tu hastily declared, "Gao Daoist, Su Daoist, I am willing to offer you a foundational elixir in exchange for your assistance in delivering justice for the Sea Domain practitioners. To slay this despicable villain, Lu Yunming." Gao Chong chuckled. "Rest assured, Zhao Tu Daoist, Lu Yunming's collusion with bandits to ambush righteous practitioners is a crime that must be punished. Please, stand aside and let my wife and I take the lead." "Kill!" Gao Chong and Su Hong, united, surged forth, utilizing talismans to forge a path, followed by their flying swords, closing in on Lu Yunming and his companions. Lu Yunming's group, already wounded and depleted of energy, found themselves at a disadvantage against Gao Chong and Su Hong. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yunming retorted, "Gao Chong, provoking me will come at a cost." With that, he produced a vial of spiritual liquid, swallowing its contents in one gulp, then tossing the vial to Ji Bao, saying, "Brother Ji, catch." Ji Bao caught the vial, his eyes lighting up. Centennial Spirit Milk? The Centennial Spirit Milk, derived from the Jade Spirit Fruit, is a primary ingredient for crafting the first-tier exquisite elixir, Jade Spirit Pill. A single drop of this milk could restore a Qi refinement practitioner to peak condition. Thus, even a single drop is worth hundreds of spiritual stones, and is rare to come by. Ji Bao laughed heartily. "Ha ha, what a fine treasure." Seizing the moment while Lu Yunming diverted the attention of the two enemies, Ji Bao drank a drop of the Centennial Spirit Milk, feeling his spiritual energy surge back to life. "Here, you should all take a sip. This not only restores spiritual energy but also heals all external injuries." With 2 drops remaining, the other 2 practitioners each consumed one, quickly regaining their strength. Lu Yunming's heart bled. Had he not been forced to the brink, he would never have parted with such a precious item. "Gao Chong, Su Hong, this is your doing." Clang! Lu Yunming unleashed the Breaking Spirit Sword technique once more. The Tianzhong sword energy cleaving through the void, targeting Gao Chong and Su Hong. Facing Lu Yunming's full power, empowered by the second-tier low-grade artifact, they were compelled to join forces to withstand his assault. Su Hong waved her hand, unleashing a variety of talismans, first-tier upper-grade and exquisite talismans, raining down in a frenzied barrage, once again suppressing Lu Yunming. Lu Yunming, exasperated, exclaimed, "How can your Gao family possess so many talismans? You have no first-tier exquisite talisman master." Gao Chong sneered, "That is of no concern to you." Whoosh! Gao Chong scattered a handful of talismans, concealing a lethal trap. As one talisman approached Lu Yunming. It detonated instantaneously, summoning a fire python from the very essence of the heavens. Zhao Tu gasped in astonishment. A talisman conjuring a fire python, such spirit, such power, is that a second-tier talisman? Lu Yunming's face turned pale with dread. A second-tier talisman. 3-foot sword barrier, boom. The second-tier talisman transformed into a sinuous fire python, lunging forth with the force of a foundational practitioner, shattering Lu Yunming's 3-foot sword barrier and striking him directly. Lu Yunming spat blood, hurtling backwards for Tianzhong, crashing into tree after tree, sustaining grave injuries. He struggled to rise, incredulity etched on his face. A second-tier talisman? How can there be second-tier talismans in the Sea Domain? In the Sea Domain, the most skilled talisman master numbers only 3 quasi-second-tier masters. Without foundational cultivation and divine sense, one cannot craft second-tier talismans. Gao Chong chuckled, "My dear, you go and capture Lu Yunming alive. I will take care of the other 3. As he spoke, Gao Chong dove forward, unleashing his first-tier exquisite flying sword artifact, showering talismans as he pressed the attack, overpowering Ji Bao and his companions. Ji Bao fought while retreating, feeling a growing desire to fleece Yu Hong moved to subdue the injured Lu Yunming easily, disarming him of his second-tier artifact and ensnaring him with a first-tier exquisite binding net. For good measure, she employed a sealing talisman to suppress his spiritual energy. A second-tier artifact, such a treasure! Su Hong exclaimed, elated at her acquisition. Meanwhile, Gao Chong, unleashing his full power at the 10th level of Qi refinement, overwhelmed Ji Bao, combining talismans to strike him down, capturing him alive. Soon, the last two practitioners, one at the 9th and the other at the 8th level of Qi refinement, were also apprehended. In the end, Gao Chong, wielding the second-tier artifact, infused it with spiritual energy, unleashing a formidable sword energy that cleaved through the fire pythons of the formation, demolishing the array. Gao Chong gathered the 8 formation flags. Grinning, a new era for the Gao family is about to commence, a second-tier artifact, a first-tier exquisite killing array, and 2 10th-level practitioners. This journey has been worthwhile, Xu Hong chimed in. My husband, capturing Zhao Tu will make this mission truly complete. Gao Chong nodded and said, Second sister, Hu, Yenner, ensnare Lu Yuming and the other 3 with the burlap sacks, and return immediately to Baihang Island to deliver them to Mr. Yu, whose name is Qin Yu, is the expert in formations who has secretly assisted the Gao family in advancing their spiritual veins over the years. Gao Chong's younger sister acknowledged, Yes, elder brother. The second sister and second son of the Gao family nodded and used burlap sacks to ensnare Lu Yunming and the other 3, taking to the skies on their flying swords to depart from Liuhe Island and return to Baihang Island. Madam, pursue. Gao Chong declared coldly. We must scour Liuhe Island and catch Zhao Tu to seize the Foundation Establishment Pill and the second-tier talisman inheritance. Understood. Gao Chong and Su Hong, the couple, took to the skies, employing tracking spells to capture the traces left behind. During the time they captured Lu Yunming and the others and forcefully broke through the Fire Crow killing array. Zhao Tu had already fled desperately, neglecting his stamina to cover dozens of miles. Thus, tracking the traces along the way proved somewhat arduous and time-consuming. Meanwhile, Zhao Tu was sprinting for his life, flying low on his sword, continuously coughing blood and consuming pills to replenish his spiritual power. Lu Yunming, once I enter the Foundation Establishment stage, I shall make your Lu family pay for their blood debts, he coughed, forcing his energy as he flew. The Fire Crow killing array cannot hold me for long. I must escape swiftly. Zhao Tu pondered. It has already been a month. The area surrounding Liuhe City should have returned to calm, and all factions and highwaymen should have moved far away. Yes, returning to Liuhe City is the safest course. Within Liuhe City, neither Lu Yuming nor the Gao couple would dare to act against me in broad daylight. 3 days later, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan rode their unicorn-patterned horses. Having traversed 1,000 miles through the mountains and forests, with a third of their journey home completed. That morning, while relieving himself in the woods, Li Qingyuan lifted his shirt and affixed a turtle shell talisman beneath his navel. Li Guangao, puzzled, inquired, What are you doing, young man? Why do you always stick a turtle shell talisman on after relieving yourself? Li Qingyuan explained, Grandfather, this is the Qi Si point. By placing the turtle shell talisman against my skin here. In times of crisis, my internal spiritual power can erupt instantly, flowing from the Qi Si, Stone Gate, and Guan Yuan points into the talisman, activating it for defense. This is much faster than when I must sense danger. Retrieve the talisman from my storage bag, and then activate it. Li Guangao remarked. You, a mere lad of your teens, display more prudence than I, an 80-year-old. Allow me to have one as well. Li Guangao produced a high-quality turtle shell talisman capable of withstanding the full force of a 9th-layer Qi refining expert. Li Qingyuan responded with a nod. After both had finished, they adjusted their trousers and exchanged a knowing smile before declaring, Let us return. However, just as the grandfather and grandson mounted their horses, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. Who goes there? Li Guangao demanded warily, gripping a talisman, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Li Qingyuan mirrored his readiness, with his Qi Si turtle shell talisman primed for activation and a plethora of talismans at hand, including a first-tier pure yang sword talisman. That you, Zhao Lao? Li Qingyuan squinted, recognizing the disheveled and exhausted Zhao Tuesday cough. Zhao Tu, eyeing Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan, maintained his composure, saying, it is you, Daoist Li and young friend Qingyuan. Someone is pursuing me. You must flee quickly to avoid being implicated. Li Guangao was taken aback. Zhao Daoist, who is pursuing you? How did you come to be so gravely injured? Zhao Tu replied, For experts at the 10th layer of Qi refining and a group of late-stage Qi refiners. Li Guangao gasped in shock. Li Qingyuan's heart raced. My goodness, that many formidable foes. Zhao Tu rose, consuming recovery pills and vitality pills, desperately seeking to restore his spiritual power while urging, You two must leave quickly to avoid being caught up in my troubles and falling victim to those highwaymen. The 16-year-old Li Qingyun appeared alarmed, hastily mounting his horse. Grandfather, let us make haste. Li Guangyo, equally shaken, urged, Yes, yes, let us flee at once. The grandfather and grandson mounted their steeds and galloped away, brushing past Zhao Tuesday. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Tu's eyes glinted with malice as he swiftly unleashed a first-tier superior talisman in each hand, harboring murderous intent. Do not blame me. Blame your ill fortune. I cannot allow you to leave and disclose my whereabouts. One at the 7th layer of Qi refining, the other at the 3rd layer, 2 first-tier superior talismans, both of exquisite quality, were more than sufficient to annihilate a 9th layer Qi refining expert. Employing them against the grandfather and grandson felt somewhat excessive. However, in the next instant, Zhao Tu's expression changed dramatically. As the grandfather and grandson sped past, they simultaneously activated their talismans in a counterattack. The talismans emanated a searing pure yang sword energy, sharp and intense, entwined with a fierce flame, possessing the power to severely injure a 10th layer Qi refining expert. What shocked Zhao Tu further was his familiarity with these talismans. Intimate familiarity. Pure yang sword talismans, how is this possible? In the entire archipelago, only 3 to 5 first-tier superior talisman masters could create pure yang sword talismans. This young lad has only been learning for a few days. He couldn't possibly master such a technique. Clang, clang. The 2 pure yang sword talismans surged forth, morphing into 2 beams of pure yang sword energy, each extending a yard, instantly shattering the first-tier superior talisman Zhao Tu had cast and striking him. Boom, boom. Zhao Tu screamed in agony as he was hit by the 2 pure yang sword talismans, coughing up blood without ceasing, his internal spiritual power in turmoil, his body convulsing. Nonetheless, due to the defensive properties of his first-tier superior inner armor, although Zhao Tu sustained greater injuries, he did not perish immediately. Clang! Li Qingyun summoned a first-tier medium-grade artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, while Li Guangyo similarly summoned a first-tier medium-grade artifact. The grandfather and grandson struck simultaneously, piercing Zhao Tu's eyes, penetrating his skull. Zhao Tu screamed, meeting a tragic end. Thus, Zhao Tu fell, lifeless. After slaying Zhao Tu, Li Guangyo and Li Qingyun exchanged glances, feeling a mixture of awkwardness and mutual understanding. Chapter 057. The eldest brother of the family ranking, Zhao Tu. Coughed. Li Guangyo coughed lightly and said solemnly, This old fellow is no good. He fears exposure, and will surely attempt to eliminate us to silence you. Li Qing nodded. Indeed, if we were to believe his words, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Nay, the ones to be killed would be us. This place is not safe. We must depart swiftly. Li Guangyo collected Zhao Tu's artifacts and storage. Li Qing, in perfect sync, waved his hand to unleash a surge of spiritual energy, which flowed into the first-tier superior inner armor, causing it to hum before it flew off Zhao Tu's body and into his storage bag. Li Guangyo then cast a fireball spell, incinerating Zhao Tu's corpse to obliterate all evidence. Li Qingyun gently stroked the 2 unicorn-patterned horses, murmuring, I am sorry. Puff, puff. Air blade technique, condensing energy into blades, cutting through gold and jade. Spiritual energy transformed into air blades, swiftly slaying the 2 unicorn-patterned horses. Subsequently, Li Qingyun promptly stowed away the horse carcasses into his storage bag, saying, If only we had a spirit beast pouch, they would not have had to die. After saying this, Li Qingyun unleashed another fireball spell, evaporating the blood on the ground. Li Guangyo stroked his beard, saying, Indeed, when one must cut ties, one must do so decisively. Riding the unicorn-patterned horses left clear tracks, and their speed was slow. They would inevitably be caught by those pursuing Zhao Tu. Li Guangyo had already made a decision in his heart, yet he still inquired, Qingyun, where do you think we should go next? Li Qingyun promptly replied, Liuhe City. Li Guangyo smiled, stroking his beard. Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson activated their respective lightness talismans, summoning their flying swords to soar through the air at full speed. For safety's sake, they continuously employed lightness talismans to enhance their speed along the way. Zhao Tu knew Liuhe City was safe, and naturally, Li Guangyo and Li Qingyun understood that Liuhe City was secure as well. However, continuing back to the Li family posed a risk. What if they encountered those pursuing Zhao Tu? Half an hour later, Gao Chong and Su Hong, the elderly couple, arrived at the scene. They landed and remarked, "According to the tracking technique, it should be in this direction." This place bore the marks of battle. Gao Chong contemplated, for the pure Yang sword talismans had unleashed powerful attacks, 2 in total. Their might would certainly have affected the ground and foliage. Leaving behind traces of combat, gazing ahead, Gao Chong said, "Zhao Tu has been following this path. If we continue forward, we shall reach Liuhe City." Su Hong's expression shifted slightly. Upon reaching Liuhe City, we must refrain from taking further action. After all, even the vicious hounds of the Liu family, the Heishan bandits, would not dare to act openly within Liuhe City. Liuhe City demands order. With order, the Liu family can profit immensely. Gao Chong, unwilling to relent, insisted, "Pursue." Zhao Tu is already at the end of his rope, clinging to life by a thread. He cannot run far. There are still over 1,000 miles to Liuhe City. We will surely arrive before him. Su Hong nodded, "Very well." Suddenly, as they flew for a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan had a realization, saying, "Grandfather, we must not go to Liuhe City any longer." "Why not?" Li Guangyao halted and inquired. Li Qingyuan explained, "Zhao Tu knows Liuhe City is safe. Those pursuing him will likely follow his trail to Liuhe City. The pursuers are no simple adversaries. If they are chasing at full speed, their pace will surely outstrip ours." Li Qingyuan remarked, "Let us alter our course to the east, encircle Liuhe Island, and then return." Upon hearing this, Li Guangyao, in a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Indeed, how did I not think of that?" While everyone believed Liuhe City to be safe, it had already become perilous. They veered eastward. Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson soared through the mountains on their swords, altering their path to the east. They had scarcely departed for a quarter of an hour when 2 streaks of light whizzed past. Heading straight for Liuhe City. As night fell in the northeastern region of Liuhe Island, at a quaint inn in a small town, the duo finished their dinner and prepared to rest. The inn was sparsely populated. With cultivators being a rare sight. In the stillness of the night, they seized the opportunity to open Zhao Tu's storage bag. The moment it was unsealed, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, so many high-tier resources. Zhao Tu truly deserves his reputation as one of the 3 renowned quasi-second-tier talisman masters. This first-grade exquisite magical artifact alone was worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. However, the spirit stones had dwindled to just over 300, likely spent entirely on purchasing foundation establishment pills. The storage bag itself was commendable, being of first-grade superior quality, with considerable value. Li Qing pulled out a piece of inner armor and said, "This first-grade exquisite inner armor, despite having a sword mark on it, remains quite valuable, surpassing artifacts of the same rank. Inner armor is inherently more challenging to craft than artifacts of the same level. It requires more materials and intricate forging, hence its price is 2 to 3 times higher." After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Li Guangyao added, "There isn't a single exquisite talisman paper here." It seems Zhao Tu was indeed driven to desperation by the robbers, exhausting his stock of talisman papers. Even the first-grade superior talisman papers are down to just 3, the pills for recovering qi, nurturing essence, calming qi, and staunching blood lost. Various elixirs suitable for the qi refinement stage were nearly depleted, leaving only these few, which were worth merely 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan gazed at a jade box. His heart racing. "Grandpa Patriarch, this must be a foundation establishment pill, right?" Li Guangyao took a deep breath, slowly channeled his spiritual energy, and opened the jade box. His old eyes sparkled with excitement as he breathed rapidly. "Yes, it is indeed a foundation establishment pill." Both grandfather and grandson exchanged a glance, feeling as if they were caught in a dream. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, the foundation establishment pill, purchased for 13,000 spirit stones, had fortuitously found its way into their hands. Overcome with joy, Li Guangyao exclaimed, "Heaven bless the Li family. Qingyuan, with your talent, combined with this foundation establishment pill, your chances of successfully establishing a foundation may exceed 50%. In this moment, Li Guangyao's blood surged with excitement as he envisioned the Li clan becoming a foundation establishment celestial family, soaring across the archipelagos, with hundreds and thousands of cultivators in their ranks. 3-tiered Qi refinement families boasted fewer than 100 cultivators. Second-tier families had over 100. First-tier families counted several hundred. A foundation establishment celestial family, with cultivators numbering in the thousands, would indeed become a formidable force. Commanding respect within a radius of thousands of miles. Oh, there are two more jade slips. Li Qingyan picked up one of the slips, pressed it to his forehead, and began to read its contents with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. It was the talisman paper inheritance that Zhao Tu had dedicated his life to studying. This old fellow had made two copies, one for auction and the other kept close. Li Qingyuan immersed himself in contemplation. This was a complete inheritance of quasi-second-tier talisman papers. 12 types of first-grade inferior talisman papers, 6 types of first-grade medium talisman papers, 4 types of first-grade superior talisman papers, and 2 types of first-grade exquisite talisman papers. The 2 exquisite talisman papers included one for attack, the pure Yang Sword Talisman, and one for defense, the Hunyuan Bowl Talisman. Lastly, there was also a second-grade inferior talisman paper. However, the crafting of second-grade inferior talisman papers required the aid of spiritual consciousness to succeed. After reviewing the contents, Li Qingyuan passed it to his grandfather. After reading it, Li Guangao was elated. With this set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance, the foundation of our Li clan is no less than that of a first-tier Qi refinement family. Given time, Yuan, you will surely succeed in establishing your foundation and become a true second-tier talisman master. Li Qingyuan sighed. Old Zhao Tu was truly a good man. He was like a big brother to our Li family. Finally, Li Qingyuan picked up the second jade slip, the last one, and infused his spiritual sense to extract the information. This is the art of talisman formations, he exclaimed in astonishment. How marvelous! Talisman paper can be utilized in such a way. Chapter 058. Foundation Establishment Pill 2. Li Qingyuan felt his horizons expanding. The art of talisman formations. The 5 Elements Talisman Array. The so-called 5 Elements Talisman Array employs the principle of mutual generation among the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water talisman papers. By activating 5 talisman papers of different attributes through a special technique. Their powers can be exponentially amplified. 5 First-grade superior talisman papers, when energized through the 5 Elements Talisman Array, can result in a qualitative change in lethality, surpassing the effectiveness of using first-grade superior talisman papers individually by several-fold. This power is even greater than that of ordinary first-grade exquisite talisman papers. If 5 first-grade exquisite talisman papers were employed simultaneously, their might would rival that of true second-grade inferior talisman papers. Posing a threat to those in the early stages of foundation establishment, Li Guangao expressed his surprise. What is this art of talisman formations? Let me have a look. Li Qingyuan handed the slip to his grandfather. Moments later, Li Guangao marveled. This Zhao Tu truly possessed exceptional fortune. To have mastered such advanced talisman formation techniques, in his youth, he must have encountered numerous opportunities in the realm of talismans, Li Guangao continued. In the archipelagos, among the 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters, Daoist Gong serves a foundation establishment celestial family, and Daoist Zheng hails from one of the 5 foundation establishment celestial families. Only Zhao Tu was a wandering cultivator. Yet he attained such proficiency in talismans and reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage. After a moment of reflection, Li Guangao began to divide the spoils, stating, Qingyuan, you should keep this foundation establishment pill. With your talent, you will surely find use for it in 20 or 30 years. However, you must keep it well hidden. Do not let a third party know, and it would be best not to even tell your father. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Grandpa Patriarch, I will securely conceal the foundation establishment pill. Its significance is paramount, and I will keep it a secret from my father as well. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather a means of protecting him. Li Guangao nodded and continued. As for these 2 inheritance jade slips, you should keep them as well. Study them thoroughly, and once you comprehend them, you can guide me. Regarding the over 300 spirit stones, I intend to deposit them in the family treasury to enhance the resources for our family's celestial seedlings, ensuring each generation of our family surpasses the last and does not impede our family's progress. Li Qingyuan concurred. Grandpa Patriarch, your foresight is commendable. The future of the family ultimately rests with the youth. We were once too impoverished, lacking spirit stones. Now, our family possesses cultivators in the late stages of Qi refinement. And we have 2 first-grade superior talisman masters. In the future, spirit stones will abound, providing more resources to cultivate celestial seedlings. Furthermore, with the elder's cultivation advancing, he will nurture even more spiritual plants. Li Dingzhou's strength has risen to rival that of the second elder. And with various talisman papers at their disposal, they can occasionally hunt first-grade late-stage demon beasts comparable to those in the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The income from their hunting party has increased several-fold, leading to a corresponding rise in the blood of demon beasts, which, when used to nourish hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, enhances their spiritual power and boosts the family's yield of spiritual rice. The family's profits have grown year by year, and for the sake of a 100-year plan and the overall enhancement of the family's strength, it is imperative to increase resources for cultivating celestial seedlings. Li Guangao declared, the first-grade superior storage bag, the first-grade exquisite magical artifact, and the 3 first-grade superior talisman papers will belong to me. The remaining auxiliary pills, such as the Qi recovery pills, essence nurturing pills, and blood-staunching pills, will be yours. Moreover, you should wear this first-grade exquisite inner armor. Your safety is paramount above all else. How do you feel about this allocation? Li Guangao inquired. Li Qingyuan was moved. Thank you, Grandpa Patriarch. I assure you that I will not disappoint your expectations or those of the family. One day, I will establish my foundation and elevate the Li clan to become a foundation establishment celestial family, supplanting the Lu clan. In the face of the foundation establishment pill, all else, be it the first-grade exquisite magical artifact, the first-grade superior storage bag, or the 300 spirit stones, paled in comparison. Furthermore, the grandfather patriarch gifted him the first-grade exquisite inner armor, which, despite its damage, was still capable of withstanding attacks from those at the peak of Qi refinement. Zhao Tu, despite his grievous wounds, had survived being struck by 2 pure yang sword talismans, thanks to the protection afforded by the first-grade exquisite inner armor, which absorbed the majority of the damage. As for Zhao Tu's storage bag, it contained none of these. There were no spiritual plants or spiritual mines, as it seemed all the scraps had been sold off for spirit stones, solely to bid on the foundation establishment pill. Regrettably, the old man Zhao Tu passed away with regrets, lamenting the years spent toiling for others. All his efforts ultimately benefited Li Qingyuan and the Li clan. Soon, the grandfather and grandson finished dividing the spoils. Li Qingyuan received the quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance, the 5 elements talisman array technique, auxiliary pills worth over 100 spirit stones suitable for the Qi refinement stage, and a slightly damaged first-grade exquisite inner armor. However, the most precious treasure remained the foundation establishment pill. Although it was merely a low-grade foundation establishment pill, it was a priceless gem in the archipelagos, worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. After the division concluded, the grandfather and grandson retired to separate guest rooms, a wall apart, ready to respond to any situation. After watching the patriarch leave, Li Qingyuan immediately took out the foundation establishment pill and stored it in the Shinpin space. Buzz, buzz, in the Shinpin space, the foundation establishment pill basked in the glow of transformation, perfectly splitting into 2. Low-grade foundation establishment pill, 2 in number. Li Qingyuan's breath became fervent with excitement. A foundation establishment pill, once scarce as 10,000 spirit stones, now became 2, totaling a value of over 20,000 spirit stones. Moreover, consuming both pills successively would significantly enhance the success rate of foundation establishment. Subsequently, he also replicated a portion of the auxiliary pills valued at over 100 spirit stones. First-grade exquisite inner armor, 2 sets to be replicated. Li Qingyuan sighed lightly. Alas, the flaw lies in the fact that the light of creation merely duplicates. It lacks any restorative capabilities. As for the quasi-second-grade inheritance and the 5-element talisman array inheritance, these 2 jade slips can be copied at any time or replicated using the Shinpin space. The following morning, the grandfather and grandson continued their detour. It took them half a month to return to Yunxia town and back to Yunxia mountain. Upon seeing Li Guangao, the return of Li Qingyuan brought a sense of relief to the elder, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou, who had been filled with unease. Li Qingyuan understood their concerns well. During this time, battles in the island seas had intensified. Many top-tier Qi refining families and influential powers had experienced assassinations or mysterious disappearances, causing widespread panic among the islands. The elder, still haunted by fear, remarked, I have heard that Zhou Kuei, the head of the Zhou family from Fubo Mountain, and his son Zhou Li were also targeted by the Black Mountain bandits but managed to escape by a stroke of luck. The nearest first-rate Qi refining family to us, the Wang family, has been unfortunate. Li Qingyuan inquired with curiosity. Oh, how so? The Wang family, which controls the Chu Mountain market, is where our Li family frequently sells talisman paper, spirit rice, yuan iron stone, and materials from demon beasts. The elder continued. The head of the Wang family was severely injured, and their family elder, the only first-grade upper-tier alchemist, was captured by evil cultivators. With his fate unknown, the crowd sighed. Alas, a first-grade upper-tier alchemist is a treasure for the family to earn spirit stones. Such individuals are rare even among foundation-building spirit families. The Wang family has suffered heavy losses this time. Li Qingyuan blinked, thinking to himself, this time, perhaps someone will profit handsomely, but my Li family shall never incur losses. Next, it is time for me to enter seclusion and cultivate, enhancing my strength comprehensively. I must master the inheritance of talismans, practice the illusory God Eye technique, and elevate my Qi refining cultivation. Chapter 059. Completion of Qi refining level 6. Brother Qingyuan, are you looking for me? Li Qingqing, with her hands behind her back and a lively step, appeared in a green dress, standing gracefully like a delicate flower. At T16, her beauty blossomed, with a heart-shaped face, willow leaf eyebrows, cherry lips, exquisite features, and fair skin. A truly charming young lady. Li Qingyan looked at her as if she were his own sister and smiled. Qingqing, splendid. You've already reached the completion of Qi refining level 2 and can step into level 3 at any time. Li Qingqing giggled, replying, it's all thanks to Brother Qingyuan's guidance and the family's support. Li Qingyuan asked, I heard from the elder that you have a good grasp of the spirit rain technique, and with the water elemental technique, you've become quite skilled at planting spirit rice. Indeed, Li Qingqing beamed, her lively demeanor shining through. Planting spirit rice is so enjoyable. In the future, I aspire to be a spirit planter like grandfather elder. Li Qingyuan remarked, to become a spirit planter, you must work hard, improve your cultivation, and enhance your spirit rain technique. He waved his hand, presenting a first-grade lower-tier storage bag. Li Qingqing took the storage bag, and upon sensing its contents with her soul power, her face filled with astonishment. Brother Qingyuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She attempted to return the storage bag along with the cultivation resources. Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious. Qingqing, we have been family since childhood. To me, you are like my sister. Would you really refuse your brother's goodwill? Li Qingqing replied. But, Brother Qingyuan, this is too much. You need resources for your cultivation as well. The storage bag contained various medicinal pills such as Qi nourishing pills, blood vitality pills, and foundation cultivation pills, all of which were of genuine quality, valued at 200 to 300 spirit stones. Additionally, there was a small essence cultivation pill that would allow her to break through to Qi refining level 3 and reach level 4, a magical tool, a first-grade lower-tier flying sword, the green bamboo sword, was also included. Every pill was a genuine product, none of inferior quality. Li Qingyuan chuckled. What are these resources to me? I am now a first-grade upper-tier talisman master, a mid-tier talisman master, with a success rate of 60 to 70%. Could earn 200 to 300 spirit stones in a year. Earning 1,000 to 1,800 spirit stones annually from first-grade upper-tier talisman paper is merely a basic achievement. In reality, he is a first-grade exquisite talisman master. Qingqing, these resources are enough for you to cultivate to Qi refining level 4. Work hard. Li Qingyuan encouraged, ruffling his sister's hair. Hurry and enhance your cultivation. In the near future, I will need your assistance. Li Qingqing held the storage bag, her jade hand clenched into a fist, resolutely stating, yes, brother, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Li Qingyan nodded. Next, I shall enter seclusion for a while. We shall reunite after we both finish our cultivation. With that, Li Qingyuan turned and departed. Li Qingqing, clutching the storage bag, watched her brother fade into the distance, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Brother, I will not let you down. Cultivating Li Qingqing is part of Li Qingyuan's plan. In the future, after establishing his foundation, he will inevitably leave the island seas to seek opportunities and resources across the continent's various states and nations. However, the family needs strong guardians. Li Qingqing, with her 4 spiritual roots, possesses excellent comprehension and a commendable disposition. With proper cultivation, she can surely uphold the family's legacy. Of course, the most important aspect is that Li Qingyuan genuinely regards Qingqing as a sister, thus taking extra care of her. Besides nurturing Li Qingqing, Li Qingyuan also hopes for his father to achieve greatness. Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan gifted his father, Li Dingzhou, a considerable amount of medicinal pills, Qi nourishing pills, Vitality pills, foundation cultivation pills, and tiger strength pills, all of genuine quality, with several being of superior grade. These pills were discreetly purchased by him in Liu City, valued at several hundred spirit stones. As his father, Li Dingzhou naturally understood better than anyone that his son had become a formidable talisman master, lacking nothing in spirit stones, so he graciously accepted his son's filial piety. Taking the pills, Li Dingzhou confidently declared, "Within 3 to 5 years, I shall surely reach Qi refining level 6. Good. At that time, I will prepare an essence cultivation pill for you. Li Qian possessed 2 essence cultivation pills. One was given to the family patriarch years ago to aid his breakthrough to Qi refining level 7. This remaining one was naturally reserved for his father. As for Li Qingyuan himself, he set a rule to avoid taking pills during the Qi refining stage, relying solely on his own spiritual power accumulation to forge a perfect foundation. If he must take pills, only those of superior quality would suffice. Genuine products would not do. He did not wish to merely establish a foundation or condense a Dan. His aspirations reached toward the Yuaning stage and the transformation into a deity, even to attain immortality, living alongside the heavens. Thus, after bestowing gifts of cultivation resources to both Li Qingqing and Li Dingzhou, Li Qingyuan began his seclusion. His daily training schedule was meticulously arranged, primarily focusing on meditation and Qi refining to enhance his cultivation. He also dedicated 1 hour to drawing talismans, 2 hours to practicing the illusory God Eye technique, and a few idle moments to refining the 6 first-grade spells of the family. Moreover, to devote himself entirely to seclusion and maximize his training time. After reporting to the family patriarch, arrangements were made for his mother, Chen Xiuyun, to no longer handle family affairs and solely focus on taking care of her son's daily needs. As the family patriarch Li Guangao put it, "Xiuyun, take good care of your son, allowing him to devote himself fully to cultivation, and that is the greatest contribution to the family." Chen Xiuyun naturally relished this task, as she could see her son every day, which brought her immense joy. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. 2 years ago, Li Qingyuan had just entered Qi refining level 6. After 2 years of accumulation, he had now achieved the completion of Qi refining level 6. Li Qingyuan pondered, if I were to consume a first-grade upper-tier essence cultivation pill, it could likely allow me to advance to Qi refining level 7, reaching the later stage of Qi refining, about 6 months ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, there are no superior quality essence cultivation pills available. In order to establish a perfect foundation during the Qi refining stage, and being still young, it is wiser to gradually hone my spiritual power, allowing for a natural breakthrough. Thus, he chose to continue his seclusion, striving for Qi refining level 7. During Li Qingyuan's seclusion, deep within the Tianyin Mountains, 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, each over 3 meters long, soared through the air. Their 1,000 legs undulating, with massive mouths and venomous fangs, exuding the aura of second-grade great demons. Screech. The bloodthirsty centipedes roared, engaging in a fierce battle with the foundation-building cultivator. The foundation-building cultivator faced off against the 2 second-grade great demons, fighting them to a standstill, even utilizing second-grade magical tools and talismans, yet still only managing to achieve a draw, 1,000 meters away. Qin Miaoyi, donned in a purple dress, exuded a refined elegance, her figure ethereal and enchanting. Her translucent purple veil accentuating her beauty, screeched beneath Qin Miaoyi's feet. A beast resembling a bloodthirsty centipede erupted from the earth, measuring over 8 feet in length, radiating the aura of a late-stage, first-grade demon beast. This centipede was dark red, with blood-like patterns on its surface, 3 colorful stripes glowing brilliantly on its forehead, and a pair of wing bones extending from its back, as if preparing to take flight. It gazed anxiously at the 2 second-grade great demons, the bloodthirsty centipedes. Qin Miaoyi gently patted the centipede's head, softly saying, "Shao Kai, do not worry. We will surely let you devour them and help you ascend to the 2nd grade. Just give Uncle a bit more time." Boom. Suddenly, one of the bloodthirsty centipedes expelled spiritual energy, channeling its demonic power into a formation disc, causing the disc to illuminate rapidly and activate a killing formation. Unleashing astonishing power, the killing formation erupted with terrifying might, knocking the foundation-building cultivator back. This wretched beast. The foundation-building cultivator was forced back, a look of helplessness on his face. "Uncle," Qin Miaoyi inquired, "is it still not working?" Uncle Qin shook his head and remarked, It is one thing for these two beasts to remain within the confines of the formation, but they even possess the ability to activate the killing array, indicating that the master of this cave must have instructed them in the past. This killing formation is formidable enough to contend with mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and it is further guarded by two second-tier great demons. I am left with no choice but to declare that only a true late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator can break it. Alternatively, it might require the combined efforts of several early-stage Foundation establishment practitioners to dismantle it. Qin Miaoyi furrowed her brow and said, "Our Qin family cannot afford to reveal our strength just yet. Instead," her beautiful eyes sparkled as she proposed, "why not let the wolves devour the tigers? Observe from the sidelines and take advantage of the chaos." Upon hearing this, Uncle Qin chuckled and replied, "A cave that is suspected to belong to a late-stage Foundation establishment grandmaster is bound to incite fervor and relentless disputes among the 5 major Foundation establishment immortal clans and the cultivators from the island realms. The more chaotic the island realms become, the better for us." Chapter 060. The Cave of Late-Stage Foundation Establishment. Qin Miaoyi's delicate brows knitted in regret as she remarked, "However, if that is the case, the inheritance of this cave will ultimately benefit the 5 major Foundation establishment immortal clans." Her niece had discreetly investigated and discovered that the master of this cave was likely the renowned late-stage Foundation establishment loose cultivator, Sanquan Shangren, from 200 years ago. The term Shangren refers to a master at the Foundation establishment stage. Only those who have reached this level are worthy of such a title. Those still in the Qi refining stage have yet to transcend the mortal realm. It is only upon entering Foundation establishment that one can become extraordinary and attain the status of a master. Uncle Qin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you mean by Sanquan Shangren?" Qin Miaoyi explained, "This Sanquan Shangren not only succeeded in Foundation establishment as a loose cultivator, but also excelled in beast taming, alchemy, and formation techniques. According to information circulated among practitioners, Sanquan Shangren independently refined Foundation establishment pills, escaping the constraints and oppression of the 5 major Foundation establishment immortal clans to successfully achieve Foundation establishment. Moreover, he is adept at taming beasts and proficient in formations, having evaded multiple coordinated attempts by the Foundation establishment clans to hunt him down, even when 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were dispatched." Uncle Qin raised his brow in astonishment. A first-tier loose cultivator, through his own exploration, not only gathered the materials to refine Foundation establishment pills, but also succeeded in crafting them? If this is true, then Sanquan Shangren possesses not only remarkable fortune, but also unparalleled talent in alchemy. Without extraordinary luck, how could one gather the materials for refining Foundation establishment pills in this small island realm? Without exceptional innate talent, how could a first-tier loose cultivator, without a renowned master to guide him, possibly succeed in crafting Foundation establishment pills? Uncle Qin gazed at the Foundation establishment cave 100 feet away, where the formation pulsated at the entrance as 2 bloodthirsty centipedes patrolled, exuding the aura of second-tier great demons. He sighed softly. These 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, one at mid-second tier and the other at early second tier, are comparable to mid and early Foundation establishment cultivators. Even with my second-tier magic weapon and assistance from second-tier talismans, victory would still be elusive. Perhaps Sanquan Shangren truly reached the late stage of Foundation establishment before his demise. His legacies in formations, alchemy, and beast taming would indeed entice even the likes of the fake Dan Real and the true Dan Real. Uncle Qin lamented, "Alas, over the past 2 years, I have made numerous attempts yet have still been unable to slay these 2 beasts. Especially since they possess a rudimentary understanding of formations, their attacks, when combined with the second-tier formation, are nearly equivalent to the simultaneous assault of 3 second-tier great demons." Qin Miaoyi nodded and stated, "To seize this Foundation establishment cave, we would require at least 3 Foundation establishment cultivators working in concert. However, the current strength of our Qin family has diminished to less than 1/10 of its former glory. With only you as the sole Foundation establishment practitioner, Tio single-handedly consumed this Foundation establishment cave. We must wait for Zhou Kuei, Gao Chong, and Su Hong to succeed in their own Foundation establishment." Uncle Qin shook his head. "Zhou Kuei's aptitude is decent. He has a 50% chance of achieving Foundation establishment. Gao Chong and Su Hong, though appearing to be in their 50s, have actually surpassed 60 years of age. In a few years, they will reach 70, and the probability of their Foundation establishment is low. Even if we were to grant them low-grade foundation establishment pills to assist them in upgrading to second-tier spiritual veins, their chances would only be around 30 to 40%. Qin Miaoyi countered, currently, the Zhou family's spiritual veins and the Gao family's spiritual veins on Baihang Island have both reached the threshold of second tier and are about to become genuine second-tier spiritual veins. 2 years ago, at the auction in Liu City, countless practitioners gathered, with hundreds to thousands at the late Qi refining stage and thousands to tens of thousands at the mid-Qi refining stage. During that event, the Zhou and Gao families secretly intervened, especially with our Qin family's covert assistance, capturing numerous late and mid-Qi refining practitioners, including 7 or 8 from the 10th level of Qi refining, such as Lu Yunming, the chief and deputy chief of the Black Mountain Bandits, as well as some heads of first-rate factions and families, by extracting the life force of those late and mid-Qi refining practitioners and infusing it into the spiritual veins. After 2 years of nurturing, 2 first-tier superior spiritual veins have finally been promoted to quasi-second-tier, Uncle Qin remarked. While the inheritance of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's cave is indeed valuable, it ultimately pales in comparison to the foundation of our Qin clan. Our foremost objective is to cultivate foundation establishment practitioners, seize control of Liu Island, and from there unify the 5 great immortal islands and 36 island groups. Ultimately, we shall gather all second-tier spiritual veins, merge them into one, and create a third-tier spiritual vein, thereby restoring the glory of our family and returning to the 9 provinces continent to vanquish our enemies and reclaim our ancestral land. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi's beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of hatred, and she clenched her delicate fist, stating, "What you say is true, uncle. The vengeance for grandfather's demise, the hatred for my father's death, and the enmity over our family's legacy must not go unavenged. We don't need to use this late-stage foundation establishment cave as bait. We can spread the word to lure the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans here, allowing various experts to converge, leaving them unable to attend to the other islands. If chaos reigns once more in the island realms, our Qin family can assist the Zhou and Gao families to complete their spiritual vein upgrades and nurture 1 or 2 foundation establishment practitioners." Uncle Qin nodded, pleased. "Indeed, Miaoyi, your ability to prioritize the greater good over personal gain brings me great satisfaction. Though you possess a triple spiritual root, your unique spiritual body ensures that your cultivation aptitude rivals that of a heavenly spiritual root. You are the future of the Qin family." Uncle Qin continued, "Thus, when the Zhou and Gao family's spiritual veins ascend to the second tier, it will also mark your opportunity to break through to foundation establishment. In a short span of 3 years, or at most 5, you must reach the peak of the 10th level of Qi refining." Qin Miaoyi replied confidently, "Uncle, rest assured that I feel that I have honed my Qi refining at the 9th level to perfection, and I will surely break through within a year or half a year. Within 3 years, I will certainly achieve the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refining." Uncle Qin stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. "With you and the Qin family, all is well. Whether we can exact our revenge, reclaim our ancestral land, and restore our former glory depends solely on you." Qin Miaoyi bowed respectfully and stated, "Uncle, I shall return to continue my seclusion." She intended to return to Baihang Island for further cultivation, striving for perfection in the 10th level of Qi refining. With a whoosh, Qin Miaoyi flew away on her sword. Leaving the Tianin mountain ranged in her spirit beast pouch, the little centipede expressed its dissatisfaction with loud noises, bumping against the storage pouch in frustration. Qin Miaoyi comforted, "All right, Xiaokai. I promise that the essence and flesh of these 2 bloodthirsty centipedes will be yours. Is that acceptable? I also hope you can consume them and become a second-tier great demon to assist me." Within the spirit beast pouch, the 3-colored centipede calmed down upon hearing this. On Liu Island, the foundation establishment immortal clan, the Lu family. The head of the Lu family is the strongest foundation establishment cultivator in the island realm, surpassing the heads of the 4 major foundation establishment immortal clans. Grandfather, Changfeng seeks an audience. Outside the cave, a young cultivator requested to see him. Within the cave, in a stone chamber, a man in his 40s or 50s sat in meditation, gradually saying, "Enter." Boom. The stone door slowly opened, and a young man in his 30s walked into the stone chamber, bowing respectfully. Grandson pays his respects to grandfather. "Fenger, have you found your second granduncle and the foundation establishment pills?" The head of the Lu family, his aura repressed, appeared as calm as still water, seated in the lotus position like a deep pool. Lu Chongfeng sighed, reporting to grandfather, "It has been 2 years. The family has searched diligently, yet we still cannot locate the whereabouts of second granduncle. As if he has vanished from the world. Furthermore, the Black Mountain bandit Ji Hu, who initially acted alongside second granduncle, has also gone missing. The second in command of the Black Mountain bandits, Ji Bao, and others have also vanished without a trace. All late and mid-Qi refining cultivators on Black Mountain have been abducted, their fates unknown." Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family's expression darkened. Who on earth is responsible for this? Over the past decade, various practitioners and forces in the island realm have suffered ambushes, disappearing without a trace. They neither live nor die. This power is unsettling. The head of the Lu family frowned. What do they intend to do? Without Foundation establishment cultivators to conceal their actions, it would be impossible to achieve such perfect secrecy. Who could it be? Is it the heads of the other 4 major Foundation establishment clans? Or could it be an external force? Lu Chongfeng replied, "Grandson believes we can rule out external forces. The Tianyin mountain range stretches for 30,000 miles and extends over 10,000 miles in width. Running along the coast to the north and south, harboring countless second-tier great demons and quite a few third-tier great demons, it would be nearly impossible for external forces to cross the Tianyin mountain range unless they are exceptional among the true Dan Real. True Dan Real would hardly regard our desolate island realm with any importance. As for fake Dan Real and those below them, crossing the Tianyin mountain range would be a perilous endeavor. Would they risk such danger merely to reach our barren land?" The head of the Lu family nodded, "Indeed. Convey the order to continue the search for your great-granduncle. We must either see him alive or find his remains. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Zhao Tu and the Foundation establishment pill must also be uncovered." The head of the Lu family remarked, "That is a Foundation establishment pill belonging to the Lu clan. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders." Lu Chongfeng nodded in agreement, "Yes, grandfather." The Lu family head gazed at his legitimate grandson with evident satisfaction and said, "My dear Fenger, you are a rare dual spiritual root talent that appears only once in centuries within our family. You have now reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, yet you must strive harder to achieve perfection at this level and then break through to Foundation establishment." He sighed. "I established my foundation at 60, and over 30 years have passed, yet I have barely reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The prospect of reaching the Golden Core stage remains distant, a century old, barely at mid-stage Foundation establishment. It may take 50 years to reach the late stage. Even if by some stroke of luck I manage to reach it, the chasm between the late stage of Foundation establishment and the Golden Core stage is truly formidable and difficult to traverse. Fenger, if you can succeed in Foundation establishment before the age of 40, you shall undoubtedly strive for the Golden Core and lead the Lu family to conquer the other 4 major Foundation establishment clans, thereby controlling the entire Sea region." Upon hearing this, Lu Chongfeng's heart surged with emotion as he clasped his fists and replied, "Grandson understands I shall not disappoint your expectations, grandfather. Within 5 years, I will achieve perfection at the 10th level of Qi refinement and strive for Foundation establishment." Chapter 061. The 5 great immortal clans begin their contest. Shortly thereafter, deep within the Tianyin mountain range, a mercenary group, while hunting demon beasts, ventured 5,000 miles into the mountains in pursuit of a severely injured demon. By chance, this mercenary band discovered a Foundation establishment cave dwelling. Outside this cave, they encountered not only a second-tier illusion array, a second-tier confinement array, and a second-tier killing array, but also 2 second-tier great demons, bloodthirsty centipedes. One of the demons was at the mid-stage of the second tier, while the other was at the early stage. Even more terrifying was the fact that these 2 second-tier great demons could roughly manipulate arrays to attack, slaying wave after wave of cultivators. Initially, the mercenary group intended to hide their findings and monopolize the treasures within the Foundation establishment cave. However, after a brief probe, they suffered heavy casualties. Had it not been for the bloodthirsty centipedes not easily abandoning their lair, they would have faced total annihilation. Upon returning, the survivors discreetly reached out to trusted friends and acquaintances, planning a second assault on the cave. Yet, despite gathering 3 to 5 10th level Qi refinement cultivators and over 10 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, they still suffered grievous losses and were forced to flee in panic. Ultimately, in a state of helplessness, the survivors convened and decided to report to the Foundation establishment immortal clans, selling the information about the cave in exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, they cunningly sold the information multiple times. Top-tier forces and families, followed by the Foundation establishment immortal clans, received dozens of reports simultaneously at different locations. Thus, within just 2 to 3 months, news of the Foundation establishment cave spread like wildfire, sweeping across the 5 immortal islands and 36 archipelagos, drawing countless cultivators to explore it. In less than 3 months, the Foundation establishment families were also stirred into action, and even Foundation establishment cultivators ventured to investigate the cave. On Luha Island, within the Lu family, the head, Lu Yunlong, sat in meditation within the cave dwelling, listening to his son, Lu Yingjiao, report information. Lu Yingjiao, one of the few sons of the Lu family head, possessed ordinary spiritual roots and mediocre comprehension, yet he had become the family's young master due to his exceptional son, Lu Chongfeng, who had reached the 10th level of qi refinement by the age of 33 and was expected to achieve Foundation establishment before 40. Because of his son, Lu Yingjiao enjoyed a favorable status, and despite his mediocre talents and disinterest in cultivation, he had been promoted to young master and temporarily assumed the role of clan leader. Lu Yingjiao reported, "Father, I have confirmed that the matter of the Foundation establishment cave is indeed true. Moreover, the owner of this cave is likely the renowned genius loose cultivator from 200 years ago, Master Sanquan, who excelled in alchemy, beast taming, and array formation." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunlong's expression shifted slightly. So it is him, Master Sanquan. In the qi refinement stage, a cultivator's lifespan is 2 cycles, allowing them to live up to 120 years. Upon entering the Foundation establishment stage, their lifespan extends to 200 years. In the late stage of Foundation establishment, a cultivator's maximum lifespan approaches 250 years. The lifespans of cultivators in the early and late stages of Foundation establishment differ significantly. Thus, it is incorrect to assume that entering the early stage grants one the same lifespan as that of the late stage. If one reaches the Golden Core stage, the maximum lifespan extends to 500 years. Legends speak of the Yuanying true monarch, who can live for a millennium, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties and the passage of time. Although Lu Yunlong appears to be in his 40s or 50s, he is actually 60 years old and has been in the Foundation establishment stage for over 90 years, making him quite familiar with Master Sanquan's illustrious name. Master Sanquan established his foundation 200 years ago, mastering beast taming, array formations, and alchemy, becoming invincible among his peers. After numerous failed assassination attempts by the 5 major Foundation establishment clans, they could only begrudgingly acknowledge his existence. Having established his foundation around the age of 40, Master Sanquan has been active for over a century. Approximately 80 years ago, he left the Sea region, reportedly aiming to traverse the Tianyin mountain range en route to the neighboring country of Yu, the closest to the Jiuzhou mainland. Lu Yunlong recalled, 80 years ago, Master Sanquan intended to use a teleportation array to leave this place in search of opportunities for breakthrough. However, the 5 major Foundation establishment clans would never agree to such a thing. In a fit of rage, Master Sanquan killed numerous high-ranking members of these clans. It was only when all 5 Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces that they managed to defeat him, forcing him deep into the Tianyin mountain range. Lu Yunlong concluded, "It seems that Master Sanquan must have perished within the Tianyin mountain range. Send out the order to assemble 1 10th level qi refinement cultivator, 3 9th level qi refinement cultivators, 5 8th level qi refinement cultivators, and 10 7th level qi refinement cultivators from the family to accompany me to investigate the Tianyin mountain range." Lu Yingjiao respectfully replied, "Yes, father." Soon after, Lu Yingjiao departed. Lu Yunlong pressed the switch in the stone chamber, entering a hidden passage, and after traveling 1,000 zhong, he paused outside a secret chamber. He bowed respectfully and said, "Father, the ruins of Master Sanquan's cave dwelling have appeared, and I wish to investigate further." Within the secret chamber, an aged figure responded with surprise, "Oh, Master Sanquan." Alas, such a name is both distant and familiar. Master Sanquan not only possessed outstanding spiritual roots and extraordinary comprehension, but his fortune was also remarkable. The second-tier array inheritance, second-tier alchemy inheritance, and beast-taming techniques he possessed were coveted even by Midai in the past. The 5 major Foundation establishment masters joined forces to slay him and seize his opportunities. Unfortunately, his evasion techniques were extraordinary, and he was immensely powerful, escaping time and again. Go ahead. If necessary, shatter the jade slip. Even in my dying moments, I can still ignite the flames for the family, Lu Yunlong respectfully replied. I accept the command. With that, Lu Yunlong turned and departed. Whoosh! Above the Lu family, Lu Yunlong unleashed the pressure of a Foundation establishment master, followed by family experts, over 10 cultivators at the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th levels, riding on spirit cranes and soaring into the sky. 2 days later, deep within the Tianyin mountain range, 5,000 miles into the towering mountains, the cry of the demon beast spirit crane resounded. The Lu family's Foundation establishment master and Qi refinement experts arrived at this location, their imposing presence radiating spiritual pressure that rippled through the surrounding space. Roar! A blazing lion roared, bearing a burly man on its back. The man, in his 50s, had a square face, a prominent nose, and thick eyebrows. He was bare-chested, his body resembling ancient bronze, standing over 2 meters tall, with a chest like a disc, a robust back, and a face adorned with a thick beard. Behind him, a group of similarly formidable men and women, all robust cultivators, rode the blazing lion, forming a torrent of steel and exuding overwhelming spiritual pressure. The leading man laughed heartily. Ha ha, Brother Lu. You're not late. Lu Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly and replied coolly. Brother Tai, why have you left your forge to come here? A flock of fire crows flapped their wings, soaring through the flames, a female cultivator exuding the aura of a Foundation establishment master. A beautiful woman in her 40s smiled and said, Ha ha, Brother Lu, Brother Tai, it's been a long time. I've missed you all nay. A herd of demon beast steeds galloped in, each possessing late-stage first-tier strength, with the lead steed comparable to a 10th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Roar! Snow leopards howled, their icy breath swirling as a pack of snow leopards raced through the mountains, effortlessly transporting numerous cultivators to this location. Led by a leopard king also on par with a 10th-level Qi refinement cultivator. The iron-named elder spoke. The Lu family, the Tai family, the Yin family, the Ma family, and the Shui family, the 5 major Foundation establishment clans have all gathered. Gentlemen, how shall we divide the inheritance of Master Sanchuan's cave? The 5 exchanged wary glances. Lu Yunlong unleashed his cultivation and declared, naturally, it shall be awarded to the capable. Boom. The expressions of the other 4 shifted. Mid-stage Foundation establishment, Lu family head. We did not expect you to reach this level. In a certain part of the mountains, Qin family's second uncle chuckled ominously. How amusing. The heads of the 5 major Foundation establishment clans have all arrived. Let me add a little spice to the mix. The inheritance can be yours, but I won't let you obtain it so easily. In his hand, he held an incense stick that was burning. The scent colorless and odorless to humans, yet exceedingly sensitive to demon beasts. Soon, within the depths of the Tianyin mountain range, a wave of second-tier demon beasts stirred, rushing in from all directions, watching the slowly burning incense. The Qin family's second uncle lamented, this beast frenzy incense, made from the demon cores of 3rd-tier beasts, is the last of our family's reserves. Roar, caw, moo. In less than a quarter of an hour, demonic beasts from all directions went into a frenzy, collectively rioting as they raced towards the scent of incense, flying and running toward the vicinity of the Foundation establishment cave. Simultaneously, the mounts of the 5 great families went berserk, disobeying commands, their internal spiritual energy erupting, their crimson eyes losing all reason, turning against their masters. In the cave, 2 enormous bloodthirsty centipedes emerged, their eyes glowing red, their venomous fangs spewing toxic mist as they charged at the cultivators of the 5 families. Lu Yunlong and his companions turned pale. Damn it! Why have the demonic beasts suddenly gone wild? Boom! The 5 great Foundation establishment clans immediately sprang into action, suppressing their mounts and battling the bloodthirsty centipedes. Along with an unending wave of second-tier great demons that came rushing in, the scene descended into chaos. The 5 great Foundation establishment clans and the island cultivators found themselves besieged by the tide of beasts, fighting while retreating, forced to choose to temporarily evade the onslaught. Seeing this, Qin family's second uncle chuckled, concealing his aura and observing from a distance. Let them fight, let them create chaos. The more they are entangled here, the better. Chapter 062. Late-stage Qi refinement, 7th layer of Qi refinement. In the Tianyin mountain range, a tide of second-tier demonic beasts surged forth, causing the mounts of the 5 great families to go wild. leading to an unfavorable first battle for the 5 Great Foundation Establishment clans, which had no choice but to retreat for 1,000 miles. In the following months, the 5 Great Foundation Establishment clans launched several fierce offensives, summoning elite forces from various islands to quell the beast tide, continually advancing towards the Foundation Establishment Cave. Furthermore, a rumor spread, driving the 5 islands and the cultivators from 36 islands into a frenzy. The Cave of the San Juan Master not only contained the inheritance of second-tier formations, second-tier alchemy, and second-tier beast taming techniques, but also housed ready-made and used Foundation Establishment pills in its storage bag. This rumor was immensely credible. The San Juan Master had personally refined Foundation Establishment pills, successfully reaching the Foundation Establishment stage as a loose cultivator through his elixirs. Hence, it was entirely plausible that he possessed Foundation Establishment pills within his storage bag. The resources left behind by the San Juan Master's legacy stirred immense interest even among the 5 Great Foundation Establishment clans, prompting all the clan heads to mobilize. Thus, this inheritance was akin to a deadly poison for the island cultivators, inciting their madness. However, the beast tide's uprising led to a series of defeats for the island cultivators, and both sides gradually settled into a stalemate. The demonic beast army and the cultivator army faced off against each other, engaged in brutal combat. Before long, Li Qingyuan had been in seclusion for another year. 2 years prior, he had perfected his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and after a year of refinement, the opportunity to break through the bottleneck finally arrived. Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, scattering over 100 spirit stones around him, fully dedicating himself to their refinement. Around him, the spiritual energy of the veins, the aura of heaven and earth, and the energy from the spirit stones converged, entering his acupoints and circulating through his meridians, ultimately becoming his own. He had been in a state of deep meditation for 3 days. Outside the small courtyard, Qin Shouyun gazed at the house, a smile gracing her face. I didn't expect Yuanzai to achieve the late stage of Qi refinement before turning 20 in the future. My son will undoubtedly succeed in Foundation Establishment, leading the Li family to become a Foundation Establishment clan, renowned across the islands for thousands of miles. Qinqian looked on with longing. I truly hope to witness Yuanzai's Foundation Establishment in my lifetime. Boom! Within the small house, the sky above resonated, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, pulsating within a radius of several meters. 100 zhang away, the family elder, in charge of the medicinal fields, soared down on his sword, landing gracefully with excitement written all over his face. Good lad. Without relying on elixirs, you've managed to step into the 7th layer of Qi refinement before turning 20. Ha ha ha, our ancestors are surely watching. The Li family is on the rise, the elder, now at the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, began accumulating spirit stones to purchase spirit-gathering elixirs, splitting the costs with the family. In 2 to 3 years, he would surely be able to acquire them. Rather than feeling envious of being surpassed by Li Qingyuan, he was instead filled with immense joy. The family's prosperity was indeed on the horizon. After another quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan completed his breakthrough, advancing to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The late stage of Qi refinement had been achieved. Phew! Li Qingyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. His spiritual sense detecting the elder's arrival, he rose and stepped outside, smiling. Grandfather elder. He turned to Qin Shouyun, his smile akin to that of a child. Mother. Elder Li Guangyao chuckled. Qingyuan, I congratulate you. Achieving the 7th layer of Qi refinement brings you one step closer to Foundation Establishment. Li Qingyuan reciprocated with a smile. Thank you, Grandfather elder. Li Guangyao stroked his beard, grinning. You and your father truly are amusing. Even your breakthroughs occur in close succession. 5 years ago, you and your father nearly entered the 5th layer of Qi refinement simultaneously. Today, you've stepped into the 7th layer, Li Guangyao added. And just 10 days ago, your father broke through to the peak of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, stepping into the 6th layer, his cultivation now on par with mine. Speaking of these matters brought the elder immense joy, his face beaming with delight. The Li family was growing stronger by the day. Including the seedlings of immortals, the family had surpassed 80 cultivators, pushing toward the 100 marked in the 7th layer of Qi refinement. There were 2, Li Guangyao and Li Qingyuan. In the 6th layer, there were 3, elder, second elder, and Li Dingzhou. Indeed, a year ago, the second elder also broke through to the peak of the 5th layer, achieving the 6th layer. In the 5th layer, there were 5, Li Dingyan, Li Dingfeng, Li Dingqian, Li Dingxue. Over 10 had surpassed the fourth layer, more than double compared to a decade ago. Among the younger generation in their 20s, 2 had even reached the third layer of qi refinement. One was Li Qingqing, and the other was Li Qinglei, the nephew of the clan leader. Elder Li Guangyao stroked his beard and said, "At this rate of development, in just 10 years, our Li family will rise to become a second-tier qi refinement family. A second-tier qi refinement family must have 3 or more cultivators above the 7th layer of qi refinement, with at least 1 at the 8th layer, and over 100 family cultivators. Only then can it be considered a second-tier qi refinement family. At that time, we can report to the Lu family and continue to expand our industries, extend our territory, and enjoy more mines, using Yunxia Town as a core to extend another 30 to 40 miles in all directions." However, the Li family chose not to act hastily. They opted to remain dormant, waiting for Li Qingyuan to soar to great heights. After a lengthy conversation with the elder, Li Qingyuan learned much about recent family affairs. Li Qingyuan asked, "Grandfather elder, we're a clan leader, second elder, and my father?" Elder Li Guangyao sighed. "Over half a year ago, a cave left behind by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was discovered deep within the Tianin mountain range." A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? Li Qingyuan was taken aback. It should be known that within the vast expanse of the islands, only the 5 great families had Foundation establishment cultivators, and they were merely at the initial stage. To discover a cave from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was truly astonishing. After Elder Li Guangyao briefly explained the cave's owner, Li Qingyuan was even more astonished. A genius loose cultivator who broke the monopoly of the Foundation establishment clans, successfully reaching the Foundation establishment stage through his own understanding and mastery of alchemy, and proficient in formations, alchemy, and beast taming. Known as the Sanquan Master, Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Goodness, this sounds like the template of a protagonist." After hearing this information, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of excitement. Shortly after, the elder departed to continue overseeing the medicinal fields, also taking on the responsibility of guarding the family. With Li Qingyuan having completed his breakthrough, there was no longer a need for his mother to look after him. He decided to enter seclusion once more for a period to solidify his realm. Half a month later, after absorbing dozens of spirit stones to stabilize his cultivation, he left a note and quietly departed. Heading straight for the Tianin mountain range. Whoosh! Outside Yunxia Town, amidst the mountains and forests, Li Qingyuan activated his movement technique, the moon shadow technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow, gliding swiftly as the wind and lightning, bounding through the woods at an astonishing speed. Each leap enabled him to effortlessly cover dozens of zhong. In just a few blinks, he had traveled several hundred meters, his speed nearing half that of sound. Tianin Mountain Range, here I come. This journey to the Tianin Mountain Range was imperative for Li Qingyuan. Firstly, after 3 years of seclusion aimed at reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement, he had nearly exhausted his spirit stones. Without spirit stones, he could not continue to engage in long-term, peaceful cultivation. Secondly, in just 3 short years, he had successfully cultivated the illusory God Eye technique to the 2nd layer's perfection, capable of dispelling any first-tier illusions or formations. Li Qingyuan moved like a swallow, flying swiftly, his eyes glowing with a purple hue as he activated his eye technique, clearly perceiving every blade of grass and tree within a kilometer. Perhaps due to his inherently strong spiritual soul, he had managed to reach the 2nd layer's perfection in the illusory God Eye technique with minimal effort. Next, to reach the 3rd layer of the illusory God Eye technique and cultivate spiritual awareness, he needed to collect 3 kinds of first-tier supreme spiritual plants to concoct into a potion, combining them with his practice. Those 3 kinds of first-tier supreme spiritual plants were rather rare, not commonly found in the market. Even after inquiring for a long time in Liuhe City, he had failed to procure them. The shopkeeper mentioned that they might be found in the Tianin mountain range. Li Qingyuan pondered. Only by cultivating spiritual awareness can I draw the true 2nd-tier talismans, gaining the strength of Foundation establishment. During these 3 years, his primary focus had been qi refinement, but he also practiced the eye technique and crafted talismans. He had thoroughly studied the inheritance of quasi-2nd-tier talismans from the old man Zhao Tu, significantly improving his talisman crafting skills in just 3 years. He possessed several first-tier upper-grade and first-tier supreme talismans, and with a solid foundation at the 7th layer of qi refinement, he could effortlessly eliminate those at the 8th layer. Against cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refinement, He could also slay them using a plethora of talismans. Coupled with his first-tier supreme inner armor, which he donned in 2 layers, he could even contend with those at the 10th layer. For this reason, Li Qingyuan had the audacity to venture alone into the Tianyin mountain range. Seeking first-tier supreme spiritual herbs to cultivate his eye technique, his goal had never been the cave of the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He certainly had no intention of snatching food from the mouth of the Foundation establishment master. Cultivating immortality requires a steady and prudent approach. Chapter 063. The first battle after exiting seclusion, not weaker than the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The Tianyin mountain range stretches over 13,000 miles, with a midpoint serving as a boundary, allowing for a lateral extension of 6,000 to 7,000 miles on either side. This mountain range can be divided into 3 distinct zones, radiating from the midpoint as the center, the core area, the mid-level area, and the outer area. The outer area, situated below 2,000 miles, primarily comprises early and mid-stage first-tier demon beasts, with occasional encounters with late-stage first-tier beasts. The mid-level area, extending from 2,000 to 5,000 miles, is dominated by first-tier demon beasts in their early, mid, and late stages, with a marked increase in the presence of peak first-tier beasts and the rare appearance of second-tier monsters. The core area, spanning 5,000 to 7,000 miles, is marked by the presence of second-tier monsters, each establishing a stronghold every few dozen to hundreds of miles, with foundation-building cultivators dare not intrude. The central zone, within a radius of 7,000 miles, is notorious as the death zone of the Tianyin mountain range. It is said that this forbidden area harbors multiple third-tier monsters, rivaling the strength of human core formation practitioners. Thus, even core formation cultivators are cautious when attempting to traverse the Tianyin mountain range, fearful of provoking a siege by multiple third-tier beasts. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan had reached the outer area of the Tianyin mountain range, penetrating 2,000 miles directly. This distance marks the boundary between the outer and mid-level areas. In this region, late-stage first-tier demon beasts frequently appear, comparable to human practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement. Roar! In the depths of the forest, a heavily armored rhinoceros snorted smoke from its nostrils, its horn sharp as a blade, charging forth with terrifying power, uprooting massive trees in its path. This armored rhinoceros is a late-stage first-tier demon beast. Its strength akin to that of a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan stood his ground, making no attempt to evade. Channeling the Great Chun technique within him, he infused his arms with spiritual energy, instantly activating the first-tier spell Iron Arm technique, rendering his arms indestructible, with strength comparable to 10,000 pounds. If it is indeed comparable to the 8th level of Qi refinement, it is the perfect opportunity for me to test the perfected Iron Arm technique. Bang! The 2 zhang tall, 3 zhang long armored rhinoceros charged forward like a colossal elephant, shaking the ground within a 10 zhang radius, its hooves indenting the earth, with its horns sharp as a knife and its skin resembling a thick armor. It lunged fiercely, launching an all-out attack on Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's arms solidified like iron as he faced it head-on, gripping the rhinoceros's horn, choosing a direct confrontation to withstand the beast's full-force charge. Boom! As the man and beast collided, Li Qingyuan grasped the horn, relying on the Iron Arm technique to contest the immense strength of the armored rhinoceros. The clash of spiritual energies stirred a tempest. The whirlwind surged forth, sweeping the surrounding flora within a 10 zhang radius. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted as he was forced back, his feet gliding along the ground, retreating over 10 zhang under the rhinoceros's relentless assault. Stay still, Li Qingyuan bellowed, unleashing all the spiritual energy within him. Pushing the Iron Arm technique to its utmost limits, he stomped the ground fiercely, drawing strength from the earth to counter the rhinoceros's overwhelming force. Successfully halting its advance, Li Qingyuan gasped for breath. The armored rhinoceros snorted smoke. The man and beast were locked in a contest of strength. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, this creature is formidable, truly deserving of its reputation as a powerhouse among first-tier demon beasts. Were it not for my profound spiritual energy and solid foundation, coupled with the perfected Iron Arm technique, I would indeed struggle to withstand this blow. With Li Qingyuan's advancement to the 7th level of Qi refinement, the first-tier spell Iron Arm technique finally reached perfection. Moon Shadow technique. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan activated the Moon Shadow technique. Swiftly retreating, leaping back over 10 zhang, his movements like fleeting light, vanishing in an instant. The armored rhinoceros, fully engaged in the contest, was caught off guard as Li Qingyuan suddenly withdrew his strength, losing its balance and sliding several zhang away. Qi blade technique. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, he gathered energy into a blade, achieving a 7-foot Qi blade at perfection. With a swift sound, the 7-foot Qi blade sliced through the armored rhinoceros's sturdy neck. Blood gushing forth. Roar! The armored rhinoceros howled in pain, its eyes turning bloodshot. Charging once more, Li Qingyuan's moon shadow technique granted him a ghostly agility, effortlessly dodging the rhinoceros's relentless attacks. He directed his 7-foot Qi blade to strike the same spot repeatedly, deepening the wounds and causing blood to flow incessantly. With a final swift strike, the 5th Qi blade severed the rhinoceros's neck, decapitating it. The massive body of the armored rhinoceros collapsed with a resounding thud. Li Qingyuan remarked with satisfaction, "Quite impressive. Though I am merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, my perfected first-tier spell delivers a blow that is not at all inferior to a quality-grade first-tier talisman. Quality-grade first-tier talismans possess a power comparable to the full-force strike of an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner. This implies that, relying solely on my own spiritual energy and the perfected first-tier spell, I can stand toe-to-toe with practitioners at the 8th level of Qi refinement," Li Qingyuan pondered. "It seems that without relying on pills, my self-cultivated spiritual energy indeed surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. With a purer quality, having entered the 7th level of Qi refinement, I can slay beasts comparable to those at the 8th level, among the practitioners of the island seas at the same tier. I stand out prominently. Furthermore, this has been achieved without employing talismans, internal armor, talisman formations, or magical artifacts. During this excursion, aside from seeking spiritual herbs, I also aim to engage in more battles with demon beasts, honing my spiritual energy through combat. Moreover, the materials harvested from slaying demon beasts can be exchanged for spirit stones to aid in my cultivation." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan skinned the armored rhinoceros, collecting its thick hide, horn, tail, and valuable components. These items are either materials for crafting or excellent ingredients for invigorating elixirs. Finally, Li Qingyuan selected the evenly proportioned foreleg meat, cutting off 20 to 30 gene for use as ingredients. He then cast a fireball spell to incinerate the demon's remains. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan leaped forward, soaring over 100 meters, his silhouette dancing through the forest as he advanced towards the mid-level area. In the days that followed, he hunted demon beasts while inquiring about the information he needed regarding spiritual herbs. Several days later, within the mid-level area of the Tianyin mountain range, approximately 4,000 miles deep, he found himself surrounded by late-stage first-tier demon beasts, with a noticeable increase in peak first-tier beasts. Even practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement must exercise caution here. Bang bang bang. In the depths of the forest, a man and a tiger were locked in combat. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. After cultivating the illusory divine eye technique, his senses had sharpened, allowing him to detect movement 100 meters away. Someone was approaching. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan activated the conceal breath technique, his cultivation level of the 7th tier of Qi refinement diminishing to the 5th tier, ultimately stabilizing at the 5th tier. "Demonic beast, prepare to die," Li Qingyuan deliberately shouted, sweeping his hands to toss out a multitude of first-tier talismans, unleashing a barrage of attacks. In Zhao Tu's talisman inheritance, there are 4 types of first-tier talismans: Golden Spear Talisman, Blazing Fire Talisman, Swift Movement Talisman, and Binding Spirit Talisman. Except for the Swift Movement Talisman, which is auxiliary, the other 3 are offensive. 10 Binding Spirit Talismans transformed into energy ropes, ensnaring the late-stage first-tier demon beast. The Black-Striped Spirit Tiger, restricting its movements and thwarting its counterattack. Subsequently, the Golden Spear Talisman, Blazing Fire Talisman, and Ice Flame Talisman transformed into a golden spear, a blazing long knife, and a ghostly blue weapon, launching a ferocious assault that obliterated the Black-Striped Spirit Tiger. As the dust settled, the Black-Striped Spirit Tiger lay utterly defeated, a pitiful heap of flesh, with parts frozen into ice shards and others charred to black. 100 meters away, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions contorted. 1 lamented, "What a waste! What a waste! So many first-tier talismans, worth 1 to 200 spirit stones, just to slay a late-stage black-striped spirit tiger." Indeed, the black-striped spirit tiger has neither hide nor claws of value. Only its fangs hold some worth, but even that is merely worth a few spirit stones. Who is this young master who has sneaked away from home? Is talisman paper meant to be squandered like this? Among the 5 individuals, the leader was a man who glanced at a voluptuous and alluring woman beside him, exchanging a knowing look. The female cultivator approached. Smiling warmly, "Little brother, why are you hunting demon beasts all alone?" Li Qingyuan concealed his cultivation, presently at the 5th level of qi refinement, casually sharpening his tiger tooth, speaking with an air of arrogance. "None of your business." The female cultivator's eyes flashed with annoyance, but she maintained her composure, continuing, "Little brother, are you here to hunt demon beasts and refine your cultivation? Why not join us for some companionship?" She added, "Recently, the demon beasts in the Tianyin mountain range have been agitated, with cultivators gathering and rogue cultivators lurking about. You may easily attract their attention if you are alone." Li Qingyuan tucked away his tiger tooth, clapped his hands, and declared proudly, "No need. A mere rogue cultivator could be extinguished with a snap of my fingers." With that, Li Qingyuan turned to leave. "Rogue cultivators? Aren't you all rogue cultivators? Even if you aren't, seeing a wealthy young master venturing out alone, would you be able to resist the temptation to act as rogue cultivators?" Li Qingyuan mused inwardly. "Come on, make your move. I wish to counterattack you." Indeed, this cunning individual sought to employ the strategy of fishing for a legal catch while masquerading as a harmless lamb. Among the 5, the strongest was only at the 9th level of qi refinement. Hardly a threat. "Ha, little brother," the leading man chuckled. "I noticed when you activated your talismans, your spiritual energy was rich and vibrant. Are you cultivating the Great Chun technique?" The Great Chun technique is a common cultivation method among qi refinement families and sects. So it is not surprising that many cultivators practice it. Li Qingyuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, and what of it?" The leading man stated, "To be honest, I also cultivate the Great Chun technique." "Whatever technique you cultivate, I have no interest in knowing," Li Qingyuan retorted, walking away without looking back. However, the leading man pressed on, "Little brother, we have discovered a Qingmu chrysanthemum. Would you be interested?" "Qingmu chrysanthemum?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Turning to face them, "Is it truly the Qingmu chrysanthemum?" The man at the forefront nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is the 1st-tier premium spiritual herb, the Qingmu Ju." The Qingmu Ju, a 1st-tier premium spiritual herb, harbors an exceptionally pure wood attribute spiritual energy, making it a vital tonic for those cultivating wood attribute techniques. For Li Qingyuan, it is one of the 3 1st-tier premium spiritual herbs essential for refining divine consciousness. The 3 herbs, Qingmu Ju, Xueyu Ji, and Huanshengu, when combined, can produce a potion suitable for cultivating the 3rd layer of the Huanshentong technique, allowing for the development of divine consciousness. These 3 spiritual herbs were the very purpose of Li Qingyuan's venture into the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan displayed no pretense, expressing his keen interest and inquired, "Where can I find the Qingmu Ju?" The enchanting female cultivator swayed her alluring figure and replied sweetly, "Little brother, the Qingmu Ju is not far off. Merely 50 miles from here. However, be warned, a formidable serpent lurks nearby, and it is not to be trifled with." Li Qingyuan, undaunted, retorted, "What serpent? Allow me to slay it and seize the Qingmu Ju." The male cultivator's expression turned grave as he said, "Little brother, I have had my eyes on that Qingmu Ju for quite some time. Rather than face the serpent alone, why not join forces to vanquish it and share the Qingmu Ju?" Li Qingyuan replied, "A partnership is agreeable, but the Qingmu Ju must belong to me. I shall compensate you with spiritual stones equivalent to half its market value." The male cultivator hesitated, and Li Qingyuan continued, "Your inability to procure the Qingmu Ju indicates that the serpent is indeed formidable. I possess ample talismans. While I cannot guarantee its immediate extermination, I can certainly restrain it for a time, granting you the opportunity to collect the Qingmu Ju." Upon hearing this, the male and female cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the gruesome remains of a black-patterned spirit tiger. The black-patterned spirit tiger, a late-stage 1st-tier beast, comparable to a human cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement, had been vanquished by numerous talismans. It's no wonder that this young man appeared so confident. The male cultivator scoffed inwardly. "Foolish boy, when you meet your demise at the serpent's jaws, I shall collect your storage bag with great delight." After a moment of contemplation, the male cultivator conceded, "Very well, the Qingmu Ju shall belong to you." And I will accept spiritual stones in return for my share. Li Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. Splendid. Let us proceed. The male cultivator gestured. This way, little brother. The group of 5, consisting of a male cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, a female cultivator at the 7th layer, and 3 middle-aged men at the 6th layer, possessed considerable strength. Li Qingyun affixed a movement talisman, a first-tier superior quality talisman, instantly enhancing his speed to that of a cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The male cultivator's eyelids twitched. He thought, this boy truly possesses great wealth. Although he was merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he wielded first-tier superior quality talismans with reckless abandon, while ordinary cultivators at the 5th layer, whether solitary practitioners or from minor clans, typically possessed few first-tier superior quality talismans, reserving them for life-threatening situations. This young man charged into the Tianyin mountain range, dispatching late-stage first-tier beasts with ease. The male cultivator chuckled. May I ask which family you hail from, little brother? To have attained the 5th layer of Qi refinement at such a young age, while possessing various first-tier talismans, suggests an extraordinary lineage. Li Qingyun smirked arrogantly and replied, I come from an ordinary family. The male cultivator's lips twitched. What a fool. Does he take me for a simpleton? The enchanting female cultivator smiled sweetly and asked, Little brother, is it possible that one of your elders is a talisman master? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's lips curled into a smile, and he proudly declared, Indeed, my grandfather is a talisman master, and a first-tier premium talisman master at that. This revelation astonished everyone. A first-tier premium talisman master? How could that be? Li Qingyuan sighed and added, Alas, first-tier premium talismans are exceedingly difficult to draw, and even my grandfather seldom succeeds. The male cultivator's eyelids flickered as he feigned casualness. Oh, might I inquire if you possess any first-tier premium talismans? After all, the serpent was formidable, and even he had faced defeat multiple times despite being at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan perked up at the question and replied, My grandfather has always doted on me. Although first-tier premium talismans are challenging to create, I do have 1 or 2 on hand. These words. The male cultivator visibly relaxed, his apprehension dissipating. He knew well that reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement required immense skill. Drawing first-tier premium talismans was several times more difficult than drawing first-tier superior ones. They either succeeded or failed, with little room for error. Go his knowledge, across the entire archipelago, there were only 7 or 8 first-tier premium talisman masters, and among them, apart from the 3 eminent quasi-second-tier masters, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao, most were barely scraping by at that level, lacking true competence. Having 1 or 2 on hand is truly fortunate, the male cultivator thought gleefully. Let this boy expend his first-tier premium talismans to restrain the beast. And then I shall seize his storage bag. In no time, they covered the 50-mile distance, employing their spells to hasten their journey. We have arrived, the male cultivator announced. The canyon ahead, is it? Following the cultivators into the canyon, Li Qingyuan traversed through the hidden passage for over 100 feet before emerging into a broad expanse, entering a bamboo grove lush with verdant foliage, where emerald bamboos stretched as far as the eye could see. The gentle breeze rustled through the valley, creating a serene soundscape. As Li Qingyuan followed the male cultivator's direction, he spotted a small clearing in the center of the bamboo grove, where a 3-foot-tall spiritual plant, vibrant and lush, stood. The Qingmuju, 3 feet tall, with its emerald stem and leaves, bore a single blue flower that emitted a fragrant aroma, wafting through the entire bamboo grove. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with delight. Indeed, it is the first-tier premium spiritual herb, the Qingmuju. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the air as a massive python dangled from the bamboo above, its enormous body bending the thick stalks. The giant python, measuring several meters in length, glimmered with a verdant sheen, its colossal head and flickering tongue exuding a menacing aura. Surrounding it were numerous smaller emerald-hued snakes, ranging in size and emanating the essence of first-tier beasts, an estimated 20 or so. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted as he recognized a peak first-tier beast, the Biling giant python. The peak first-tier beast was exceedingly formidable, comparable to a human expert at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan's countenance darkened as he shook his head. I no longer desire the Qingmuju. The peak first-tier beast was terrifying. Even my grandfather would not dare to confront it without certainty of victory. The male cultivator urged, "Little brother, there is no need for you to engage in direct combat. Simply use your talismans to provoke it and draw its attention away, buying us the time we need to secure the Qingmu Ju." "But how long will that take?" Li Qingyuan asked, visibly troubled. The male cultivator replied, 30 breaths will suffice. "Little brother, do you not wish to claim the Qingmu Ju, swiftly ascend from the 5th layer to the 6th? Or even the 7th layer of Qi refinement, earning the admiration of your family elders? If you reach the 7th layer, the celestial maiden you admire will surely regard you favorably." Young masters from affluent families naturally yearn for recognition and the affection of their beloved. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qingyuan summoned his courage and declared, "Very well, 30 breaths. If you cannot procure the Qingmu Ju by then, I shall depart." With that, he gritted his teeth, activated the Moonshadow technique, and swiftly advanced. With a flourish of his hands, several first-tier superior quality talismans soared into the air. The tranquility of the bamboo grove shattered as the biling giant python was suddenly assailed by the talismans, falling from its perch and causing several smaller serpents to perish under the onslaught. Roaring in fury, the biling giant python unleashed a thunderous cry that reverberated through the grove, its demonic power sweeping across the area. "Heavens!" Li Qingyuan cried out. Turning to flee, he activated the tortoiseshell talisman and the movement talisman, his speed surging as he ran while tossing out talismans. With blood-red eyes, the python lunged forward, its massive form darting through the bamboo, closing in on Li Qingyuan with alarming speed. "Quickly, act!" the male cultivator urged. With a whoosh, the group of 5 swiftly took flight, unleashing their accumulated talismans in a lightning-fast assault, aiming directly for the Qingmu Ju. All around, the biling giant pythons roared, retaliating with their demonic energy. Among the throng of snakes, several were late-stage first-tier beasts, while most were mid to early stage. The male and female cultivators joined forces to engage the late-stage beasts, unleashing a torrent of power to slay them one by one. The 30 breaths passed rapidly. "I got it." The male cultivator's eyes gleamed as he grasped the 3-foot Qingmu Ju, uprooting it and stowing it away in his storage bag. "Retreat," he commanded. The 5 of them hastily fled toward the canyon's exit. Enraged at the theft of the Qingmu Ju, the biling giant python let out a deafening roar, spiraling into a frenzied Li Qing. Applying the tortoiseshell talisman and movement talisman, shouted as he ran, "Zhang Quan, Lu Yun, save me! This massive serpent seeks to devour me." As he sprinted toward the Zhang cultivator and the others, he continued to hurl talismans, using first-tier superior quality talismans to tenuously restrain the giant serpent. "Little brother, quickly utilize a first-tier premium talisman," Zhang Quan urged. Only a first-tier supreme talisman can inflict harm upon a first-tier pinnacle demon beast. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan expressed his reluctance, stating, "But the first-tier supreme talisman is exceedingly precious. My grandfather has always said that it should not be used unless faced with a life-and-death situation." Zhang Quan, in a state of urgency, urged, "Little brother, this moment is indeed a life-and-death crisis. Act swiftly, otherwise you may lose your very life." Dear comrades, do not fret. The thrilling events unfold in the next chapter. Chapter 065. Playing the Fool to Catch the Tiger. Killing and looting, desperate measures. Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth, retrieving a pure yang sword talisman and infusing it with spiritual energy. Whoosh! The foot-long talisman soared through the air, instantly approaching the azure-scaled giant serpent. Clash! The talisman's spiritual power ignited, converging the energies of heaven and earth, transforming into a pure yang sword aura, dazzling and exceptionally sharp, extending a yard in length, engulfed in fierce flames. Roar! The azure-scaled giant serpent sensed the impending threat and let out a furious roar. Channeling its internal spiritual energy into its mouth and unleashing it, boom! The yard-long sword aura struck down, shattering the spiritual light, and collided with the serpent's head, causing its skin to split and blood to gush forth. As its massive body writhed in agony, the azure-scaled giant serpent, now enraged, had crimson eyes radiating malice, gathering demonic power within its mouth, preparing to unleash its most formidable attack. Having been robbed of the Qingmu chrysanthemum and injured by humans, it sought to devour these intruders. Li Qingyuan screamed, running for his life, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, Sister Lu, please save me." Zhang Quan remarked, "Little brother, what an impressive first-tier supreme talisman. Do you have any more?" quickly interrupt the azure-scaled giant serpent's charge. Once it completes its accumulation of energy, even a peak Qi refinement expert must avoid its wrath. Li Qingyuan, on the verge of tears, replied, "Brother Zhang, I have none left. I only possess this one. Please save me." Zhang Quan exchanged a glance with Lu Yun, an amused smile flickering at the corners of their eyes. "Do not worry, dear brother. I shall come to your rescue." Whoosh, Zhang Quan, a ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, soared through the air on his sword, hastening towards Li Qingyuan, rubbing his hands together as spiritual energy coalesced into a massive fireball. However, his target was not the azure-scaled giant serpent, but rather Li Qingyuan himself. "You?" Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in realization, his anger flaring. "Zhang Quan, do you dare to kill me? My grandfather will not let you off easily." Zhang Quan chuckled, "Little brat, it is the azure-scaled giant serpent that will kill you. Even if your grandfather finds this place, he will not discover our meddling. Die." Zhang Quan flew closer, within 10 meters of Li Qingyuan, launching the fireball technique, his ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivation unleashing an assault, capable of severely wounding even an eighth-layer expert. This strike aimed to seriously injure Li Qingyuan, allowing him to swiftly snatch the storage bag, ensuring that Li Qingyuan would be devoured by the pursuing azure-scaled giant serpent. Buying him time, boom! The fireball struck Li Qingyuan head-on, engulfing him in flames. "Little brat, your storage bag is now mine." Zhang Quan smirked. As he got closer to Li Qingyuan, he reached out to seize the storage bag. However, in the next moment, Zhang Quan felt his wrist firmly gripped. How is this possible? Zhang Quan's eyes widened in horror. Buzz. Li Qingyuan's azure robe was tattered and ablaze, yet the inner armor he wore effectively nullified the spiritual energy and damage, perfectly defending him against the fireball attack. Furthermore, an additional talisman of defense had been activated, resembling a turtle shell, enveloping his entire body, including his head, shielding him from the fireball's assault. Zhang Quan's eye twitched as he gasped. A quality first-tier upper-grade defensive talisman and 2 layers of first-tier supreme inner armor? In that instant, Zhang Quan felt the profound malice of the heavens. This brat was unfathomably wealthy. Even a peak Qi refinement master might not possess such riches. "Kid, are you toying with me?" Zhang Quan seethed with rage. His composure shattered. Li Qingyuan activated the Iron Arm technique, exerting all his strength as a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, firmly grasping Zhang Quan's wrist, spinning his body to hurl him towards the azure-scaled giant serpent. Just a few meters behind, the lengthy azure-scaled giant serpent had already closed in, its energy fully charged, letting out a furious roar as it expelled a stream of green spiritual light. Traversing the sky, Zhang Quan, caught off guard, was thrown by Li Qingyuan and became a meat shield against the serpent's powerful strike, absorbing the full brunt of the attack. "No!" Zhang Quan cried out. Boom! The azure-scaled giant serpent, a pinnacle first-tier demon beast, unleashed its charged attack in anger, a strike that even a 10th-layer Qi refinement master would need to evade. Zhang Quan, however, was struck directly. Zhang Quan screamed in agony as his legs were hit by the spiritual light, turning them to mush, a significant portion of his body crashing to the ground. Li Qingyuan chuckled. "Since you are a thief, I shall no longer pretend to be a virtuous gentleman." With a flick of his right hand, Li Qingyuan summoned objects from several meters away, seizing Zhang Quan's storage bag and the fallen first-tier upper-grade flying sword. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan, utilizing his 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivation, propelled the spirit-breaking blood wheel into the air, charging towards the beautiful female cultivator Lu Yun, simultaneously affixing a premium speed talisman. In an instant, Li Qingyuan's speed while flying on the sword rivaled that of a 9th-layer cultivator. Lu Yun screamed, "You, don't come any closer. What a vicious little brat. Retreat." Lu Yun and her companions scattered in all directions. Li Qingyuan drew another spirit-breaking blood wheel, infused it with spiritual energy, and hurled it forth. The spirit-breaking blood wheel, having slain and looted from previous thieves, was now replicated by Li Qingyuan, yielding 2, both possessing the ability to break spiritual defenses with razor-sharp edges. This first-tier, upper-grade artifact had been refined by him for quite some time, and he was now adept at wielding it. Whoosh! Dozens of meters away, the spirit-breaking blood wheel whizzed past, carving a semicircle as it sliced through 1, then 2, then 3 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, cleaving them in half. Finally, Li Qingyuan directed the spirit-breaking blood wheel towards Lu Yun. Hearing the agonizing cries of her three companions, Lu Yun's composure shattered as she felt the deadly blade rushing towards her from behind. Instantly, she turned to block, throwing out talismans to intercept. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit-breaking blood wheel shattered several first-tier, upper-grade defensive talismans, striking Lu Yun. With a hiss, Lu Yun narrowly evaded a fatal blow, but her right arm was severed cleanly, eliciting a piercing scream as her energy faltered. While flying on her sword, she plummeted to the subsequently. Li Qingyuan extracted the head of the azure-scaled giant python, along with its gallbladder and reverse scale slices, depositing them into the Shinpin space, where he duplicated them. The azure-scaled giant python, a pinnacle first-tier demon beast, yielded 5 kinds of materials: fangs, skull fragments, scales, reverse scale slices, and gallbladder, all of which were replicated in abundance. After the duplication, these materials held a value of at least 300 spirit stones, allowing for a modest profit. Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands together and said, "Next, I shall open a blind box." He proceeded to open 5 storage bags from the highest to the lowest tier, one by one. At this moment, Li Qingyuan had reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, achieving the late stage of this realm. For him, the allure of the storage bags belonging to ordinary 6th layer Qi refinement cultivators had waned significantly. Soon, he discovered that the 3 storage bags belonging to 6th layer Qi refinement cultivators contained various resources, including magical artifacts, medicinal pills, talismans, and spirit stones, totaling approximately 1,200 spirit stones. 3 impoverished souls combined only yielded over 1,000 spirit stones. After duplication, this amounted to around 2,400 spirit stones. Lu Yun, a female cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, possessed a mid-grade first-tier storage bag, along with a magical artifact of the same tier, several Qi refinement stage medicinal pills, and a few talismans worth dozens of spirit stones, bringing her spirit stone count close to 400. Her wealth, when calculated, amounted to roughly 800 plus spirit stones, and after duplication, it would not be less than 1,700 spirit stones. Thus, by this reckoning, Li Qingyuan had already amassed 4,100 spirit stones. The final storage bag belonged to Zhang Quan, a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This is the storage bag of the highest ranked cultivator I have captured. Aside from Zhao Tuesday, upon infusing his spiritual sense, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up upon examining the contents of the bag. The quantity of spirit stones alone exceeded 800. As expected of a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. He must have engaged in ample acts of robbery and violence. Additionally, there were first-tier exquisite and superior grade ores, indicating that this individual had likely gathered materials to commission a first-tier exquisite artifact from a first-tier master craftsman. The quality of the storage bag was superior first-tier, housing a vast quantity of materials from mid to late-stage first-tier demon beasts, suggesting that these materials had been collected over a long period by their hunting party and were all stored within Zhang Quan. Furthermore, there were several superior and mid-grade spirit plants, as well as Qi refinement stage medicinal pills valued at 200 to 300 spirit stones, including recovery pills, vitality pills, essence nurturing pills, blood nourishing pills, hemostasis pills, and warmth pills, among others. Zhang Quan's wealth, upon calculation, totaled approximately 3,000 spirit stones, doubling to around 6,000 spirit stones after replication. Li Qingyuan's gaze burned with fervor. Indeed, it is a night of sudden wealth. Or rather, a windfall. When all resources were calculated based on market prices, they approached nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, this was the market price, not the buyback price. Various trading associations would also need to profit, deducting operational costs, storefront expenses, and employee wages. For instance, if an item sold for 10 spirit stones in the market, their procurement cost would likely be around 8 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan, satisfied, remarked, "Selling everything could yield 8,000 spirit stones? Enough for my cultivation for quite some time. Before reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, I would not lack for spirit stones. Naturally, without the Shinpin space's doubling function, selling off all the assets of Zhang Quan and his companions would likely have yielded only 4,000 spirit stones. The Shinpin space truly is my greatest advantage." Li Qingyuan took out the spirit stones, employing the Great June technique to refine them. After half an hour, many spirit stones were reduced to powder, and his cultivation level returned to its peak. With Qingmu chrysanthemum in hand, He continued his search for the remaining 2 spirit herbs. As days passed, Li Qingyuan engaged in numerous battles, targeting late-stage, first-tier demon beasts to hone his skills. He fought continuously, consuming and recovering without resorting to talismans unless absolutely necessary, focusing on refining his swordsmanship and the art of using magical artifacts, his family's first-tier spells. Thus, 2 months slipped by. Yet, Li Qingyuan still had not located the blood jade mushroom or the illusionary god mushroom. During this time, he encountered various mercenary groups and adventurers, some teaming up while others operated alone, leading to both friction and cooperation. However, he had yet to cross paths with someone like Zhang Quan, which hindered his plans for law enforcement and fishing expeditions. After 2 months of fruitless searching, Li Qingyuan opted to head to the city, a small one, indeed. Deep within the Tianin mountain range, a supply hub had gradually formed due to the standoff between human cultivators and the demon beast army. The allure of late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators' residences and the orders from the Foundation establishment Celestial clan to mobilize various vassal forces for demon hunting had contributed to this development. Over time, a town of human factions emerged, with thousands of cultivators coming and going, and a plethora of shops flourishing. Medicinal pills, magical artifacts, talismans, crafting, formations, spirit plants, and spirit rice. All sorts of businesses congregated, forming a bustling town inhabited by tens of thousands of cultivators. Several hundred miles deeper into this town lay the front line of the conflict between demon beasts and human cultivators. Li Qingyuan arrived at the demon hunting town. Though it housed tens of thousands of residents, it was still merely a small town, he pondered. I shall discreetly exchange various cultivation resources in batches for spirit stones, while also seeking information on the blood jade mushroom and the illusionary god mushroom. The demon hunting town, home to thousands of cultivators and representatives from 5 major islands, along with numerous late-stage qi refinement practitioners, was abundant with high-level experts. This boosted Li Qingyuan's confidence, a 10th-layer qi refinement cultivator. Equipped with talismans, magical artifacts, formations, and medicinal pills, could suppress a pinnacle first-tier demon beast, and with a bit of sacrifice, could even slay it. Moreover, cultivators could collaborate to hunt demon beasts, allowing one to take on multiple foes. Li Qingyuan mused, perhaps within this demon hunting town lies a first-tier exquisite spirit plant. In the following days, Li Qingyuan sometimes donned a black robe and mask to conceal his true identity while selling various materials. At other times, he employed human skin masks to alter his appearance, adopting different aliases to sell resources and exchange for spirit stones. His cultivation level fluctuated. At times he appeared as a 5th-layer qi refinement cultivator, at others a 6th layer, and occasionally a 7th layer, each time using different names and locations for his transactions. His previous 2 months of combat had yielded numerous materials from late-stage first-tier demon beasts and various mid to superior-grade spirit plants, all of considerable value, nearing 1,000 spirit stones. After duplication, this equated to 2,000 spirit stones. While selling materials in the town, Li Qingyuan occasionally found himself under scrutiny. Given the precariousness of the situation, he chose to evade, altering his aura and cultivation level to escape pursuit. On one occasion, a 10th-layer qi refinement expert targeted him, and he had to expend considerable effort to disguise himself repeatedly to successfully slip away. Finally, after a month, Li Qingyuan managed to sell all his materials. Only a few scraps remained, which he bundled together and sold to various trading associations. In the end, he acquired 8,500 spirit stones. As the prices of demon beast materials had depreciated, the influx of cultivators lured by the allure of Foundation establishment residences had caused a surplus of demon beast materials, leading to a decline in their value. Not only in this region, but also throughout the island chains, many demon beast materials flowed into the market via the demon hunting town, resulting in widespread devaluation. Nevertheless, even so, 8,500 spirit stones constituted a substantial fortune. The reduction in the price of demon beast materials also indicated that magical artifacts forged from them had become cheaper. This price drop was a boon for scattered cultivators, as similar-grade magical artifacts were now 15 to 20% cheaper than in previous years. After selling various materials, Li Qingyuan waited another month. At last, one day, he received news regarding the blood jade mushroom. The spirit herb pavilion. Li Qingyuan arrived as summoned, having disguised himself as a slim man in his 30s. Presenting himself with a perfected 6th-layer qi refinement cultivation. Manager Wan, I have arrived. The Spirit Herb Pavilion was one of the places where Li Qingyuan sold spirit plants, medicinal herbs, and even traded medicinal pills. Making him somewhat familiar with Manager Wan, he informed Manager Wan that he was willing to pay a premium for the Blood Jade Mushroom or Illusionary God Mushroom, even for information regarding these herbs if they were unavailable. Not only at Manager Wan's place, Li Qingyuan left contact information under various identities across different trading associations and scattered cultivators, awaiting news. Manager Wan, a robust man with an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivation. Over 50 years of age, bore a slight resemblance to a Buddha. He hailed from a foundation establishment Celestial clan and managed the Spirit Herb Pavilion, possessing considerable wealth and extensive connections in the demon hunting town. Manager Wan clasped his hands and said, "Friend Gong, I have the Blood Jade Mushroom you sought." Here, Li Qingyuan's surname was Gong, and his given name was Xian. Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Is it true? Please, Manager Wan, do present it so I may have a look." Chapter 067. The first-tier exquisite spirit plant, the Blood Jade Mushroom, in hand. Manager Wan opened a jade box and smiled, saying, "Friend Gong Xian, please take a look." Li Qingyuan focused his gaze. Inside the rectangular jade box lay a 3-foot-long spirit mushroom, pristine as jade yet crimson as blood, resembling a blood-red gem meticulously carved. The Blood Jade Mushroom exuded a rich fragrance. Merely inhaling its scent invigorated one's vitality, Li Qingyuan remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, it is a first-tier exquisite spirit plant, the Blood Jade Mushroom. Its appearance is flawless, and its spiritual energy is abundant. Manager Wan, shall we proceed with the transaction as per our prior agreement? The Blood Jade Mushroom invigorates blood, opens meridians, replenishes essence, and balances the body's yin and yang energies, proving immensely beneficial for Qi refinement cultivators and particularly invaluable for body cultivators seeking body refinement. The Blood Jade Mushroom is one of the 2 primary materials for crafting the first-tier exquisite medicinal pill, the Dragon Blood Pill, capable of elevating a 9th-layer body cultivator to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The Dragon Blood Pill is comparable to the Jade Spirit Pill. Manager Wan replied with a smile, "Friend Gong Xian, you are likely aware that recently, the prices of demon beast materials in the island chain have dropped, while the prices of talismans and medicinal pills have risen slightly. According to the market price, this Blood Jade Mushroom is valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan nodded, producing 1,100 spirit stones, and said, "Master Wan, as per our prior agreement, I shall pay a 10% premium to trade for this Blood Jade Mushroom. Is that acceptable?" Master Wan stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "Very well, friend Gong Xian is quite forthright." The 2 exchanged goods and spirit stones, successfully completing the transaction. Li Qingyuan accepted the Blood Jade Mushroom, a hint of joy blossoming in his heart. The Bluewood Chrysanthemum and the Blood Jade Mushroom are now in my possession. The only thing left to procure is the Illusionary Spirit Mushroom. Li Qing. He cupped his hands in a gesture of farewell, saying, "Master Wan, I take my leave." "Wait a moment, friend Gong Xian," Master Wan called out. "I have obtained some information regarding the Illusionary Spirit Mushroom from a friend." Li Qing was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Oh, may I ask where the Illusionary Spirit Mushroom can be found?" "Well," Master Wan's expression showed hesitation. Li Qingyuan smiled and offered 100 spirit stones, saying, "I would be grateful if Master Wan could share this information." After searching fruitlessly for 2 to 3 months, the prospect of acquiring news about the Illusionary Spirit Mushroom for 100 spirit stones was well worth it for him. Master Wan accepted the spirit stones, chuckling, "Friend Gong Xian is indeed forthright." He then leaned in and whispered, "My friend mentioned that the Spicy Charm Mercenary Group has news about the Illusionary Spirit Mushroom." Li Qingyuan was momentarily stunned and asked, "The Spicy Charm Mercenary Group? Is it spicy as in hot, and charm as in allure?" Master Wan clarified, "Yes, it is spicy in the sense of being hot, and charm in the sense of enchantment." Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "I see. The Spicy Charm Mercenary Group indeed has a peculiar name." Master Wan added, "The Spicy Charm Mercenary Group is quite well known in this demon hunt town. With a little inquiry, you should be able to locate them." "Thank you," Li Qingyuan said, bowing in gratitude. He quickly left the Spirit Herb Pavilion and entered a nearby inn. Requesting a guest room, a quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyuan had disguised himself as a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding a distinctly mature charm, and he left the inn without delay. Concurrently, he ceased using the concealment technique, revealing his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Only by displaying his 7th layer of Qi refinement could he garner attention and more easily join various mercenary groups or team up with other cultivators. After some inquiries, Li Qingyuan arrived at the west gate of Demon Hunt Town, a gathering place for various mercenary groups and a venue where loose cultivators sought allies for team formations. The Iron Will mercenary group invites friends to join. Those with Iron Will are welcome. The Three Stones mercenary group, formed by the Three Sure brothers, seeks to invite an alchemist to join us. The Dragon Tiger mercenary group invites Talisman's masters to join. Esteemed friends, pleased? Li Qingyuan navigated through the numerous mercenary groups, showcasing his 7th layer of Qi refinement, and as he reached the late stage of Qi refinement, many groups extended invitations to him, which he politely declined. Soon, he found the group he was looking for, the Spicy Charm mercenary group. The founders of the Spicy Charm mercenary group were a pair of sisters, both alluring women in their 40s, clad in fiery red dresses that accentuated their ample curves and long, graceful legs. Li Qingyuan learned that they were indeed sisters, the elder known as Lady Spicy and the younger as Lady Charm. Lady Spicy called out, "The Spicy Charm mercenary group warmly invites friends to join us in hunting demon beasts, requiring cultivators of the 7th layer of Qi refinement or above. Talisman's masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters will be given priority." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting, and said, "I am Zhen Yud, a cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and a first-tier talisman's master. May I inquire if I can join the Spicy Charm mercenary group?" Upon hearing this, Lady Spicy examined Li Qingyuan with her enchanting eyes and smiled warmly. "A first-tier talisman's master? I am Lady Spicy. Welcome, friend Zhen." Lady Spicy's initial impression of Zhen Yud was quite favorable. At 40 years old, he possessed a distinguished aura and a mature charm, dressed in a long blue robe that complemented his robust physique. With the cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and the status of a first-tier talisman's master, he truly made for an excellent companion. Lady Charm approached as well, her appearance bearing a striking resemblance to her sister. With a similarly voluptuous figure that exuded the allure of a mature woman in her 30s. Lady Charm smiled and said, "I am Lady Charm. Welcome, friend Zhen." Li Qingyuan returned the greeting. In no wonder the Spicy Charm mercenary group was quite renowned. This pair of sisters possessed not only captivating looks but also formidable strength. Lady Spicy was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while Lady Charm was at the 8th layer. Alongside them were 3 other companions, 1 man and 2 women, all at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. With Li Qingyuan joining them, he too was a 7th layer cultivator and a first-tier talisman's master. "May I ask, is the Spicy Charm mercenary group still accepting new members?" At that moment, a middle-aged female cultivator approached, also at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Her appearance was rather unremarkable, as was her demeanor. The plain middle-aged woman introduced herself. "I am Qin Ping," with the ping denoting floating water, "and I am a 7th layer cultivator and a first-tier alchemist." With that, Qin Ping raised her hand to reveal several pills, including essence cultivation pills, blood vitality pills, and a first-tier top-grade spirit nourishing pill. All of commendable quality, a first-tier top-grade alchemist? Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting surprise. Upon further reflection, this was indeed the first time he had encountered a first-tier top-grade alchemist. It was worth noting that even among first-rate alchemical families, it was rare to cultivate a single first-tier top-grade alchemist, as it required immense talent and substantial resources. If training a talisman's master required an investment of merely 1,000 spirit stones, cultivating an alchemist would necessitate at least several thousand spirit stones, with no guarantee of return. Only first-rate forces could afford such an endeavor. Lady Charm exclaimed with delight, "A first-tier top-grade alchemist? Excellent, excellent." Lady Spicy then inquired, "May I ask, friend Qin, what is your purpose in joining our Spicy Charm mercenary group?" A first-tier top-grade alchemist would be highly sought after, even by cultivators at the peak of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. This unremarkable friend Qin Ping could easily become a valued guest at any first-rate force. Qin Ping replied, "I have heard that the Spicy Charm mercenary group frequently ventures deep into the Tianin mountain range, up to 5,000 miles, to hunt peak first-tier demon beasts. Coincidentally, I require first-tier top-grade spiritual plants for alchemical purposes to advance to a first-tier top-grade alchemist. However, first-tier top-grade spiritual plants are exceedingly rare, even in the markets of the 5 major islands. Recently, I learned that Demon Hunt Town occasionally sees the appearance of first-tier top-grade spiritual plants, and many mercenary groups are gathering them, which is why I have come here. Lady Spicy and Lady Charm exchanged glances and nodded slightly. This explanation made sense. First-tier top-grade spiritual plants were indeed scarce, even among first-rate powers, and it was unlikely that they would allow Qin Ping to use them for alchemical purposes to enhance her skills in pursuit of becoming a first-tier top-grade alchemist. Such consumption was immense, and even first-rate forces would struggle to bear the cost unless it was to support their own family members. The refining of a first-tier top-grade pill could result in losses of 700 to 800 spirit stones, or even 1 to 2,000 spirit stones in the case of a failed attempt. Lady Spicy smiled and said, "Very well. With friends Zhen and Qin joining us, the Spicy Charm mercenary group is now fully assembled and ready to set off." Chapter 68. Li Qingyuan and Qin Miaoyi, two old acquaintances. The members of the Spicy Charm mercenary group are as follows. Captain Lady Spicy, at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Vice Captain Lady Charm. At the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan, Zhen Yud. At the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and a first-tier top-grade talisman's master, and Qin Ping, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and a first-tier top-grade alchemist. The remaining 3 members, 1 man and 2 women, are all at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The average strength of the team members is at the late stage of Qi refinement. The overall strength of the Spicy Charm mercenary group is formidable, capable of rivaling a cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, making it difficult for others to take advantage of them. Of course, the greatest vigilance should always be towards one's own teammates. Lady Spicy addressed the group. "If there are no objections, we shall depart immediately." Naturally, there were no objections from the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the members activated their flying tools. As they were all at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, flying several dozen to 100 miles was not a challenge. They would pause to rest every few dozen miles before setting off again. Demon Hunt Town, with a population of 10,000 cultivators, had the highest number of those at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Thus it was constructed approximately 3,500 miles from the Tianyin mountain range. Therefore, Li Qingyuan and his companions needed to fly over 1,000 miles to reach the depths of the mountain, 5,000 miles in, to hunt peak first-tier demon beasts and gather first-tier top-grade and first-tier premium spiritual plants. During their flight, Qin Ping stood out as she lavishly employed the flying artifact, Wind Spirit Boat. Flying artifacts are a unique category among magical tools, requiring the construction of spirit stone conversion mechanisms to automatically absorb spirit stones and generate power for flight. This combination of weapon refining and formations makes flying artifacts extremely expensive and rare. Li Qingyuan, positioned at the rear of the group, eyed the Wind Spirit Boat with envy, thinking, "I wonder when I will be able to possess a flying artifact of my own." Aside from consuming spirit stones, flying artifacts have no adverse effects and require minimal mana, unless one injects mana to accelerate. It wasn't just Li Qingyuan who was envious. The other cultivators also coveted it. Lady Spicy remarked, "Friend Qin, as a first-tier top-grade alchemist, you are indeed wealthy to possess a flying artifact. We are all quite envious." Qin Ping smiled slightly and replied, "You flatter me, friend Hua, with your talents. It is only a matter of time before you reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and you may even have a chance at foundation establishment." Lady Spicy and Lady Charm, though they share the surname Hua, have not revealed their first names by that time. Acquiring a flying artifact will be a simple matter. As for myself, I expended my entire fortune to procure this Wind Spirit Boat. Li Qingyuan flew at the back, listening to their mutual flattery and subtle probing. Qin Ping's countenance remained serene, as her brow centered on the Shan Ting point, the power of her foundational consciousness radiating outward, swiftly sweeping over the crowd, unveiling all disguises and hidden presences. The foundational consciousness, surpassing mere spiritual awareness, was formless and intangible, rendering it undetectable by cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating. What is happening? Suddenly, I feel as though I am being watched. A jolt of surprise surged through Qin Ping's heart. Is it him? That lad with the surname Li? Every year or so, he comes to my spirit rune building to sell vast quantities of talismans. Qin Ping, or rather, she was known as Qin Miaoyi. After ascending to the 10th level of Qi refining, she consumed her family's concentration pill, allowing her to refine her consciousness upon entering the 10th level, thus possessing foundational consciousness. Originally in seclusion, upon hearing of the appearance of the purple fire spirit ape in the Tianyin mountain range, She abandoned her plan to reach the perfection of the 10th level in secluded meditation and chose to emerge. She bore a spiritual physique known as the Purple Fire Spiritual Body. Should she absorb the essence of the Purple Fire Spirit Ape, extracting its pure Purple Fire spiritual power, it would facilitate her swift attainment of perfection in the 10th level of Qi refining. This cultivation method was unique to her, impossible for others to replicate. Qin Miaoyi had been in the demon hunting town for several days, gathering intelligence and making selections, ultimately choosing to join the Spicy Charm mercenary group to leverage their network for information on the Purple Fire Spirit Ape. However, she did not anticipate that, apart from herself, there was yet another individual in the group. Under her consciousness scrutiny, the age and cultivation of Qi refining practitioners were laid bare. 19 years old, at the 7th level of Qi refining. This lad was indeed a prodigy in cultivation. Qin Miaoyi, now 21, stood at the pinnacle of the 10th level, eclipsing her peers. Yet she was aware of her own circumstances. On the surface, she possessed fire, earth, and metal spiritual roots, but in reality, she was a natural spiritual body, the Purple Fire spiritual body. The cultivation speed of a natural spiritual body rivaled that of a heavenly spiritual root. Since childhood, her family had designated her as a key candidate for nascent soul cultivation. Even though the family had fallen from grace, their strength and resources diminished to less than 1/10 of their peak. She had never lacked for cultivation resources. With her formidable talent, ample resources, guidance from foundational cultivators, and her own remarkable comprehension, she had achieved the 10th level of Qi refining by the age of 21. With her qualifications, it was nearly certain she would establish a foundation before the age of 30. Qin Miaoyi was quite astonished, musing, "This lad, at 19, has already reached the 7th level of Qi refining." In the island seas, only the most talented direct descendants of the 5 great foundational families could achieve such strength at this age. An intriguing young man. Li Qingyuan seemed to sense her gaze. Looking towards Qin Ping and offering her a smile, Qin Ping returned the smile before averting her gaze. Soon after, the group arrived at the summit of a mountain, preparing to rest. The spicy lady approached, her ample bosom swaying, her long legs accentuating her alluring figure, and she remarked, "Dao friends Qin and Zhen, to fully harness the team's sustained combat capability and enhance our survival, may I request that you sell some pills and talismans to everyone for combat assistance?" The spicy lady was exceedingly generous, producing several hundred spirit stones, stating, "I can advance you a portion of the spirit stones. After the hunt, any outstanding spirit stones will be compensated during the distribution of spoils. How do both Dao friends feel about this?" Qin Ping nodded, saying, "Certainly. Moreover, as we are all teammates and it is a matter of fate, I shall sell them to everyone at internal merchant prices." Merely 80% of the market price. Li Qingyuan concurred, adding, "Indeed, we are all Dao friends, and I will also sell to everyone at 80% of the market price." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan waved his hand, producing 120 first-tier superior talismans. There were 6 types of first-tier superior talismans: Tortoise Shell Talisman, Flame Ice Talisman, Golden Spear Talisman, Raging Fire Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman, and Spirit Binding Talisman, each consisting of 20 talismans, totaling 120. Of course, Li Qingyuan had held back, as the majority of the talismans were of low quality, with only a few being genuine, and not a single exquisite talisman was in sight. Well, Li Qingyuan had certainly kept many cards close to his chest. As a first-tier premium talisman master, he would not reveal his identity. Among the first-tier premium talismans, there were 2 types: Pure Yang Sword Talisman and Mixed Yuan Bowl Talisman, one for offense and one for defense, with dozens of each capable of engaging at the 10th level of Qi refining. Additionally, he possessed a set of first-tier premium inner armor, totaling 2 layers, maximizing his defense. Upon the emergence of Li Qingyuan's 120 talismans, the crowd's eyes glimmered. The spicy lady and her sister expressed their delight. So many first-tier superior talismans. It seems Dao friend Zhan's talisman skills are quite formidable. The group divided the talismans. Each received 20, comprising 3 to 4 of each type: offensive, defensive, and binding, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Qin Miaoyi looked at the 20 talismans in her hands, recognizing the Flame Ice Severing Talisman, a talisman she was quite familiar with, having procured many from the Spirit Rune Building. This lad is indeed cautious. He has sold numerous exquisite Flame Ice talismans to the Spirit Rune Building, yet today he has not presented a single one. Fellow Taoists, Here are the pills, Qin Miaoyi proclaimed, after collecting the talismans, tossing forth various Qi recovery pills, hemostasis pills, Qi nourishment pills, and essence cultivation pills, which fell into the hands of the crowd. Once the group had distributed the pills, the spicy lady began to showcase her talents. With a deft gesture, she blew a whistle that resonated sharply through the air. Moments later, a blue spirit eagle cried out, soaring high before gliding towards a certain direction. Fellow Taoists, the hunt begins. Chapter 069. The White Jade Monkey-Faced Spider. The spicy lady, brimming with pride, introduced, "This is my spirit pet, the blue spirit eagle, which I have meticulously raised for over a decade. And it is now a late-stage first-tier beast. Its eyesight far surpasses that of cultivators, allowing it to clearly spot prey 2 miles away," Li Qingyuan marveled. "This eagle is indeed an essential companion for reconnaissance and hunting beasts." The charming lady added with a smile, "Whenever we enter the Tianyin mountain range, my sister and I rely on this eagle to scout, enabling us to avoid formidable beasts and discover many rare spiritual plants." Qin Ping also offered her praise. "Indeed, it is an excellent hunting eagle." With a cry, the blue spirit eagle circled the sky, calling out once before diving towards a valley. The spicy lady exclaimed, "It seems the blue spirit eagle has found a target. Fellow Taoists, follow me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group took to the skies, gliding like streaks of light, closely trailing the blue spirit eagle into the depths of the valley. Within the valley, vegetation flourished and webs hung between the trees. With a flap of its wings, the blue spirit eagle unleashed a gale, slicing through the trees and severing the webs. Suddenly, a spider sprang forth, measuring a foot in size, its body as white as jade. Its hairs bristling like needles, with 2 pitch-black eyes and 8 spider legs, each ending in sharp points. Strangely, the spider bore a face resembling that of a monkey. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. The white jade monkey-faced spider. This beast seemed to consist of a male and female pair, appearing in tandem. With a sudden burst, 2 beams of white light shot forth, expanding into webs that ensnared their prey. Fortunately, the blue spirit eagle, with its keen senses and agile speed, evaded the webs, retreating to a safe distance. The charming lady joyously declared, "Sister, these are 2 late-stage first-tier beasts, the white jade monkey-faced spiders. Their webs can only be severed by first-tier superior artifacts. And once ensnared, they release paralyzing toxins that also seal spiritual power. Anyone below the late stage of Qi refining caught in their grasp would be left to await their doom." The spicy lady laughed. "Fellow Taoists, shall we join forces to capture these white jade monkey-faced spiders?" The group nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we should. Capturing and raising them would provide a stable and considerable source of spirit stones from their webs." Attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group sprang into action. Li Qingyuan's response was slightly delayed, causing him to fall behind. The 2-foot-sized white jade monkey-faced spiders sensed the threat, emitting piercing sound waves as they gathered spiritual power in their mouths, launching strands of webs to assault the group. The spicy lady and her sister, with their profound spiritual power, activated their first-tier superior artifacts to slice through the webs, advancing towards one of the spiders. The spicy lady instructed, "Fellow Taoists, simply restrain the other white jade monkey-faced spider. Once we have captured this one, we will immediately assist you." Li Qingyuan unleashed a raging fire talisman, striking a web and causing it to explode into flames. He, along with Qin Ping and 3 other 7th-level Qi refiners, simultaneously attacked one of the white jade monkey-faced spiders, effortlessly overpowering it and preventing its escape. Qin Ping remarked, "The strength of these 2 white jade monkey-faced spiders is comparable to that of an 8th-level Qi refining practitioner. They hold significant potential for captivity. If a first-tier superior artifact refiner were to use their webs as the primary material, combined with other resources, they could forge a web artifact that would pose grave challenges even to late-stage Qi refiners." Hearing this, Li Qingyuan nodded. "It seems that the value of these white jade monkey-faced spiders exceeds that of ordinary peak first-tier beasts." As they conversed, the spicy lady struck the white jade monkey-faced spider, releasing a silken artifact from her waist that bound its movements, swiftly applying a sealing talisman to subdue it. With deft hand gestures, the spicy lady shrank the white jade monkey-faced spider, storing it within her spirit beast pouch. After capturing one of the white jade monkey-faced spiders, the spicy lady and her sister flew back on their swords, swiftly coordinating with the others to capture the second one. Qin Ping, a first-tier superior alchemist. Fully indulged in her interests, she leaped forward, heading towards the spider's lair. Li Qingyuan and the others followed suit, all flying towards the entrance of the lair. The spider's den resembled a cavern, large enough for the 1-foot white jade monkey-faced spiders to traverse, allowing them all to move freely and reach the spider's nest. A smile graced Qin Ping's lips. The white jade loquat, as expected, is here. Li Qingyuan gazed with curiosity at the exquisite Baiyu loquat, a spiritual plant he had never encountered before. Qin Ping elucidated, this Baiyu loquat has attained the grade of a first-tier superior product, capable of refining first-tier superior elixirs, known as Baiyu loquat pills. Intrigued, Li Qingyuan inquired, what miraculous effects does this pill possess? Mainyangzi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she responded, the Baiyu loquat pill nourishes Yin, replenishes qi, enhances skin health, and eliminates scars and blemishes. In the marketplace. A bottle of this elixir fetches over 100 spiritual stones, making it highly coveted among female cultivators. Qin Daoyu, can you truly refine this pill? The other 4 female cultivators, apart from Qin Ping, gazed at her with eager expressions. With her unremarkable countenance, Qin Ping uttered words that ignited their enthusiasm, nodding, by chance. I am indeed able to refine this pill. The fiery lady smiled, excellent. After this hunt concludes, I hope you can refine 2 batches of Baiyu loquat pills. We are willing to purchase them at market price. Let us keep this Baiyu loquat in your care for now, Qin Daoyu. Collecting the Baiyu loquat, Qin Ping stated, esteemed friends, our gathering is a matter of fate. As per our usual practice, I shall sell it at an 8/10 discount of the market price. Upon hearing this, several female cultivators expressed their gratitude. In an instant, Qin Ping melded seamlessly with the group of women. The fiery lady declared, dear friends, our first battle has been victorious, yielding considerable profits. Moving forward, I hope we can work together, hunting more demon beasts and seeking spiritual plants. The others nodded in agreement. Of course, in the following days, the group traversed deep into the Tianyin mountain range, employing the Qingling eagle as a scout, hunting late-stage first-tier demon beasts and gathering first-tier superior spiritual herbs, accumulating a wealth of spoils. During this time, Li Qingyuan drew talismans on 2 occasions to provide supplies for the group. The act of drawing talismans on-site served to demonstrate that his stock of talisman paper was dwindling, whereas, in reality, his storage bag was filled with an astonishing quantity of talisman paper. Qin Ping also refined several batches of elixirs, primarily recovery pills for restoring spiritual energy, allowing the group to sustain continuous combat. As half a month passed, the team, having undergone battles and adjustments, grew to understand one another better. One day, Li Qingyuan approached the fiery lady, performing a respectful bow. Hu Daoyu, your group has traversed the Tianyin mountain range for years. Have you perhaps heard of the illusionary divine mushroom? Illusionary divine mushroom? The fiery lady paused in surprise and then remarked, it seems that Daoyu Zhan has entered the Tianyin mountain range in search of the first-tier exquisite spiritual plant. The illusionary divine mushroom. Li Qingyuan, also known as Zhenyud, nodded. Indeed, the illusionary divine mushroom nourishes the soul and enhances spiritual awareness. As a talisman master, I require a high level of spiritual awareness to create talisman paper. Strengthening my spiritual awareness will aid in improving my success rate in drawing talismans and enhance my talisman skills. This explanation was impeccable, leaving no room for doubt, except for Qin Ping in her mind. She pondered, this Li person may not be entirely truthful. From my perception, his spiritual awareness is already on par with that of an ordinary 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. What does he need the illusionary divine mushroom for? At that moment, the fiery lady spoke up. To be honest, Daoyu Zhan, I do know of a location where the illusionary divine mushroom exists. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Oh, truly? Might I ask, Hu Daoyu, where can this illusionary divine mushroom be found? Chapter 70. News of the illusionary divine mushroom. The fiery lady pondered briefly before replying, 5,000 miles to the south, roughly situated between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. The Tianyin mountain range stretches over 30,000 miles in length and 15,000 miles in width. Lengthwise, it is divided into northern, central, and southern sections. Widthwise, it is categorized into core, mid-level, and outer regions. Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. 5,000 miles to the south, between the middle and southern sections? Could it be that Hu Daoyu and her sisters are cultivators from Ice Fire Island? The Tianyin mountain range, spanning tens of thousands of miles along the coastline, is adjacent to 5 major islands that are distributed from north to south: Liuha Island, Shinshur Island, Icefire Island. Icefire Island is precisely located between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. The fiery lady nodded. Indeed, my sisters and I are cultivators from Icefire Island. We have heard rumors of a foundation-building late-stage great cultivator's cave dwelling emerging in this area, and we intended to come here to try our luck. Mei Nyangzi scoffed. Who would have thought that the cave dwelling of that late-stage foundation-building cultivator has long been targeted by the 5 major foundation-building celestial clans, making it impossible for other forces to approach. The 5 major foundation-building celestial clans have always been tyrannical. Anything of value that appears in the island territories ultimately ends up in their pockets. Qin Ping appeared to empathize with the sentiment. Lamenting indeed. For us small forces and scattered cultivators from humble backgrounds, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Resources for cultivation, spiritual veins, spiritual plants, elixirs, magical tools, spiritual stones, are all monopolized by the 5 major foundation-building celestial clans. Qin Ping indignantly remarked, as scattered cultivators, we either become vassals of the foundation-building celestial clans, toiling for them like beasts for an entire year merely to earn a meager amount of resources, or we venture into the Tianyin mountain range to hunt demon beasts, living on the edge of danger, never knowing when we might meet our demise at the hands of a demon beast. Sai Qin Ping's expression turned sorrowful. My father could no longer bear the oppression of the foundation-building celestial clans, leading our kin to migrate to a small island to survive. Our family's livelihood relies solely on his leadership in hunting demon beasts. When I was very young, my father perished in the jaws of a demon beast, leaving our family struggling to survive. Had it not been for fortunate opportunities, I would find it exceedingly difficult to become an alchemist today. Qin Ping candidly shared her hardships in the harsh cultivation environment, eliciting sympathy and acknowledgement from the group. Mei Nyangzi coldly remarked, indeed, the 5 major foundation-building celestial clans are the greatest parasites of the island territories. Another male cultivator in the group, an elderly man in his 50s, a 7th-layer qi refinement practitioner, wore a sorrowful expression as he said, alas, this scar on my face was also a gift from a foundation-building celestial clan cultivator. Wang Laohan, appearing to be in his 50s, was actually over 60, with a grotesque scar marring his face. The other 2 female cultivators also chimed in, expressing their indignation and cursing the oppression they faced from the foundation-building celestial clans. Li Qingyuan glanced at Qin Ping, pondering, this woman has effortlessly united everyone against a common enemy. Is it unintentional or deliberate? Clearing his throat, Li Qingyuan stated, What Dao Yu, could you kindly elaborate further on the illusionary divine mushroom? What demon beasts reside around it? The fiery lady replied, 3 years ago, my sister and I entered the mountains to hunt, and by chance, the Qingling eagle discovered the illusionary divine mushroom and guided us there. Upon arriving, we found a Xiao Ren lurking in the vicinity. Qin Ping's complexion changed slightly upon hearing this. A Xiao Ren, you say? That is an exceedingly rare and peculiar humanoid demon beast. Adept in illusionary attacks, with a ghostly movement technique capable of killing without a trace. The fiery lady nodded. Indeed, my sister and I turned and fled the moment we laid eyes on the Xiao Ren. Mei Nyangzi, still shaken, added that Xiao Ren is formidable. Its aura is incredibly close to that of a peak first-tier demon beast. It is not something a 10th-layer qi refinement cultivator should provoke. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingyuan clasped his fists and bowed. Hua Dao Yu, esteemed friends, could you assist me in gathering the illusionary divine mushroom? Over the past half-month, I shall forego any claims to the materials from the demon beasts we have hunted and the spiritual plants we have gathered. Over the past half-month, the group had amassed a considerable haul from hunting demon beasts and gathering spiritual plants, likely nearing 3,000 spiritual stones. Even if they began to distribute the spoils now, Li Qingyuan would still receive several hundred spiritual stones. Naturally, the value of the illusionary divine mushroom exceeded 1,000 spiritual stones. Thus, Li Qingyuan added, the journey south spans 5,000 miles. All the demon beasts hunted and spiritual plants gathered will belong to you all. Additionally, I will gift each of you 30 pieces of first-tier superior talisman paper afterward. How does that sound? This concession exceeded 1,000 spiritual stones in value. The fiery lady and Mei Nyangzi displayed signs of interest. Wang Laohan frowned. Dao Yu Zhan, The Shaorin's movements are treacherous, and it excels in illusions. If one falls victim, their spiritual awareness will be obscured, leaving their life at the mercy of the creature. Your offer is certainly generous. But life is far more precious. The two female cultivators nodded in agreement. Mainyangzi confessed, to be honest, my sister and I are also quite envious of that illusionary divine mushroom. The Shaorin's wings, sharp fangs, claws, and spinal bones are also top-notch materials for refining. However, no matter how extraordinary the natural treasures may be, they pale in comparison to one's life. The fiery lady concurred. Indeed, in truth, within that area, there is more than just one type of first-tier exquisite spiritual herb. There is also a first-tier exquisite spiritual wine known as purple flame nectar. The fiery lady and Mainyangzi licked their lips, their mouths watering as they stated, purple flame nectar, a first-tier exquisite spiritual wine, is brewed by the purple fire spirit monkey using various spiritual plants, herbs, and fruits, combined with a special secret method. It serves as a tremendous tonic for cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques and can even assist late-stage qi refinement practitioners in breaking through a minor realm, elevating their power. Mainyangzi remarked, if I were to obtain purple flame nectar and dedicate myself to closed-door cultivation for 3 to 5 years, I would undoubtedly break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement and step into the 9th layer. Qin Ping's eyes glimmered with joy, though she concealed it, cautiously asking, purple flame nectar is brewed solely by the purple fire spirit monkey. Have you truly encountered the purple fire spirit monkey? The fiery lady replied. Indeed, there were 2 purple fire spirit monkey kings within that group, both of which had reached the peak level of first-tier demon beasts. Thus, with our sister's current strength, we can only gaze longingly, helplessly. Qin Ping displayed a captivating demeanor as she spoke. I have been cultivating a fire attribute technique, and my progress has stagnated at the 7th level of qi refinement for several years. I am in urgent need of the purple flame essence to aid my breakthrough. She continued, Fire friends? Esteemed companions, I implore you to assist me in acquiring the purple flame essence. Like Taoist Zhan, I shall accept no compensation for any materials obtained from beasts, nor for any spiritual herbs. Moreover, should this endeavor succeed, I shall generously offer the Baiyu Loquat pill as a gift. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. This is truly an enticing prospect. A talisman master, a pill master, willing to forego all profits from slaying beasts, and additionally offering talismans and pills afterward. Considering the beasts hunted and the spiritual herbs collected along the way, each of us could gain an additional 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, alongside receiving high-quality talismans and pills free of charge. Old Wang remarked, I too practice fire attribute techniques and wish to partake in the purple flame essence. The fiery sisters from the Laniatsi and Mainiatsi naturally had no objections. As they also practiced fire techniques, Lai Qingwen suggested, Fire friend, we need not confront the Shaorin or the purple flame spirit monkey king directly. We should merely distract or divert them, while sending someone to swiftly seize the spiritual herbs and liquor. Qin Ping replied, I shall claim only 1/4 of the purple flame essence, while the remaining 3/4 can be evenly divided among all of you. She contemplated, for me, the spirit essence of the purple flame spirit monkey is far more valuable. The purple flame essence is secondary. Laniatsi pondered momentarily, visibly intrigued, and concurred. Taoist Zhan makes a valid point. We need not engage in direct combat. We merely need to lure the tiger from its mountain lair and steal our prize covertly. Furthermore, if we all join forces, even cultivators at the 10th level of qi refinement can fight. Thus, it was decided that they would head south. The Fire Sisters agreed, Old Wang nodded, and the other 2 female cultivators were eager for the beauty-enhancing Baiyu Loquat pill. Consequently, the group unanimously consented to proceed southward. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Regardless of the outcome, I must obtain the illusionary god mushroom. It will assist me in developing my divine sense and creating second-tier talismans. This damned fear of insufficient firepower has reached its peak. Meanwhile, Qin Ping, Qin Miaoyi, quietly rejoiced. I never expected to truly find the purple flame spirit monkey. By refining the essence of 2 purple flame spirit monkey kings, I will surely attain the pinnacle of qi refinement swiftly, gaining several years of cultivation, and will be able to break through to foundation establishment even faster. Chapter 071. Shaorin, Illusions. After finalizing their plans, the Laniatsi mercenary group, consisting of 7 members, altered their course southward. Along the way, Laniatsi utilized the Qingling Eagle as a scout, targeting late-stage first-tier beasts, particularly those with established territories. Generally, late-stage first-tier beasts with fixed territories possess strength comparable to cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, such beasts typically guard high-quality spiritual herbs, with the worst being mid-tier quality. The group journeyed southward, hunting beasts and gathering herbs. Except for rest periods, they fought their way southward, traversing over 300 miles each day. After several days, they covered 5,000 miles, arriving at the junction of the central and southern regions of the Tianyin mountain range. Laniatsi announced, "The valley 10 miles ahead is our destination." After everyone meditated to restore their spiritual energy, they immediately set out. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a spirit stone, channeling the Dechun technique to refine the stone and restore his energy as swiftly as possible. After a quarter of an hour, he had effectively restored his spiritual energy and mused, "I wonder if the illusionary god mushroom is still here after 2 long years." Maniatsi approached, and as she sat, her ample bosom swayed enticingly, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Though she was a woman of 40, she retained a graceful charm, with a slim waist and rounded hips reminiscent of a grinding wheel. Maniatsi giggled, "Daoist Jun, you need not worry. Over the past year, cultivators from various islands have been flocking to the cave left behind by Sanquan Shangre. The Shaoran's lair is quite concealed and exceedingly difficult to detect. Moreover, their methods are quite troublesome. Their movement is unpredictable, and they excel in illusions. Even a formidable cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement would find it challenging to capture one. Whether we succeed in this endeavor remains uncertain." Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully and replied, "Regardless of the outcome, my previous promises still stand." Maniatsi observed Li Qingyuan, Zhen Yud, noting his mature, charismatic demeanor and calm composure, and curiously inquired, "May I ask, Daoist Zhen, do you have a partner or a family?" Li Qingyuan casually replied, "I am merely a low-tier loose cultivator, hailing from a mortal background, and have no sect or family of cultivators. As for matters of companionship, I leave everything to fate. Maniatsi responded with a charming smile, "What a coincidence. My sister and I also walk the path of solitary cultivation without partners." Li Qing merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. Before long, everyone gradually restored their spiritual energy. Laniatsi's expression turned serious as she cautioned, "Esteemed friends, once we enter the valley, we must not act alone to avoid falling prey to the Shaoran's illusions." The group nodded in agreement, understood. With a whoosh, the 7 of them activated their artifacts, and Li Qingyuan stood upon a top-tier first-tier artifact, the Breaking Spirit Blood Wheel, flying with remarkable speed akin to sword flight. The 10-mile distance, merely 5,000 meters, was swiftly covered as they arrived at the valley's entrance. Laniatsi took a deep breath, secretly channeling her 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, as her artifact sword traced fiery curves around her. "Be cautious, everyone," she warned. Li Qingyuan adjusted his breathing rhythm, focusing on the energy center below his navel, and had already prepared a Hunyuan Pot talisman, a top-tier defensive talisman capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 10th level Qi refinement expert. Additionally, he donned 2 sets of top-tier inner armor, which would be difficult to breach even by a 10th level attacker. As long as no foundation establishment experts intervened, Li Qingyuan felt almost invulnerable. The 7 members circulated their spiritual energy, causing their artifacts to hum as they advanced into the valley in a formation. The valley's entrance was situated between 2 mountain ridges, and after traversing a concealed path of 100 feet, they would enter the valley. Li Qingyuan focused his gaze, observing the valley shrouded in mist and steam, with locust trees thriving within, creating a shaded grove. The 7 of them walked cautiously through the locust tree grove, expanding their senses to detect any disturbances. Qin Ping, Qin Miaoi, in her foundation establishment state, silently extended her divine sense, capturing a radius of 10, 30, 50 feet, eventually encompassing a full radius of 100 feet. Li Qingyuan activated the illusionary God Eye technique, rendering him immune to illusion formations and enhancing his vision tenfold, allowing him to see clearly even 2 to 3 miles away. His eye technique pierced through the mist and steam, granting him a near-complete view of the locust tree grove. They're coming, the Shaoran are here." Li Qingyuan's eyelids flickered. Within the mist, a ghostly figure darted between the large locust trees, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson and bat-like wings enabling it to glide down from the mountainside. Midway up the slope, the Shaoran glided 1,000 meters down into the valley, weaving through the dense fog with an elusive agility that made it difficult to track, swiftly approaching the group. 500 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. The Shaoran concealed itself within the mist, darting between the locust trees with remarkable speed, making no sound as it stealthily drew closer to the 7 companions. Who? Li Qingyuan observed as the Shaoran channeled its demonic energy, exhaling a mist. The mist seamlessly merged with the fog, becoming invisible and colorless, drifting toward them and enveloping the group. Li Qingyuan held his breath, stealing a glance at Laniatzi and Meiniatzi, contemplating. It seems they have yet to realize the Shaoran is already upon us and has made its move. Finally, Li Qingyuan's gaze narrowed as he looked toward Qin Ping. Coincidentally, she was also glancing over, and their eyes met for a brief moment. Both exchanged a knowing smile before discreetly averting their gazes. Qin Ping held her breath, thinking. The illusionary god mushroom is one of the main ingredients for refining the concentration pill. Once they all fall under the influence of the illusion and lose their wits, I will strike to eliminate the Shaoran, seize the illusionary god mushroom, and then rescue them, before concocting some excuse to cover my tracks. Soon, Laniatzi and the others unknowingly inhaled the mist exhaled by the Shaoran, succumbing to the illusion and experiencing hallucinations as their gazes grew vacant. Old Wang began to strip off his clothes, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he embraced a locust tree, chuckling, Imo-ro, don't run away. Your partner has gone out today. Why not take this opportunity to have some fun? Qin Ping. Li Qingyuan. What a character, this Old Wang. On the other side, the 2 female cultivators were also ensnared by the illusion, their eyes ablaze with excitement as they wielded their artifacts, frantically digging into the ground, exclaiming with manic laughter, "Ha ha, spirit stones, so many spirit stones. We're rich, we're rich." Meiniatzi, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, was equally unable to resist the Shaoran's exhaled mist. With her thighs rubbing together and her chest heaving, she clung to a locust tree, making a shocking proposal. Daoist Zhen, brother Zhen, why not yield to me and become my partner? We could enjoy life together, she added. I could even bring my sister along. Li Qingyuan's lips twitched. Laniatzi also succumbed, sitting cross-legged, her spiritual energy overflowing, laughing maniacally, ha ha ha, I've made it. I've made it. Foundation establishment, I've made it. Li Qingyuan mused. What a situation. It appears that the Shaoran's illusions tap into the most primal desires and obsessions within humans, even drawing forth their inner demons. Even Laniatzi, a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator, has unwittingly fallen victim. And no wonder it is said that the Shao clan is an exceptionally rare and unique beast. One that even the most skilled practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement cannot guarantee a victory against. Such illusions are indeed insidious, merging seamlessly with the air and mist, imperceptible, colorless, and tasteless. Without prior warning, they are almost certain to ensnare their victim. But wait, there is one person left. Li Qingyuan instinctively glanced towards Qin Ping. Qin Ping too withdrew her gaze from the spicy lady and turned to look at Li Qingyuan. Their eyes met once again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan produced a talisman and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, a second-tier talisman. I have succeeded. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ping pulled out a pill and exclaimed excitedly, ha ha ha. A foundation establishment pill. I have refined it. Li Qingyuan. Qin Ping. As the two engaged in their dramatic display, a sharp claw came slicing through the air. Swish, a claw, swift as lightning, aimed directly for Li Qingyuan's throat. A fatal strike that would surely result in a crushed windpipe and instant death. In the next second, the frenzied Li Qingyuan activated the talisman in his hand, launching an attack against the Shao clan. Following closely, with consciousness as a guide and spiritual power as a weapon, he directed the magical artifact, the breaking spirit blood wheel, transforming it into a radiant disc that cleaved through the air, its edges razor-sharp as it sought to annihilate the Shao clan. Chapter 072. The 2 old sixes joined forces to slay the Shao clan. Boom. The fire talisman ignited, and a roaring flame surged forward, startling the Shao clan. It had not anticipated that this human would evade its trap and instead activate a talisman to attack. However, the Shao clan remained unfazed. With a swipe of its claw, it tore through the flames. As a peak first-tier beast, Its cultivation was comparable to a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. A mere first-tier superior talisman could be easily shattered. Yet, at the moment it rent the fire, its crimson eyes suddenly narrowed, for a blood-red wheel pierced through the air, slicing towards it. The Shao clan's expression shifted dramatically, and with a surge of spiritual power. It swiped its claw to deflect the blood-red wheel. With a clang, sparks flew, and the breaking spirit blood wheel was sent hurtling back several meters before being drawn back into Li Qingyuan's grasp by his consciousness. Li Qingyuan declared, "Qin Daoyu, stop pretending. Together, we shall take down this Shao clan." Qin Ping, still wearing a manic smile, shouted in excitement. "I have refined the Foundation Establishment pill. I have refined it." Creak. The Shao clan bared its teeth, revealing its sharp fangs. Consumed by rage, It glanced at its palm, where a wound had appeared, blood oozing out. Clearly, Li Qingyuan's sneak attack had incensed it. Whoosh. The Shao clan's movements were ghostly, as if it melded with the clouds, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, with its crimson eyes hidden within the mist. Illusory divine eye technique. Li Qingyuan's eyes shimmered with a faint glow, penetrating the Shao clan's deceptive movements and discerning its true form. Whoosh! The Shao clan leapt several dozen meters, pouncing towards him. Moonshadow technique. With his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Li Qingyuan unleashed the first-tier spell, the Moonshadow technique, which, in its perfected form, allowed him to evade the Shao clan's lethal strike in an instant. After several agile maneuvers, he found himself behind Qin Ping. "Qin Ping, Qin Miaoyi. Li, I shall remember this." Whoosh! The Shao clan's claws, sharp as blades, clashed with the first-tier superior magical artifact, tearing through the air towards Qin Ping, intending to rip her apart before turning on Li Qingyuan the next moment. Qin Ping shouted, "Halt!" Buzzing, the sound waves resonated, and the sound strike technique, combined with her Foundation Establishment consciousness, struck directly at the Shao clan's spirit. The Shao clan emitted a shrill scream akin to that of a human infant, its body crashing to the ground from midair, head pounding, features contorted. It clutched its head, blood streaming from its orifices, rolling on the ground in agony. Li Qingyuan leapt forward. "Abominable creature, meet your end." Swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. 5 talismans flew out simultaneously, all of superior quality first-tier talismans, merging into a formation based on the 5 elements, ensnaring the Shao clan and exploding in an instant. Boom. The force of this strike surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, nearing the strength of one at the 10th level, compounded by the fact that the Shao clan had been caught off guard, failing to activate its spiritual power for defense in time. The explosion of the talisman formation elicited a horrific scream from the Shao clan, leaving it bloodied and on the brink of collapse. Breaking spirit blood wheel. In the moment of the explosion, Li Qingyuan activated the magical artifact, the sharp blood wheel slicing through the air, cleanly severing the Shao clan's head in a single decisive blow. Qin Ping, astonished, inquired, "The talisman formation technique? You actually comprehend the formation technique?" Li Qingyuan recalled the artifact and gazed at Qin Ping, stating, "As a pill master, it is only reasonable for you to understand the sound strike technique. As a talisman master, it is equally reasonable for me to grasp the formation technique." Li Qingyuan queried, "Moreover, I am quite curious, given that the Shao clan excels in illusions and possesses a formidable spirit, why did your sound strike technique prove effective, directly injuring its spirit?" Qin Ping scoffed, "You used me as a shield against the Shao clan's attack, and I have yet to settle the score with you." Boom! Spiritual power erupted from within Qin Ping, infusing her magical artifact with a chilling intent. Whoosh! A sword beam shot forth, aimed at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically. 10th level of Qi refinement? A first-tier top-grade artifact? In that moment, Li Qingyuan's heart raced with indignation. Damn, I cannot endure this. Is there truly someone more cunning than I? A dignified practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, masquerading as one at the 7th level, Li Qingyuan mobilized his spiritual power, the energy within his Dantian surging forth, activating the hidden Mixed Yuan Bowl talisman. Buzz! The Mixed Yuan Golden Bowl expanded in an instant, enveloping Li Qingyuan, blocking the strike from Qin Ping, who was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Qin Ping attacked again, her flying sword launching a second assault. Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual power into his inner armor, the 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor glowing, a protective aura enveloping him, deflecting the second strike from the first-tier top-grade artifact. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Ping, wielding her consciousness to guide the sword, moved with blinding speed, continuously piercing and striking at Li Qingyuan's exterior, causing his inner defenses to tremble under the strain. The force behind your magical artifact is clearly not derived from mere consciousness. It is so potent that even a first-tier top-grade inner armor cannot withstand it. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted, and he began activating high-quality turtle shell talismans, with the mixed Yuan Bowl talisman assisting in his defense. Barely managing to hold off the onslaught, Qin Ping's lips twitched. 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor, a first-tier top-grade defensive talisman, and countless first-tier superior defensive talismans. Qin Ping glared. Just how afraid of death are you? Li Qingyuan produced 5 talismans, all first-tier superior quality, interlinking them into a formation that emitted power comparable to a perfected practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Qin Ping's expression flickered with surprise. 5 first-tier superior talismans? All of top quality? Li Qingyuan chuckled. Hee, Qin Daoyu, do you wish to continue? I possess many of such talisman formations. Each one can unleash the full might of a perfected practitioner at the 10th level. Qin Ping retorted with a sneer. No matter how strong your talisman formation is, can it rival a second-tier talisman? As she spoke, a second-tier talisman materialized in Qin Ping's hand, a powerful spiritual pressure emanating from it. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted. A second-tier inferior talisman? A second-tier inferior talisman is comparable to the full force of a Foundation Establishment Initial Stage practitioner. Typically, a Foundation Establishment Initial Stage practitioner would utterly dominate a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement without a doubt. With 2 layers of first-tier top-grade inner armor, it would be difficult to withstand even a second-tier inferior talisman. Li Qingyuan's expression twitched, but he smiled. Qin Daoyu, allow me to speak. While he spoke, Li Qingyuan produced numerous talismans, including the mixed Yuan Bowl talisman, pure Yang sword talisman, and swift movement talisman, hundreds, even thousands of various talismans. So many talismans? Qin Ping's eyes widened. Li Qingyuan continued. Qin Daoyu, second-tier talismans are rare in this archipelago. Every single one counts. I possess 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor, along with first-tier superior talismans by my side, not to mention countless first-tier superior talismans. Your second-tier talisman may not necessarily be able to kill me. Despite saying this, Li Qingyuan felt a pang of regret. After 3 years of seclusion, 3 years of talisman crafting, and 3 years of accumulation, using so many talismans today to preserve his life was indeed a heavy burden. Qin Daoyu, we hold no animosity. Why not turn swords into plowshares? Li Qingyuan continued to persuade. Qin Ping wore a contemplative expression and asked, are these first-tier top-grade talismans crafted by you? Li Qingyuan nodded. Indeed. To be frank, I am not merely a first-tier superior talisman master, but a first-tier top-grade one. The reason I concealed my identity and joined the Spicy Charm mercenary group was due to my knowledge of their sisters possessing information about the illusory divine mushroom. Qin Ping remarked, Li Daoyu, I have always favored recruiting talents. If you join the Qin family, we shall consider today's incident resolved. Li Daoyu? Li Qingyuan was taken aback, feigning confusion. What does Qin Daoyu mean by that? My surname is Zhan. Ha, still pretending. Qin Ping sneered coldly. Boom. Spiritual light radiated from Qin Ping's form as her inky gown was torn apart, revealing a purple dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her face exquisite as jade. Flawless, with eyes that shone like stars. Buzz. Her Foundation Establishment consciousness spread out. Qin Miaoyi said coolly, Li Daoyu, under the scrutiny of my consciousness, all your disguises are laid bare. What, do you still intend to keep up the charade? It's you. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted. The owner of the Lingfu building in Kashan Market, Qin Daoyu. Chapter 073, Coercion and Enticement, a guest of the Qin family. How could it be you? Li Qingyuan truly did not expect that the owner of the Lingfu building in Kashan Market was actually a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, this woman appeared to be only a few years older than him, yet her cultivation level stood at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Could she possibly possess dual spiritual roots? Or even a singular heavenly spiritual root? Li Qingyuan felt an acute sense of vigilance in his heart, yet maintained a faade of composure as he cupped his fists and offered a polite greeting. Ah, it is indeed you. Daoist Qin, I am honored to meet you. He continued. It is noteworthy that the talisman papers I have crafted have predominantly been sold to your spirit talisman pavilion. Thus, we are not merely acquaintances, but also business partners. In an attempt to establish rapport, Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Today has truly been a misunderstanding." He formally introduced himself. "I am Li Qingyuan. May I inquire how to address you?" "Daoist Qin." Qin Miaoyi replied indifferently. "I am Qin Miaoyi. Such a delightful name." Li Qingyuan responded with a grin. "After years of collaboration, I finally have the privilege of knowing your esteemed name, which is indeed a stroke of fortune." "Ah," Qin Miaoyi remarked, "we cannot be considered acquaintances, let alone business partners. You have previously used me to shield yourself from the enmity of the Shaoran, and I have taken note of that." Li Qingyuan offered a wry smile. "That was indeed my oversight. I am willing to present a first-tier premium talisman paper as an apology." Recognizing the disparity in strength, he understood the necessity of humility. When the Shaoran attacked, he had intended to test Qin Ping but was taken aback by her formidable prowess, cultivating to the 10th layer of qi refinement and possessing divine consciousness. Along with second-tier low-grade talisman papers, she was steadier, more cautious, and more talented than himself. This woman undoubtedly had a remarkable background. It was best not to make her an enemy. Qin Miaoyi stated, "I have no need for your talisman paper. I should inform you that the Qin family is currently seeking to recruit talents from all walks of life. Your exceptional cultivation aptitude and unparalleled talent in talisman crafting, which occurs once in a century, would make you a valuable addition to our family. Should you join us, we would become one family, and any minor conflicts would be inconsequential." Li Qingyuan's expression faltered as he replied, "Daoist Qin, you jest. My abilities are rather mediocre, and compared to you, I appear utterly unremarkable. Moreover, your Qin family boasts a second-tier talisman master. What am I, a mere first-tier talisman master, worth?" In his heart, Li Qingyuan mused, "The Qin family must have grand ambitions, which will inevitably lead to turmoil. To cultivate someone as extraordinary as Qin Miaoyi, their backing must be a foundational celestial clan. The struggles of foundational celestial clans are not something I can involve myself in." Furthermore, he was not alone. He had parents and clansmen, necessitating a cautious approach. Qin Miaoyi, displaying her interest in exceptional talents, patiently replied, "Daoistly, the 5 major foundational celestial clans control the island regions of the sea, reaping the resources of the ocean and boasting a lineage that spans millennia. Under their dominion, aside from the Sanquan Master, no 6th foundational family has emerged in 1,000 years. Countless prodigies and leaders of premier families have mysteriously perished just before reaching the foundational stage." She continued, "It is precisely due to this that the existence of the Sanquan Master is so remarkable, and his cave dwelling remains a source of greed among all cultivators in the island regions. If you inquire further, you will discover that before and after his foundation establishment, he frequently faced joint ambushes from the foundational celestial clans." Qin Miaoyi chuckled lightly, at 19 years old, cultivating at the 7th layer of qi refinement. "If I am not mistaken, in such a small place as the island regions, it is likely you possess dual spiritual roots. Should I publicize your identity, strength, and talent, do you think the 5 major foundational celestial clans would spare you and your family?" Li Qingyuan's heart sank. Qin Miaoyi continued, "Moreover, with such talent, you will surely need to leave the island regions in the future. There are only 2 ways to do so, by means of a teleportation array or by crossing the Tianyin mountain range." Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Neither option seemed feasible. Qin Miaoyi smiled. "The 5 major foundational celestial clans jointly control the teleportation arrays, allowing only their members to use them, while the surrounding area is designated as a forbidden zone. Anyone who approaches within 100 miles will be slain by the cultivators of the 5 major foundational celestial clans. Furthermore, to traverse the Tianyin mountain range poses a risk of demise. Even for those who have achieved foundation establishment, even if you successfully establish your foundation, safe passage is far from guaranteed." Li Qingyuan understood that her words were laden with truth. He inquired, "Does your Qin family intend to replace the Lu family and become one of the new 5 foundational families?" At this, Qin Miaoyi shook her head. "No, our Qin family aims to supplant all foundational celestial clans, integrating the 5 major islands and 36 islands into a singular, unified core of foundation establishment." Li Qingyuan gasped in astonishment. "A foundational celestial clan? That is impossible." He shook his head. "Without a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, foundational spiritual objects, or 3rd-tier elixirs, the emergence of a foundational true person is virtually impossible." Qin Miaoyi exuded confidence, stating, "Time will provide the answer to that." So, Have you made your decision? She posed the choice between joining the Qin family to serve or facing assassination from the 5 major foundational celestial clans. Li Qingyuan asked, "What must I contribute to join the Qin family? And what will I gain in return?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Miaoyi responded, "To join the Qin family as a guest elder, you will need to create talisman papers for us for 30 years. 30 years? Li Qingyuan's expression shifted. Qin Miaoyi continued, "Of course, our Qin family will not neglect your resource needs and may even assist you in your foundation establishment. Additionally, serving the Qin family for 30 years will grant you a teleportation opportunity to leave the island regions for broader realms of cultivation." Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Assist me in foundation establishment? Does your Qin family possess foundation elixirs?" "Foundation elixirs are precious. Would you truly offer them to me?" Qin Miaoyi replied, "Certainly, but that is conditional. It depends on the contributions you make to the Qin family." Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment before stating, "Very well, I agree to join the Qin family. At this juncture, I can only acquiesce temporarily to placate her. Moreover, the 5 major foundational celestial clans have held sway over the island regions for a millennium, establishing a monopoly. Should the Qin family instigate a war among the foundational celestial clans, it may ultimately work to my advantage. Especially after establishing my foundation, my only means of leaving the island regions would be through a teleportation array." Qin Miaoyi nodded in satisfaction, waving her delicate hand as a token flew forth. A jet-black token inscribed with the vivid crimson character for Qin, shimmering brilliantly. "Is this a first-tier premium magical artifact?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise upon examining the token. "A mere token has been crafted into a first-tier premium magical artifact." Qin Miaoyi elucidated, "This is a unique token of the Qin family, currently held by only a select few. You are the sole individual at the 7th layer of Qi refinement among those at the 10th layer." Feeling a surge of excitement, Li Qingyuan accepted the token and bowed deeply. Li Qingyuan pays his respects to the young lady. A first-tier premium magical artifact is priceless. Many masters at the 10th layer of Qi refinement may not even afford one, and if they could, they might not find it available for purchase. Joining the Qin family seems quite advantageous, if only it did not entail a 30-year service commitment. Qin Miaoyi contemplated briefly before tossing out a jade slip. "This contains the method for crafting a second-tier low-grade talisman paper. Study it diligently, as it will assist you in enhancing your talisman crafting skills. Daoistly, I hold great expectations for your talents in talisman crafting. Do not disappoint me." Li Qingyuan accepted the jade slip with a pleased expression, bowing once more. "Rest assured, young lady, I shall exert every effort to enhance my talisman crafting skills and become a second-tier talisman master as soon as possible." Such generosity! A jade slip containing the method for crafting a second-tier talisman paper given so casually. Qin Miaoyi is truly exquisite, extraordinarily wealthy, a paragon of beauty and privilege. Qin Miaoyi continued to entice. "In our Qin family, we also possess a second-tier elixir known as the Spirit Refining Pill. Any cultivator who reaches the 9th or 10th layer of Qi refinement can consume it to refine their divine consciousness in advance. Your eligibility for the Spirit Refining Pill will depend on your performance." Li Qingyuan bowed slightly, "Understood." Qin Miaoyi smiled, "Excellent, Qingyuan Daoist. From this day forth, you shall be a guest elder of the Qin family. There is no need to call me young lady. We may refer to each other as Daoist friends." The cries of the charming ladies echoed as their consciousness gradually returned. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Daoist Qin, they are about to awaken." Qin Miaoyi activated her cultivation technique, channeling her divine consciousness, instantly transforming into a woman of over 40 years, unremarkable in appearance and stature. She calmly stated, "Do not worry. I shall handle the subsequent matters. You go and procure the illusory spirit mushroom." Chapter 074. The illusory spirit mushroom acquired. Qin Miaoyi declared, "The illusory spirit mushroom is yours. The materials from the Shaoran will belong to me. Is this distribution satisfactory to you?" Li Qingyuan nodded. "Of course. My primary goal for this journey is the illusory spirit mushroom." With a swish, Li Qingyuan employed the moon shadow technique, racing through the locust trees. Utilizing the illusory spirit eye technique, he pierced through the clouds and mist, quickly arriving at a rocky crevice in a cliff. Within the crevice, a mushroom grew to about 2 feet, its cap rounded, with a diameter exceeding a foot, completely black as ink, exuding wisps of spiritual mist. With the last ingredient, the illusory spirit mushroom, finally in hand, Li Qingyuan immediately approached to harvest it. inadvertently inhaling the spiritual mist emanating from the mushroom surface. Instantly, he felt disoriented, faintly perceiving little figures dancing. Gasping in surprise, Li Qingyuan quickly activated the illusory spirit eye technique to dispel the potent effects of the mushroom. The potency was remarkably strong. A mere inhalation of gas can induce hallucinations. If one were to swallow it directly, even a master of the 10th layer of Qi refinement would find themselves at a disadvantage. After harvesting the illusory divine mushroom, Li Qingyuan contentedly placed it into a jade box, affixed a sealing talisman, and stored it in his spatial pouch. Once his task was complete, Li Qingyuan activated the blood wheel of breaking spirits to soar through the air, swiftly returning. Upon his arrival, he was met with a remarkable scene. Qin Miaoyi, demonstrating her prowess at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, bestowed upon an individual a vial of white jade loquat pills, evoking both awe and gratitude from the 5 women present. Clearing her throat, Qin Miaoyi exuded an air of superiority and declared, "Friend of fire, let us proceed to the domain of the purple fire spirit monkeys." The sisters of the spicy ladies nodded respectfully. "Yes, please lead the way." Daoist Qin, a master of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, possesses the qualifications to challenge the foundational establishment. In the presence of Qin Miaoyi, they dared not be negligent. "Very well, lead on." With a whoosh, the group of 7 soared into the skies on their magical vessels. 2 hours later, they halted at the foot of a cliff. The spicy lady pointed towards the precipice and said, "Daoist Qin, behold, this is the dwelling place of the purple fire spirit monkeys." A haunting howling echoed across the mountains as massive monkeys leaped through the wilderness, one hand clutching spirit fruits and wondrous flowers while the other gripped the sheer cliffs, swinging with abandon. Occasionally, a spirit fruit would plummet from their grasp. Li Qingyuan activated the illusory divine eye technique, clearly perceiving that there were no fewer than 100 purple fire spirit monkeys at the cliff's edge. Among them, the majority were in the early to mid stages of the first rank, with a dozen or so reaching the late stage of the first ranked. At the top of the cliff lay a stone cave, guarded by 2 colossal monkeys, their purple fur billowing in the wind like flames. Their dark faces bore crimson eyes, as they wielded stone tools to crush the exotic flowers and fruits, seemingly brewing something. These 2 giant monkeys towered over 3 meters, resembling 2 immovable boulders, presenting a formidable challenge. The spicy lady's expression shifted slightly as she remarked, "Daoist Qin, those 2 are both peak first-rank demon beasts. The purple fire spirit monkeys are social creatures, and their movements are easily detected by human cultivators. However, 3 Qi refinement masters of the 10th layer once attempted to seize the purple flame essence here and were soundly defeated by these 2 monkey kings leading their pack." She continued, "I suspect these 2 are no ordinary peak first-rank beasts." To her surprise, Qin Miaoyi responded with enthusiasm. "Precisely what we desire. The stronger, the better. You 5 only need to execute the plan and hold back the other late and mid-stage first-rank beasts." Wang Laohan regarded the swarm of giant monkeys with disbelief, exclaiming, "Are we really expected to hold off dozens, or even hundreds of purple fire spirit monkeys?" His legs felt weak as he added, "Daoist Qin, we cannot manage that." Qin Miaoyi turned to Li Qingyuan, asking, "Daoist Jun, where are your talismans? With your talisman's assistance, they can hold back the monkeys." Li Qingyuan, reluctant, queried, "How many do you need?" Qin Miaoyi responded with a figure, 100 per person." "What?" Li Qingyuan gasped. The spicy ladies echoed his astonishment, 100 each. Did Daoist Qin mean 10? Qin Miaoyi regarded Li Qingyuan silently. Inwardly, he thought, "Very well, consider it a purchase of a first-rank premium magic tool and a method for crafting second-rank low-grade talismans." The technique for crafting second-rank talismans is indeed a rare find among the island archipelagos. He would not encounter another Zhao Tu again. With a grimace, Li Qingyuan waved his hand, producing 500 talismans, all of first-rank quality. Naturally, they were of inferior quality, sufficient only to withstand attacks from cultivators at the 7th and 8th layers of Qi refinement. The premium talismans remained in his possession. Qin Miaoyi was taken aback, thinking, "What a cunning lad. 500 talismans? To produce them so readily, as if they were nothing, is truly extravagant." The spicy ladies were left wide-eyed. The charming lady, her heart fluttering, exclaimed, "I had no idea Daoist Jun was so affluent. Hundreds of first-rank talismans could fetch thousands of spirit stones in the market." Daoist Jian is certainly no ordinary talisman master. Li Qing'an maintained his distance from the charming lady, positioning himself behind Qin Miaoyi. The woman's gaze seemed to devour her. Most notably, after falling victim to the illusion spell of the demon, the charming lady had been undressing while calling his name. Thankfully, he was now Zhang Yud, not Li Qingyuan. Clearing her throat, Qin Miaoyi instructed, Daoist Jian, you will hold off one of the purple fire spirit monkey kings for me. Li Qingyuan pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? I know you can do it. Qin Miaoyi asserted. Li Qingyuan grimaced. She was indeed leveraging him. However, before he could voice any objections, Qin Miaoyi continued, you only need to delay one of the monkey kings, granting me time to slay the other. Once completed, all the purple flame essence will be yours. With a smile that was both teasing and serious, she inquired, what do you say? Li Qingyuan mused. The purple flame essence is a first-rank premium spirit liquor. Crafted by the purple fire spirit monkey kings from various extraordinary fire-attributed flowers and fruits. His grandfather, the clan leader, the second elder, and his father all practiced the sunfire technique. This substance would serve as a miraculous boon for them. He calculated. With this, within a decade, both his father and grandfather could reach the 8th layer of qi refinement. The second elder, currently at the 6th layer, could achieve the 7th layer in the same time frame. Li Guangyao and Li Guangzong, now both in their 80s, had exhausted much of their potential and would likely stagnate at their current levels. His father, though appearing youthful at 60, was nearing the end of his cultivation potential. Without miraculous resources, it would be difficult for him to reach the 7th layer. Even with the spirit-nourishing pill, achieving the 7th layer would be a gamble, with little hope of advancing to the 8th or 9th layers thereafter. Furthermore, Li Qingyuan possessed the Shinpin space, allowing him to duplicate the purple flame essence, effectively doubling his gains. He turned to the spicy ladies and asked, if I alone claim the purple flame essence, what about them? Qin Miaoyi replied, the talismans you provided them will sufficiently cover the difference. Li Qing, damn, they are waiting for me. How can this woman be so cunning? Qin Miaoyi waved her hand. I implore all of you to assist me in slaying the purple fire spirit monkey kings. Chapter 075. A fierce battle against the purple fire spirit monkey kings at the summit of the towering cliff. 7 figures propelled themselves through the air, each unleashing their talismans with a flourish of spiritual energy. The talismans soared forth, detonating upon impact with the cliff, sending rocks and vines flying, as one after another. The purple fire spirit monkeys fell, wounded, from the heights. The surprise assault from the 7 unleashed dozens of first-rank talismans, sending numerous mid- and late-stage first-rank giants plummeting into the valley, some dead, others grievously injured. The 2 monkey kings, previously engaged in their brewing, were instantly roused, their fiery red eyes locking onto the 7 assailants above. They let out a furious roar, their sonic waves rippling through the valley. Issuing commands to the throngs of giant monkeys, in an instant, the mountains echoed with the roars of countless monkeys, their fists pounding against their chests, their purple-red fur ablaze as they surged forth. Powerful and resolute. Daoist fire, you must hold them off, Qin Miaoyi instructed. The 2 monkey kings are mine and Daoist Jian's to contend with. The spicy lady, at the 9th layer of qi refinement, positioned herself atop a sturdy tree. Unleashing her sword with precision, the sword light flashed, striking down 3 giant monkeys before returning to her side. Rest assured, Daoist Qin. With Daoist Jian's talismans aiding us, we can hold them for a quarter of an hour without issue. The charming lady, Wang Laohan, and the other 2 female cultivators, each at the 8th and 7th layers of qi refinement, activated their magical tools and occasionally hurled talismans into the fray. As the battle erupted, monkeys were dispatched and pushed back down the mountainside. The monkey kings, pounding their chests in fury, summoned 10 or so of their brethren from the vicinity, each at the late stage of the first rank, comparable to those at the 7th and 8th layers of qi refinement. Qin Miaoyi, fully exerting her powers, wielded a first-rank premium flying sword, her consciousness guiding it to strike with devastating efficiency. The sword energy sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing 5 or 6 late-stage first-rank giants, their heart veins shattered in a single blow. Li Qingyuan, with talismans pinched between his fingers, infused them with spiritual energy, launching them toward their targets. The first-rank talismans he deployed were of premium quality, each akin to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement. The explosive force of the talismans resonated, and several late-stage giants met their grim fates, their deaths tragic. The two purple fire spirit monkey kings, consumed with rage, their crimson eyes ablaze, stood upright, towering at over 3 meters, their arms extending beyond their height. Their fur flickered like purple flames, and their massive bodies radiated immense power. With a thunderous crash, their fists surged forth, shattering the air with concussive force. With a fierce punch that shattered the air, a tremendous force surged forth. Li Qingyuan, not being a body cultivator, dared not confront it head-on. In an instant, he executed the Moonshadow technique, augmented by a high-grade first-tier spirit movement talisman, his speed skyrocketing as he deftly evaded the attack of the Ape King. Whoosh! The breaking spirit blood wheel spun forth, slicing through the air towards the Ape King's eyes. The giant beast instinctively shut its eyes and raised a hand to block. Clang! The breaking spirit blood wheel struck the Ape King's arm, merely grazing its fur before being repelled by the creature's spiritual energy, sending it flying back several yards. Roar! The giant ape pounded its chest in fury, unleashing a wave of sonic energy. It leaped into the air, descending with a force akin to a mountain crashing down, intent on obliterating Li Qingyuan. With a nimble leap, Li Qingyuan narrowly retreated several yards. As the Ape King landed, the cliff trembled, rocks splintered, and a fierce wind howled. Immediately after, the Ape King struck out with both hands, as if swatting flies. Its massive hands converged in an attempt to crush the retreating Li Qingyuan. The sheer speed of this behemoth took Li Qingyuan by surprise, prompting him to summon a premium turtle shell talisman capable of withstanding a strike from a 9th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Yet, against the peak first-tier beast, the Ape King, with its terrifying physical strength, the turtle shell talisman offered no guarantees. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Li Qingyuan. Iron arm technique, boom. The Ape King's palms slammed together, colliding against the turtle shell talisman's defense, momentarily stalling its overwhelming power as the talisman shattered with a crack. Li Qingyuan thrust out both hands, unleashing his spiritual energy and activating the iron arm technique. His arms as hard as iron, his strength astonishing, blocking the converging palms of the Ape King, gaining a fleeting moment. Seizing this brief opening, Li Qingyuan leaped into action, activating the perfected Moonshadow technique, gliding gracefully through the air, retreating a distance of several dozen yards to safety. With a flourish, he unleashed a flurry of talismans into the sky. Fire Ice talismans, Golden Spear talismans, Blazing Fire talismans, Spirit Binding talismans, 4 types of attack talismans activated in succession. The Golden Spear was sharp, the Blazing Fire scorched, the Fire Ice was bone-chilling, and the Spirit Binding ensnared. After creating a distance of several dozen yards, he meticulously directed his ranged attacks, igniting the Ape King's fur in flames, freezing its skin, causing it to bleed profusely, inciting a furious roar of pursuit. Riding the breaking spirit blood wheel, he soared through the air, talismans cascading down like rain, and with a flick of his fingers, he taunted, "Come at me, howl!" Enraged, the Ape King's chest heaved, its body swelling and deflating, as waves of spiritual pressure built up, culminating in a thunderous roar that unleashed a beam of spiritual light soaring 100 meters into the sky, cutting across the horizon. The spiritual light, akin to purple lightning, surged forth in an instant. Li Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically as he grasped a pure yang sword talisman, tossing it forth. A meter-long sword aura, resolute and fierce, descended from above, colliding with the Ape King's spiritual light. Boom! Atop the cliff, the clash of the pure yang sword aura and the purple spiritual light erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves through the clouds. The pure yang sword aura shattered, yet the purple spiritual light still retained 2/10 of its power. Striking Li Qingyuan, this single blow revealed that the Ape King was no ordinary first-tier peak beast. Its combat strength was comparable to a perfected 10th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Bang! The purple spiritual light struck Li Qingyuan's exterior, promptly being deflected by a protective barrier, rebounding. The 2 sets of top-tier inner armor he wore activated just in time. Seeing that the attack had failed, the Ape King roared in fury and began to gather strength once more. Li Qingyuan called out, "Friend Qin, slay the Ape King, quickly come to my aid. The top-tier talismans are exceedingly difficult to draw, and I have very few left." At this moment, Lian Niazi, Mei Niazi, and the 5 others finally understood that 2 hidden talents had emerged from their ranks. Qin Ping, a 10th tier Qi refinement practitioner and a top-tier alchemist. Zhen Yud, a 7th tier Qi refinement practitioner, but a top-tier talisman master, not merely a first-tier one. Mei Niazi exclaimed in disbelief. This fellow is clearly only a 7th tier Qi refinement practitioner. Yet he can contend evenly with the peak first-tier Ape King. Qin Ping stood aboard the flying artifact, the Wind Spirit Boat, engaging the Ape King from a distance. Utilizing her advantageous position, she wielded a top-tier flying sword in conjunction with talismans, inflicting grievous wounds upon the Ape King. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's urging, she replied nonchalantly, "I will be there immediately." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Qin Ping sprang into action, unleashing 5 top-tier talismans that detonated, severely injuring the Ape King. Following that, she directed her sword with her spiritual sense, the sword striking the Ape King's brow and piercing through its skull. With a splatter, the Ape King's forehead burst open, blood spraying forth. Qin Ping then extended her hand, drawing out a fist-sized beast core from the Ape King's head, the core glowing a fiery purple red, containing a miniature purple fire spirit monkey sealed within. The beast core of a first-tier beast, or the golden core of a third-tier beast, absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate demonic power. The demonic energy accumulates within the core, equivalent to a human's dantian. When a third-tier great demon forms its golden core, the demonic energy gathers from top to bottom in the abdomen, resulting in the formation of the demon's golden core. Whether it be a beast core or a golden core, both are the essence of demonic energy, crystallizing the beast's cultivation. Roar. Upon witnessing its mate's demise, the Ape King, engaged in battle with Li Qingyuan, completely lost control. It howled in rage, the piercing sound waves reverberating through the skies, its bloodline power igniting, emanating an aura surpassing a peak first-tier beast, nearing that of a second-tier great demon. Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Retreating swiftly, a second-tier great demon? This Ape King is about to break through. Chapter 76. Slaying the Ape King, Gaining Spirit Wine. It is attempting to break through to Foundation Establishment. Li Qingyuan activated the Breaking Spirit Blood Wheel, infusing it with spiritual energy, guiding it away as he rapidly retreated 100 yards, distancing himself. Qin Ping, cunning little rascal. Lien Niazi, Mei Niazi, and Wang Leihan's expressions shifted dramatically. The Ape King is going to advance? The aura of a second-tier great demon. The 5 were filled with dread, their fighting spirit shattered. A second-tier great demon is equivalent to a human Foundation Establishment practitioner. A Foundation Establishment cultivator can effortlessly obliterate anyone beneath their tier with a casual strike. Even perfected 10th tier Qi refinement practitioners rarely withstand a full-force strike from a Foundation Establishment practitioner, and even if they survive by sheer luck, they would be gravely injured. Friend Qin, we should flee. Wang Laohan quavered. Qin Ping sternly declared, "Do not run. Rest assured. I can handle this Ape King," Li Qingyuan urged. "Then hurry up and take action. If you don't disrupt it soon, once it successfully advances, we will all perish." Qin Miaoyi, Qin Ping, continued to observe, contemplating. If I can obtain the beast core of a second-tier purple fire spirit monkey, it would not only allow me to rapidly reach perfection in the 10th tier of Qi refinement, but it would also greatly benefit my Foundation Establishment. My purple fire spirit body can absorb the pure purple fire spiritual energy within the core without side effects, converting it for my own use. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, slowly retreating, musing. Why hasn't this woman acted yet? What is she planning? Could it be she intends to let the Ape King advance? Damn, this madwoman. Roar! The Ape King bellowed, summoning the remaining 30 to 50 purple fire spirit monkeys from the cliffs, who charged forward recklessly, rallying to avenge their fallen comrade. Dozens of colossal monkeys, undaunted by death, unleashed torrents of purple spiritual light, causing Lien Niazi, Mei Niazi, and the others to scramble in chaos. Had it not been for their ample supply of top-tier talismans to fend off the attackers, they would have suffered casualties by now. The Ape King let out a long howl, inhaling deeply, drawing forth a top-tier spirit wine, purple flame nectar, from a crevice 10 yards away. Swallowing it down, Li Qingyuan's heart raced. That's mine. My spirit wine, friend Qin. If you do not act, this Ape King will truly ascend to the second tier. Be wise that time. Even with your top-tier artifact and second-tier inferior talismans, you will not stand a chance against it. You have already slain its mate. It will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Buzz! The Ape King continued to gulp down the spirit wine, simultaneously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its 3-yard-tall form slowly rising into the air, its bones cracking as its physique expanded. 0.3 yards, 3.5, 4.5. Maniatzi's scalp tingled with dread as she exclaimed. Friend Qin, once the Ape King's physique reaches 5 yards, it will become a second-tier great demon. Lien Niatzi's voluptuous form trembled as she hastily commanded, retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 hurriedly tossed talismans, launching a frantic barrage to fend off the attacking giants. While simultaneously flying away on their swords, exiting the battlefield, Li Qingyuan's expression changed. The Ape King is flying. It is on the verge of becoming a second-tier. Foundation establishment practitioners can wield formidable magical power, using spiritual energy to fly and engage in aerial combat. Second-tier great demons possess such abilities as well. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan retreated with unparalleled speed, more decisive and rapid than Lien Niatzi and her group, soon reaching a distance of 1,000 yards, contemplating. If I lose the purple flame nectar, I can find more. But life is singular. Once lost, nothing remains. At that moment, the Ape King had reached a height of 4 yards and 8 inches. Just a step away from becoming a second-tier great demon, it ravenously consumed the purple flame nectar and inhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, its bloodline power surging forth, pushing for its breakthrough to the second tier. This is the moment. Qin Miaoyi, Qin Ping brightened, talisman in hand, murmuring, I cannot allow this beast to ascend to the second tier. Otherwise, I will be in danger. My family possesses certain trump cards that cannot be activated until Foundation establishment. Corpse Talisman, Buzz! The second-tier talisman activated, shooting forth. The talisman transformed into a corpse, exuding an aura of extreme cold. It shattered the Ape King's spiritual shield in an instant, a claw striking out, its sharp talons piercing into the ascending Ape King's body. The corpse unleashed a chilling poison, infiltrating the Ape King's being, corroding its vitality, flesh, and disrupting the flow of spiritual energy to halt its breakthrough. Roar! The Ape King howled in defiance, unleashing its internal spiritual energy, condensing its strongest strike, nearing the power of a Foundation establishment practitioner. This final strike, born of desperation, was incredibly powerful and swift. Like a purple lightning bolt tearing through the vast sky, it surged toward Qin Ping. Her expression changed drastically. She bit her silver teeth and once more tore open a second-tier talisman, unleashing the foundational power of the spell that collided with the purple lightning. The two forces annihilated each other, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated for miles. This clash was akin to two foundational cultivators engaging in a fierce duel from afar, their momentum awe-inspiring. Qin Ping executed a hand gesture to control her sword, which swiftly pierced the center of the Ape King's brow, penetrating through its skull. Following this, she skillfully extracted the second essence of the Ape King's beast spirit. This essence brimmed with spirit energy. Larger in size and surrounded by pure purple fire spiritual energy, resembling a remarkable purple crystal, Nyangzi and Mei Nyangzi, along with their companions, stared at Qin Ping in stunned silence. A second-tier talisman. When did our island region give birth to second-tier talismancers? What is the true background of this Taoist Qin? As they were in a daze, Li Qingyuan had already soared to the cliff's peak, unleashing talismans that struck down the giant apes climbing up. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans exploded, causing the giant apes to fall one after another. Li Qingyuan laughed heartily. Ha ha. I knew Taoist Qin was bold and meticulous, surely possessing a method to slay the Ape King. Indeed, even as this beast approaches the ascension to a second-tier great demon, it still meets its demise at Taoist Qin's hands. Taoist Qin, please take a moment to rest. We shall handle these giant apes. Li Qing called out. Hu Daoyu, Wang Daoyu, what are you waiting for? Kill these giant apes and collect their materials. The 5 finally snapped back to reality. Right, Taoist Jin. We shall lend you a hand. Qin Ping cast a faint glance at Li Qing, thinking to herself, what a man who bends with the wind. In the next moment, Qin Ping activated her cultivation at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, unleashing a first-tier premium flying sword that sliced through a giant ape, showering the area with blood. After a quarter of an hour, all the giant apes in the valley were cleared. Next came the moment of harvesting the spoils. Among the rare flowers and fruits, there were dozens of first-tier inferior and middle-grade spiritual plants, and over a dozen first-tier superior spiritual plants, but no first-tier premium spiritual plants. Li Qing approached the cave's depression, staring at the nearly depleted purple flame elixir with a pained expression. How can there be so little left? As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly waved his hand to draw the spiritual wine towards him, collecting it all into a wine bottle. The 1-liter bottle contained only 5 bottles in total, amounting to just 5 liters. Li Qing felt a pang of regret. This ape king must have consumed at least 20 liters during its ascension. 20 liters. All of it mine, Qin Ping remarked. Be content. 5 liters of purple flame elixir will fetch at least 1,000 or even 2,000 spirit stones in the market. Moreover, this elixir is of higher quality since it was brewed from 2 ape kings. Li Qingyuan carefully stored the spiritual wine and curiously asked, Taoist Qin, I have a question. Among the many peculiar flowers and fruits used for brewing, there isn't a single first-tier premium spiritual plant. Why then can this purple flame elixir be considered a first-tier premium spiritual wine? Chapter 077. A bountiful return. Typically, a first-tier premium pill requires a first-tier premium spiritual plant as its main ingredient, meticulously crafted by a first-tier premium alchemist. Similarly, a first-tier premium spiritual wine must also be brewed from a first-tier premium spiritual plant. Qin Ping, indeed well-versed in knowledge, explained, the purple flame elixir brewed by the purple fire spirit ape is made primarily from its own essence blood. For this reason, the purple fire spirit ape king can directly consume the purple flame elixir. It is easily refined and can be taken during its ascension to the second tier. Several dozen liters of purple flame elixir is nearly as effective for the purple fire spirit ape king as the foundational pills desired by human cultivators. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, I see now. Taoist Qin, your vast knowledge impresses me. Qin Ping cast a calm glance at Li Qingyuan, then turned to Lan Yangzi and the others, saying, Fellow Taoists, the existence of second-tier talismans is my secret. I do not wish for this secret to spread across the island region. Upon hearing this, Lan Yangzi and her 4 companions' expressions changed drastically, revealing wariness as they tensed up, channeling their spiritual power and placing their hands on their storage bags, ready to draw their magical artifacts for battle at any moment. Qin Ping smiled lightly, you need not be so nervous. Aside from the materials from the 2 purple fire spirit ape king's hides and bones, all other materials from the ape horde belong to you. The only condition is that you serve me from now on. Qin Ping's phoenix eyes glinted with a hint of killing intent as she asked, So, what do you think, fellow Taoists? Old Wang furrowed his brow, taking a step back and shaking his head. I'm afraid not, Taoist Qin. I am a solitary cultivator who enjoys freedom. I do not like being bound. Holding a talisman, Old Wang leaped away, stepping onto his flying sword and departing. Qin Ping's expression remained calm, not uttering a word. In the next moment, a shadow erupted from the mountainside, transforming into a streak of light that lunged at Old Wang. Old Wang's face changed, and he hurled his talisman. Boom, boom, boom. The talisman exploded but still could not hinder the shadow. The shadow dashed toward Old Wang, its immense demonic power erupting with a piercing shriek, its gaping maw ready to consume half of Old Wang. Before he could scream, he was swallowed whole.